I see things others can't. A blazing inferno raged across the capital city that once stood on the continent for thousands of years. Hear things others don't. The sound of war cries, curses, and dying screams spread across the entire city as the invaders mercilessly attacked anything and everything in their path, shed tears when others won't. The sound of babies and children wailing in their mothers' arms could be heard everywhere, as their parents desperately looked for a safe place to hide in order to save themselves from the one-sided massacre that was happening around them, and fight when others don't. A red-headed boy looked at the vast hordes of monsters that were about to destroy everything he held dear in his life. Even so, he walked towards them fearlessly as several men and women marched alongside him. I seek the monsters you fear the most, the half-elf said softly as he raised his hand, summoning countless undead to fight for his side. I chase the nightmares that plague your sweetest dreams. I walk in the darkness so that others may see the light. I fight the creatures that threaten this world with all my might. A giant bone dragon landed in front of the half-elf and bowed its head in respect. The red-headed boy patted its head before jumping on its back, preparing to fight alongside his undead legion. With one mighty flap of its tattered wings, the bone dragon soared towards the sky and uttered a deafening roar of defiance. Its master stood straight on its back like a sword, looking at the countless monsters that were slowly advancing in his direction. In a world where my existence has long been forgotten, the half-elf stated, as his bone dragon opened its mouth to unleash its dragon breath, I will let you know the error of the path you have trodden. If you were given the chance to live that one perfect life you had always dreamed of, would you do it even if there were strings attached? Some would gladly take this chance, while others would feel more cautious or even ignore it completely. Lucian chose the first option and decided to accept an angel's offer to join the Heaven's Gate project. He believed that this was an opportunity to live a life that was different from the pitiful one that he had lost just a few hours ago. With that said, Lucian found himself somewhere in the vast multiverse inside a shady office, being watched in disdain by a drop-dead gorgeous angel who had picked him up from Earth after he died. The angel then brought him to the celestial realm. The chubby 20-year-old was asked to fill up a character creation form that would be used as his template for his next life. Hair color. Lucian gazed at the options that were in front of him. The form was like a multiple-choice questionnaire. He simply needed to shade in the small circle beside his choice and his answer would be finalized. Blonde is good, but that is too common. How about silver or white? The chubby young man mused as he scratched his head. This was only the first choice, and he was already having a hard time choosing what he wanted for his next life. Let's go for red, Lucian said with determination. He then shaded his choice using the pen that was given to him by the angel behind him. After making his choice, the other hair options were grayed out, which meant that he couldn't take back his choice anymore. After answering the first question, the chubby young man scratched his head for the second time because the next one was just as difficult as the first. My hair color is red, so should I also go for the red eye color? They also have the option for heterochromia. After thinking for a few minutes, Lucian finally decided on green. For some reason, having red hair and green eyes reminded him of that handsome protagonist that he had read about in one of his favorite novels. Sex, of course it should be male, Lucian muttered as he shaded in his option. I still plan to reincarnate as a man in my next life. In my past life, I accomplished nothing. This time around, I want to live my life to the fullest. Wait. Height M. Body build. Skin color. The chubby young man answered them all to his liking before glancing at the next set of choices. Astolfo Umu, all of these options are good, but the last two choices seem dangerous, Lucian thought. Just to be on the safe side, I'll just choose handsome. Next. Lucian's first choice was, of course, elf. Being good-looking was a default characteristic of the elves, and they also had a very long lifespan, but after thinking things through, he decided to choose a different race. Why? The answer was simple. Because of diversity. If everyone was handsome and beautiful, wouldn't that make the aesthetic option lose its value? Elves had long lives. He also wanted to live a long life. However, he preferred to mingle with the humans as well, so being a half-elf was a good option. Although he was worried about discrimination, he knew that it was a risk that he needed to take if he wanted to stand out from the crowd. In order to maximize his future good looks, he decided to choose a race that had the best of both worlds, and that was half-elf. As the chubby young man shaded in his choice, all the other races grayed out. For some reason, he felt a sense of relief knowing that he couldn't change his decision after picking his desired race. Lucian stared at these four options with a serious expression on his face. Having a royal bloodline was a tempting choice, but he had read many novels in which being part of the royal family was not only difficult but dangerous as well. Infighting for the throne and being backstabbed by his own brothers and sisters wasn't the life he wanted to live. If I want to stand out like a hero, going for the commoner route is a good choice, but I don't know anything about the world I will be reincarnated into, Lucian thought as he rubbed his chin. It might be dangerous or hard for a commoner to rise up in society. It's a very risky choice too, since I might be born as the son of a farmer or the son of a gangster. Since his next life was precious to him, he decided on the noble bloodline so he would at least be able to live a life of comfort without being too high profile. However, when he looked at the next set of choices, he almost dropped his pen in disbelief because he didn't expect something like it to be included in the form he was filling up. PP size. Take note that this option gives additional bonuses when you reincarnate into your next life. Please choose wisely. Damn, they are giving me the power to freely choose the size of my ahum, and I can even get bonuses. Lucian's eyes widened in surprise. Bro, this is the best thing ever. I'm going all in on this one. 2 inches. You will be given 6 legendary items of your choosing, 3 inches. You will be given 3 legendary items of your choosing, 4 inches. You will be given 1 legendary item of your choosing, 5 inches. You will be given 1 rare item of your choosing, 6 inches. You will be given 1 pack of tissue papers, 7 inches. You will be given 2 packs of tissue papers, 8 inches. Amiwa Mu 9 inches. Bra 10 inches. Are you planning to reincarnate as a horse? If yes, then choose this option, 11 inches. Hey, that's hell you're walking into, 12 inches. Dear mother of. The chubby young man almost spat blood after seeing the diabolical choices laid out in front of him. WTF man, baiting me with legendary items in exchange for my happiness. Lucian gnashed his teeth in anger. Not cool, bro, not cool. After considering his future happiness and his little brother's happiness, the chubby young man finally made his decision and shaded in the bubble next to his choice with gritted teeth. It was at that moment that he heard a chuckle filled with ridicule come from behind him. Lucian turned his head and gazed at the beautiful angel who was looking back at him with a teasing smile. For some reason, he felt like he had made a mistake when he chose his PP size. Should I have chosen a bigger one? Lucian thought as he continued to gaze at the angel who continued to look at him with a teasing smile. Using all of his willpower, he averted his gaze from the beautiful angel who made him feel a little salty. More questions came after that, and the chubby young man answered all of them to the best of his abilities. This is like creating a character in a game, Lucille mused. Unfortunately, they don't have the preview option. It might have been easier if they had this option. What a shame, truly a shame. There were a few more questions on the list, but they were only minor questions. After double-checking to make sure he had answered everything correctly, he gave the form to the angel behind him. The angel took it and gave it a quick glance to ensure that every question had been answered. After seeing that there was nothing wrong with the form, she nodded her head and told the chubby boy to follow behind her. 5 minutes later, they arrived in an open space where countless galaxies could be seen in the sky. It was the most marvelous thing the boy had ever seen. He just stood there in awe, gazing at the heavens above him. Sorry, Lucian replied as he ran towards her. He had always thought of angels as kind and benevolent beings. They were nowhere like this Btichai angel, who seemed to have a horrible personality. 10 minutes later, they arrived at a small cottage located at the center of the amazing scenery. Your Excellency Manhwarecaps, I brought the soul that you requested, the angel said as she opened the door. When they entered the room, the chubby boy saw an old man who had an infatuated look on his face as he gazed at the screen of his computer. It didn't take long before the old geezer froze when he realized that he was no longer alone inside the room. The first thing he did was immediately stand up and use his body to block their view so they wouldn't see the image on his computer screen. Although it was only for a brief moment, Lucian had already seen the image of a half-naked anime girl on his computer. Unfortunately, even though the old man managed to prevent his 2 guests from seeing everything, his attempt was suddenly ruined by the loud moans that played through the surround sound speakers that hung all around his room. It was at that moment when the old man realized that he FC'd up. The angel's expression immediately changed, and she looked at the old man as if he was a piece of SHT. The old geezer lightly coughed as he averted his gaze, unable to endure the disdainful stare that the angel was giving him. Am I really going to be fine? Lucian thought as he looked at the old man, who was doing his best to act like a dignified person while failing miserably. Clearly, the old man didn't expect someone to barge inside his room without knocking first while he was watching something inappropriate for young audiences. Boy, what is your name? The old man named Manhwarecaps asked as he pushed the power button of his computer to forcefully turn it off. As a member of the Bros Before Hoes Brotherhood, the boy decided to play along with the old geezer's attempt to change the subject. My name is Lucian, Lucian said with a slightly strained smile. Lucian. A good name, the old man commented as he eyed Lucian from head to toe. Well then, Lucian. Did my assistant, Hymia, explain everything to you already? Yes, she said that I was chosen to participate in the Heaven's Gate project. And did she say anything else aside from that? Lucian shook his head as he glanced at the angel who had her arms crossed over her chest. She said that this project is confidential, Lucian answered. The only thing she asked me to do was to fill up the form for my rebirth. I see, Manhwarecaps said as he played with the white beard on his chin. Very well. Before anything else, let me properly introduce myself first. I am the god of gamblers, Manhwarecaps. Since my name is a mouthful, just call me Max. I personally designed the Heaven's Gate project in an attempt to send an individual to a particular world without being found out by the higher-ups, to bypass certain old fogies who are sticklers to the rules. Are we doing something illegal? Hahaha, of course not. It's not a crime unless someone reports it to the authorities. You'll be fine maybe. Hahaha. Can I still back out? Lucian asked while laughing nervously. Max ignored his question and immediately took another form out of his breast pocket and presented it to Lucian. It looked similar to the form the boy just filled up, so he guessed that it might be a continuation of his character creation settings. Since I chose you to become my guinea pig, my hero who will participate in this glorious project, it is only normal that I give you some freebies, Max said with a smile that would put all con artists to shame. You may choose only one, so take your time and choose wisely. Lucian held the form that the god of gamblers handed to him and read its contents without any expectations. However, half a minute later, Lucian's eyes widened in surprise as he read the amazing freebies that were written on the form he was holding. Special add-ons, you may choose only one. System. You will be given a random system upon reincarnation. Take note that the system you will get cannot be exchanged or refunded. If you ever get the Unix system, consider yourself FCKED for life. Random high-tier skill. You will receive a random high-tier skill at the get-go. This skill will be exclusive to you and will be bound to your soul. 20x exp gains. If you reincarnate in a world where you gain experience points, you will be able to grow 20x faster than the average person. Charm. Your charm stat will be at its max value. Even a rock will fall in love with you if you stare at it long enough. Status ailment immunity. You will gain immunity to poison, charm, sleep, petrify, paralyze, and any other abilities that will have a harmful effect on your body and soul. Infinite mana. No matter what magic spell you cast, your mana will never run out. Infinite stamina. No matter how many rounds you do it with your lover, you will keep going and going and going and going. Unique body constitution. You will receive a special body constitution that will be the envy of mortals and immortals alike. Example, Divine Dragon Immortal's Body, Ice Phoenix Legacy, Thunder God Physique, 10x Gacha Pull. Depending on the world you reincarnate on, the contents of the Gacha Pull will be modified to fit the laws of that world. You are guaranteed to receive one SSR item, artifact, weapon, waifu, or husbando companion from this Gacha Pull. SSHT, Lucian wasn't able to stop himself from cursing out loud after reading the options that were available for him. Regardless of what I choose, I know that I will definitely gain a massive advantage as I reincarnate to my next life, Lucian thought. If possible, I want all of them, but since His Excellency Max told me that I could only choose one, I need to take this matter seriously. Well then, have you decided what option you want to choose? Max asked the boy who was still seriously looking at his options after half an hour had passed. Yes, Lucian nodded his head. He had already weighed the pros and cons of his decision, so he faced the god of gamblers with determination. Your Excellency, I choose. Max played with his beard as Lucian made his choice. I'll ask you again, Max said with a serious expression on his face. You want a random high-tier skill as your freebie, correct? Yes. Lucian nodded. I choose this one, Your Excellency. The angel who had her arms crossed over her chest raised an eyebrow when she heard Lucian's choice. Clearly, she didn't expect the young man to choose this option. Understood. Max smiled and clapped his hands thrice. Suddenly, the form in Lucian's hand was set ablaze. The embers flew towards the young man's chest and merged with his body. However, Max wasn't finished yet. The form that Lucian had filled up earlier burst into flames, and its remains also flew towards his body. The young man felt his body become warm as an unknown power surged within his soul. While he was still basking in the afterglow of the surreal experience, he suddenly found himself floating in space, underneath the countless galaxies that he had seen a while ago. Standing on his right was Max, the god of gamblers, and standing on his left was Hymia, the Btichai angel who was suffering from her terminally bad personality. Lucian, do you know why I chose you out of the countless souls in the multiverse to become the first candidate to take part in the Heaven's Gate project? Max asked as he stared into the young man's eyes. No, Lucian answered. He also didn't know why he was chosen to participate in the Heaven's Gate project. Max smiled as he patted Lucian's shoulder. It's It's because you struggled to live until the bitter end. You could have given up any time, but you didn't choose the easy way out and end your life with your own hands. Lucian looked back at the old man with a serious expression on his face. That is because I am a coward. I'm afraid of death, so I struggled to live until the end. There's nothing glorious about it. Max chuckled as he ruffled the young man's head. Perhaps you are right, but you are not a coward. Living requires courage, and I pray that you will be courageous in your next life. Lucian looked up at the old man who was smiling back at him. This was the first time that someone had told him to live. When he was still alive, he grew up always hearing the words, "You're just baggage. You should just die or you were a mistake. You shouldn't have been born." These words were said to him over and over again. Thinking back, there were times when he wanted to end his own life in order to escape that living hell. However, he was afraid of death, truly afraid of death, so he struggled to live until the bitter end. Lucian bit his lip because he felt like crying. He didn't know if souls could cry, but he would be damned if he let others see him cry. A few minutes passed before he finally regained his composure. He then looked up at the god of gamblers and asked the question that had been on his mind since he entered this unknown space, shrouded in mystery. "Your Excellency, you still haven't said what the purpose of the Heaven's Gate project is," Lucian said. "Can you please tell me what it is?" "Lucian, the goal of the Heaven's Gate project is to change the fate of a world. You are the chosen one that will usher in a new era that will lead it to a better and brighter tomorrow. I don't think I'm qualified to take on such a big responsibility. Beautiful women are waiting for you in that world. If you're lucky, you can even have more than one wife. Leave this to me, Your Excellency." His attitude completely flipped and Lucian patted his chest as if he was a general that was about to go to war. "You chose the right man for the job. I'll conquer the world for you. World conquest. Sure, I will allow it. A man should dream big after all. You either go all in or go home crying. Ha 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 ha." The angel stared at the two useless lust-driven idiots with scorn as she summoned a giant cannon. Her patience was already at its limit, and she wanted to end this job as soon as possible. When Max saw the angel's expression, a bitter smile appeared on his face as he made a gesture for Lucian to come closer. "Come, Lucian," Max ordered. "It's time for you to start your journey." The god of gamblers waved his hand, and a door appeared in front of them. He then opened it and walked inside, dragging the boy along with him. The angel followed behind the two and closed the door behind her. They were headed to the testing area, where the hyper-super-mega rebirth cannon was waiting for them. While Lucian's eyes sparkled as he looked at the giant cannon in front of him. This is so cool." Max laughed and patted the boy's shoulder because he was very pleased with his reaction. "This thing cost a lot to build," Max said with a smile. "Jaime, dear, can you start up the cannon and check if everything is ready?" "Okay," the angel replied. She then went towards the control panel and started pushing the buttons to let the cannon warm up and gather energy. While she was doing this task, Max was busy telling Lucian about how the cannon was made. "The name of this cannon is Hyper Super Mega Rebirth Cannon, SIMP for short," Max stated. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Sir Max, isn't it supposed to be HSMRC instead of SIMP?" Lucian asked back. "Boy, don't sweat the small stuff. If I say this is a SIMP cannon, it is a SIMP cannon." "Oh, okay." Jaime rolled her eyes at the god of gamblers who was talking crap as always. If not for the fact that Max had taken care of her ever since she was born, she might have left him to serve other gods who were more normal and didn't have mental issues. After checking the status of the cannon, Jaime deemed that everything was in order. "Your Excellency, the status of the cannon is all green," Jaime reported. "We can start anytime." Max nodded. He then patted Lucian's shoulder to tell the boy that the time had come. "Lucian, are you ready?" Max asked in a teasing tone. "Your new journey is about to begin." "I'm ready," Lucian answered. "Good, now time to load you into the cannon." Sir, how will you do Thea?" Lucian wasn't even able to finish his words when Max grabbed his waist and flew up the tip of the cannon. "Fire in the hole," Max shouted as he tossed Lucian's body inside the barrel of the cannon. Soon a loud thud was heard followed by an ouch, which made Max laugh out loud. "Boy, are you fine?" Max asked. "Does it hurt?" "I'm not fine," Lucian shouted back. Clearly, he didn't expect that he would be tossed like a cannonball inside the cannon. "It hurts. It's good to know that you're fine. Any last words?" "FCKU." Max snickered as he gave Jaime the OK signal. "Heaven's Gate project initiated," Jaime said as she started tapping on the keypads of the control panel. "Setting course." The SIMP cannon suddenly turned to its right side, aiming at a purple galaxy in the distance. After the coordinates had been properly calibrated, Jaime opened the glass casing that held the firing mechanism of the cannon. "Sir, cannon is ready to fire. Start the countdown," Max ordered. Jaime nodded. "Starting countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. Hyper Super Mega Rebirth Cannon fire." The beautiful angel pressed the red button, instantly starting the firing sequence. Lucian found himself turning into a ball of light as dense layers of concentrated magical energy wrapped around him. Not long after, a giant ball of energy appeared on the cannon's tip. It then started to gather the power of divinity in order to shoot Lucian's soul across the multiverse. An electrical current snaked around the body of the cannon, and smoke started to appear in some places. Clearly, this was not a good sign, and it made the god of gamblers as well as the angel anxious. As if confirming their fears, a series of warning sounds started to spread across the testing area, telling them that something was terribly wrong with the cannon. "Stop the firing sequence now," Max ordered. He didn't anticipate something going wrong with his prized cannon at the last minute. He then raised his hand to wrap Lucian's soul in his divinity to protect it from any form of damage. However, before his divinity could reach the boy, the firing sequence was completed. With a loud rumbling sound, a beam of magical energy streaked across the celestial realm, followed by a loud explosion. The cannon exploded and shattered into 1,000 pieces, sending metal shards flying everywhere. Max teleported in front of Hymia and used his divine powers to create a shield to protect both of them. After the chaotic situation calmed down, the god of gamblers looked at the wreckage in front of him before shifting his attention toward the sky. In the heavens, a blue comet streaked towards the purple galaxy, creating a trail of light. "What is Lucian's status?" Max asked as he stared at the equipment that was still working. Hymia typed on the keyboard and brought out the status of Lucian's soul. "No, this can't be happening." Max couldn't believe the result of the images that appeared in front of him. Lucian's soul had received serious injury during the firing sequence and was on the verge of breaking. Only the safety mechanisms that Max had added to the cannon on a whim were keeping his soul from disintegrating completely. "Why, Your Excellency, I'm afraid that Lucian wouldn't be able to undergo a normal rebirth in his current state." Hymia started to panic. In the worst-case scenario, his soul might cease to exist. Max took a deep breath because he was fully aware of Lucian's current situation. However, there was nothing he could do. The world he had sent the boy to was a world that had been abandoned by the gods. Right now, there was only one person that could help them, and that person was none other than Max's best friend, Irial, the god of games. "Hymia, look for Irial," Max ordered as his body floated in the air. "Once you find him, explain our situation. He will know what to do." Hymia could see the resignation on Max's face, and it made her feel anxious. "Your Excellency, where are you going?" Hymia asked. "This is my fault," Max replied as he gathered his divinity around his body. "The least I can do is to ensure that Lucian's soul won't cease to exist." As soon as he finished his declaration, the god of gamblers transformed into a golden comet and shot towards the blue comet that had started to enter the purple galaxy. This was a race against time, and the god of gamblers was betting everything he had to save the boy he had chosen to save this world. The sobs of a young elven lady permeated the night as she hugged the bundle of cloth which held her baby in place. Her tears fell like rain as her parents and members of their clan looked at her with pity. All of them stood at the riverbank under the light of the full moon. It was a beautiful night with the stars shining brightly above them. Yet, the young lady's sorrowful sobs made this wonderful scenery lose its luster. Several minutes passed, and the patriarch of the elven clan patted the young lady's shoulder. "I am sorry for your loss, Adeline," the patriarch said softly, "but we cannot bury him in our ancestral lands. I hope you can understand." Adeline nodded as the tears streamed down the side of her face. She knew about the tradition of their clan, but it still broke her heart to part with her child who had died not long after he was born. Adeline's father sighed as he walked toward her daughter carrying a basket in his hands. The basket was laden with a cloth to make it comfortable for a baby to lie down in. Unfortunately, Adeline's child would not be able to feel its softness, for it had breathed its last breath a day ago. The young lady then kissed her baby's forehead before placing him inside the basket. She then took a wooden slate from her storage ring and used her magic to carve a name on it. "Although I wasn't able to give you love and happiness, I will not forget to give you a name," Adeline said sadly as she finished writing her son's name on the wooden slate. She had used the common language of the world to write her son's name in hopes that if anyone found her baby, they would give him a proper burial. Lux, that was the name that Adeline had given her son. After placing the wooden slate inside the basket, Adeline's mother wrapped her arms around her daughter's body and held her tight. "Let me send you off, my dear grandson," Adeline's father said sadly. "I pray that the spirits will guide your soul to the promised paradise where we shall go when our time has come as well. Forgive us for being unable to give you a proper burial." The patriarch of the elven clan of Antheas looked at the basket and sighed internally. "Even though I want to make an exception, the elders will definitely not allow it," the patriarch thought. "Half-bloods have no place in Ash Antheas. Forgive us, child." "My hands are tied." Suddenly, a little elven girl started to sing. It was the song of parting that the elves sang when their loved ones had departed the world. Soon, the other elves joined in the singing as they sent off the youngest member of their clan on his journey to the afterlife. Adeline's father placed the basket on the river. He gave his grandson one last glance before finally letting go. Adeline wailed and her mother struggled to hold her in place. She had a feeling that if she didn't hold her daughter properly, Adeline would jump into the river and bring back the basket to the shore. "Sleep, child," the patriarch said as he cast a sleeping spell on the struggling young lady. This was the only thing he could think of to prevent Adeline from acting recklessly. Soon, the young lady stopped struggling and collapsed in her mother's arms. Her tears continued to fall, for she knew that when she woke up, she would never see her son ever again. The basket floated on the Avonlea River and was carried away by the river currents, far from the land of Ashen Theas, where he was not welcomed, even in death. Several hours passed, and the basket had already traveled many miles, unhindered by anyone or anything. Some of the creatures that lived in the river didn't pay it too much attention because they didn't detect any signs of life within the basket. They thought that it was just a piece of wood that floated on its surface, so they left it alone and minded their own businesses. Suddenly, high above the star-filled sky, a blue comet streaked, creating a dazzling trail in the heavens. As if attracted by the basket flowing on the river, the comet shifted its course, as its body decreased in size with every passing second. Soon, only a small orb of blue light, the size of a tennis ball, was left of the blue comet that once traveled from the other side of the multiverse. This small orb landed on the baby's chest and merged with its body. After a few minutes, the dead baby abruptly opened its mouth as if trying to suck up air to fill up its lungs that were deprived of oxygen. Little by little, the baby's complexion improved, but it was still too weak to do anything. Soon, all movement stopped, and the baby remained motionless inside the basket, asleep and unaware of the dangers that surrounded the basket that was carrying his fragile body. "We're almost home, Sophie," an old woman said as she softly patted the back of her mount. "Let's speed up a bit so we can have breakfast with the others." A short honk answered her request, as the head of a 3-meter-tall white hippopotamus rose from the water. The old woman smiled as she looked at the distant stronghold that was known as Wildguard. As they traversed the river, they noticed 2 giant crocodiles fighting against each other, while the rest of the group watched from the sides. This was a normal occurrence in the Hunting River during this time of the year. The old woman and her mount, Sophie, steered clear of the 2 giant crocodiles fighting for dominance. It was their mating season, and these beasts were more aggressive during this time of the year. As they passed the 2 fighting behemoths, a sudden crying sound reached the old woman's ears. She turned around to search where the cry was coming from, and it was then that she saw the floating basket that was slowly heading toward the group of crocodiles. The old woman frowned because she could clearly hear the crying sound of a baby coming from the basket. "Sophie, turn around." "Now," the old woman ordered. The white hippopotamus obeyed her master and hurriedly made a U-turn towards the basket that was only dozens of meters away from the giant crocodiles that were fighting for supremacy. It was not only the old lady that heard the young baby's cries. Several of the crocodiles had started to swim towards the basket with bloodshot eyes. For them, the baby's cry was like an invitation to a free meal. Soon, one of the crocodiles arrived a meter away from the basket and opened its massive jaws to swallow the basket and the baby that was inside it. However, before it could claim its prey, a foot landed on its snout and forcefully closed its jaws shut tight. The old lady picked up the basket with both hands before jumping away, using the crocodiles as stepping stones. With one final jump, she landed deftly on the white hippopotamus' back and ordered it to flee as fast as it could. The enraged crocodiles roared as they charged toward the escaping thief who had stolen their prey. The 2 fighting crocodiles also stopped their battle and blocked the hippopotamus's path of escape. "We don't have to make a big deal out of this small matter," the old lady said to the 2 giant crocodiles, whose bloodshot eyes had locked onto her small frame. "I'm taking this child with me, so get out of my way." The 2 giant crocodiles roared, which made the old lady click her tongue in annoyance. "So be it. Sophie, go forward," the old lady ordered. The white hippopotamus obeyed and charged toward the 2 giants that blocked her way. When the old lady and her mount were only a dozen meters away from their location, the 2 giant crocodiles lunged at them with fury. While holding the basket with her left hand, the old lady moved the fingers in her right hand in a seemingly erratic manner. Soon, 2 figures materialized out of thin air and charged toward the 2 giant crocodiles, whose jaws filled with razor-sharp teeth were only several meters away from the old lady and her mount. A deafening cracking sound reverberated in the surroundings as the 2 giant crocodiles were sent flying dozens of meters away. Their giant bodies smashed down on the river's surface, creating waves in all directions. The other crocodiles who saw this scene stopped their advance and looked at the old lady in horror. Their thoughts of finding trouble for her disappeared completely after she had effectively dealt with the 2 dominant crocodiles with a single blow. The old lady sighed and shook her head helplessly. "We're going to be a bit late for breakfast, but it can't be helped." She then looked at the baby who was still crying inside the basket. "Don't cry, little one. You are safe now," the old lady said. She then used her finger to lightly caress the baby's cheeks in order to calm him down. Perhaps it was a coincidence, or perhaps it was only the baby's natural instinct, but the moment his face was touched, his small hands reached out to hold the finger that was caressing his face. The old lady smiled when the baby stopped crying while firmly holding onto her finger. With a glance, she could tell that the baby had once again fallen asleep, so she sat down and carefully placed the basket on her lap to secure it in place. "Let's go, Sophie," the old lady said softly. "Let's go home." A 16-year-old boy with short red hair and green eyes grit his teeth as he ran after a horned rabbit with all of his might. "No matter what happens, I must catch this rabbit," the young boy vowed in his heart as he pushed himself to the limit. Several children, as well as adults, were cheering for him from the sidelines, giving him encouragement. They had seen him challenge this trial over and over for the past few years, and all of them sincerely hoped that the boy would be able to pass it this time around. As the stinging pain in his chest intensified, the young boy's breathing became erratic. Even so, he ignored the pain and ran as if his life depended on it. Watching him from a distance was an old woman sitting on top of a white hippopotamus. Although she had a calm expression on her face, deep inside she was worried about her adopted grandson's condition. "You're mine," the boy roared as he reached out his hand to grab the rabbit who was now within reach. He had painstakingly closed the gap at the last second, using everything he had in order for his capture to succeed. Just as his hands were about to touch the rabbit's fur, he felt his world spin for a brief moment before everything went dark. The boy fell to the ground face first, and all his movements stopped completely. A few seconds later, the old woman appeared beside the fallen boy and gently rolled his body over so that he could lie on his back. The boy had several bruises on his head, and all of them were bleeding. His lower lip had also been punctured, and blood flowed ceaselessly. "Lux," the old woman felt her heart ache at seeing her adopted grandson's current state. "Silly boy, why must you go this far?" The old lady took out a small bottle from her storage bag and sprinkled half of its contents over the boy's head and facial injuries. It was a high-quality healing potion that she always carried around in case of emergency. A few seconds later, the wounds had started to close and heal at a rapid pace. The old lady then sprinkled the remaining half of the healing potion on the other injuries, located on the boy's arms, legs, and chest. After making sure that she had dealt with all of her grandson's injuries, she picked him up and sighed in relief. It was at that moment a middle-aged man walked toward the old woman and looked at the boy in her arms. "Vera, I'm sorry, but I can't allow Lux to enter Elysium," the middle-aged man said. "Sending him there is akin to sending him to his death. He is a hardworking and kind boy, but Wildguard will forever be his home." Vera gave Gerald a brief bow before walking away while carrying her grandson. The residents of Wildguard looked at the red-haired boy on Sophie's arms and sighed. "He failed again this year, poor Lux. He has been training every day, but his weak constitution won't allow him to succeed. Such a shame, but maybe this is for the best. Even if he can't enter Elysium, he is still a member of our stronghold." "That's right, so what if he has a weak body?" "I know people stronger than him that have died inside Elysium. No matter how strong you are, it won't matter if you're dead." When Lux opened his eyes, he found himself lying in a familiar room. It was the room where he had stayed up for most of his life, and this discovery made him feel helpless. "I failed again," Lux thought as he covered his face with his left hand. Not long after, the sound of the boy's sobbing spread throughout the room. "Why was I born a failure? Why was I born useless? The others were able to enter Elysium when they were 14. I'm 16 now and I'm still here. Just what is my purpose in life? I failed Grandma again. I'm too embarrassed to face her now." Lux's tears flowed without stopping as the shame, embarrassment, and helplessness in his heart burst forth like a raging river. He had done everything within his power to make his grandma proud, but due to the unknown disease that plagued his body, he would often lose consciousness even if he was just standing still. Because of this, he was unable to train and study properly. Usually in the stronghold, when kids turned 12, they would officially begin their training regimen in order to enter Elysium. The Elysium Fields, or Elysium for short, was the world's primary source of resources. Only those that had met the necessary requirements were allowed to enter this special place and help their stronghold expand in that strange, yet beautiful world that was so different from the world that they resided in. The veteran warriors of the Wildguard stronghold would then train these young children in order to prepare them for their exploration of this new world. When Lux turned 12, he too trained alongside his friends. He thought that he would be able to join them on their adventures in Elysium, but reality gave him a hard slap to the face. He suffered several injuries and injured many people due to his tendency to faint during training. When he was 14, he fainted while swinging his sword and sent the weapon flying. Thankfully, he didn't hit anyone, but it had made others refrain from sparring against him. Stamina training, aka long distance running, was also a problem. Sometimes in the middle of running, Lux would faint, forcing his friends to carry him until they returned to the stronghold. At first, they were able to tolerate it, but after it happened several times, they politely told him that running long distances was something he shouldn't attempt without supervision. The last incident he had was during bow practice. He fainted and accidentally released the arrow, hitting the instructor's butt in the process. Because of this, he was banned from participating in archery training again. Although he begged and pleaded with his instructors, all of them shook their heads and politely told him to just train under his grandma's supervision. Vera was more than happy to train her grandson, but because of Lux's unstable condition, there were times when her grandson almost lost his life in the middle of training. In the end, Vera told Lux that being a warrior was not suitable for him, but Lux didn't want to hear this truth. Just like everyone else, Lux also wanted to go to Elysium. He wanted to make his grandma proud. Lux wanted to become a high ranker and show his grandma that she hadn't wasted her time raising him from infanthood. He didn't want to be labeled as a failure or a useless person. She was the only family Lux had in the world, and he wanted to show her that he was not useless. So to prove himself, he would train in secret. Since then, it had become a normal occurrence in the stronghold to see kids dragging Lux's unconscious body back to his house every day. After half an hour, Lux finally regained his composure. He wiped the remaining tears from his eyes and stared out the window of his room. "Maybe I'm not really meant to enter Elysium," Lux said softly. This time, he really felt like giving up. Elysium was a place where one can acquire many amazing things. Anyone who entered this world could gain riches, fame, glory, as well as realize their wildest dreams. This was a strange world that had appeared many years ago, right after the 100-Year War that had raised the world of Saleh to the brink of collapse. It was a new frontier that had the key to saving their world. This was why many people, young and old, wanted to enter and explore this unknown world. Lux was one of them. And yet, he was once again denied the opportunity due to his weak body that was unable to keep up with the desire in his heart. Just as he was trying to convince himself into giving up his dream, a hearty chuckle spread throughout his surroundings. "You've struggled all this time, and now you're giving up," a teasing voice said by his ear. Lux almost jumped off his bed from fright due to the unexpected voice that came out of nowhere. He then hurriedly looked around his room to try and find where the voice was coming from. "Just where are you looking?" the teasing voice asked. "I'm right here outside your window." Lux walked towards the window and came face to face with a little boy with short, dark blue hair and gray eyes, who seemed to be around 10 years old, floating in the air in front of him. "Who are you?" Lux asked as he stared at the little boy he'd never seen before in the Wildguard stronghold. "My name is Irial," Irial said with a friendly smile that made Lux feel as if he had found a long-lost friend. "I am the god of games, and I came here to help my best friend, manhwaedit, finish the task he started." The god of games, Lux looked at the floating boy in front of him in confusion. "Who is manhwaedit? Are you sure you didn't visit the wrong person? Are you perhaps looking for my grandma?" Irial sighed as he looked at Lux, who had no recollection of the god of gamblers from the heavenly domain. "It seems that the damage to your soul is quite severe," Irial said. "You didn't reincarnate properly. This is why your current body and your soul are not synchronized and you keep fainting." "They're not compatible." Lux frowned as he listened to Irial's words. "Huh, what are you talking about? Are you sure you're not talking to the wrong person? Does the name Lucian ring any bells to you?" "Lucian? Who's that? My name is Lux." Irial smiled bitterly when he realized that Lux had no recollection of anything prior to his rebirth. He was like a slate that had been wiped clean. "Looks like I have to start from the beginning," Irial thought. He then looked at the red-haired boy in front of him, who his best friend had chosen to take a gamble with. "Nay, Lux, do you want to enter Elysium?" Irial asked. "I do," Lux answered, "but I don't have the qualifications to survive in that world." Irial nodded. "True. The current you will just die a miserable and pitiful death if you enter Elysium now. However, what if I told you that I could help you meet the requirements to set foot in that world that you've always dreamed of?" Lux narrowed his eyes as he focused his attention on Irial, who was looking back at him with a sad expression. "What do I have to do in return?" Lux asked. He knew that there was no free lunch in the world. Although he didn't feel any kind of malice coming from Irial, he was still someone Lux had met for the first time. He couldn't possibly put his trust in a stranger so easily, right? "What I want you to do is struggle," Irial answered. "Struggle to the bitter end. Regardless of whether you become a hero or a demon lord, all I ask is that you do everything in your power to live. Can you promise me that?" "That's it, yes." "You're not going to ask me to give you my soul when I die." It was at that moment a smile appeared on Irial's face. "Well, if you want to give me your soul, I can accept that too," Irial said in a teasing tone. "Do you want to?" "No way." Lux firmly shook his head. "I hear that those who sold their souls to the devil all had untimely ends. I don't want to suffer the same fate." Irial smirked as he waved his hand. Suddenly, Lux found himself standing on top of a clear blue sea that reflected the blue sky above. Before Lux could even do anything, he heard Irial's voice behind him. "This is a special domain I have created," Irial said. "In here, no one will be able to hear our conversation. We don't have to worry about prying gods who have too much time on their hands. I'm sure that you have a lot of questions, but sadly I can't answer them all. My time in this world is limited, so for now please listen to my explanation." "Okay," Lux nodded his head. He wasn't sure where he was, but he had a feeling that if he didn't obey Irial's words, he would be stuck in this strange place for a very long time. First, let me help you recover your memory, Irial stated as he pressed his hand on Lux's head. A few seconds later, Lux's pain screams spread throughout the beautiful blue world that Irial had created. Irial didn't bat an eye as he continued to pour his divinity through his hand in order to repair the memories that Lux had forgotten. Several minutes later, the red-headed boy panted on top of the blue sea, staring at his own reflection. Do you remember now? Irial asked as he crouched down beside Lux. I do, Lux answered as he panted for breath. The Heaven's Gate Project Max and Hymia. Irial nodded. Because of the cannon's malfunction, your soul suffered irreparable damage. Do you remember anything after you were shot from the cannon? No, I see. Irial rubbed his chin as he pondered his next move. After Lux regained his composure, the god of games eyed him with a serious expression. Okay, before anything else, let me tell you how you were born in this world, Irial said. After your soul survived its long journey, it didn't have the ability to be reborn the natural way. This is why the divinity that Max gave you decided to look for the best next substitute to comply with your character settings. Since a normal rebirth was impossible, your soul merged with the body of a newly born, a newly dead baby half-elf. That is the current vessel that you are possessing right now. Irial patted Lux's shoulder, making the red-headed boy look back at the god of games in disbelief. I know, it's hard to believe, but it's the truth and nothing but the truth, Irial stated. This is also the reason why you sometimes feel disconnected from your body. Every time you exert your will, your body rejects you. The reason for this is because your body and soul are not synchronized properly. Don't worry, I will fix that problem. Right here, right now. Irial tapped his finger on Lux's forehead and the boy's body stiffened. It was at that moment a series of words appeared inside his head, surprising Lux. Starting body and soul synchronization. Incompatibility ratio is 78. Looking for solution. Solution found, looking for compatible body physique. Compatible body physique found, immortal conqueror's legacy. Synchronizing with special body physique. Synchronization rate 1. Synchronization rate 18. Synchronization rate 39. Synchronization rate 78. Synchronization rate 100. Ding, congratulations. Immortal Conqueror's legacy had been set to become your primary body constitution. Blazing fire engulfed Lux's body and instantly incinerated his clothes until nothing was left. The red-headed boy started to panic because he thought that he was going to be burned alive. However, after flailing his hands for half a minute, he realized that he wasn't feeling any kind of burning pain. Instead, he felt a soothing pleasure wash over his body. It was a very surreal feeling that he couldn't put into words. All he knew was that every fiber of his being was rejoicing as they were born anew, shedding their weak and pathetic selves behind them. When the blaze disappeared, Lux's body appeared sitting cross-legged in the air with his eyes closed. He was basking in the afterglow of his rebirth and trying to understand the changes that happened inside his body. In the past, whenever he tried to do anything, his body felt heavy as if it was weighed down with stones. There were also minor delays when he executed actions. Growing up, he thought that it was a normal thing, but now things have changed. He no longer felt burdened. The invisible shackles that held him back had all disappeared. He felt that if he challenged the trial again, he had an 80% chance of succeeding. When Lux opened his eyes, the happiness he felt was evident on his face. Irial smiled in satisfaction after seeing that Lux's rebirth succeeded. Now take out your soul book and see the changes that have been made to your body, Irial urged. Lux nodded and summoned his soul book. Every person in the world of Sale could summon their soul books to check their progress. Only the owner of the soul book would be able to see their stats. Of course, others could see them as well if the owner gave them his permission. Skill Evolution X. This ability will allow you to evolve your skills once. Certain requirements must be met in order to evolve the skill of your choosing. Immortal Conqueror's Legacy. Rating F. Progress 100. Conquest is not all about claiming lands and expanding your domain. True conquest is conquering the hearts of people. Once you gain their loyalty, the path to dominion will open its doors for you. Abilities none. Note, upgrading your special constitution will allow you to unlock its abilities. Lux stared at his soul book with excitement. Although his stats had remained the same, he acquired a special ability as well as a body constitution that he never had before. After reading the information in his soul book, Lux held Irial's hand and thanked him profusely for what he had done for him. Irial could only smile at Lux's passionate act of gratitude. Lux, I think you're having a very big misunderstanding here, Irial replied. Those abilities were rightfully yours from the start. However, due to what happened in the heavenly domain, your soul was damaged. preventing you from using the blessings that my best friend, manhwarecaps, had bestowed upon you. I am merely setting the record straight. Lux still held Irial's hand firmly as he stared at the boy's gray eyes that held a kind of maturity that didn't match his young appearance. Even so, without your help, the legacy that Max has left me would have been all for naught, Lux stated. If you need anything from me, just say the word and I'll do my best to achieve it. Irial glanced at the hands that were holding his own. It had been a while since a human had touched him, and a complicated feeling rose in his heart. Don't worry. I have a task for you to do, Irial said as he raised his head to stare at Lux's light green eyes. But for that to happen, you need to get the qualifications to enter Elysium. Even if your body has now synchronized with your soul, you are far too weak to accomplish anything in that world. I also know that you're starting late when compared to your peers, so I'm going to give you a freebie as well to help you catch up, Irial said as he summoned a golden ticket in his hand. Are you familiar with gacha games? Gacha games. Lux blinked. Are you talking about those games where people gamble with their savings in order to get those super rare characters and weapons in order to become strong? Those P2W players pay to win. Those bastards who use money to brute force their way into clearing the game and challenging F2P free to play players in PvP and trash talk them when they win. Bruh, chill out. The saltiness in you is strong. It's not their fault that they're rich, okay? What is wrong with spending money on gacha games? I'm an F2P, you know. I believe that you don't have to spend anything to enjoy a game. We demand equality. Irial looked at Lux with a pitiful gaze. Although he didn't say any word, his another salty F2P player gaze made the red-headed boy's liver itch. Well, anyway, the reason why I asked is because this golden ticket in my hand will allow you to do a free pull on a gacha draw, Irial said. Of course, since this is a golden ticket, you're guaranteed to get one SSR weapon, artifact, or character. You're giving it to me for free. Lux stared at the golden ticket like a hungry beast. Only those who had played gacha games would understand how tempting it was to get a free gacha draw with a guaranteed SSR item. Yes, Irial nodded. I'm sure that you already know that there are 3 types of rarity that you can get from gacha games. Rare R, Super Rare SR, and Super Super Rare SSR. If we are going to convert the rarity of these items to the terms used in your world, they would be called rare, unique, and mythical. Just like normal gacha games, these items correspond to colors as well, which are blue, purple, and gold respectively. The good news about these items is that you can use them inside and outside Elysium. Now here is your golden ticket. The god of games handed the ticket to Lux, and the latter held it with both hands. He stared at it for a while before shifting his gaze back to Irial, who had his arms crossed over his chest. Can I use it now? Lux asked. Of course, Irial replied with a smile. The red-headed boy pressed his hands together in a prayer with the golden ticket between them. After finishing his prayer, he threw the golden ticket in the air and looked at it with expectation. The golden ticket glowed brightly and turned into a golden orb of light. Suddenly, the orb shattered, and 10 smaller orbs of different colors descended from the sky. They stopped 2 meters away from Lux and hovered around him, forming an encirclement. Lux looked around him and saw 5 blue orbs, 3 purple orbs, and 2 golden orbs. As a gacha gamer, the first things he checked were, of course, the 2 golden orbs that contained mythical items. When his hand touched one of the golden orbs, it immediately changed its shape and transformed into a golden book with intricate design. A series of texts appeared in Lux's vision as he read the information about the mythical item that he had acquired. Elysium Grand Compendium. Rarity Mythical. This book contains important information about Elysium, information about monster drops and their locations, information on treasure chests scattered around the world, complete list of herbs, complete list of metals, complete list of precious gems, complete list of ingredients and miscellaneous materials, expert's guide to managing villages, towns, cities, beginner's guide to crafting, beginner's guide to alchemy, beginner's guide to blacksmithing. This item is soulbound to Lux von Kaiser. You got really lucky with that one, Irial commented as he floated beside Lux. This compendium is like a walkthrough of Elysium. If the humans and other races knew that you had this in your possession, they would definitely send all available manpower to snatch this from your hands. A walkthrough. Lux scratched his head. You make it sound like this is a game. Only games have walkthroughs. Irial smirked. Life is a game. Knowledge is power. If you can use this compendium properly, you will be amazed at how fast you can progress when you enter Elysium. Lux could only nod his head in response to Irial's words. He still hadn't stepped inside that strange world, so his knowledge of it was limited. With the compendium in his possession, the knowledge he lacked would no longer be a problem. Okay, time for the next item, Lux said softly as he pressed his hand over the other golden orb beside him. The orb glowed brightly before transforming into a black coffin with a golden cross embedded in its cover. Lux's body unconsciously shuddered as he looked at the black coffin that was standing upright in front of him. He was about to run away due to fright when he felt Irial's small hand press down on his shoulder, holding him in place. Relax, that coffin is empty, Irial said. He then looked at the black coffin in front of them with a complicated expression on his face. Seriously, I don't know if you are lucky or unlucky to get this thing. What kind of item is it? Lux asked. Irial sighed. It will be best if you read the information instead of asking me. Lux reluctantly nodded his head as he looked at the black coffin to read its information. He had been too scared a while ago and completely forgotten to appraise the item he received from the golden ticket. Blackfire Oath of Eternal Glory. Rarity Mythical. Creatures in Storage 04. Requirements to use Transformation Ability 400 combined stat points. This coffin could store any humanoid-type creature and randomly transform them into higher undead, fairies, nymphs, elementals, or celestials. Only dead or near-death creatures with complete bodies can be stored inside the coffin for transformation. Rates of transformation for each creature are as follows. If your creature transformed into a vampire and you have sacrificed a beast core with high rarity, there is a chance that the vampire will transform into a vampire lord. All transformed creatures will be loyal to you. Each creature that you transform has a 25% chance to obtain the ability to evolve. This will allow them to become stronger and surpass their current forms, once certain requirements are met. The Blackfire can only hold 4 creatures at a time. If the number of creatures exceeds that number, you will be given an option to remove 1 creature from the storage. Creatures that have been removed from the storage would be freed from the owner's control. Their loyalty may or may not stay depending on their personality. If any of the creatures you own die in battle, you can revive them by offering a number of beast cores depending on their rank. The stronger the creature, the higher that offering will be. This item is soulbound to Lux von Kaiser. Isn't this item a little too op? Lux thought as he stared at the black coffin that was floating in front of him. Although he couldn't use it right now because his stats didn't meet the requirements, he was confident that once he was able to use this artifact, his offensive capabilities would drastically increase. Even though there was a limitation to the number of creatures that it could store, it didn't change the fact that it would allow Lux to have strong allies that would help him on his journey through the world of Elysium. It is indeed a good artifact, Irial commented, but you still need to reach a certain threshold before you can use it, so work hard. Lux nodded. He then looked at the purple orbs of light that were glowing around him. Choosing one at random, a black sword appeared with runic symbols embedded on its blade. The red-headed boy swung it a few times to test it out. He had held wooden swords before during training. Although he wasn't an expert swordsman, he still knew the basics of wielding a weapon. Everyone in the stronghold was expected to enter Elysium, so they had basic combat training at an early age. Unfortunately, due to his fainting habit, Lux's progress was the slowest of all. Surprisingly, the sword in his hand wasn't as heavy as he expected. Although it was slightly heavier than a wooden sword, the balance was perfect. Lux then checked the information of the sword in his hand with great expectations. Oathbreaker, Dark Blade of Eternity. Rarity unique. One-handed sword. Requirement 100 combined stats. Attack 100-145 dark damage. Physical skills deal 20 more damage, has a 10 chance to trigger double damage with each attack. This ability works with skills as well. Not bad, Lux muttered as he once again appreciated the weapon in his hand. After checking the sword's information, he opened all the purple orbs to see what other kinds of items they held. Although the purple items weren't as amazing as the golden orbs, they were still strong in their own right. Storage Ring of Travelers. Rarity unique. Item slot 0300. This storage ring allows you to store up to 300 items. You cannot store living things inside the ring. The size and shape of items must not be taller than 2 meters and not wider than 1 square meter. This ring has an independent storage for gold coins and Elysium gold coins. The maximum number of gold coins that can be stored in this ring is 10 million. Skill Book of Necromancy. Rarity unique. Type Skill Book consumable. Requirement Dark Magic Affinity. Allows you to learn necromancy magic. Only those who have an affinity with dark magic will be able to learn the arts of necromancy. Magic affinity, Lux muttered. He suddenly remembered that his magic affinity still hadn't been tested because he didn't meet the requirements to enter Elysium. Everyone born in the world of Saleh had the opportunity to learn skills by consuming beast cores inside Elysium. The only problem was that they could only learn the skills that matched their affinity. There was simply no way for someone to cast the skill Fireball if they didn't have affinity with fire magic. Fortunately, those that weren't born with any affinities were still able to learn certain skills that fell under the non-elemental category. Skills like slash, long jump, and power shot were all non-elemental skills. These skills could be learned by anyone, hence they were often called universal skills. Some powerful skills that could be obtained from beast cores had a very low chance of being acquired. There were even rumors that learning skills also depended on a person's luck. Skill books could also be found on Elysium, but they are very rare. Most of them were found inside treasure chests and auctioned at very high prices. Right, you still haven't checked your affinity. Irial smiled. This is a good opportunity to do so. However, since the things you acquired in the gacha were due to my golden ticket, there's a high chance that you are capable of wielding dark magic. The god of games took out a white crystal ball and presented it to Lux. Touch it, Irial said. Usually affinities are decided by your body constitution, and you acquired the Immortal Conqueror's legacy physique, so I'm curious to know the results. Lux placed his hand over the white crystal ball. A few seconds later, the crystal ball glowed and shot out a beam of light. A projection of 5 glowing orbs of different colors appeared in front of Lux and Irial, and the god of games smirked after seeing it. One dark orb surrounded by 4 smaller ones appeared in their vision. As expected of an immortal legacy, Irial commented, well, as you can see, your main attribute is dark magic. With this you will have no issue learning that necromancy skill book. You also have lesser affinities to fire, wind, earth, and water. This means that you can use low level up to mid-tier elemental magic of the 4 elements. I'm guessing that these lesser affinities of yours will get a boost once you upgrade your body constitution. If you don't die after entering Elysium, then your future is very bright. This is good, Lux said with a smile. This means that I will not have trouble learning other skills related to the 4 elements. I hit the jackpot, Irial nodded. He couldn't deny that Lux had indeed hit the jackpot when he randomly acquired the Immortal Conqueror's legacy as his body constitution. Now it's time for the blue orbs. Lux grinned as he touched all of them at the same time. Tranquility, Call of the Wolf. Rarity rares. One-handed sword. Attack 1520. Allows you to summon 1 forest wolf to aid you in battle. Forest wolf. Health 50. Attack 510. Dawn charm of timeless battles. Rarity rares. Round shield. Requirement strength 10. Defense 50. You can use the skills Shield Bash and Shield Throw when Dawn is equipped. Shield Bash. Deals 10-15 physical damage to your target. Has a chance to stun. Shield Throw. Deals 10-15 physical damage to your target. When using this skill, the shield will be treated as a throwing weapon and won't automatically return to its owner. Harmony. Rarity rares. Magic Staff. Requirement Intelligence 10. Magic damage increase by 5. Able to use the skill Magic Missile. Magic Missile. Fires 5 magical darts at the enemies. Damage is equivalent to the intelligence stat of the caster. Dagger of Frost. Rarity rares. Dagger. Attack 10-15 frost damage. Allows you to use the skill Ice Slash. Ice Slash. Deals 20-25 frost AoE cone damage to creatures that are within 5 meters away from the user. Has a chance of freezing the user's enemy for 5 seconds. Skill cooldown 2 minutes. Wolf's Leather Armor. Defense 20. Pierce and slashing damage reduced by 10. Lux grinned from ear to ear after seeing the items that he acquired from the golden ticket. With these items in hand, although he was starting late among his peers, he knew that he would be able to catch up to them in time. Wait for me, Elysium, Lux said softly as he stored all the items he obtained inside his storage ring. My legend is about to begin. After dinner, Lux hurriedly went to the training room inside their residence and locked the door. His grandma, Vera, didn't find this strange because Lux would train every day, regardless of the time of the day. Vera's only condition was that Lux would train inside their residence when night came, so she wouldn't have to go look for him in the fields. After making sure that the door was properly locked, Lux took the necromancy skill book from his storage ring and pressed it over his head. Soon the skill book turned into particles of light and flew towards Lux's forehead. Information about necromancy appeared inside his mind, and the young boy immersed himself in the indescribable feeling of enlightenment which he was experiencing for the first time. So this is how it feels to learn skills, Lux thought with a smile. Skill books were different from the skills that one could learn from beast cores. The skills that could be learned from beast cores were skills that the monster possessed. Skill books, on the other hand, could let you learn a single spell, or a set of spells that belonged under a legacy. Legacies often consisted of many spells under one branch of magic. For example, the necromancy skill book allowed anyone to learn basic necromancy magic, up to advanced necromancy magic. This meant that Lux didn't have to hunt specific monsters in order to gain spells that fell under the necromancy branch of magic. This was why skill books fetched for a high price, especially in auction houses. Anyone who was lucky enough to acquire one was set for life. After learning necromancy, Lux summoned his soul book and opened it to the page where the different skills he had learned could be found. Since it was his first time learning a skill, he decided to read its information properly so he would have a better understanding as to how the skill worked. Necromancy. Use the unholy power to summon the undead, and use curses to weaken your enemies. Basic summoning skill unlocked. Summon golem locked. Requirement: Apostle rank D curses locked. Requirement: Apostle rank D intermediate skills locked. Requirement: Initiate rank, advanced skills locked. Requirement: D ranker. Basic summoning skills. Summon skeleton. Rating F. Energy 5. Progress 0-100. You can increase the progression rating when you use beast cores to upgrade this skill. Summons one skeleton to fight for you. Summon duration 1 hour. Skill cooldown 5 minutes. Skeleton. Health 10. Attack K 1-5. Attack type physical damage. Skill evolution X detected a new skill. Since the skill is learned from a skill book and not from a beast core, evolution requirements will be waived. Choose which path of evolution you wish to take. Option 1, summon 2 skeletons to fight for you instead of 1. Option 2, upgrade summon skeleton skill to summon skeleton warrior. Option 3, give your first skeleton a name. Named creatures will be stronger and more intelligent than normal ones. Also, you can upgrade your named creature individually if you wish it. My skill can be upgraded because of my skill evolution X. Lux's eyes widened in shock and joy at this unexpected discovery. Doesn't this mean that I can upgrade all my skills by one stage once I have unlocked their requirements? Amazing. Lux looked at the 3 options carefully. The first and second options were good because he could understand what they meant. However, the third option baffled Lux. He didn't know what named creatures were and what kind of abilities they possessed. Even so, he still felt that the third option was the best choice among the 3. If you are unsure about certain terms in regards to skill, you can always consult the Elysium Compendium for more details. A lively voice spoke from behind Lux, which made the latter jump in fright. Iriel, don't scare me like that. Lux gasped as his hand pressed over his chest in an attempt to regain his calm. Bro, you almost gave me a heart attack. Bro, Iriel looked at Lux with amusement. This is the first time someone has called me a bro. Fine, I'll make an exemption this time and allow you to refer to me as such. Now go on and check what a named creature is. Lux nodded and summoned the Elysium Grand Compendium. As soon as he held the book in his hands, its pages automatically started to turn before they stopped at a certain page. The red-headed boy looked at the page and was surprised to see that it had stopped on the page with the information on named creatures. Named creatures. These are creatures that have been bestowed names by their masters. Creatures who were bestowed names are more powerful than the monsters of the same species and level. They also learn special skills that are exclusive to them. Named creatures also have the ability to evolve and transform into more powerful forms once they meet the necessary requirements. A named creature will always be loyal to its master. After reading the information about named creatures, Lux shifted his gaze to his soul book and confidently chose the third option to name a creature. You have chosen to give your first skeleton a name. Please choose a name. Lux rubbed his chin as he ran a series of names inside his head. He knew how important names were, and he was blessed to have been given good names in both of his lifetimes. Because of this, he decided to give his first companion a name that would make anyone tremble whenever they heard it. Diablo, Lux said softly. From now on, your name will be Diablo. You have chosen the name Diablo as the name for your first skeleton. Is this your final answer? Yes, no. Lux clicked yes to confirm his answer. As soon as he did, particles of light appeared in front of him, and from there, a skeleton emerged. The skeleton stood at 174 centimeters 57, and its bones were extremely white. On its forehead, some kind of mark that resembled a black flame could be seen easily. Lux opened Diablo's personal page in his soul book and checked its information. Diablo. Finally a worthy opponent. Our battle will be legendary, named Skeleton. Rating F+. Energy 10. Progress 0-100. Health 15. Attack 310. Attack type ethereal damage. Title Firstborn. Diablo is your first named creature and has been bestowed the title Firstborn. this named creature has gained the ability to evolve, Firstborn. Regardless of what happens in the future, this named creature will be forever loyal to you. Attacks made by this creature have a high chance of dealing critical damage. All attacks made by this creature will deal ethereal damage. Ethereal damage ignores armor and other kinds of defensive equipment. When you use beast cores to upgrade Diablo, its effects would be boosted by 50. Note, congratulations, you got your first lackey. Yo-ho-ho, here we go. Lux nodded his head in appreciation. He felt that he made the right choice after choosing the third option and giving his first skeleton a name. After the naming was completed, the red-headed boy checked the other basic summoning skills that were available to him. Summon Skeleton Archer. Rating Dice. Energy 10. Progress 0-100. You can increase the progression rating when you use beast cores to upgrade the skill. Requirement: Summon Skeleton Rating C. Summons 1 Skeleton Archer to fight for you. Summon duration 1 hour. Skill cooldown 5 minutes, Skeleton Archer. Health 20. Attack 310. Attack type physical damage. Summon Skeletal Maid. Rating C. Energy 20. Progress 0-100. You can increase the progression rating when you use beast cores to upgrade the skill. Requirement: Skeleton Archer Rating A. Summons 1 Skeleton Mage to fight for you. Summon duration 1 hour. Skill cooldown 5 minutes, Skeleton Mage. Health 50. Attack 515. Attack type elemental damage. Summon Skeleton Archer and summon Skeleton Mage, Lux muttered. Not bad, but this makes upgrading them more troublesome. Lux scratched his head as he looked at the requirements of his 2 other summoning skills. He could already imagine the amount of resources that he would need to upgrade Diablo, as well as the Summon Skeleton skill. Since both of them were separate skills, upgrading them at the same time was not ideal. In the beginning, Lux was aware of how hard it was to gain beast cores. Those who passed the Stronghold's entry test to Elysium would gain the right to enter the beginner's area. Inside this beginner's area were low-level creatures and common monsters that those who were 12 years old and above could practice on in order to refine their fighting abilities. When these creatures were killed, there was a 10% chance that they would drop a beast core. When using a beast core, people would be given 2 options by their soul books. The first one was to upgrade their personal stats. Depending on the rarity of the beast core, they could gain up to 100 points once it was consumed. The beast cores of low-tier beasts usually give a 10% chance to gain a skill exclusive to the creature that was slain. Aside from that, one could also gain 1 to 2 stat points that could be allocated freely. The second option was to upgrade skills. When one upgraded skills, the progress bar of the skill would rise until it reached 100 progression. The skill would then become more powerful, and might even lead to a mutation that could unlock a more powerful version of the original skill. This was similar to Lux's skill Evolution X, but this instance only happened at a very, very low probability. Usually when people upgraded their skills, they would only have their skill's performance improved. This was why the skill that Lux acquired from the god of gamblers was a skill that would make everyone in the world of Saleh feel extremely envious. An ability that could evolve any kind of skill was unheard of. If this was made public, many powerful factions would fight to have Lux under their wing or eliminated to prevent a future powerhouse from threatening their rule. Lux didn't think about these things because he had a more troublesome problem at hand. He felt conflicted if he should upgrade his stats first or his skills first. This question had plagued countless people soon after they had entered Elysium for the first time. The line drawn between internal and external strength had long been a subject of debate for rankers. Only those that were born without any affinities would focus on enhancing their stats instead of relying on skills to become stronger. Iriel, what should I do? Lux asked. Should I upgrade my stats first or Diablo's? That's the choice you need to make, Lux, Iriel replied. For now, you should think of what to do in the morning. Since you just failed the recent entrance test to Elysium, the leader of this stronghold, Gerald, will not allow you to take the test anytime soon. He doesn't want others to think that he is playing favorites, so you will have to wait a year to take Elysium's entrance exam again. I can't wait that long, Lux stuttered. Now that he had unlocked his body's potential, as well as learned a skill, not being able to go to Elysium would drive him crazy. Iriel nodded in understanding. How about this? I will lend you an artifact that will allow you to travel to a beginner's area that is located far away from territory that belongs to Wildguard Fortress in Elysium. This way, not only will you be able to access Elysium, no one will be able to recognize you as well. What do you think about this proposal of mine? I accept, Lux answered in a heartbeat. He was afraid that Iriel would take back his offer if he didn't answer right away. Irial chuckled and looked at the overexcited youngster who was holding himself back from hugging him to oblivion. Okay, take this. Irial presented a black ring to Lux. This ring is called the Ring of Arendite. It will take you to the Arendite territory, which is located at the far south of Elysium. Ah, before I forget, do you know how big Elysium is? According to Grandma, Elysium is as big as this world. Correct. But do you know how big this world is? Lux blinked as he gave Irial a random answer. As big as Earth. Irial chuckled after hearing Lux's answer. He then gave the young boy a mischievous smile as he asked another question. Is Earth big? Irial asked. Yes, Lux replied. Then is Jupiter bigger than Earth? It is bigger. Lux was aware that Jupiter was the biggest planet in the solar system. However, he didn't know just how big it was. Sale is the same size as Jupiter, Irial stated. Do you know how many Earths you can fit inside Jupiter? I don't know. The answer is almost 1,300 Earths. Sale and Elysium are that big. So when I told you that this ring would allow you to enter the southern area of Elysium, it meant that you would be several Earths away from the Wildguard stronghold. Lux's jaw hung open, because he didn't expect that the world he was living on was that big. A planet that could fit almost 1,300 Earths was beyond his understanding. When Irial asked him if the Earth was big, he had answered yes. Now that he knew that Sale was as big as Jupiter, he realized that he would be hundreds of thousands of miles away from home. Is it possible to travel from Arendite to the territory of Wildguard in Elysium? Lux inquired. Definitely, Irial answered with confidence. However, the path will be extremely dangerous. Elysium has just recently opened, and the races of this world have only explored the tip of the iceberg. Even if they were given 1,000 years, there would still be many unexplored regions waiting for the brave to discover. Also, the places you can enter are only the beginner areas. If you really want to go to this stronghold's territory in Elysium, it will be far safer to wait a year and take the test once again. Wouldn't it be better to give everyone a big surprise when they find out that you become so strong after staying at home for a year? Irial's playful words struck Lux's heartstrings. He could already see the shock in everyone's expressions after he took the next test, alongside the other 12-year-olds. As Lux was thinking of showing off an amazing performance in the future, he remembered his grandma's worried expression during dinner. His sudden silence confused Irial, and the god of games thought that Lux was getting cold feet. Because of this, he decided to encourage the red-headed boy that everything was going to be fine. It's just a year of waiting, Irial said. After you pass the test with flying colors, your friends and the adults here in the stronghold will definitely see you in a better light. Lux shook his head because that was not what he was thinking. Irial, can I tell my grandma about this? Lux asked. Since I will be going to Elysium, I will not be home. She might get worried and look for me everywhere. Knowing Grandma, she would turn this land upside down just to find me. Irial frowned as he crossed his arms over his chest. There were several issues with Lux's suggestion, and it might lead to complications later. However, he also couldn't rule out the consequences of what would happen if Lux disappeared for a very long time. Although he hadn't passed the test to enter Elysium, everyone in the stronghold cared about Lux. If the red-headed boy suddenly disappeared, it would certainly cause a commotion, and it might lead to headache-inducing scenarios. If Lux and Irial wanted to avoid this problem, they needed to bring Lux's grandma, Vera, in their inner circle. Lux nodded. Good. If possible, Lux didn't want to hide anything from his grandma. She was the only family he had ever known, and Vera had taken care of him since he was a baby. There was a certain trust between them that couldn't be spoken through words. This was also why Vera gave Lux her silent approval for wanting to train in secret in order to follow his dream to enter Elysium. Vera looked at her grandson with a serious expression on her face. She had known that Lux had wanted to go to Elysium to prove that he wasn't useless, but Vera had never treated him as someone who was. For her, Lux was a child that filled her lonely world with colors. Although he wasn't the healthiest of individuals, he would do his best in order to help her in any way that he could. If possible, Vera didn't want Lux to go to Elysium because she was afraid that the boy's life would be endangered. Lux, I know that you really wanted to become a warrior, Vera said softly, but even if your heart wills it, your body is not strong enough to see it through. Vera wanted to say that Lux didn't have to think about anything else and just live a happy and comfortable life, but she held these words back. She knew more than anything else what her grandson wanted to do in life. Grandma, I know that you love me and want only the best for me, Lux replied. Also, I know that it is hard for you to believe me, but my body is now healed. I will no longer faint if I stress my body too much. Vera shook her head firmly. Lux, life is very precious. I will not let you enter Elysium until I personally see with my own eyes that what you are telling me is the truth. However, this will also be the last time. If you fail to convince me, you will no longer insist on going to Elysium. Do we have a deal? Do I have your word, Grandma? When have I ever lied to you? Lux breathed a sigh of relief. He grew up being spoiled by his grandma, and the latter treated him with great care. Although they'd had several arguments in the past in regards to his dreams to go to Elysium, Vera had never rejected his dream and allowed him to train as much as he could. "Grandma, I'd like to introduce you to someone," Lux said. "He is the one that helped cure my body." "Don't tell me it's another one of those quack doctors you invited in the past." Vera's face became stern. "How many times have you been conned by people into buying those random potions that only made you sick? Have you not learned your lesson?" Lux coughed lightly because he couldn't refute his grandma's words. In the past, he had bought some shady strengthening tonics from the merchants that passed through their stronghold. Although these tonics looked good on the outside, their effects were horrible, causing Lux to suffer from rashes or fever for a few days. "Don't worry, Grandma, this time it's not a quack." Lux patted his chest with confidence. "In fact, he also came here to personally talk to you. He wanted to talk to me." Vera frowned. "Where is he?" "In my room." "Lux, did you just invite a random stranger inside our house while I was away?" Vera's steady gaze made Lux feel like he was suffering from constipation. However, he gritted his teeth in order to take control of the situation. "Grandma, let me just introduce him to you first," Lux said. "If he's really a suspicious quack, feel free to whack his head silly." Vera reluctantly nodded her head and made a gesture for Lux to fetch the person that healed his body. She had already decided that if the quack was planning to hurt her grandson, she would strangle him and feed his body to the crocodiles in the river. A few minutes later, a child, who seemed to be around 12 years old, followed behind Lux with a smile. Vera was surprised because she didn't expect that the person that Lux was talking about was actually a boy younger than him. Suddenly, Vera's expression became serious as she stared at the young boy with dark blue hair and gray eyes. She was a warrior, so it was fairly easy for her to notice even the smallest of things when it came to people. The first thing that alarmed her was that she couldn't sense the blue-haired boy's presence. It was as if the one following Lux was not a person, but just a passing breeze. The second thing she noticed were the boy's eyes. Those eyes didn't belong to someone young, but a wise person that seemed to have lived for many years, a high ranker. Vera thought as she extended her senses towards the boy who was now sitting in front of her. "Good day. My name is Irial, and I am the one that helped Lux fix his body," Irial said with a smile. "Before anything else, I would just like to say that I am no quack doctor. Lux is already healed, and although his body still hasn't reached the standards to enter Elysium, it is no longer burdened by its past weakness. If he trains properly, then going to the newbie area will not be an issue." "Are you a ranker?" Vera asked. "What is your rank?" Irial blinked once then twice before realization hit him. "Well, I'm not really a ranker," Irial replied, "but if it will make you feel any better, you can think of me as one." Vera narrowed her eyes. She didn't believe that someone like Irial would randomly choose to help someone. There was no free lunch in this world, and she was sure that the blue-haired boy had some hidden agenda. Lux must have something he wants, Vera thought. "I better get rid of him before he can do something to my grandson." Such scary thoughts, Irial commented with a smile. "I swear by my name that I have no evil intentions in regards to Lux. If I planned something so sinister, I would not have gone out of my way to meet with you, right?" Vera's pupils shrank when she realized that the other person could read her thoughts. This was not the first time she had met someone with this ability. She had her fair share of fighting against these kinds of people in Sale and Elysium. The one thing that they all had in common was that all of them were troublesome opponents. "Please, can't we have a proper discussion without you thinking of ways to kill me?" Irial said with a bitter smile. "I came here to tell you that I will take Lux to Elysium with me and train him for a year. After that, he will take the test here in the Wildguard stronghold so he can join your faction inside Elysium. Take him to Elysium." Vera raised an eyebrow. "You're already a ranker. You can't possibly enter the newbie area." Irial briefly nodded his head in agreement. "There are laws in Elysium that divide the lands that people can explore depending on their ranks. However, I can bypass these laws and go anywhere unhindered. But we both know that you won't allow Lux to go to Elysium unless he has proven himself capable of surviving by himself, right?" "Yes," Vera answered. "Well then, since both of us are in agreement, how about we all go on a little trip outside this stronghold?" Irial proposed. "That way you will be able to see with your own eyes if your beloved grandson had the qualifications to go to Elysium or not." Vera didn't reply right away. Instead, she looked at her grandson who was giving her a pleading gaze. After a brief inner battle, Vera sighed and reluctantly nodded her head. "Very well," Vera said. "We will leave at first light. I want to see if my grandson is really cured of his sickness. If you can show me that he has the means to survive in Elysium, then I will allow him to go there. However, if you're lying to me, I don't care who you are or where you are from. I will ensure that you never see my grandson again. Do I make myself clear?" Irial smiled and nodded his head. Vera's threats had no meaning to him, but he could understand how much she cared about Lux. Although the general plan had been derailed from the start, he was still happy that the candidate they had chosen was well loved by his foster family. Vera, Lux, and Irial sat on top of the white hippopotamus, Sophie, as they traveled along the river. This was not the first time that Vera had taken Lux on a journey with her, so he was quite familiar with the landmarks that they were passing. After traveling for half a day, the white hippopotamus swam towards the riverbank. After walking up to land, Vera, Lux, and Irial dismounted from her back and observed their surroundings. "Where are we, Grandma?" Lux asked. This was the first time that he had stepped into this place, and he was not sure why Vera had brought him here alongside Irial. "This place is called the Westmole Valley," Vera answered. "This is a place where both common and ranked monsters can be found. Don't worry, the strongest monsters here are ranked 2 monsters. As long as you don't go deep inside the valley, your chances of meeting them are slim." Lux gulped because according to the knowledge he had, ranked 2 monsters were as strong as grade C apostles. In Saleh, there were various ranks to measure the strength of an individual. Only those that had stepped on the apostle rank were considered individuals that had surpassed the limits of mortality. Those who had become apostles were eligible to enter the intermediate area of Elysium. It was also where stronger monsters and richer resources could be found. Children who were 12 and above were given the opportunity to enter the beginner area of Elysium, where common monsters, like the horned rabbit, could be found anywhere. This was the place where they could hone their combat abilities, in preparation to step into the apostle rank. Since Lux was not allowed to enter Elysium, Vera could only take him to a similar environment where common monsters could be found. This was the only way for her to gauge whether Lux and Irial were lying to her. "Come, let us make camp," Vera ordered as she took out a large tent from her storage ring. Lux happily helped his grandma prepare the tent because it had been a few years since they had gone on a camping trip together. Even so, he was still very proficient in doing these simple chores because he wanted to be useful to her whenever they left Wildguard's stronghold to visit the nearby towns in their territory. After finishing the tent, Vera started to prepare their lunch. Lux busied himself with practicing his swordsmanship. He was holding the rare weapon, Tranquility, that allowed him to summon a forest wolf to aid him in battle. "Go," Lux shouted as he activated the summon skill. Immediately, a wolf with light brown fur appeared in front of him. Lux gave his grandma a sidelong glance to see her reaction, but the latter didn't even raise her head as she stirred the dish inside the cooking pot. Irial, who saw this scene, chuckled because he knew what Lux was thinking. The god of games was aware of Vera's level, and such a simple display was usually not enough to move her heart, but a tinge of wariness or concern had touched it, and she briefly shifted her eyes from the meal in front of her to her grandson. While weapons with summoning abilities were not that rare in Saleh, anyone who was able to get their hands on one could easily do what Lux had done. Of course, Lux wasn't aware of this. He thought that having a cool weapon was enough to impress his grandma, so her seemingly indifferent reaction made his heart ache. Now, don't be so down." Irial wasn't able to ignore Lux's depressed state, but nor would he reveal the subtle change that had come over Vera when he decided to cheer him up. "Your grandma just wants to know if you're capable of entering Elysium without relying on external strength." Lux scratched his head as he looked up at Irial, who was sitting on a tree branch. "Does that mean I can't summon the forest wolf in Diablo?" "You can," Irial replied. "I'm sure that your grandma will not complain as long as you understand that you shouldn't over-rely on them. I'll give you an example. If you were to fight against a summoner and his powerful summon, who would you attack first?" "The summoner," Lux answered with uncertainty. Irial nodded. "Once the summoner is dealt with, the summon will also disappear." So although a summoned creature is strong, the summoner must also have a way to defend himself. There are beasts with very high intellect. They would directly attack you and ignore your summons if you were to face them in battle. Lux crossed his arms over his chest as he digested Irial's words. He then glanced at the forest wolf, who took a sitting position in front of him. "Should I upgrade my personal stats first and not strengthen Diablo then?" Lux inquired. Irial smirked. "Lux, whether you do or do not, that decision will always be yours to make. Do not rely on others to make the decision for you. No one can decide what to do with your life except you. But I don't know what to do. Can you give me a hint?" Lux pressed his hands together and pleaded. Irial glanced at Vera, who was busy cooking their food. He knew that she was listening to their discussion and testing him to see whether he was indeed a good mentor for Lux or not. Since that was the case, Irial decided to give Lux some tips in order to make him understand the concept of roles in battle. Priests and mages are almost always at the back of the party. Swordsmen, defenders, and close combat professions will always be at the front. Irial explained. Archers will always be somewhere where they could snipe their enemies from a safe distance. Different strokes for different folks. What you need to ask yourself is what role you want to play in the greater scheme of things. Do you plan to go solo, or do you want to team up with others? Since you have learned necromancy, you can have the best of both worlds. Even without people, you can form a party with your summoned creatures. At the mention of necromancy, Vera raised her head and looked at Lux, who was deep in thought. "Lux, is that true? Have you learned necromancy?" Vera asked with a serious expression on her face. "Yes, Grandma," Lux answered. "Show me." "Okay." Lux took a deep breath as he activated the summoned skeleton skill. "Come forth, Diablo," Lux ordered. a magic circle materialized on the ground in front of him. A second later, a white skeleton with a black flame mark on its head appeared holding a bone sword in its hand. Vera frowned because she knew that her grandson didn't have this kind of necromantic ability in the past. In fact, she had been paying close attention, and the boy hadn't shown anything that said he would have this kind of ability today. She was finding it hard to believe how her grandson, who always fainted during critical moments, could have learned necromancy without her knowing it. As Vera appraised the white skeleton, her eyes widened in shock when she noticed something that only experts like her could see at a glance. A named creature. Vera hurriedly approached the skeleton. She then closely appraised it to ensure that her eyes were not deceiving her. How can this be? Vera asked in confusion. How can you have a named creature in your current state? Is this your doing? She finished, turning to face Irial, who was still seated on the tree branch. I only gave him the means, Irial replied. The one that made the choice for his first skeleton to be named was Lux. Vera was aware of how powerful a named creature could be. Unlike other creatures, a named creature could grow strong at a faster rate than others. Also, it possessed unique abilities that set them apart from normal creatures. What do you think, Grandma? Lux patted his chest. Don't you think that I have what it takes to enter Elysium now? Vera glanced at Diablo before shifting her gaze to her grandson. She admitted that having a named creature would greatly help Lux in the long run, but the problem was his short-term progression. Only if you don't faint in battle, Vera ruffled Lux's hair fondly. If you faint, no matter how strong your summon is, it will just disappear into thin air. Don't worry, Grandma, I will not faint anymore. We'll see about that. Irial smiled as he watched the playful banter of the grandmother and grandson pair. Now that Vera had finally acknowledged Lux's potential, all that was left was to see how the red-headed boy was in actual battle. After lunch, Vera led Lux and Irial on the western outskirts of the valley. Every now and then, they would come across common monsters like the horned rabbits, foxes, wild cats, boars, and other beasts that would gaze at them in the distance. Although some of these creatures were aggressive by nature, Vera's presence, as well as that of the white hippopotamus, Sophie, who had shrunk its size to 1/2 meter tall and 1 meter long, made them feel threatened. After walking for an hour, they finally arrived at their destination. Lux frowned because he could hear grunts, screams, and howls coming from the trees in front of them. In fact, some of the trees were even shaking because their residents had been alerted of their presence. This is the territory of the barb-tailed jester monkeys, Vera said. They are just common creatures, but they are notorious for their ability to accurately throw things like rocks and fruits at their enemies. What I want you to do is hunt 10 of them. If you can do this, I will allow you to go to Elysium. However, if you fail, you will not talk about going to Elysium for a year and continue your training at home. Do I make myself clear? Lux nodded. Okay, Grandma. Lux was surprised by his grandma's sudden change of heart. He thought that she would prevent him from going to Elysium completely if he failed her test, but she merely said that he should continue to train at home, which was already a good compromise. Good luck, Irial gave Lux a pat on the shoulder as a form of encouragement. Still, his grandma made things a little difficult for him to pass the test. Although it is not impossible, Lux has to be resourceful if he wants to clear this trial. Don't worry, Lux said with a smile. I got this. Lux took a deep breath before taking a step forward. He was holding his sword, tranquility, and paying close attention to the monkeys, who were jumping up and down on the branches of the trees as they continued to scream at him. Just as Lux was thinking about what to do next, he heard a dull ringing sound in his head. What followed next were rows of text that appeared in front of him, as if they were being carved into the air. Special quest, Vera's trial. Your grandmother asked you to defeat 10 barb-tailed jester monkeys in order to gain her permission to enter Elysium. Rewards 5 free stats points, 10 body constitution points, 10 skill points, a quest. Lux stared at the image in front of him in disbelief. What is this? Some kind of RPG game? Although Lux was confused about what was happening, he decided to put it aside for the time being because he needed to focus on the task at hand. After walking 50 steps forward, the 2-foot-tall monkeys became more agitated as they started jumping from tree branch to tree branch while increasing the decibels of their screeching noises. Suddenly, a nut that was as big as a human's fist came flying in his direction. Lux had already raised his awareness to its limits because he understood that the monkeys were wild creatures and their temperament was on the aggressive side. Because of this, he was able to dodge the nut that was thrown at him with ease. The monkeys seemed to find his dodging amusing, so they all started screeching and clapping their hands like spectators at a theatrical performance. It was also at that moment when Lux saw several monkeys raise their hands in the air in the act of throwing something. Lux's body stiffened when he realized that the monkeys were now going to attack him for real. As soon as this thought came to his mind, several flying projectiles, namely fruit, wooden sticks, and rocks, descended on him like rain. The red-headed boy rolled over to his right side and hid behind a tree in order to shield himself from the barrage of projectiles that were being aimed at him. The monkeys then started to jump from tree to tree in order to encircle Lux and attack him from all directions. SSHT. Lux cursed loudly as he narrowly evaded a rock that was as big as his head that had been thrown from his left side. Diablo, help me, Lux ordered as he summoned his named creature to battle. A white skeleton appeared in front of Lux and slashed at the fruits that were being thrown at its master. Unfortunately, its movements were not that fast, and several of the fruits hit their intended target. Lux saw a couple of numbers pop up above Diablo's head, which he assumed were damages that the skeleton received from the projectiles thrown at him. Diablo. Health 615. Attack 310. Attack type ethereal damage. Lux was alarmed when he saw that Diablo's health points had decreased by more than half and knew that he wouldn't be able to beat the monkeys in his current situation. Because of this, he decided to take a strategic retreat and ran like his pants were on fire. Diablo ran after its master and used its body and weapon to shield Lux from further attacks that came from the monkeys. Only when Lux had escaped to his grandma's side did the monkeys stop their attacks. Vera's glare was more than enough to scare them silly, and the monkeys decided to stop attacking the red-headed boy who was hiding behind her back. Irial chuckled at Lux's comedic performance. Although he didn't have high hopes for him when it came to being able to beat a pack of monkeys, he still believed that the red-headed boy's decision to retreat was wise. Vera, on the other hand, knew that her test was a bit unreasonable. Her true goal was to see if Lux would faint during an intense situation like he usually did. Although she was standing far away, Vera had already made preparations to deflect any attack that would prove lethal to her grandson. What she wanted to teach Lux was that there were times when he would find himself in a disadvantageous situation when he entered an unknown territory for the first time. The beginner's zone might seem like it is a safe place for 12-year-olds, but the truth was, it was a place where they would hone their survival instincts. Several children often died in the beginner zone because they became too confident in their meager abilities. These kids would go to places where monsters lived together and try to eliminate them, only to find themselves vastly outnumbered and fighting with their lives on the line. Although these deaths were unfortunate, the adults could only blame themselves for not teaching their kids properly before they entered the Elysian fields. This was Vera's way of teaching Lux that the place he wanted to go was a very dangerous place, a place where he could lose his life any moment if he was careless in his actions. Do you want to call it a day? Vera rested her hand on Lux's shoulder and looked at him with tender eyes. Don't worry, you can still try again tomorrow. I will give you 1 week to complete this test, so there's no need for you to hurry. Lux pondered for a bit before shaking his head. It's still too early, Grandma. I want to give it another try. Very well, just be careful. Yes, Vera smiled and lightly ruffled Lux's hair. She really thought that her grandson would faint earlier, but after observing him for a while, she could tell that Lux didn't lie when he said that his fainting habit had been fixed. Since that was the case, she was even more curious about how her grandson would clear the test that she had given him. Lux stared at the monkeys, and the monkeys stared back at him. After staring at each other for several minutes, the monkeys started to chatter amongst themselves, while glancing at the red-headed boy who was eyeing their every move from a safe distance. Doesn't that boy look like a monkey as well? Maybe he is our distant cousin. I don't think so. He doesn't have a tail. Ah, he resembles those red-butt baboons from the east. Now that you mention it, baboons don't have tails. Also, his face is just as red as theirs. He might be from their tribe. Bastard. So he came here to show us his red butt. How shameless. Let's beat him up, I agree. Let's go. If Lux were to know that he had been labeled a red-butt baboon by the monkeys he was observing, he would have definitely been angered to death and given all of them the middle finger. Fortunately, he didn't speak monkey language, so he was able to continue observing the monkeys without being taunted by their words. After arming themselves, the troop of monkeys suddenly started screaming as they advanced toward Lux with determination. All of them carried fruit, rocks, and wooden sticks with them that they could use to throw at the baboon that had entered their territory. Seeing that the monkeys had finally started to move against him, Lux did what he needed to do, and that was to run away. After a few minutes of chasing, the monkeys gave up and returned to their territory. Lux, on the other hand, returned to observing them from a distance. The red-headed boy was trying to memorize the movements and behavioral patterns of the barb-tailed jester monkeys. This strategy had been taught to him by the elders in Wildguard's stronghold when he had turned 12 years of age. Lux could recall these lessons by heart and now had the opportunity to apply this knowledge to his current situation. The barb-tailed jester monkeys would jump from tree to tree using their hands, feet, and tail on normal occasions. When they were going to fight, however, both of their hands were occupied by fruit, sticks, or rocks, which prevented them from using them. Even so, the monkeys could still travel at a fast pace because their strong legs allowed them to jump from tree to tree with ease. At times, their tails would coil around branches and help the monkeys maneuver through the tree tops, while still being able to perform ranged attacks with deadly accuracy. so they can only carry 2 to 3 items at most when they start to attack from the treetops, Lux thought as he observed the monkeys from afar. However, the compendium said that they are also capable of engaging in close combat, using their fangs, claws, and tails like a deadly whip to injure their enemies. After pondering for a while, Lux devised a plan for how to beat the monkeys in order to pass Vera's trial. Vera and Irial, who were observing Lux from far away, smiled when they saw the red-headed boy collecting rocks from the ground and placing them inside his storage ring. The next day, right after breakfast, Lux decided to put his plan into motion. He had already made adequate preparations, and he was confident that he would be able to pull it off, as long as nothing out of the ordinary happened. "Grandma, I'm going. Good luck." Irial just gave Lux a brief nod of encouragement, and the latter gave the god of games a thumbs up. "Look, he's back again. This red-butt baboon still hasn't learned its lesson. To arms, fight, let's get hired." One of the monkeys fell off the tree branch when it wasn't able to dodge Lux's surprise rock throw from a distance. The other monkeys were angered by this action, and all of them started to screech while jumping from tree to tree in order to encircle the red-headed boy who dared to hurt their companion. Special Quest: Vera's Trial. Defeated monkeys 110, I knew it. Lux laughed internally as the notification materialized out of thin air. I don't have to kill them. Incapacitating them also counts as a defeat. Lux dodged the attacks that he could, and used the trees as shields for those that he couldn't. He had stacked many fist-sized rocks inside his storage ring, and he threw them one after the other whenever an opportunity arrived. The monkeys might be proficient in the art of throwing things, but Lux wasn't a pushover either. After not being able to practice with weapons, due to his fainting condition, the red-headed boy spent his spare time throwing rocks at wooden targets as a means to pass the time. As a half-elf, he was blessed with a natural affinity when it came to using ranged weapons and projectiles. After practicing rock throwing for nearly 4 years, Lux's proficiency in throwing things surpassed even that of the barb-tailed jester monkeys. It didn't take long before the monkeys realized that the boy that they had bullied yesterday had become a changed man overnight. 6 of their members had already fallen prey to his rock throwing, and were now squirming on the ground in pain. After emptying their hands of things to throw, the monkeys then decided to take things up close and personal. As Lux was defending himself from the ranged attacks that were coming from the front, 3 monkeys had snuck behind his back with bloodshot eyes. Without warning, they lunged at the boy from behind with their fangs and claws extended, going for the kill. Suddenly, 2 blurs appeared in their vision. Before the 3 monkeys could even react, one of them was sent flying by a bone sword, while the other dealt with an excruciating swipe from the claws of a forest wolf. It was only a short exchange, but both monkeys suffered from serious injuries. The 3rd monkey was the unluckiest of all, because it found itself face to face with a sneering half-elf, who used the flat side of his sheathed sword like a baseball bat to send the monkey hurtling several meters away. The monkey's pain scream spread across the jungle before it smashed into a tree, which knocked it unconscious. After seeing that their attacks had failed, the monkeys panicked and ran away in fright. Lux watched them go and didn't make any moves to pursue them. His goal was to only clear Vera's trial and not to annihilate their troop. After completing his mission, a ringing sound once again sounded inside his head, and a series of texts appeared in front of him. Special Quest: Vera's Trial completed. Rewards 5 free stats points, 10 body constitution points, 10 skill points. Bonus reward: Skill Accurate Throw. Accurate Throw. Increase throwing skill accuracy by 10 and damage by 10. Skill Evolution X detected a new skill. Accurate Throw will be upgraded into Power Shot once the requirements have been met. Power Shot. Increase throwing skill accuracy by 30 and damage by 30. Has a 5 chance to deal critical damage when using Power Shot skill. Requirement to upgrade: hit a moving target using Accurate Throw 100x. Progress 0, 100. Lux was quite surprised when he got a bonus reward out of the blue. He didn't expect to learn a skill in this manner, but he was quite happy about it. The icing on the cake was that his special ability, Skill Evolution X, had upgraded this common skill into a more powerful one. The half-elf was confident that he could easily meet the requirement for the throwing skill's evolution. After calming down, he then returned to the camp where Vera and Irial were waiting for him. He could tell after seeing the relaxed smile on his grandma's face that she was quite satisfied with his performance. After so many years of waiting, Lux finally saw the look of approval on his grandma's face. He knew that after they returned to the Wildguard stronghold, things would finally change for the better. Back at the camp, Vera praised her grandson for his wonderful performance. After seeing how the battle played out, Vera was convinced that Lux had indeed recovered from the ailment that plagued him all these years. She was now more at ease, knowing that her grandson would be able to enter the beginner's area of Elysium and survive there for a year under Irial's guidance. On the way back to the Wildguard stronghold, Lux took out his soul book and started to allocate his rewards. Body Constitution, Immortal Conqueror's Legacy. I have received 5 free stat points, so I can enhance my stats easily, Lux thought. The problem is which stat should I prioritize? After discussing a bit with Irial, the god of games told him that his stats were similar to that of a game character. His strength stat influenced his physical damage and overall body strength, allowing him to equip heavy armor as well as carry heavy items. The intelligence stat didn't have any relation to how smart a person was. This stat raised magical damage, mana capacity, and mana regeneration. Vitality, on the other hand, increases a person's natural defense and health points. To a certain extent, vitality made the body sturdy, which would allow him to endure attacks from physical and magical damage. Dexterity played a role in the body's reflexes and overall balance. Performing dexterous maneuvers like backflips and martial arts required high dexterity. This stat also allowed the user to wield weapons like bows with greater proficiency. Agility's role was to increase a person's movement speed, dodging ability, and capacity to run away from dangerous encounters. Aside from these stats, there were 2 other secret stats that couldn't be seen in the Soul Book. Those 2 stats were Charisma and Luck. According to Irial, these 2 stats were quite special, and the reason why they were hidden was to prevent others from purposely adding points to them. Everyone in Sale could access their soul books and freely add points to their stats according to their wishes. This setting was really similar to those RPG games that Lux had played in the past. The only difference was that they were not players who could resurrect an infinite number of times when they were killed. One mistake and it was a permanent game over for all of them. After careful considerations, Lux decided to take a more balanced approach on things. Lux added 2 points to strength, 1 point to vitality, 1 point to agility, and 1 point to dexterity. The red-headed boy immediately felt the effects in his body, and it almost made him cry in happiness. For the past 4 years, his stats hadn't improved one bit. Even the 12-year-olds in Wildguard's stronghold were stronger than him when it came to physical and magical strength. Now, for the other rewards, Lux checked the extra rewards that he received after clearing his trial. 10 Body Constitution points, 10 Skill points. The 10 Body Constitution should have been automatically added to my Immortal Conqueror's Legacy, Lux thought as he went to his Body Constitution tab. Just as he expected, the progress bar had increased by 10 points, which put his mind at ease. Immortal Conqueror's Legacy. Rating F. Progress 11,100. Conquest is not all about claiming lands and expanding your domain. True conquest is conquering the hearts of people. Once you gain their loyalty, the path to dominion will open its doors for you. Abilities none. Note, upgrading your special constitution will allow you to unlock its abilities. As for skill points, Lux opened the Skills tab and several options appeared in front of him. In the Skill tab, he saw the Summoning Skeleton and Summon Diablo options. Both of their progress ratings were at 0, but for Lux, this was an easy choice to make. Let's go with quality over quantity, Lux thought as he added the 10 skill points to Summon Diablo. Immediately, the progression bar on his named summon increased by 10 points. After allocating all of his rewards, Lux unsummoned his skill book and hummed a song. Vera glanced at her happy grandson and was unable to keep herself from smiling. Although she would be a bit lonely when Lux went to Elysium to start his training, she also understood that she couldn't keep him by her side forever. Lux, promise me one thing, Vera said as she gave Lux a light hug. Anything for you, Grandma, Lux replied as he hugged Vera back. Prioritize your safety. If the situation becomes too dangerous, do not hesitate to run away. I have only 3 family members left in this world, and one of them is you. My heart will break if something terrible happens to you. Grandma, I can't promise that I will not encounter a dangerous situation when I am in Elysium. However, I will promise you this. I will do everything in my power to live. I will do my best for you, Grandma. Vera nodded as she patted Lux's head. Make sure to come home from time to time, okay? I will be waiting for you. I will. I promise, Lux replied as he closed his eyes in happiness. Now that his grandma had given him permission to go to Elysium, there was nothing more that could hold him back. Irial, who was also seated on the back of the white hippopotamus, Sophie, sighed in relief. Now that the wheels of fate were finally set in motion, the plan that he and Max had made for many years was about to officially start finally. Max, don't worry. I will take it from here, Irial said in his heart while thinking of his best friend. Our Heaven's Gate project begins here. Have you packed your clothes? Yes, Grandma. How about the food I prepared? Do you have that as well? Yes, Vera looked at her grandson lovingly as she patted his head. Remember, if you face an enemy that is stronger than you, just run, Vera said. The most important thing is to live to fight another day. Do you understand, Lux? Yes, Grandma, Lux replied. I will do as you say. Irial watched this from the side without interrupting. Once Lux entered Elysium, he could come home anytime he wanted, but most people stayed in Elysium for weeks or months at a time before returning home. A day in Sale was equivalent to 2 days in Elysium. This was something that Lux knew because of the lessons that he received when he was 10 years old. Now that he was going to embark on the adventure that he had waited for all his life, he felt somewhat sad about leaving his grandma all alone in their residence. Seeing the hesitation in his eyes, Vera laughed and lightly pinched his cheeks. Silly boy, don't tell me you're getting cold feet now, Vera said with a smile. Go and start your new journey. When you get tired and weary, I will be here waiting for you. Lux nodded as he tried to hold back the sadness that was rising in his heart. Irial chose this time to pat his shoulder and give him some reminders. Using the Ring of Arendite, you will be able to go to Elysium at any time. However, you still haven't set your return point, Irial stated. When you exit Elysium, your return point will be in a fixed location. Can I choose this residence as my return point? Of course, but which part of this residence would you like to register? Vera, who was listening to the side, made a suggestion. Why don't you register the training room as your return point? Vera proposed. I have placed a ward over there to inform me when you are using the training room, since that is the place where you would often faint when you pushed yourself too hard. I think it is the most ideal location for this return point that you speak of. Right, why didn't I think of that? Lux glanced at Irial, who nodded his head in agreement. Let's go to the training room then, Irial replied. A few minutes later, Lux pressed the Arendite ring against the floor in the center of the training room in order to register it. Return point has been saved. Whenever you leave Elysium, you will automatically teleport to this place. Now you're good to go, Irial stated. To activate the ring, you just need to say the words, Open Heaven's Gate. You can use this activation code to enter and leave Elysium. Lux nodded and turned to his grandma. Grandma, I'm going now, Lux said. Be safe, Lux, Vera replied as she gazed proudly at her grandson. I'll be waiting for your safe return. Lux gritted his teeth as he pressed his right hand over his chest. Open Heaven's Gate. When Lux opened his eyes, he found himself standing beside a floating blue crystal. It took him a while to regain his composure as he looked around at his surroundings. He seemed to have appeared in some kind of plaza where several people had gathered. Some of them were looking at him with curiosity, while others were looking at him in confusion. Is that a human? What is a human doing in this place? Did he get lost or something? Should we call the village's guards? Lux felt that something was completely out of place in his surroundings. Although there were people around him, some of them were only over 3 feet tall, 95 centimeters. Their gazes pierced the red-headed boy as if he was some kind of trespasser in a place that he shouldn't have stepped into. Suddenly, a cute little girl with blonde hair holding a mace with both hands approached him. Big brother, are you lost? The blonde girl asked. Are you a human? No, I am not lost, Lux replied. And I am a half-elf, so I'm only half-human. The little girl's eyes sparkled as she looked at Lux with great interest. A half-elf. This is the first time I've seen a half-elf. Lux crouched down in order to have eye-to-eye contact with the blonde girl who was showing no signs of hostility to him. You haven't seen half-elves before. The blonde girl shook her head. This is dwarven territory. It is very difficult to see other races here. You are the first non-dwarf that has appeared in this territory since Elysium opened. Dwarven territory. Yes, this place is called Leaf Village, one of the beginner areas exclusive to the dwarven race. Lux finally understood why he felt out of place. He now understood why everyone around him was short. So they're dwarves, Lux thought. Did Irial accidentally make a mistake when he set my coordinates? Lux didn't know if the god of games had purposely sent him to the dwarven lands or not. However, one thing was certain. He was stuck in Leaf Village until he broke through to the apostle grade. Big brother, how old are you? The blonde girl asked. I am 16 years old, Lux answered. How about you? I'm 12. I just entered Elysium. My name is Colette. Colette, you have a very beautiful name. It suits you perfectly. The little dwarven girl smiled sweetly after receiving Lux's praise. Lux was about to ask more questions when several dwarves surrounded him and Colette. Colette, stay away from this half-elf. A dwarf with light brown hair shouted as he raised his sword. Have you forgotten what our elders told us? Humans can't be trusted. But he's not human, Colette argued. He is a half-elf. He's still half-human. The dwarven boy shouted. Humans cannot be trusted. The other dwarven kids also voiced their opinions, which made Colette unable to use reason to calm them down. In the end, Lux could only smile bitterly as he stood up and glanced at Colette, who had a troubled expression on her face. My name is Lux, Lux said. See you around, Colette. Without another word, Lux left the teleportation gate to explore Leaf Village. If possible, he didn't want to start a conflict as soon as he entered Elysium. Since the situation was turning for the worse, he decided to just leave in order to prevent the worst-case scenario from happening. He strolled around Leaf Village and tried to commit its landmarks to memory. Irial and Vera told him that familiarizing himself with his first village was part of the basics when entering Elysium for the first time. This is really like a game, Lux thought as he visited the weapons shops, armor shops, alchemy shops, potion shops, and general stores that sold miscellaneous items. There were also the blacksmith and merchant guilds that offered repairs, crafting services, and the trading of items. Of course, an RPG game wouldn't be complete without an adventurer's guild that gave quests depending on your rank. Leaf Village wasn't big, so it only took Lux several hours to see everything he needed to see. The people in the village, especially the shopkeepers, watched him vigilantly. However, one kind old lady named Annie, who sold sweets, told him that he shouldn't be too bothered by the unfriendly stares he was getting. People will always be afraid of the unknown, the old lady dwarf said as she poured Lux some tea. You are the first foreigner to come to this place that is not of the dwarven race. It is only natural that people would find you different from us. However, as long as you showed them that you meant them no harm, they will all warm up to you eventually. I'm sure of it. Grandma Annie smiled back, as long as you understand. After having a talk with Grandma Annie, Lux went to the Adventurers Guild to register himself as an adventurer. The registration itself was quite quick. All he needed to do was drop his blood on a small blank card, and all of his information was registered automatically. Your registration is complete, Sir Lux, a pretty dwarf with dark brown hair bowed respectfully as she presented Lux's guild card to him. Unlike Colette, who was only a little above 3 feet tall, the guild receptionist was at least 137 centimeters. Lux estimated that this was the average size of adult dwarves because most of the adults he met in Leaf Village were around that height as well. After bidding goodbye to the receptionist, Lux decided to rest at an inn for the rest of the day and explore the outskirts of the village in the morning. Irial had told him that he was going to give him a freebie of 100 Elysium copper coins and 2 silver Elysium coins when he arrived in Elysium. Each Elysium silver coin was equivalent to 100 copper coins, and 1 gold Elysium coin was equivalent to 100 Elysium silver coins. Elysium coinage was the universal currency that was used in Elysium. The gold coins that Lux used in Sale had no value whatsoever in Elysium. For the Elysians, anything that belonged to Sale was no better than stones lying on the road. After paying 5 Elysium copper coins for his room, Lux was guided to his room by the innkeeper himself. It seemed that he was afraid that Lux would barge into the other rooms and disturb his other guests, which would ruin his business. Although the treatment he was receiving was a bitter pill to swallow, Lux decided to do his best to win the hearts of the people in Leaf Village. A year in Sale is equivalent to 2 years here, Lux muttered. I wonder how strong I will be when the trials in Wildguard's stronghold start next year. Lux grinned as he envisioned his glorious comeback after several years of failure. He knew that when that day came, he would shock everyone speechless. Inside his room, Lux was busy reading the information about Leaf Village in the Elysium Compendium. So this village is located in the dwarven kingdom of Gweliven, Lux muttered. The specialty of Leaf Village is honey-flavored leaf candies. It restores 50 health points and 50 mana points. With the compendium in hand, Lux was able to access important information about anything in Elysium. Just like Irial said, it was like a walkthrough that could help anyone who had it. When Lux clicked the image of Leaf Village in the compendium, he was given 2 options. The first option was the map of the village, and the second one was the map of its surrounding areas. Since he had already explored the village, the red-headed boy chose the information on its surrounding areas instead. Leaf Village Pay. Beginner's Zone. North Zone. Figaro Gardens. A place where insectoid-type monsters roam. West Zone. Heartwood Forest. The place where the majority of people from the Leaf Village hunt for food and resources. South Zone. Leaf Village Cemetery. A place where low-level undead are sighted during the night. East Zone. Aspiration Plains. A wide open plain filled with monsters that travel in groups. I see the compendium also allows me to view the types of monsters that can be found in each area. This is amazing. I'm glad I got this from the gacha pool. Lux felt truly blessed after getting the compendium. It might not even take me a year to enter the apostle rank. Now the only question is, where will I go first tomorrow? Lux rubbed his chin as he checked the information regarding the various monsters exclusive to each zone. The compendium even highlighted the location of the dangerous monsters that roamed their territories, known as alpha monsters. These monsters were often referred to as newbie killers because their strength could easily kill any newcomer who had unknowingly wandered in their territories. Aside from the alpha monsters, Lux also noticed that there was one field boss in the territory of the Leaf Village, and it was found inside the Heartwood Forest. The name of the field boss was Forest Wolf King. Lux checked its stats to get a better idea of how strong a field boss was. Forest Wolf King. Beginner Zone Field Boss. King of the Forest. Rank 4 Field Boss Monster. Health 300,000, 300,000. Mana 80,000, 80,000. Strength 200. Intelligence 100. Vitality 250. Agility 250. Dexterity 150. Skills Windwalk, Windblade, Air Blast, Call of the Wild. Lux sucked in a deep breath because the stats of a rank 4 field boss monster truly made him feel insignificant. In Elysium, the mortal and the monster ranks depended on their combined stats. This was the basic ranking system for mortals. Grade A Apostles 800 points. Grade B Apostles 600 points. Grade C Apostles 400 points. Grade D Apostles 200 points. Beginners anyone whose stats are below 200. As for monsters, their basic ranking system was as follows. Rank 4 equal 800. Rank 3 equal 600. Rank 2 equal 400. Rank 1 equal 200. Common monsters below 200 points. After their points surpassed the 800-point mark, they would enter a new ranking system. However, since this was only the beginner's area, anyone who surpassed 200 points would be forcefully teleported out of their starting zone after 10 days. Even if I reached the apostle rank, I would still not be able to beat the field boss alone, Lux said softly. I can only fight it if I team up with other people. Challenging it alone is akin to suicide. It's a shame the rare drops I can obtain from killing it are very tempting. Lux greedily eyed the monster drops of the field boss, which would be enough to last him until he became a grade C apostle. Still, he knew his capabilities, so he decided to just take things one step at a time. After memorizing the information of all the zones around Leaf Village, Lux finally went to sleep. The next day, Lux stood in front of the bulletin board where all the guild quests were posted. The quest rewards were mostly paid in copper or silver coins. Some of the quests offer low-grade beast cores as rewards, and these were the most popular among the dwarven adventurers who had chosen Leaf Village as their starting area. Big Brother Lux, a cute little dwarf, walked towards Lux with a smile. It was none other than Colette, who had tried to befriend him a day ago. Good morning, Colette, Lux greeted. Are you here to take some quests as well? Good luck. Lux wanted to talk more, but the glares from the dwarves who accompanied Colette were starting to make him feel uncomfortable. Well, at least they're not shouting at me today, Lux thought as he eyed the little peepsqueaks who seemed to be part of Colette's fans club. The dwarf that had pointed a sword at him yesterday was glaring at him more intensely than the others. It was quite easy to tell that this dwarf was among Colette's top admirers. After eyeing Colette's group of 6, Lux once again shifted his attention to the bulletin board. He was looking for a decent quest to take, but most of the good ones were already taken. The only ones remaining were chores like gathering herbs, helping with village repairs, and escort missions. After pondering for a while, Lux decided to choose the quest to pick the herbs that grew in the Aspiration Plains, located in the east zone of Leaf Village. He had read all about the monsters that could be found in this area, and he deemed that all of them were within his capabilities. After Lux registered the quest with the guild receptionist, he immediately headed to his destination and left through the eastern gate of Leaf Village. After 10 minutes of walking, he arrived in a wide open plain that extended as far as the eye could see. He could see several monsters grazing on the grasslands, as well as dwarves who were busy completing their own quests. Well then, time to find the Tiama herb, Lux muttered as he walked towards the grassland area. I just hope I finish before lunchtime. 2 hours later, Lux was able to gather 6 out of the 15 Tiama herbs needed to finish his mission. When he was about to get his 7th herb, a horned rabbit jumped out of nowhere and snatched the herb that he was just about to pull out of the ground. Bastard! Lux shouted at the horned rabbit, who had already bolted away after snatching his herb. You think I'll let you go that easily? Lux summoned a fist-sized stone from his storage ring and threw it at the fleeing horned rabbit. Accurate throw. The rock flew straight and true, hitting the horned rabbit on its head, dealing 5 damage. Horned rabbits only had 15 hit points, so Lux's single rock throw was enough to lower a third of its health points. The enraged horned rabbit immediately turned back and charged at Lux with a vengeance. That's more like it. Lux summoned his sword, Tranquility, and prepared to fight the rabbit that was now hell-bent to stab him with the horn on its head. Kaiser Sword Art First Form, Lux said as he thrust his sword forward, piercing the heavens. With one fluid motion, Lux executed the sword thrust that Vera had taught him when he was 10 years old. Tranquility's blade and the horned rabbit's horn collided, spreading a metallic sound in the surroundings. A second later, a pained cry escaped the horned rabbit's lips as it flew several meters away after getting hit by Lux's perfect sword strike. Ding, repeatable quest activated. This quest can be repeated 10x. Pests of the Plains. Horned rabbits are notorious for attacking beginners, as well as interrupting those who are out to gather herbs in the fields. Kill 10 of them to show them who's boss. Horned rabbits killed 110. Rewards 1 free stats. Point 1 body constitution. Point 5 skill. Point 10 Elysium copper coins. Lux was slightly disappointed when he saw the rewards, but his mood gradually changed after realizing that the quest he received was a repeatable one, meaning he could do this quest over and over again in order to farm points that he could use to make himself grow stronger. Also, Lux realized that this was the perfect quest to help him upgrade his accurate throw into its stronger form, which was the power shot. Power shot. Increase throwing skill accuracy by 30 and damage by 30. Has a 5 chance to deal critical damage when using power shot skill. Requirement to upgrade, hit a moving target using accurate throw 100x. Progress 100. 1 down, 99 to go. Lux smirked. He then picked up the body of the foot-long horned rabbit to sell back at the Adventurers Guild after he finished his herb gathering mission. Right now, he had limited funds. Even though the horned rabbit meat wasn't the most delicious meat in the beginner's area, it was still something that could be sold for 1 Elysium copper coin. Lux could also use the meat for his own consumption, which would lessen his food expenses. After storing the horned rabbit's corpse inside his storage ring, Lux scanned the surroundings in order to hunt for more. Since he found one in the area, it was only a matter of time before he found more. At the corner of his vision, he found something moving fast in the grasslands. A smile appeared on Lux's face as he made his way towards his next target. Congratulations, you have learned power shot skill. Lux panted as he sat on the ground. After killing his 100th horned rabbit, his skill had finally been upgraded successfully. Finally, Lux sighed in relief before checking his stats in his soul book. Lux allocated his 25 skill points to Diablo in order to help his named creature become more powerful. Right now, Diablo's progression rate was at 35%. Diablo. Progress 35,100. The red-headed boy was quite excited to see what changes his named creature would have once he upgraded him. Lux was also looking forward to the new ability that he would learn once he had upgraded his body constitution to its next stage. Immortal Conqueror's Legacy. Rating F. Progress 16,100. I guess it's time to head back, Lux thought after looking at the sun that was about to set in the horizon. His whole body ached due to all the running he had done all over the plains as he chased the horned rabbits he'd killed. He had also completed his gathering mission a few hours ago and was only waiting until he had upgraded his accurate throw skill into power shot before he headed back to Leaf Village. On his return trip to the village, the dwarves who had been at the plains were staring at him in a weird manner. Some of them were even gossiping, while glancing in his direction every now and then. Lux knew that these dwarves were younger than him. Although it was a bit embarrassing, he was without a doubt the oldest foreign teenager in the Leaf Village. Because of this, most of the dwarves looked down on him because he started out late compared to their older brothers and sisters, who were already in the intermediate zones of Elysium. Everything seems to be in order, the guild receptionist said with a trace of surprise. Have you handled herbs before? Yes, Lux replied. When I was younger, I usually accompanied my grandma to go foraging, so that explains why all the herbs are in excellent condition. Usually, first-timers don't know how to gather them properly and just pull them up by the roots. Because of this, the herbs are damaged and lose their quality. The receptionist smiled and handed Lux the reward money for completing his mission. After checking his compensation, Lux frowned because he realized that he got more than the quest had been commissioned for. The quest rewards should only be 7 copper coins. I have 10 coins here, Lux said as he tried to return the 3 coins that had been overpaid to him, but the guild receptionist only shook her head. Those who commissioned the herb gathering quest explicitly told us to add 3 more copper coins if the herbs that were handed into our care were in excellent condition, the receptionist explained. Don't worry, you're only getting what you deserve. Would you like to reserve the herb gathering quest for tomorrow? I'm sure that our client will have no problems if you are the one who will carry out their mission. Lux pondered a bit before nodding his head in agreement. By the way, do you buy horned rabbit meat here? We do, depending on the quality of the corpse. We will buy 1 horned rabbit for 1 copper coin, the receptionist replied. But if the corpse is damaged, then the price is halved. Lux nodded his head and took 40 horned rabbit corpses out of his storage ring at the dismantling area of the Adventurers Guild. The corner of the receptionist's lips twitched when she saw the battered corpses in front of her. As she inspected one of the horned rabbits, she noticed that most of them seemed to have been hit by a bludgeon-type attack that damaged their fur and body organs. Although she could understand that horned rabbits were difficult to kill, Seeing the bludgeoned corpses in front of her made her feel pity for the so-called pests of the plains. Sorry, but the prices will have to be lowered further due to the quality of these corpses, the guild receptionist said. How about this? We will pay 15 copper coins for these 40 horned rabbits. Will that be fine with you? Lux nodded. Yes. The red-headed boy felt slightly embarrassed because he had gotten carried away when he was hunting the horned rabbits. Instead of giving them a clean death, Lux had smacked their bodies using the fist-sized rocks he collected in order to train his accurate throw skill. Only the first 10 kills were in good condition, so he decided to keep them for himself to use as food rations during his travels. Meat that was stored inside a storage ring didn't rot, so he could be assured that the rabbits would remain fresh even if he carried them around for a long time. After earning an additional 15 copper coins, Lux returned to his inn to rest for the night. The alpha beast of the plains of aspiration is the carbuncle, Lux muttered as he opened his Elysium compendium. It is the lord of the horned rabbits. Fortunately, its territory is at the center of the plains, so I don't have to worry about meeting it anytime soon. But just to be on the safe side, I won't wander too far into the plains tomorrow. The carbuncle was a meter-tall blue rabbit with a red diamond-shaped crystal on its forehead. These so-called red diamonds were highly sought out by mages and magic swordsmen because of its ability to amplify magic. However, as an alpha creature, a party of Sixus members had stepped onto the apostle rank was needed in order to challenge this quick and nimble beast. Although it was weaker than the field boss, Forest Wolf King, it was without a doubt one of the apex creatures in the beginner's zone. Lux was sleeping peacefully when the loud tolling of several bells sounded in the middle of the night. The half-elf opened his eyes and opened the window of his room. He didn't know what was happening, so he decided to take a look outside to get a better understanding of what had caused this commotion so late into the night. It didn't take long for Lux to see several dwarven patrolmen running towards the south gate of the village. Judging by the anxious expressions on their faces, Lux knew that something bad had happened. The red-headed boy immediately equipped the wolf's leather armor that he had acquired in his gacha pull before leaving his room in haste. Wolf's leather armor. Defense 20. Pierce and slashing damage reduced by 10. When he arrived at the first floor of the inn, several dwarves were organizing themselves into parties. All of them were wearing armor, and they were holding their weapons firmly in their hands. Excuse me, but can you tell me what is happening? Lux asked the innkeeper who was standing behind the bar and smoking a pipe. The innkeeper took a deep drag of his pipe before answering Lux's question. Every once in a while, we get monster outbreaks. Right now, we have an undead outbreak, and everyone's gathering at the south gate in order to bolster our village's defenses. Are you planning to participate in the village's defense? Yes, Lux replied in a heartbeat. Although I just arrived here in Leaf Village, I feel that I should do my best in order to protect this place. The innkeeper's gaze softened as he lightly patted Lux's shoulder. I'll give you something good for breakfast later. Go, but make sure that you don't get yourself killed. Lux nodded with a smile as he headed towards the door. The dwarves heard his discussion with the innkeeper, and they were somewhat impressed by Lux's conviction to help the village in its time of need. What are you numbskulls dawdling around for? The innkeeper shouted at the dwarves who were still loitering at the tavern area of the inn. Are you dwarves or are you goblins? Are you going to let that half-elf fight alone? If any of you don't want to fight, then you can scram. I don't need useless brats here. The dwarves immediately left the inn because they were afraid that the innkeeper would really throw them out if they didn't participate in the village's defense. When everyone had left, the innkeeper sighed as he looked up at the picture of a teenage dwarf that hung on the wall. Times like this, I wish you were here, son, the innkeeper said as he sighed a second time. This place will never be the same without you. As Lux hurried towards the southern gate of Leaf Village, he noticed several dwarves running alongside him. Big brother Lux, Colette waved her hand as she ran alongside him. Are you going to participate in the village's defense? Yes, Lux replied. Colette, is it just me or are you pretty hyped about this thing? Of course I am hyped. This is the first time I get to participate in a village's defense. My pa and ma usually forbid me from doing dangerous things like this, but now I am here in Elysium, they won't be able to stop me. Just do things in moderation, okay? After having some small talk with Lux, Colette increased her running speed and left Lux behind. The half-elf had a dumbfounded expression on his face as he looked at the speedy little dwarf who was already 50 meters ahead of him. She sure runs fast, Lux mused. I didn't expect dwarves to run this fast. A few minutes later, Lux arrived at the south gate, which had been shut tight. Several dwarven patrol guards could be seen standing on the ramparts, holding crossbows in their hands. Colette and her party had also gathered on one side of the protective wall, just beside the entrance, and were looking at something in the distance. Lux didn't waste any time and also climbed the ramparts to see what kind of enemies they were fighting against. As soon as he stood on top of the village's protective walls, his expression immediately became grim as he saw a countless number of skeletons and zombies walking shakily towards Leaf Village. This is a monster outbreak, Lux frowned. He was not unfamiliar with a monster outbreak because Wildguard's stronghold had experienced them as well in the past. However, the children would always be gathered into the underground shelter of the stronghold, preventing them from participating in or observing the battle. Now that Lux was facing a monster outbreak in Elysium, he now understood why the adults chose to safeguard the children, instead of letting them participate in a battle of this magnitude. Grandma always participated in the defense against monster outbreaks, Lux thought as he clenched his fists to shake away the fear that was starting to take hold of his body. It's fine. As long as I stay here on the ramparts, I will be fine. The village's guards are here, so I'm sure that they will be able to handle the rest. Lux tried to assure himself that everything was going to be fine, but the wild beating of his heart and the pounding in his ears prevented him from being able to calm his senses. It was at that moment when he felt a small hand hold his own. "Don't worry, big brother, I will protect you," Colette said with a big smile on her face. "Those skeletons and zombies are nothing. I can beat them with ease." She noticed that Lux's expression was turning pale, so she decided to tell him the words that her sister always said to her whenever they were up against a dangerous situation. Lux snapped out of his daze as he looked at the smiling little girl who was holding his right hand. Get a grip, Lux." Lux berated himself internally. "I am the oldest here. I should be the one protecting these kids. Grandma would definitely feel sad if she found out that I was hiding under the skirt of a girl that is younger than me by 4 years." Lux lightly squeezed Colette's little hand as he gazed at the undead swarm that was only a few hundred meters away from the walls of the village. "You don't need to protect me," Lux said with a smile. "I'm not afraid of these weak skeletons and zombies. Heck, I can even summon a skeleton of my own. Do you want to see? Really, you can summon a skeleton." "Of course I can, just watch me. Come forth, Diablo." Immediately, a white skeleton appeared in front of Lux. Colette's jaw dropped when she saw the skeleton that Lux had summoned. Before Lux could even brag about his named creature, several bolts flew in Diablo's direction. Fortunately, some of them passed harmlessly through his skeletal ribs, but a few hit its head, sending it flying away from its body. Wait, stop," Lux cried out as he waved his hands toward the dwarven defenders. "We are on the same side. This is my summon." The dwarves looked at Lux with doubtful expressions, but they no longer shot the white skeleton that had suddenly appeared on the ramparts. The half-elf ran to pick up Diablo's head that was chattering on the ground. For a brief moment, the red-headed boy thought that he heard Diablo complain about getting hit by friendly fire. As soon as Lux returned the skeleton's head from its body, Diablo faced the dwarven defenders and raised its middle finger at them. The half-elf subconsciously covered Colette's eyes to prevent her from seeing something that a 12-year-old shouldn't see. Lux had never tried to communicate with Diablo in the past, but now he could confirm that his named creature was an intelligent being. Because of this, he decided to tell him exactly what he had in mind. "Diablo, stay close to me at all times," Lux ordered. "We will defend the village with everything we have. Do you understand?" Diablo nodded its head once. He then stood behind Lux like a bodyguard that would strike anyone who dared to threaten his life. "Wow, Mr. Skeleton looks cool," Colette said. "Just call him Diablo." "Okay. From now on, I will call him Mr. Diablo." "Nice to meet you, Mr. Diablo." The white skeleton looked down at the little dwarf before chattering its teeth in greeting. Diablo then patted Colette's head as if telling her that she was a good girl. It was at this moment when the sword-bearing dwarf approached and dragged Colette away from Lux. "Hey, Maddie, what do you think you're doing?" Colette complained as she turned around to glare at the dwarven boy who always got in the way of her discussions with Lux. "The battle is about to start," Maddie explained. "You are the leader of our group, so your place is here and not there. He is older than us, so he can fend for himself." Maddie then glared at Lux. "You don't need a little girl to protect you, right?" "Yes, I don't need her protection," Lux replied. "My intention is to protect all of you." Lux's declaration made Colette's party look at him as if he had a loose screw in his head. "We don't need your protection," Maddie snorted. "Just focus on yourself. Looking at you, I bet you'll die during the first wave of the outbreak." "Colette, let's go." "Fine," Colette snappily replied at Maddie. "Big brother, just do your best. I will keep an eye on you, so don't worry. I will come running if you need help." "Haha, okay," Lux nodded. He then shifted his attention to the young dwarf who was staring daggers at him. "Oi, Maddie, what? Keep Colette safe. You can do that, can't you?" Maddie scoffed at Lux as he raised his short sword towards the undead army. "The only way they are going to hurt her is through my dead body," Maddie declared. "Let's go, Colette." The little girl no longer resisted, as she allowed Maddie to drag her back to their party members. Lux only smirked at the little boy who seemed to be suffering from puppy love. In Lux's eyes, all of them were children, so he didn't intend to quarrel with them about every little thing. He shifted his gaze back to the undead swarm that was only 100 meters away from the village's defensive wall. Lux held a fist-sized rock in his right hand, while he held the Elysium Compendium in his left. Fortunately, they don't have any range-type undead, Lux thought. Their numbers are the problem. There are too many of them. In a battle of attrition, there was no doubt that the one who would come out on top was the undead swarm. Lux scanned his surroundings and estimated that there were over 700 defenders protecting Leaf Village. 300 of those were the village's guards and the other adults who were capable of fighting. The rest were the dwarven children who were here in the beginner's area to train themselves in order to advance to the apostle rank. Lux then pointed the Elysium Compendium towards the undead swarm in order to get an accurate count of how many undead they were about to face. SHT. Lux cursed out loud after seeing the results. Almost 10,000. Can we really survive this? As if waiting for that moment, a row of text appeared in front of Lux, which made his expression turn grim. Survive the monster outbreak. A monster outbreak is threatening to destroy the village of Leafgate. Quest objective, survive for 1 hour. You are unable to teleport outside of or leave the village at this time. Mission will automatically fail when you die. Outbreak duration, 5,946. Rewards 10 free stat points, 100 skill points, 50 body constitution points, 20 Elysium silver coins. Lux gritted his teeth because the quest was clearly telling him that this was going to be a very hard battle. Although the rewards were good, he knew that needed to survive first, before he could enjoy its benefits. The bells in the village continued to ring without stopping. It was at this moment when Lux heard the distinct sound of another bell that didn't originate from the village. The half-elf narrowed his eyes as he extended his senses to pick up the direction of the bell that seemed to be answering their village's request for aid. It's coming from the north, Lux thought as the sound of the bell in the north intensified. Suddenly, a dawn of realization descended on him. I get it now. Lux clenched his fist in determination. Reinforcements will arrive in an hour. We just need to hold out until then. The half-elf didn't know if his hunch was correct or not. But he would like to believe that he was right. If there really was help coming from the north, then that explained why they needed to endure the monster outbreak for an hour. Everyone listened to me. A dwarf wearing full body armor shouted as loud as he could. My name is Aaron, and I am the captain of the guards here in Leaf Village. Our reinforcements will arrive in an hour, so do everything in your power to protect the village until then. One last thing, none of you are allowed to die. Now brace yourselves. They are almost here. The sound of a blowhorn reverberated in the night, heralding the battle that was about to start. Archers, take aim, Aaron ordered. All the archers and crossbowmen loaded their bows and crossbows with bolts and arrows and took aim at the approaching army. Lux took out a deep breath as he held the fist-sized rock in his hand and aimed at the nearest undead in front of him. Fire at will, Aaron ordered. Soon, a barrage of projectiles rained down on the undead swarm, destroying the undead at the forefront of the battlefield. This was how Lux's first monster outbreak started. But the red-haired boy had no idea how it was going to end. Lux immediately realized how proficient the village's guards were in defending Leaf Village. Clearly, this was not the first time that a monster outbreak had happened, and all of them were veterans in this field. Even so, the sheer number of undead was still a hurdle that couldn't be overcome by experience alone. Aside from the low-tier undead, Lux also noticed some stronger undead mixed in the undead swarm that was now at the base of the village's protective walls. Foreigners, aim for the skeletons and zombies in front, Aaron ordered. The rest, aim for the draugrs. Kill as many as you can. Don't let them get past the walls of the village. The draugr were similar to zombies, but with one clear distinction. They had blue skin and wore lightweight armor. They were stronger than the regular undead and were rank 1 monsters, which were equivalent to grade D apostles. Lux knew that he was no match against these creatures, so he just focused on aiming at the skeletons and zombies that he could kill with 2 to 3 hits using power shot. After a few minutes, bones started to pile up at the base of the protective wall. However, before Lux could even take a breather, he gasped as the undead used the piles of bones as leverage in order to climb up the village's walls, which were only 3 meters tall. Some of the undead even used each other as a ladder in order to breach their defenses. Aaron shouted one order after the other in order to stop the undead's advance, but it was futile. A scream that came from a little dwarf reached Lux's ears, so he immediately turned to his left side to see what was happening. A draugr had managed to climb up the ramparts and pierce one of the town's guards' chest with its sword. Aaron hurriedly charged at the draugr and sent it flying back towards the undead army with one powerful strike of his mithril hammer. The town's guard that had been stabbed got lucky because the sword didn't pierce too deep due to his armor. The half-elf thought that the guard would immediately retreat to tend to his injuries, but to his surprise, the dwarf kept on fighting. Lux could clearly see that the dwarf was in pain, but he was still forcing himself to swing his mace at the undead who were trying to breach the walls, with one hand pressing over his bloody chest. Someone heal him. Lux shouted as Diablo parried a sword strike that Lux wasn't able to block due to his concern over the guard's condition. The red-headed boy knew that although this world was similar to that of a game, it was not. The Elysians were not NPCs, but real breathing people. Irial had hammered this fact into his head even before he had come to this strange new world, in the hope that Lux would not treat everything as if he was just playing an RPG game. Just focus on what's in front of you, boy. One of the town's guards who was fighting near Lux shouted as he smashed his shield on a zombie's head. He'll be fine after a drink or two later, so keep swinging ye damn sword at these bastards. Lux was about to argue, but the skeleton sword that was about to slash his face prevented him from doing so. Raising his shield, Dawn, Lux blocked the attack and used shield bash to smash the skeleton's head to bits. How are we supposed to survive for an hour like this? Lux gritted his teeth as he and Diablo slashed at the monsters that had now managed to climb up the ramparts to engage them in close combat. Everyone was fighting with everything they had. The town's guards, Colette and her party members, as well as the other dwarves who were just basically little children. Lux ordered his forest wolf to grab a fallen dwarf child from the ramparts and ordered it to take her to the village to get some treatment. Although there were over a dozen clerics who could heal the injured, there were just too many people for them to attend to and had no time to heal everyone. For their part, the town's guards did their best to protect the children who were fighting alongside them. These caused them to suffer grave injuries, while others died, alongside the children they were protecting, due to being ganged up by the undead who had now taken a foothold in their first line of defense. Colette and Maddie were being pushed back by the growing number of zombies, while the town's guard focused their attention on the Draugrs, who posed a threat to the foreigners, who were only a match for the low-tier undead. Seeing that they would only suffer more casualties in this manner, Aaron had no choice but to order everyone to retreat and use guerrilla tactics against the undead. What about the villagers? Colette asked one of the town's guards that was helping them retreat from the front lines. Did they already evacuate? Aye, lass, the town's guard replied. They are now in the underground shelter. Relax, they're far safer there than we are out here. So hurry along and don't let the undead bite you. The minutes passed by as the defenders and the undead clashed against each other. Some of the villagers hadn't escaped to the shelter and were fighting against the undead by shooting crossbows at them from their rooftops. Others were on the ground and swinging their axes left and right in order to protect their families who were currently hiding in the shelter. Lux was doing his best to help transport the injured dwarves at the rear of the battlefield, where the clerics were currently treating everyone. At times, only the forest wolf or Lux would carry the dwarves because he was afraid that the defenders would kill Diablo by mistake. Although Diablo was a pure white skeleton that stood out from the other undead, it didn't change the fact that it was still an undead. To prevent misunderstandings, he ordered his named creature to fight alongside Colette's party and protect them to the best of its abilities. Diablo had already died 3 times in an effort to protect Lux and the other dwarves from the swarm of undead that showed no signs of stopping their rampage. As Lux was carrying a dwarf boy who had been stabbed by a skeleton warrior, he found himself blocked by a Draugr that had just killed one of the town's guards. Although the rank 1 monster was missing an arm, it was still a monster that was stronger than the half-elf, which made Lux's face turn pale. If he dropped the dwarf boy he was carrying and escaped, he would probably be able to save his life, but the boy would surely lose his life in the process. Just as Lux was madly thinking of what to do next, the Draugr's body exploded in a fiery blaze, leaving only a blue beast core behind. Go, child, a familiar voice reached Lux's ears. I'll buy you some time. Lux gazed at the old lady dwarf who was holding a wooden cane in her hand in disbelief. Gee, Grandma Annie, Lux asked. Yes. It is me, Annie said as she opened a small bottle and poured half of its contents on the boy's wound, before letting him drink the rest. A few seconds later, the boy's complexion became better, and he was able to stand on his feet, albeit shakily. Go, I'll take it from here, Annie ordered as she tapped the end of her cane on the ground. Several small orbs of fire circled around her body as she faced off against the dozen skeletons that were headed in their direction. Go to the back of the village, Lux said to the dwarf boy who was still not recovered enough to continue fighting. I'll stay here with Grandma. The dwarf boy nodded as he fled from their location. Silly boy, I told you to go, didn't I? Annie said as she pointed her finger at the approaching skeletons. Fire bullet barrage. The small orbs of fire that circled Annie's body shot out at the dozen approaching skeleton warriors, destroying their heads completely. Skeleton bodies collapsed in a heap of bones, never to stand up again. You've done well, child. Annie picked up the blue beast core that the Draugr had dropped after dying and gave it to Lux. Here, take this as a reward for trying your best to help everyone. Lux stared at the blue beast core, wanting to refuse the old lady's goodwill, but Annie's expression wouldn't take no for an answer. I know that you don't intend to stop, so just use that beast core to get a little stronger, Annie said softly. As you can see, today is going to be a busy night. I might not be able to open my shop in the morning because of these trespassers. The old lady gave the undead that was swarming her village a hateful gaze. Catch up to me after you're done, Annie ordered. If you get lucky, we might be able to get more beast cores from the draugrs we come across along the way. As Annie walked away, Lux stared at the beast core in his hand before making a decision. Ding, do you wish to consume the rank 1 beast core? Yes, no. Yes, Lux said with determination. He knew that Grandma Annie was right. If he wanted to help more people, he needed to become stronger first. After choosing yes, 2 more options appeared in front of Lux. Upgrade stat points. Upgrade skills. This was the question that stomped Lux in the past, but now he understood what he needed to do. Upgrade stat points, Lux ordered, and the beast core in his hand was consumed. Upgrade stat points has been chosen. Are you sure about your decision? Yes, no. Lux said yes to confirm his decision. Immediately, the beast core turned into particles of light and was absorbed by his body. Several rows of text appeared in front of him, showing him the results of the beast core consumption. Obtained 5 free stats points. Obtained 10 body constitution points. You have acquired the skill slash. Active skill requires 2 mana to use. Slash at your enemy, dealing plus 20 physical damage. Skill evolution X detected a new skill. Slash skill will be upgraded into Fury Slash once the requirements have been met. Fury Slash. Active skill requires 5 mana to use. Slash at your enemy, dealing plus 40 physical damage. If your target has less than half of its health remaining, deals an additional plus 40 damage to your attack. Requirements to upgrade, use slash 100x. Progress 0, 100. Lux immediately put 3 of his stat points into strength and 2 into vitality, increasing his attack power, defense, and health points. Immortal Conqueror's Legacy. Lux unsummoned his soul book as soon as he finished adding his stat points. He then ran after Grandma Annie, who was now actively shooting fire bullets at every undead that she encountered. The half-elf could see her breathing raggedly, but the old lady kept on hurling fire bullets at the undead, who were about to strike the defenders who were slowly losing ground with each passing minute. Lux was about to run past Grandma Annie to help Colette and her friends when the old lady stopped him. Take this, Lux, Grandma Annie said as she handed him a dozen honey-flavored leaf candies that restored health and mana by 50 points. Don't use them sparingly. I have plenty of those, so if you run out, just come and find me. Grandma Annie winked at Lux before putting a candy inside her mouth. Immediately, her complexion became better after replenishing her mana reserves. Lux gave her a brief bow before running towards Colette, Maddie, and Diablo, who were in an intense battle against several undead that had encircled them. Just as he arrived at their location, Diablo turned into particles of light after getting slashed by an undead that was meant to hit Maddie from behind. Rise and fight once more, Diablo, Lux ordered, and the white skeleton reappeared beside him with red flames burning in its hollow eye sockets. Lux felt a bit lightheaded because his mana had almost dropped to 0 after summoning his named creature for the 4th time. He hurriedly ate one of the candies that Grandma Annie gave to him, and immediately felt better afterwards. Colette, take one and give the rest to your friends, Lux ordered as he handed 6 candies to the little girl who was breathing heavily. Her tear-stained face, which was proof of the terrible things that she witnessed tonight, made his heart ache. These candies will help you recover your stamina, as well as your mana, Lux explained. Do you see that old lady over there shooting fire bullets? If you need more candies, just go to her. Colette was still in a daze, but she was able to nod her head in understanding. After passing the candies to his friends, she ate one, which immediately made her feel that her strength had returned to her. Let's fight together, Lux said as he faced the undead that had now gathered up in front of them. Right. Colette gripped her mace with both hands. Everyone, let's fight. Yes, summon Forest Wolf, Lux ordered, and a meter-tall Forest Wolf appeared beside him. Although the Forest Wolf was only slightly stronger than a skeleton warrior, having more allies was better than having none. Charge, Lux shouted as he ran with Diablo and the Forest Wolf at his left and right side. Colette and her party was right behind him as they supported Grandma Annie in holding back the undead. Slash. Lux shouted as he slashed his sword in a wide arc, instantly beheading 2 zombies in front of him. The low-tier undead didn't drop beast cores, only ranked 1 monsters and above like the draug read them. Unlike the half-elf, Colette and the others gained experience points from killing monsters. These points allowed them to level up, which gave them free stat points that they could distribute freely depending on their wishes. At first, Lux argued with Irial that this was unfair treatment. Unlike the other Salians who could level up, the half-elf didn't have this advantage. Irial smiled at him at that time and told him the reason why he was unable to gain experience points by killing monsters. It was because his soul was damaged and wasn't able to be born naturally in the world of Sale. Because of this, the laws of the world didn't apply to him because he was more of a transmigrator than a reincarnator. However, Irial assured him that compared to Salian's, Lux's progress was far superior. Instead of waiting to level up, he would receive quests that would directly upgrade his stats and skill points, which Colette and her friends were unable to do. Also, Irial added that each time a person in Sale leveled up, they would only get 3 stat points that they could distribute freely. Although they could progress faster in the earlier levels, when it came to the middle levels, unless their families were rich and had many beast cores and other resources in their possessions, Lux would leave them in the dust because of his no leveling up stats and skill points upgrade. Lux faced 3 zombies and cut their bodies in half with the sword in his hand. Checking his mana reserves, Lux sighed when he realized that he could at most use /5 more times before his mana points would be down to 5. His mana regeneration of 1 mana point, recovered every 2 minutes, was not enough to obliterate the low-tier undead in his path. I'll add some points to intelligence later, Lux thought, as he used his shield to block the attack aimed at his chest. At this rate, I might choose the magic swordsman profession when I get a total of 100 combined stat points. Just like in games, there was also a job class change mechanic in Elysium. They could use this function by going to the Adventurers Guild, temples, or shrines that were scattered all over Elysium. Just as the red-headed boy was sighing over his limited mana capacity, Grandma Annie shouted for them to retreat. Lux backed off just in time to dodge a thrown sword headed in his direction. When the red-headed boy looked in the direction where the sword had come from, he found 3 Draugrs walking leisurely towards their group, which made his expression turn grim instantly. SHT, Lux cursed out loud at the 3 rank 1 monsters that had come to personally deal with them. Run, Grandma Annie ordered. I can beat one of them, but I can't beat 3 at the same time. Let's retreat. Colette and her friends supported the old lady as they retreated, but the Draugrs didn't plan to just watch and let them escape. Block them, Lux ordered. The forest wolf and Diablo moved forward to intercept the 3 Draugrs in order to buy them some time to escape their pursuit. Unfortunately, it only took 1 slash for the forest wolf and Diablo to turn into particles of light, which only brought them a few seconds of reprieve. Gritting his teeth, Lux stopped running and held his ground. Holding his shield Dawn and one-handed sword, Tranquility, he once again summoned Diablo and the forest wolf by his side. After doing so, he swapped his sword for the Dagger of Frost. Dagger of Frost. Rarity rares. Dagger. Attack 10-15 frost damage. Allows you to use the skill Ice Slash. Ice Slash. Deals 20-25 frost AoE cone damage to creatures that are within 5 meters away from the user. Has a chance of freezing the user's enemy for 5 seconds. Skill cooldown 2 minutes. Ice Slash, Lux roared, sending a white crescent energy blade flying towards the 3 Draugrs that were running towards him. 2 of the monsters were frozen in ice, while the third one brushed off the attack despite it dealing significant damage to its body. The forest wolf growled as it lunged at the Draugr, biting its neck. Diablo, on the other hand, slashed at the Draugr's hand that carried its weapon in an attempt to disarm it. Unfortunately, the bone sword wasn't strong enough to cut the hand off, making Diablo's attempt futile. This exchange lasted only for a few seconds before the forest wolf and Diablo, once again, turned into particles of light after receiving the Draugr's counterattack. During this brief period, Lux forcefully chewed another candy inside his mouth, recovering his mana at a fast rate. No sooner had the Draugr killed the 2 annoying pests than the wolf and the skeleton reappeared in front of it to continue attacking it from both sides. It was also at this moment when the other 2 Draugrs broke out of their frozen state, roaring in anger. Their eyes locked on Lux's with the intention of tearing him apart. However, before the 2 Draugrs could even get close to the half-elf, the 3rd Draugr had once again killed Diablo and the forest wolf. It then roared and sent a hate-filled punch towards the red-headed boy, who hurriedly raised his shield to defend himself. A loud crash reverberated in the air, followed by a pained cry as Lux was sent flying by the Draugr's attack. The boy's body landed over a dozen meters away from where he previously stood and rolled on the ground for a few meters more before stopping completely. Lux's body was racked in pain, especially his left arm, which was bent in an unnatural angle. It was so painful that the half-elf's vision blurred as tears streamed down his face, while he gasped for breath. With every breath he took, he felt a sharp pain in his chest and wondered how many of his ribs were broken. Gritting his teeth, he tried to stand up, but he couldn't muster any strength in his body. Grandma Vera, Lux said between pained breaths. Sorry. Lux looked up at the 3 Draugrs who were looking down on him, with their swords raised high. He knew that he no longer had the ability to dodge the assault of the 3 rank 1 monsters that surpassed his current abilities. His only regret was that he wouldn't be able to keep his promises to his Grandma Vera, Irial, and Max. I'm sorry, Lux sighed as he closed his eyes, waiting for the strikes that would end his life, but they never came. Instead, he felt a wave of hot air wash over his body, making him open his eyes abruptly. The three draugrs in front of him were roaring in pain as their bodies were consumed by blazing flames that illuminated the dark night. It was also at that moment when the mighty sound of a blowing horn reached Lux's ears. The ground trembled as hundreds of hooves made their way towards the front lines of the battle. Suddenly, something jumped over Lux's body that was lying on the ground. As if time had slowed down, Lux was able to see the face of an armor-wearing dwarf who looked down on him from the back of a 1.5-meter tall mountain goat. Their gazes met for what seemed like an eternity before time once again flowed naturally. "Charge!" The dwarf that had jumped over Lux's body shouted. "Ride, warriors of Noria! Push them back! Kill!" Hundreds of mounted goat riders passed over Lux's body as they shouted their war cries. The goats rammed the undead army, obliterating the skeleton warriors that blocked their way. The weakest of the goat riders were equivalent to grade C apostles rank 2 monster, which was more than enough to easily beat 2 draugrs simultaneously. Cheering broke out across the village as their powerful reinforcements arrived. Lux felt his body easing up as he heard the sound of war cries spread across the village because powerful reinforcements from the stronghold of Noria had arrived. They cut through the undead horde like a hot knife cutting through butter, immediately turning the tides of battle. Due to how intense the situation was, Lux had completely forgot to check the remaining time of the quest that he had deemed almost impossible to clear. Soon, the half-elf lay on the ground motionless. He had fallen unconscious due to exhaustion and relief. The half-elf didn't even stir at the ringing sound that marked the successful completion of his quest, which had pushed his physical, mental, and emotional states to their limits. When Lux opened his eyes, he found himself inside an unfamiliar room. After looking around, still half asleep, the images of what happened a few hours ago flashed inside his head, which woke him up completely. The monster outbreak. Lux immediately inspected his body and was surprised to find out that he didn't feel pain anywhere. Even his left arm that had been broken due to the draugrs' attack was working properly, which made the half-elf think that everything that happened was just a dream. Was that really just a dream? Lux frowned. I'd better confirm it. The first thing Lux did was summon his soul book to see his stats. If it was really a dream, then he wouldn't have an increase in stats points, nor would he have learned the skill slash. No, it wasn't a dream, Lux sighed as he looked at his information. There had been a significant increase to his strength, as well as the gaining of the skill slash, which was on its way to evolve into fury slash. Lux sighed as he walked towards the window of the room. The sun was already at its zenith, which meant that he had woken up very late. The red-headed boy viewed the houses within his vision and noticed that some of them had been damaged here and there, but most of them remained intact. The defenders had used some of the houses as strategic locations in order to use hit-and-run tactics against the undead. As he was observing the surroundings, the half-elf noticed a dwarf wearing armor mounted on a mountain goat. By the looks of it, he was patrolling the village and making sure that everything was in order. Just as Lux was thinking about what to do next, he heard a knock on the door that broke him out of his daze. "Come in," Lux subconsciously called out to the one knocking on the door. When the door opened, the old lady dwarf whom Lux was very familiar with smiled when she saw him already awake. "Although the clerics healed your body a few hours ago, they might have missed a few spots," Annie said as she walked towards Lux. "Is there any place that still hurts? I still have some healing potions with me." Lux shook his head. "I'm fine, Grandma Annie. What happened to Colette and the others? Are you talking about those children who fought with us last night?" "Yes, they have also been treated by the clerics. A few hours ago they went to the plaza before they returned home," Annie answered. "If I'm not mistaken, they said that they would report what happened here to their elders. Many people died last night. Fortunately, no more than a dozen children passed away due to the efforts of the village guards and the reinforcements that came from the stronghold of Noria." Grandma Annie had a very sad expression on her face as she talked about the deaths of the children. Less than a dozen children had died during the hour of fighting due to the strong presence of Aaron and the village guards. According to Grandma Annie, almost 200 village guards died last night. That was almost 2/3 of the total number of guards that were protecting Leaf Village. If only there hadn't been any draugrs in the undead swarm, the number of casualties would have been much lower. Rank 1 monsters that numbered in the hundreds were a nightmare for a village located in the beginner's zone. Aaron was a grade C apostle, which was the equivalent of a rank 2 monster. The rest of the town's guards were grade D apostles, which meant they were only as strong as rank 1 monsters. Grandma Annie, do monster outbreaks happen often? Lux asked as he sat on the couch, joining the old lady. Annie nodded. We get them once or twice a year, but this time around it was quite problematic. I'm sure that the stronghold will station at least a dozen or two of their goat riders here to protect the village for the time being. With them around, we will probably survive the next outbreak that is sure to happen in another half a year or so. Lux sighed as he thought of the bi-yearly calamity that the Leaf Village had to face. He He asked Grandma Annie a few more questions, which the latter answered to the best of her abilities. Because of this, the half-elf was able to learn a lot of things. In the dwarven kingdom of Gweliven, villages would normally be built near a dwarven stronghold, which acted as its protector in times of need. The stronghold of Noria, for example, was the protector of 4 villages, including Leaf Village. The villagers used the bells to communicate with the stronghold over long distances when they were being attacked by a force that far surpassed their capabilities to defend against. In turn, the stronghold would then dispatch its goat riders to assist the villages to resist the threat that had come knocking on their doors. However, due to the distance, they needed at least an hour to arrive, which was why Lux's survival quest asked him to survive for an hour before the reinforcements came to their rescue. I only did what had to be done, Lux replied. In the end, I was saved as well. Lux wasn't delusional to think that he could have survived his predicament by himself. If not for the timely arrival of the goat riders, he might have been added to the list of casualties of the monster outbreak who had died protecting the village. Although being regarded as a dead hero might be something that your bloodline could be proud of, a dead hero is still a dead hero. Lux would rather be alive than dead, so he was very thankful that he was still alive after that nightmarish night that he would always remember in his memories. Before I forget, please take this. Annie took out 3 blue beast cores and handed them to Lux. Those belonged to the 3 bastards that tried to kill you last night. Lux didn't stand on ceremony and gratefully accepted the beast cores, which would allow him to grow stronger. Grandma, were you the one that saved me last night? Lux inquired. If you were asking who was the one that burned those draugrs, then yes, it was me, Annie answered. But it is not I who saved you, but it is you that saved me. If you didn't block their path, I and the children might have been grievously injured or worse, dead. Lux smiled and didn't say anything else. As if waiting for this moment, his stomach growled in protest to tell him that he had not eaten breakfast. Grandma Annie chuckled and bid Lux to follow her down the dining area to have lunch with her. Naturally, the half-elf accepted her offer and enjoyed rice porridge with egg that was prepared especially for him. After eating a filling lunch, Grandma Annie told him to rest more inside the guest room because the village was still in a bad state. Lux nodded his head in agreement and thanked Grandma Annie for her hospitality. Right after he closed the door of his room, the red-headed boy sat on the couch and summoned his soul book. He opened the quest page and saw the completion mark on top of it. He then eyed the rewards that he had no time to check last night due to exhaustion. Survive the monster outbreak. Status completed. Rewards 10 free stat points, 100 skill points, 50 body constitution points, 20 Elysium silver coins. Bonus reward 100 skill points. I gained a bonus of 100 skill points after completing the quest, which gives me a total of 200 skill points, Lux mused. With this, I won't need to use the beast cores I earned to upgrade Diablo. I have enough points to upgrade him twice. Last night he realized how fragile Diablo was when facing a monster that was a tier higher than him. Just a single punch was enough to obliterate his named creature, and it made Lux very sad to see his partner die like that. Don't worry, Diablo, Lux thought. I will ensure that no draugr will be able to one-shot you in the future. Lux had a determined look as he opened Diablo's personal page in his soul book. He was quite excited to see how powerful his partner would be after he was upgraded twice. So I need 65 skill points to upgrade Diablo once, Lux muttered as he checked how much progress his named creature had made in the short time he had been in Elysium. The half-elf didn't bat an eye and used the needed skill points to upgrade his partner, who had fought alongside him during the greatest battle he had experienced in his lifetime. Equip items. Lux blinked as he gazed at the new bookmark that appeared in Diablo's profile. After clicking the equipment page, an idea suddenly appeared on Lux's head. Come forth, Diablo, Lux ordered. A magic circle appeared on the ground in front of him and his trusted partner emerged from it. Can you equip this? Lux asked as he handed Tranquility to Diablo, who didn't look any different from his pre-upgraded state. The white skeleton unsummoned its bone sword and held Tranquility in a firm grip, giving it a few practice swings. Lux glanced at Diablo's equipment page and saw Tranquility appear in its right-hand weapon slot. Okay, take these as well, Lux ordered as he handed his shield, Dawn, and his wolf's leather armor over to Diablo, which made the skeleton look like a decent skeleton warrior that was missing his pants. The half-elf chuckled when he looked at this funny scene. To his surprise, Diablo also chuckled with its jaws rattling non-stop. Okay, how do you feel? Lux asked. Do you feel stronger now? The white skeleton nodded its head in affirmation to its master's inquiry. The red-headed boy smiled as he gazed at his remaining skill points. Free stat points available, 10. Free skill points available, 135. Just as he planned, Lux used another 100 skill points to upgrade Diablo and made him stronger. Free stat points available, 10. Free skill points available, 35. Nice, Lux wasn't able to hide his appreciation as he looked at Diablo's current stats. Just like the note at the end of his named character's profile said, Diablo had indeed become stronger than he was before. Also, just based on stats alone, the white skeleton was even stronger than his master Lux, who was looking at his partner with admiration. The other thing that made Lux happy was the information that Diablo would have a qualitative boost in his overall performance on his next upgrade. Partner, take care of me from now on, Lux said as he extended his hand for a handshake. Kekek, Diablo chuckled as he extended his hand to shake his master's hand. Lux was caught by surprise, because although Diablo had shown signs that it was an intelligent creature, this was the first time that it had attempted to talk to him. Not only that, the white skeleton's thoughts were clearer now compared to how they were in the past. The half-elf could now understand it, even though it was not speaking any formal language. Amazing. You are amazing, Diablo. Kekek. A few minutes later, Lux unsummoned Diablo and stared at the 3 blue beast cores in front of him. He was hesitating about whether he should use them to upgrade Diablo or not, or use them to upgrade his own stat points. After much deliberation, the red-headed boy decided to use them to upgrade himself. The monster outbreak had shown him how much he was lacking in terms of combat ability. His mana was quite low, so he easily ran out of juice after using the slash skill, and summoning Diablo and the forest wolf several times to bolster his forces. Now that Diablo has tranquility, he can summon the forest wolf by himself, Lux muttered as he played with one of the beast cores on the palm of his hand. He also learned slash, so he is capable of dealing greater damage to our enemies now. Although he is still weaker than a Draugr, he won't die after getting hit once. After pondering for a while, Lux returned the beast cores to his storage ring and went to talk with Grandma Annie. You're going now? Annie asked as she looked at Lux with concern. Lux nodded. Yes, Grandma Annie, I will return home for a while. Annie smiled after finding out the red-headed boy's reason for leaving. That's good, Annie replied. Let your loved ones know that you are safe. You can always return here whenever you want. My house is always open for you. Have a safe trip. As Lux walked the streets of Leaf Village, he genuinely felt the sadness of the people living in it. Just like Irial had said, there were no NPCs in Elysium. In short, the people here were no different from him. All of them were alive and knew how to feel happiness, sadness, anger, and helplessness. But aside from the sadness, Lux also noticed something had changed in the hearts of people around him. They no longer looked at him with a guarded expression. Some of them even went out of their way to give him a brief nod of acknowledgement as he passed through them. The villagers heard how the half-elf had fought tooth and nail to defend their village from the monster outbreak. They no longer treated him as an outsider and had acknowledged his presence among them. For some reason, this made Lux feel warm and made his eyes water a bit. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had been starving for recognition all his life. Recognition from the people in Wildguard's stronghold, recognition from his grandmother Vera, and recognition from the world he was living in. Now that he had finally taken a step into the world of Elysium, he understood more than ever how precious life was. Because of this, he wanted to return home to see his grandma and feel the warmth of having a family all over again. I'm back, Lux said softly as he reappeared inside the training room of their residence. Before he could even take a step forward, the door of the room opened, and Vera appeared with a surprised expression on her face. I'm back, Grandma. Lux walked towards Vera and gave her a hug. Welcome back. Vera hugged her grandson in a loving embrace. For some reason, she felt that Lux's presence was different compared to what it was before he went to Elysium. As someone who had experienced many things, she had a hunch that the red-headed boy had experienced something in Elysium that made him decide to go back home and see her. Are you hungry? Vera asked. I just had lunch, but I can easily prepare something for you. Lux pulled back and shook his head. It's fine, Grandma. I ate before coming here. All right, let's go to the living room, Vera proposed as she lightly patted her grandson's shoulder. Tell me about your adventures in Elysium. Okay. Lux nodded. It must have been a scary experience, Vera said as she pulled her grandson close to her. I'm just glad that you survived. Lux had just finished his tale of the monster outbreak in Leaf Village, which made Vera's feel as if her heart was being squeezed inside her chest. Lux was one of her 3 remaining family members, and the thought of losing him made her feel very anxious. I'm glad I survived as well, Grandma, Lux replied with his eyes closed. During that time, I felt very sad about the possibility of leaving you all alone. In fact, I was more scared of you being alone than the thought of me dying. It's so painful that it hurts. Vera held Lux tighter. It was not only Lux who felt that way. She was also very scared of losing the grandson that she had raised since he was a baby. Will you return to Elysium? Yes, I need to go back. There's still many things I need to do. Is there anything that I can help you with? Vera asked. As long as I have it, I will give it to you. Lux nodded. Grandma, I need weapons, armor, and other equipment. How about beast cores? Vera asked. I have some as well. Grandma, don't the rules of Wildguard's stronghold state that giving beast cores to beginners is not allowed? Lux asked. Gerald, the guardian of Wildguard's stronghold, had made a rule that the adults couldn't spoil their children and give them beast cores to increase their stats at an early stage. He believed that this kind of practice would only prevent the children from striving to reach a higher rank. If they could jump tiers at the get-go then, they would not develop the proper mindset of warriors who had undergone the baptism of blood. It was similar to the spoiled second rich generations, who enjoyed their current status due to their parents' achievements and hard work. Gerald wanted to have a strong community. He had no use for useless people with high stats who would only serve as cannon fodder when the real fighting began. Vera frowned because she understood what Lux was trying to say. However, she cared about the survival of her grandson, so she decided to reach a compromise with him. "I will only give you 4 rank 1 beast cores," Vera replied. "Don't worry. Having that many isn't a big deal. Gerald's rules are there to remind the adults to not spoil their kids too much. I'm sure that he will not raise a fuss if I give you 4 low-grade beast cores." Lux pondered for a bit before reluctantly nodding his head. He thought that it was indeed not a big deal if he had 4 low-grade beast cores. Besides, he was also itching to raise Diablo's strength to the next level. "Good. Now, let's talk about equipment," Vera said. "Let's go back to the training area. The living room is not big enough to unload the items I want to give to you." Lux was very keen to see what items his grandma had prepared for him. Gerald didn't forbid the adults from giving their children equipment to be used in Elysium. His reasoning behind this was very simple. Certain requirements must be met before certain types of equipment could be equipped. Take Lux's shield, for example. Dawn needed 10 points to strength before it could be used. 12-year-olds weren't that strong at the beginning. It would take them a while to level up and gain the strength necessary to equip the weapons, armor, and other artifacts that their parents had prepared for them. Also, these things could also be obtained in Elysium, so Gerald didn't see any problem in letting the kids have them. Since that was the case, the adults had an unwritten agreement that supplying their children with equipment was allowed, as long as they didn't blatantly announce it to the world. Lux's eyes widened in shock at the sheer number of equipment that Vera presented to him. Truthfully, Vera was only planning to give them to Lux if her grandson asked for her help. The things that she had prepared for him were all rare and unique weapons. The half-elf appraised these items one by one. He found out that he could only use most of them after he had stepped into the apostle rank, which was still quite a distance from his current state. Even so, he still found some set equipment that made him smile from ear to ear. Set equipment were items that gave decent boosts to attack, defense, and bonus stats when 2 or more of them were equipped. "Come forth, Diablo," Lux shouted, and his trusty companion appeared beside him wearing the fox leather armor, Dawn, and Tranquility. "Change your armor to this," Lux ordered as he pointed at a black set of armor that he had specially chosen for his partner. Diablo nodded and took off the wolf leather's armor and returned it to Lux. Wandering Knight set. Set requirement, 22 points to strength. Wandering Knight Greaves plus 15 defense. Wandering Knight Tassets plus 15 defense. Wandering Knight Breastplate plus 15 defense. Wandering Knight Bracers plus 15 defense. Wandering Knight Helmet plus 15 defense. Wandering Knight set bonus 2 pieces of equipment, plus 1 to strength 3 pieces of equipment, plus 2 to vitality 4 pieces of equipment, plus 2 to dexterity 5 pieces of equipment, plus 50 health points, plus 25 all elemental resistance, plus 2 to agility 20 damage reduction from physical attacks. Diablo had a complete makeover after putting on the black set of armor. His glowing red eyes could be seen through the helmet's eye slits, which gave him a very intimidating presence. It would have been perfect if his sword and shield were black as well, Lux muttered as he rubbed his chin in contemplation. Still, this will have to do for now. Vera was surprised when she saw that the white skeleton was capable of equipping one of the armor sets that she had prepared for her grandson. She didn't expect Lux's named monster to have grown to such a degree. This gave her a feeling of comfort, knowing that there would be a dependable bodyguard following her grandson around in the world of Elysium. After admiring Diablo's new armor set for a while, Lux finally went to gather his own set of armor, which was called the Relentless Warrior Equipment Set. Relentless Warrior. Set requirement, 15 points to all stats. Relentless Warrior Circlet plus 1 to intelligence. Relentless Warrior Leather Armor plus 15 defense. Relentless Warrior Leather Tassets plus 10 defense. Relentless Warrior Arm Guard plus 10 defense. Relentless Warrior Boots plus 10 defense. Relentless Warrior set bonus 2 pieces of equipment plus 3 to strength 3 pieces of equipment plus 3 to agility 4 pieces of equipment plus 3 to dexterity 5 pieces of equipment plus 150 health points plus 40 defense plus 10 all elemental resistance 10 damage reduction from physical attacks. Lux still didn't meet the requirements for this armor set, but with the help of the 7 beast cores in his possession, he was certain that he would be able to equip this set without any problem. For the record, equipment sets were not easy to get. They could only be farmed in certain dungeons in Elysium that required a party of 6 or more to complete. "You're welcome," said Vera as she returned the other items into her storage ring. Several of the items in her possessions had very high requirements. The only reason why she had shown them to Lux was to tell her grandson that these items were available to him at any time. Lux understood his grandma's gesture and was very happy inside his heart, although some of the items he had seen would require him to reach the apostle grade, knowing that they were there made a difference. "Grandma, you entered Elysium when you were young, right?" "Yes. Can you tell me what your starting village was like?" Lux inquired. "Did it also have monster outbreaks?" Vera smiled as she made a gesture to Lux to follow her. 15 minutes later, the grandma and grandson pair drank tea as they stared at the garden of their residence. "Before I tell you the tale of my younger days, let me tell you first how Elysium appeared," Vera said as she stared at the distance, relieving the memories of the past that appeared inside her head. The 100-Year War had just ended in Saleh at that time, and the geography of this entire world had been changed forever. The living areas where people could live had decreased greatly. If you were to leave this territory, the only things you would see are wastelands. Much of the land has been changed so no plants can grow, no water can be found, and no animal can stay for long due to poisonous fumes that erupt from the ground from time to time. In order to prevent the loss of more lives and lands, all the ruling nations came to an agreement. They agreed that no more large-scale wars would be waged on the surface of Saleh. In order to make this pact binding, they begged the gods that had chosen to abandon this world to grant them this last wish. Perhaps due to pity, or perhaps because they truly wished to cut all connections to this world, the gods agreed. Since then, a universal law has enveloped this world to prevent large-scale wars from happening again. Right now, the only points of conflict are border issues, but most of the time only small skirmishes happen. No one dares to violate the rule because they won't be able to bear the consequences of their actions. Vera drank her tea before continuing her tale. Several years passed, and everyone had been living their lives peacefully when they suddenly heard a voice filled with power reverberate across the heavens, Vera said as she looked at her reflection on the tea's surface. The voice said, "The world is dying, but the way to save it can be found in Elysium." Suddenly, teleportation gates appeared in several places around the world that allowed anyone to gain access to Elysium, and the Wildguard stronghold was built to monopolize one of those passageways. Because of this, it became the overlord of this territory. The villages and towns surrounding us send their children here in the hopes that they will be allowed entry into this unknown world that holds infinite possibilities. Lux, who was listening quietly on the side, frowned. He had grown up within the walls of the stronghold and had seen these children travel to their keep in order to pay tribute and get access to the teleportation gate that led to Elysium. "Grandma, I've never thought of this before, but am I considered lucky?" Lux asked. "All I need to do is pass the trial and I can enter Elysium. Others need to pay a fee before they can enter the teleportation gate. Could it be that I didn't notice how privileged I've been all these years?" Vera chuckled. "Well, it was very rare for you to leave the walls of the stronghold, so you were not aware of the situation outside. In a way, you are indeed privileged. You don't need to worry about paying fees and meeting strict requirements to enter Elysium. The other villages and towns in our domain also pay taxes to us on a quarterly basis, but in return for these offerings, the stronghold is obligated to protect them from all forms of aggression, including the beast tides that happen every 3 to 5 years. The role we play is similar to the stronghold of Noria that protects Leaf Village." Lux nodded his head in understanding. "Then the kids of the other villages who enter Elysium, what becomes of them?" "They will randomly appear in one of the 4 villages that our faction belongs to in the Navarre Empire," Vera answered. "When we arrived at Elysium, there were already ruling families governing the territories we were teleported to. Some of us decided to build our own strongholds so that we could gain a foothold in that world. Others decided to form strong connections with the ruling families and earned enough merits to be bestowed a noble title, which allowed them to gain lands. The founder of Wildguard Stronghold chose the second option and did his best to gain enough merits until he could be granted the title of a Viscount. This was how our faction was able to have our own domain in Elysium. It has grown since then. However, unlike the Leaf Village, our side doesn't have to worry about monster outbreaks." Lux nodded in understanding. "Grandma, what happens if the kids from our domain become rankers? How does the stronghold treat them?" "Good question." Vera nodded her head in appreciation for her grandson's curiosity. "As you already know, rankers are special cases. They are known to be powerhouses, so they are treated in a way deserving of their rank. However, being a ranker doesn't make your life any easier. You are almost always going out on missions for the kingdom, empire, or dynasty that you belong to. Lux, you already know this, but Elysium is not a peaceful place. Wars are no longer possible in Saleh, but in Elysium it is a very common thing. Battles between parties, gangs, clans, factions, and guilds happen on a daily basis. It's as if people have forgotten our true reason for going to Elysium, and that is to find a way to save our world. I'm afraid that with the way things are going, everyone in Saleh will just choose to migrate to Elysium and abandon this ruined world for good. Vera chuckled as she looked at her grandson who had a troubled look on his face. Child, this matter is not something that you should think about, Vera said in a teasing tone. This is for the adults to worry about. As for you, just focus on getting stronger. Right now, a rank 1 monster can kill you with a single slap. You don't have the qualifications to affect the bigger picture. Lux looked at his grandma with a complicated expression on his face. He had a feeling that Vera would only laugh at him if he told her that his purpose for coming into this world was to help save it. However, at the end of the day, his grandma was right. Someone who would die from a single slap of a rank 1 monster didn't really have the qualifications to make an impact on a world that was on the verge of collapse. Big sister, you should really meet big brother Lux, Colette said with a smile. Although he is a half-elf, he is as brave as a dwarf. Both of you are of the same age, and he is also very good-looking. A charming young lady with long blonde hair, tied in a ponytail, smiled back at her little sister, who had been chattering non-stop about the half-elf she had met in Leaf Village. Colette's older sister looked like a doll that was made to perfection. Unlike the adorable Colette, her sister's charm was like a flower that was about to bloom. Her name was Aina, and she was recognized as one of the top prodigies in the dwarven kingdom of Gweliven, as well as the dwarven empire of Avarith in Saleh. This is the first time that I've heard of a half-elf, or any other race for that matter, appearing in the beginner's village in the dwarven lands of Elysium, Aina said with undisguised interest. So what is he like? Is he strong? Colette shook her head. He's not that strong, but he is very cool. During the battle, he prioritized saving dwarves and transporting the injured to the treatment area at the far end of the village, away from the fighting. Aina sipped the tea in her cup as she eyed her sister. Maybe he's just scared of fighting, so he prioritized taking the injured as an excuse to not get killed. Big brother isn't like that, Colette pouted. If he's afraid of fighting, he wouldn't have faced 3 draugrs to let us escape. Those are 3 rank 1 monsters. If Big brother didn't block them, I might have also died, you know. I'm sorry, Aina apologized after seeing her sister's teary-eyed face. He is indeed not a coward. He is a very brave person. Father sure is generous. Yes, Aina smiled. She could already understand what her father was thinking. If her guess was right, her father was indeed very thankful to the half-elf for saving her sister's life. However, gifting the young generation was akin to spoiling them and making their lives easier. This would give them a fake sense of security, seeing that their stat points would drastically increase due to the power of the beast cores. But at the end of the day, even if they suddenly gained an increase in overall stats, there were still many dangers in Elysium that could end their lives if they weren't careful. Father's purpose is to let Lux graduate from the beginner's village, so that Colette would no longer be able to meet up with him again, Aina thought. I guess this is not a bad thing. Once he steps into the intermediate area, I will be able to see this big brother that Colette is so proud of. The beginner villages would only allow foreigners to stay in them until they reached the apostle rank. Once they stepped into that realm, the laws of the world would only give them 10 days before forcefully teleporting them away to the nearest intermediate area in the vicinity. The only question is, which intermediate area will he be transported to? Aina frowned. The dwarven kingdom of Gweliven had over 20 intermediate towns for apostles, and 5 cities, including the capital city, Erunwen, where the rankers of the realm stayed. Although 20 towns might seem like a small number, they were several miles apart from each other. Aina had only registered in 3 towns so far, which meant that she could teleport to these 3 towns whenever she liked. If Lux were to appear in any of the towns that she had visited before, she could personally thank the half-elf for saving her sister. 10 rank 2 beast cores would be enough to give him at least 100 stats points, Aina calculated in her head. This meant that he would just need 100 more in order to reach the limit of the beginner's village. If he's talented enough, it would only take him 2 months before he reached the apostle rank. Aina was using her knowledge about gaining experience from monster kills and leveling up in order to gain stat points. What she was not aware of was that Lux didn't need to level up and could directly earn points by finishing his quests. Big sister, once Big brother and I come to the intermediate towns, make sure to take good care of us, okay? Colette said while holding her sister's hands and looking up at her with puppy eyes. Okay, Aina replied with a smile. However, you should understand that there will definitely be prejudiced people against him. Not many dwarves like humans, and although he is a half-elf, he might still be shunned because of his race. Colette nodded in understanding. Their dwarven empire of Avarith in Saleh disliked humans because of what happened in the 100-Year War. Up to this day, the Avarith royal family still held grudges against humans and refused to entertain discussions about reconciliation between the 2 races. So when will we be going back to Elysium? Aina asked. Colette pondered before raising 2 fingers. Mother said that I should stay for 2 days because she missed me terribly. Father is also preparing new equipment for me to ensure my safety. I already talked to Maddie, and he said that his parents were doing the same. It seems that what happened in Leaf Village made them realize that it isn't as safe as the other beginner villages due to the monster outbreak. Aina nodded in understanding. She too was surprised when she heard that a monster outbreak had happened in a beginner's village. Although this was not the first time something like this had happened, it was still something that the adults didn't want to hear. After all, if their children were to appear in Leaf Village at the wrong time, then they might also come face to face with a monster outbreak, which would lead them to an untimely demise. Father issued a decree ordering parents to educate their children about the dangers of Leaf Village, Aina stated. If they were to encounter a monster outbreak, all of them were ordered to flee the village, or hide in the underground shelter until the reinforcements from Noria arrive. Should I do that as well, big sister? Of course. Your life is very important. If a monster outbreak happens, just bring your party to the underground shelter. All of you are still children, so the people in Leaf Village will not bat an eye and allow you to enter their shelter. Colette nodded. Understood. I will hide when a monster outbreak appears. I'm just wondering, will they also allow Big Brother to take shelter with us? Aina frowned. She didn't know the answer to this question, so she didn't dare give her sister false hope. I don't know if they will allow him inside the shelter or not, Aina replied. But it might be possible for him to leave Leaf Village long before the next monster outbreak starts. Lux consumed the 7 beast cores and upgraded his stat points, which in turn upgraded his special body constitution. After the boost in stats, he was finally able to equip the Relentless Warrior set to his battle equipment page. Once someone had entered Elysium, their clothes inventory would be divided into 2 categories. The first category was fashion, and the other was battle. As the name suggested, the fashion inventory would mostly store normal clothes, while the battle inventory would mostly store armors that people wore when they went to battle. Lux could easily swap between 2 sets depending on the situation. While other people liked to display their amazing armor for everyone to see, the half-elf didn't feel comfortable wearing it outside of battle. After allocating his points, Lux felt more confident about returning to Elysium and challenging the locations around Leaf Village. Immortal Conqueror's Legacy. Rating F. Progress 96-100. Conquest is not all about claiming lands and expanding your domain. True conquest is conquering the hearts of people. Once you gain their loyalty, the path to dominion will open its doors for you. Abilities none. Dark Arrow 2 Mana. Hurls an arrow of darkness that has a small chance to blind your target. Skill Evolution X detected a new skill. Dark Arrow will be upgraded into Void Arrow once the requirements have been met. Void Arrow. Hurls an arrow of darkness that has an intermediate chance to blind your target. Requirement to upgrade, successfully blind a target 30x. Progress 0-30. Lux was quite happy to receive the Dark Arrow skill from the Beast Cores that he had received from his grandma. According to Vera, the Beast Cores came from the rank 1 monster called Nightshade Crow. This crow only hunted at night, and it was notorious for preying on the beginners who happened to step into its hunting grounds. Although the skills and the upgrade he received were good, there was still something that troubled the red-headed boy the most. Lux could feel his liver itching when he saw that his Immortal Conqueror's Legacy only needed 4 more points before it could complete its first upgrade. He was very curious about what kind of abilities it would unlock after it reached 100. Because of this, Lux was hesitating whether or not he should ask his grandma for 1 more beast core in order to complete his upgrade. Vera could see his dilemma, but she only gave him a smile. She understood that look on her grandson's face, but she didn't want to spoil him too much. Lux, I believe in you, Vera said as she patted her grandson's shoulder. I look forward to the day when you're able to surpass me. Lux smiled and nodded his head. I'm also hoping for that day to come, Grandma. That way it will be my turn to protect and take care of you. Vera chuckled as she ruffled her grandson's hair. No need to protect me. I'm already old enough to handle myself. Then, Grandma, is there anything you want? No matter what it is, I'll give it to you without fail, Lux said with determination, which made Vera rub her chin in contemplation. After a few minutes, Vera flashed a mischievous grin to Lux and said her dearest wish. I want to hold my great-grandchild, Vera replied. It doesn't have to be now, but I want to see them within 7 years. Do you think you can grant this wish of mine? Lux blushed because he didn't expect his grandma to ask him for a great-grandchild. Even so, he summoned his thick skin to give the person who raised him a determined answer. Don't worry, Grandma, Lux said as he patted his chest with confidence. Your grandson is very handsome. I'm sure that even if you cut the time down to 5 years, you'll be holding not just 1, not just 2, but many great-grandchildren in your arms. Vera clapped her hands together. Wonderful. I didn't know that my grandson was so capable. Very well, I'll look forward to holding my great-grandchildren. You better work hard in Elysium and find me some good daughter-in-laws. Lux could feel his cheeks burning after his embarrassing declaration. However, since he had already said it, he would definitely fulfill it. The only problem was that he still had to wait a year before he could use the Whittlegard Stronghold's teleportation gate to connect to Elysium in order to meet with humans. Although the dwarven lands were good, he felt that the dwarves wouldn't like to have a half-elf staying in their domain for a very long time. "Grandma, I'm going now. Take care, Lux. Come home when you get homesick." Lux reluctantly took a step back after giving his grandma a hug. "Be safe always," Vera said as she waved her grandson goodbye. Lux nodded. "See you soon, Grandma. Open Heaven's Gate." Lux strolled the streets of Leaf Village and saw that the houses that had been damaged during the monster outbreak were being repaired. While the dwarven children played on the streets, their parents busied themselves with helping their village restore its previous state. Lux took a deep breath before taking steady steps towards the Adventurers Guild. He also wanted to do his part to help Leaf Village in his own way. This was why Lux made a vow to himself. "It doesn't matter how long it takes," Lux thought as he walked towards the Adventurers Guild. "For as long as my heart keeps beating, I will do the right thing. That way, I can live this precious life given to me without any regrets." A week had passed since the monster outbreak. The residents of Leaf Village paid their respects to the brave men and women who had stood their ground to protect their village from the undead that had broken past their defenses. Because it was mainly the village's guards who battled against the monsters, they incurred the most casualties, and only a little more than 50 had survived. Aaron, who was the captain of the guards, had requested his counterparts from the Noria stronghold to station 30 goat riders in their village to help bolster their defenses. The commander of Noria approved his request and stationed a group of dwarven defenders, known as the Black Thorn, to guard Leaf Village for the time being. These 30 mounted warriors had the rank of Grade C Apostles Rank 2 monster, led by their rider captain Boreas, who was a Grade B Apostle Rank 3 monster. Due to the intensity of the battle, Aaron had also broken through to the rank of a Grade B Apostle and had become a staunch defender of the village. It was quite unfortunate that his about 50 subordinates who fought alongside him didn't break through and remained as Grade D Apostles Rank 1 monster, falling short of reaching the next rank. All in all, more than 80 defenders were left in Leaf Village as protectors. Adventurers Guild. Maddie, who was standing beside Colette, snorted. "She's talking about the time when you held back those 3 draugrs to let us escape." The young dwarf boy, who had never liked Lux, acted as obnoxious as always. However, although his words sounded a bit rude, it no longer contained the contempt it originally had when the two of them met for the first time. In his own way, Maddie had recognized Lux's bravery and no longer treated him with disdain. Lux accepted the storage bag and checked its contents. The red-headed boy almost dropped the bag given to him when he saw the 10 beast cores that were the size of tennis balls. "I can't take this." Lux tried to return the storage bag to Colette's hand, but the little girl ran behind Maddie and stuck her tongue out at the half-elf who wanted to return her gift. "Just take it already," Maddie shouted. He wanted to impress Colette, so he took a firm stance and prevented Lux from returning the storage bag to Colette. "Are you really a man? If you don't like her gift, then give it to me. I'll use it myself." "What do you mean you'll use it yourself? That's for Big Brother." Colette glared at Maddie, which made the dwarf boy blush because he found her glare very adorable. Colette then placed her hands on her hips and then turned her head to look up at Lux, who was struggling to keep himself from chuckling over Maddie's submissive attitude. "Big Brother, if you really feel bad about it, you can just help us with our dungeon expedition later." Colette tried to butter Lux up so he would no longer think of returning her gift. "Having a strong person join our party will definitely help us clear the dungeon." "Dungeon expedition," Lux frowned. "Are you talking about raiding the Bronze Crypt?" There was only one dungeon in the beginner's area, and it was the Bronze Crypt located in the south zone of Leaf Village. This was also where the undead swarm had broken out from not long ago. It made Lux wonder if it was a good idea to challenge it right now. There is only one dungeon here in the village." Maddie once again found his courage and decided to vent his frustration on the person whom he had labeled as his rival. "What? Don't tell me you developed a trauma against the undead." Thinking that Lux might have really developed a trauma after the monster outbreak, Colette tried to assure him that their dungeon expedition would be conducted in a safe manner. "Don't worry, Big Brother. We can buy teleportation crystals from the Adventurers Guild," Colette stated. "With the crystals, we will be able to automatically teleport outside of the dungeon anytime we want." Maddie, who was just listening to the side, crossed his arms over his chest. "You don't have to come with us, you know. Even without you, we can beat it just fine." "Shut up, Maddie. You're being mean to Big Brother." Lux snickered internally at the hen-pecked dwarf boy who wouldn't dare defy Colette's wishes. In the end, he decided to agree to Colette's request. He was also curious to know about what it would be like to explore a dungeon. In these past few days, the half-elf accepted a couple of missions that focused on repairing the village. He hadn't gone out to hunt, so his stats hadn't shown any signs of progression. Now that an opportunity was at hand, he thought that it would be a good way to test how strong he and Diablo had become. Okay, Lux finally agreed to accept Colette's invitation. When do we leave? Colette grinned as she looked at the clock hanging on the wall of the Adventurers Guild. Around 6 when the sun is about to set, Colette replied. The bronze crypt only opens at that time. Lux nodded. Okay, I will meet you there later. Make sure to prepare everything, including the teleportation crystals. Colette grinned. The red-headed boy bid them all farewell as he went back to his inn to use the beast cores that had been given to him. He was certain that the beast cores Colette gifted him were none other than cores that were looted from rank 2 monsters, which made him a bit excited. After closing the door of his room, Lux immediately took one of the cores from the storage bag and then walked towards the bed. These are indeed rank 2 beast cores, Lux muttered as he sat on top of the bed. Now, let's see how many points I get by consuming one. Ding, do you wish to consume the rank 2 beast core? Yes, no. Lux clicked yes and chose upgrade stat points from the next batch of options. Immediately, rows of text appeared in front of him, which made him grin. Obtain 10 free stats points. Obtain 10 body constitution points. So rank 2 beast cores will give me 10 free stat points, Lux muttered as he rubbed his chin. It's quite unfortunate that I haven't learned any new skills and my body constitution points remain the same. The half-elf didn't know from which monsters the beast cores were taken from, so he could only sigh in regret for not being able to acquire more skills to add to his arsenal. Now, it's time to upgrade my body constitution. Lux opened his soul book to allocate points to the immortal conqueror's legacy. He was looking forward to seeing what new abilities he would gain once the upgrade was finished. Ding, congratulations. Your body constitution has been upgraded. Choose one from among these 3 options as your bonus reward. Option 1 plus 50 permanent points to vitality. Options 2 Warcry, plus 30 physical and magical damage to you and your allies. Duration 5 minutes. Cooldown 10 minutes. Options 3 Mana Drain, absorbs the mana of your target for 5 seconds. Mana absorbed is equivalent to 2 of target's maximum mana. Range 10 meters. Duration 5 seconds. Cooldown 30 seconds. The half-elf almost drooled upon seeing the 3 bonus rewards that were presented to him. If possible, he would like to have all 3. It was quite unfortunate that he could only choose one of them. 50 points to vitality is good because it will increase my health and defense by a substantial amount, Lux thought as he rubbed his chin in contemplation. However, I am leaning more towards the War Cry and Mana Drain skills. Since Lux had learned Necromancy, War Cry would provide an excellent boost to his summons, increasing their damage. Mana Drain, on the other hand, would allow him to drain his target's mana, allowing him to have an unlimited supply of energy to cast spells. For classes and professions that relied heavily on active skills and spells, this was an ability that they couldn't afford to pass up. The half-elf kept on scratching his head because both War Cry and Mana Drain were very important to him. I wonder if the same options will appear again as I continue to upgrade my body constitution, Lux mused. This is really a hard choice to make, but if I have to choose one over the other, then I'll choose Mana Drain. During the monster outbreak, Lux had been very depressed by his very low mana pool. If he'd had more mana, he would have been able to continuously use his slash skill and summon Diablo and the Forest Wolf over and over again. Although he really wanted to choose Battle Cry, Mana Drain was more important to him right now. Skill Evolution X detected a new skill. Since the skill is learned from your body constitution upgrade and not from a beast core, evolution requirements will be waived. Mana Drain X. Absorb the mana of your target for 5 seconds. Mana absorbed is equivalent to 5 of target's maximum mana. Range 10 meters. Duration 5 seconds. Cooldown 30 seconds. Immortal Conqueror's Legacy. Rating F+. Progress 6/100. Conquest is not all about claiming lands and expanding your domain. True conquest is conquering the hearts of people. Once you gain their loyalty, the path to dominion will open its doors for you. Upgrade rewards +5 to all stats +200 health points, Mana Drain X. Note, upgrading your special constitution will allow you to unlock its abilities. After looking at his soul book, Lux eyed the 9 remaining beast cores in his storage bag with determination. My combined stat points right now is 93, Lux muttered. If I convert all of the beast cores into stat points, I will have a total of 193 combined stat points. I'm only 7 points away from becoming an apostle. The half-elf didn't expect that he would be able to graduate from the beginner's village in less than a month after arriving at Elysium. Now he understood how important it was to have many resources, especially a good supply of beast cores, to instantly raise a person's stats to a very high degree. Lux was, of course, very happy with how things turned out, but he also understood that he hadn't achieved his current status by his own abilities alone. Even so, his goal hadn't changed. Once he decided on something, he would carry it out to the best of his abilities. After taking a deep breath to regain his composure, Lux took the beast cores out of the storage bag and consumed them one by one. There was still one more thing he had to do before meeting Colette in a few hours, and that was to visit the Adventurers Guild to choose a job class. Once a person had accumulated 100 combined stats, they would be eligible to pick a job class, which would give them a boost in overall strength. Not only that, they would also learn exclusive skills that belonged to their chosen profession. Lux was curious about what kind of job classes would become available to him when he visited the Adventurers Guild. His grandma Vera had told him that there were some hidden job classes that could be found in Elysium as well. These classes were extremely powerful, like the Dragon Rider class, which allowed them to tame dragons that could fight with them in battle. Just like everyone else, Lux also dreamed of having one of those hidden job classes. Most people said that they found these rare classes through fortuitous encounters, while others said they were bestowed upon them by masters who were looking for disciples to inherit their legacies. Lux sighed as he put aside these thoughts for the time being. He had finished consuming all of the beast cores and prepared to leave his room to visit the Adventurers Guild. He had no intention of leaving Leaf Village anytime soon because he still needed to do a few things in order to prepare for the goal he had in mind. As long as this goal was achieved, he could leave Leaf Village with a clear conscience. Lux decided to pave his own path in the world of Elysium, regardless of what people thought of him. As long as his grandma Vera, Max, and Iriel believed in him, then he could walk the rough and winding road with his head held high. After walking for a few minutes, Amelia led Lux to a small shrine where a white crystal ball the size of a basketball ball was placed on a pedestal. On their short walk towards their destination, the guild receptionist gave Lux some tips when it came to choosing a job class. Lux had already asked his grandma about changing professions in Elysium, so he already knew most of what Amelia was telling him. Even so, he appreciated the gesture because it meant that the receptionist cared for his well-being. "Just place your hand on the crystal ball, Lux," Amelia said. "Make sure to think carefully before you choose your profession." After taking a deep breath, Lux placed his palm over the crystal ball. A few seconds later, it glowed and a projection appeared in front of him. Lux blinked once then twice after seeing the job class options that were available to him. He had already expected the Necromancer class to appear in his choices, but he didn't expect that it was categorized as hidden class. In Elysium, there were several classes that people could choose from. They are further divided into different types. The first type was the basic job classes, which were available to everyone. Examples of the basic job classes were swordsman, thief, brawler, magician, archer, fighter, and healer. Then there were the rare job classes. These classes were usually a hybrid of the basic job classes. If a person was good in swordsmanship and capable of wielding magic, then he could become a magic knight. Same with magicians who preferred to learn both close combat and magic spells. The option to become a battle mage would be allowed to them. As for unique classes, these were professions that were relatively hard to find. Just like the hidden class, unique classes could only be obtained through fortuitous encounters. These rare events, which would only happen out of the blue, usually blessed people to learn job classes that were not available to everyone. Hidden classes were similar to unique classes. Only lucky or very unlucky people could bump into professions that no one usually had access to. An example of this was Lux's Necromancer class. If he didn't acquire the Necromancy skill book during his gacha pull, then there was no way that he would have access to the Summoner and Necromancer job classes from the get-go. Of course, there were instances when people stumbled upon these hidden classes as they journeyed through the world of Elysium. If this happened, they could visit the adventurers' guilds, temples, or shrines to change their professions and start from scratch. Thankfully, however, only the skills of the previous job class would be erased from the person's soul book. Their stat points would remain the same. After thinking for a while, Lux finally decided on the Necromancer job class. Since he had already intended to strengthen Diablo, picking this choice would be the optimal choice for his future progress in Elysium. You have chosen the Necromancer job class. Is this your final answer? Yes, no. Lux chose yes. After making his choice, the crystal ball glowed and enveloped Lux in a white light. This only happened for a brief moment, and yet, Lux felt a new kind of power start to flow inside his body. Necromancer. Say hello to my little friends. The Necromancer specializes in the practice of black magic, which is sometimes called death magic, that allows them to communicate with and summon the dead. They are also capable of casting curses to weaken their enemies and allow their undead minions to deal them the final blow. You already have learned the necromancy skills for this job class. Calculating job class change bonus as compensation. Job class change bonus 100 mana regeneration, plus 500 to health, plus 1 to all stats, plus 1 to all summoning skills. Wow, Lux wasn't able to stop himself from voicing out his excitement after seeing the job class bonus that he received. Usually, people who change their professions wouldn't get the same kind of bonus that Lux got. However, since he did not need to learn the Necromancer skills, he was given a job class change bonus as compensation. Seeing Lux's expression, Amelia thought that he had been blessed by a rare job class. She had witnessed this event happen many times in the past, so she just smiled and proceeded to do her job as the guild's receptionist. "Have you already chosen a job class?" Amelia asked. Lux nodded. "Yes, Miss Amelia. Then please give me your guild card. We will need to update your current information." "Ah, I almost forgot." Lux presented his guild card to Amelia, and the receptionist asked the half-elf for a drop of his blood in order to upgrade his current information. The red-headed boy complied, and the information on his guild card was updated. Guild card. Name Lux von Kaiser. Age 16. Race half-elf. Rank none. Job class Necromancer. Registered in Leaf Village. In Necromancer, Amelia almost dropped the guild card in her hand after seeing Lux's current job class. "Isn't this a hidden class? How did you get this?" Lux blinked as the gears in his head started to turn in overdrive as he thought of an excuse to explain how he gained this profession. Usually, hidden classes weren't that easy to obtain. Any individual who acquired a hidden job class would receive special attention from the Adventurers Guild. They could also gain access to information that was exclusive to the Adventurers Guild, like current news in the neighboring kingdoms, or any monster sightings that required strong adventurers to exterminate. During the monster outbreak, I kind of felt a connection with the undead after almost dying," Lux replied. "When I was attacked by the Draugr, I thought I was going to die. The thought of death might have unlocked something inside me and allowed me to grasp the power of necromancy." Amelie listened to Lux's explanation with a serious expression on her face. "This is a possibility." Amelia nodded. "There are certain people in history who have unlocked hidden classes during life and death situations. This information has been in the Adventurers Guild Compendium. You're very lucky, Lux. Not many are able to get a hidden class. I'm happy for you." After leaving the Adventurers Guild, Lux returned to the inn and went back to his room in order to tie up the loose ends of his class change. Lux stared at the 100 untouched stat points in his soul book and decided to start allocating them. After someone had acquired 200 combined stat points, they would step into the ranks of a grade D apostle. This was the first step towards breaking through the limits of mortality and would set the person apart from commoners. Therefore, after Lux stepped into this new realm, he would have to leave Leaf Village and go to an intermediate town. But for the time being, Lux had no intention of leaving yet because he still had unfinished business in the beginner's area. Having considered this, he decided to limit his stats so he wouldn't cross the threshold into that of apostles. Immortal Conqueror's Legacy, M rating, F+. Progress 51,100. After limiting his stats, Lux was now only 12 points away from becoming an apostle. Although he had enough stats to do so, he decided to put them on hold until he was done upgrading all of his other skills to the limit of the beginner's area. His health points and mana had risen drastically after he changed his profession, which made him feel more secure in fighting against the monsters that had easily beaten him in the past, just like the Draugr. His first skill, Summon Skeleton, that he acquired after he got +1 to all summoning skills, had also been upgraded. Choose which upgrade you wish to take. Option 1, summon 2 skeletons to fight for you instead of 1. Option 2, upgrade Summon Skeleton skill to Summon Skeleton Warrior. After experiencing the monster outbreak, Lux's mentality had also changed. Instead of quantity, he now focused on quality. "Let's go with Summon Skeleton Warrior," Lux muttered as he clicked his choice. Summon Skeleton Warrior. Rating F+. Mana 5. Summons 1 Skeleton Warrior to fight for you. Summon duration 1 hour. Skill cooldown 5 minutes, Skeleton Warrior. Health 30. Attack 515. Unlike Diablo, whose stats he could see, the stats of the summoned creatures were fixed. This was also an example advantage of having a named creature instead of normal monsters. Their growth rate was at least 2 to 3 times faster when compared to other monsters of the same rank. Lux smirked before going to Diablo's personal page. His named creature was also affected by the +1 to all summoning skills bonus that he received from his class change. He remembered the note telling him that Diablo would go through a qualitative change after he was upgraded again, so Lux happily checked to see if the changes had already been implemented on his named creature's status page. Diablo has reached the requirement for a job chain. Please choose your named creature's job class wisely. Compatible job classes. Skeleton Barbarian. You mad bruh? The Skeleton Barbarian is always mad. Its sole purpose is to deal as much damage to the enemy without care for its own life. This is a pure offensive job class that brings fear to the hearts of anyone who faces them in battle. Job class bonus plus 20 strength. Active skill Berserk Stone Body, Skeleton Fighter. If you need a lackey that handles everything like fighting, cooking, or doing the laundry, then the Skeleton Fighter is your best pick. It is not only a warrior, but also a tactician. It has well-rounded abilities that allow it to both attack and defend, depending on the situation. Job class bonus plus 10 strength plus 5 agility plus 5 dexterity. Passive skill Parry Tactician. Skeleton Shield Warrior. Need a meat shield? Look no further. The Skeleton Shield Warrior is the masochist of the skeletal race. No matter if you're fighting a dwarf or a dragon, this cannon fodder will always die before you. Job class bonus plus 20 vitality plus 500 health points. Active skill Taunt. Passive skill Guts. Diablo can also change job classes. Lux's eyes widened in shock after looking at the 3 options that were presented right in front of him. This also made Lux realize that he still hadn't given his named creature a role in his party. Roles were very important because it could make or break a team's composition, especially when going on raids and dungeon expeditions. Although a barbarian is good, I don't want Diablo to be a mindless killing machine. Lux rubbed his chin. A skeleton fighter is also good because it's an all-rounder. As for the shield warrior, this is a must-have in any party. Currently, Lux was torn between a skeleton fighter and a skeleton shield warrior. After spending a quarter of an hour thinking about the pros and cons of both, he finally settled for the skeleton fighter for its well-rounded stats. It could both attack and defend. The skeleton fighter had the flexibility that neither the skeleton barbarian or the skeleton shield warrior had. After properly organizing his soul book, Lux unsummoned it and laid on his bed. The beast cores that had been given to him by Colette also allowed him to learn the passive skill Fortitude, which automatically upgraded itself to Enhanced Fortitude due to Lux's skill evolution X. Enhanced Fortitude. Passive skill. Enhanced Fortitude decreases all damage received by 10. Although a 10 decrease in damage might not seem much, this would prove very useful when he fought off stronger monsters, because it worked for both physical and magical damage. Now I understand why Lord Gerald issued a decree to not allow any of the adults to spoil their children by giving them beast cores to boost their stats at the early stages, Lux mused. It gives them a false sense of security, knowing that they will be able to outclass the monsters in the beginner's area. This carelessness might lead them to lower their guard, causing them to commit several mistakes because they thought that they were strong enough to handle anything the monsters throw at them. I better be careful with my mindset, or else I might suffer the same fate as those sons of noble families who fearlessly challenged the alpha monsters and field bosses due to their boosted stats. Lux glanced at the clock on the wall and decided to take a nap for a few hours before meeting Colette and Maddie at the Bronze Crypt. This had been a very eventful day, and he needed to rest his mind in order to be ready for his first ever dungeon exploration. So you're finally here, Maddie said in an annoyed expression. What took you so long? I've been waiting here for 20 minutes already. Sorry, I woke up a little late from my nap, Lux apologized. Whereas Colette, after scanning the faces of the dwarves in front of him, he found that only the adorable little girl was missing. As if waiting for that cue, the sound of hurried footsteps was heard in the clearing. Sorry, everyone, Colette shouted as she ran towards her party members. I overslept. Did I make you guys wait for too long? Maddie smiled as he looked at the object of his affection. No, we just arrived here a minute ago. You're not late at all. Really, I'm glad. I thought I made you guys wait. No, I also overslept a bit. Ha ha ha. Lux looked at the fawning dwarf boy and forced down his urge to spit on Maddie's face. When I was the one that was late, you got angry. But when the one you like is late, you turn a blind eye. What's this? Discrimination much? Double standards. Big brother, did I make you wait for long? Colette shifted her attention to Lux and held his hand. Sorry, it won't happen again. I just arrived as well, Lux replied. Don't worry about it. This was the first time Lux would explore a dungeon with a party, so he didn't want to create a commotion and clash with Colette's friends. For now, he decided to turn a blind eye to Maddie's behavior because he understood that the little dwarf was a simp. This is really like a game, Lux thought as a row of words appeared in front of him. Do you want to join the Golden Slayer's party? Yes, no. Lux accepted Colette's request and formally joined the dwarven party. Although there was no option to see each other's health points like in games, forming a party allowed everyone to share team buffs that increased their stats. This was similar to the skill Warcry that Lux didn't get because he chose Mana Drain instead. The moment he joined the party, he felt as if a refreshing breeze blew over him. Seeing his reaction, Maddie immediately smirked and decided to tell him what was happening. Colette changed her profession to Paladin, Maddie explained. Everyone that is in her party gets a passive regeneration boost that heals minor injuries. However, if you get a fatal injury, don't expect it to save your life. I see. Lux nodded in understanding. You are amazing, Colette. The little girl smiled after being praised by Lux. Due to her good mood, she grabbed Lux's hand and dragged him towards the entrance of the bronze crypt. Big brother, take a look at this, Colette said as she pointed at a bronze slate located right beside the entrance of the cave. The names of the top 3 party that have cleared this dungeon in Hell mode are all written here. The rankings are based on their individual performance, but usually the party who clears the dungeon faster will get in the top 6 spots. I see. Lux glanced at the bronze slate and focused on the name that held the top spot. Aina van Goldenslayer. Wait, Goldenslayer. Isn't that the name of our party? Lux blinked once then twice before shifting his attention at the adorable little girl that was looking back at him with a big grin on her face. Aina van Goldenslayer is my big sister, Colette said with pride. Ever since she cleared the dungeon in Hell mode with her party members, her record has never been broken for the past 4 years. Isn't my big sister amazing? She is amazing, Lux agreed, but we can be more amazing than her. How about we beat Hell mode and put our names on this slate as well? Ha, are you stupid? Maddie, who suddenly appeared beside Colette, glared at Lux. Don't you know that the boss in Hell mode is a rank 2 Berserker Barbarian Draugr? If you want to die, you can go in there by yourself. We're just challenging the normal mode. The rules of dungeons in Elysium were different from the rules of the outside world. In Elysium, all dungeons had 2 modes, normal mode and Hell mode. Hell mode was of course the hardest mode, but it also gave better rewards. However, it was very dangerous to choose this mode without proper preparation. Many parties had died for this reason. Fortunately, the penalty for dying inside a dungeon was more forgiving than dying in the open world. Those who died inside the dungeons in Elysium wouldn't really die. They would respawn in the nearest town. But as a penalty, a quarter of their status points would be taken away. After dying, they had no choice but to regain their deducted experience points or consume beast cores to recover these lost points. Even so, this was still a better outcome than challenging an unknown dungeon and dying in the process. Lux was just teasing Colette when he said that they should challenge Hell mode and let their names be written on the bronze slate. The half-elf was aware that with his current strength, he would still need a bit more preparation before he could challenge the Hell mode of the bronze crypt. I'm not saying that we should challenge it now, Lux replied to Maddie. Before we leave Leaf Village, most of us will be in the Apostle rank. That is the perfect time to challenge the Hell mode difficulty. Are you sure you don't want to leave your mark here to be seen by future generations? Maddie turned quiet after hearing Lux's words. Of course, he wanted to leave his name on the bronze slate, so others would know that he had once been here in the Leaf Village and had accomplished an amazing feat. That's right. Colette said as she gazed at her sister's name in the bronze slate. Before we leave this village, we should leave our mark here. Although I'm not confident that we can beat my big sister's record, taking second place is not impossible. The members of Colette's party also nodded their heads in agreement. They also wanted to leave a memento behind. Having their names recorded on the bronze slate was the best thing they could do to preserve their legacy. Okay, let's do this. Colette placed her hand on the bronze gate which would lead them inside the dungeon. The adorable dwarf chose normal difficulty. A second later, the gate in front of them opened wide. Please listen to my orders once we're inside, Colette reminded everyone. Although this is just the normal difficulty, we might still be killed if we're not careful. Everyone, including Lux, nodded in agreement. Seeing that no one had any complaints, Colette led the way and everyone else followed behind her. Summon Skeleton Warrior. A gray skeleton with a horned helmet, wielding a bone sword and a shield appeared in front of Lux. Not bad, Lux thought as he observed his skeleton warrior. From the stats alone, he could already tell that it was stronger than Diablo back when it was still a named creature at its first level. Is this the skeleton that fought alongside us back then? Colette asked as she looked at the skeleton warrior. He looked stronger than before. No, this is not Diablo, Lux replied. I just want to see how this skeleton performs during a fight. I see. Colette nodded her head in understanding. Still, I think it is stronger than most monsters here in normal mode. Of course, except the dungeon boss called Dark Draugr. Lux already knew that the only real threat in normal mode was the boss, which was a monster that was at the peak of rank 1 monsters. This was why he had summoned his skeleton warrior in this stage. This dungeon was the perfect place to test its fighting abilities. Well then, time to suit up, Lux thought as he equipped his relentless warrior armor and his new sword, Oathbreaker. Oathbreaker, Dark Blade of Eternity. Rarity unique. One-handed sword. Requirement 100 combined stats. Attack 100-145 dark damage. Physical skills deal 20 more damage. Has a 10 chance to trigger double damage with each attack. This ability works with skills as well. Lux's red armor and sword caught the party's attention because they looked so cool as a set. Even Maddie, who liked nitpicking everything about him, was left speechless by his current attire. "Big brother, you look so cool," Colette exclaimed as she looked at Lux with sparkling eyes. "Where did you get that armor and sword?" "I'm pretty sure that this set can't be found here in Leaf Village. My grandma gave it to me. After hearing what happened during the monster outbreak, she thought that I needed equipment to protect myself in battle." Earlier, Lux had been wearing his wolf's leather armor, which was considered a fashionable set of armor. Since he had 2 interchangeable equipment slots, the half-elf decided to use the wolf's armor as his default fashion set to make others think that it was his only set of armor. "This sword seems powerful." Maddie eyed Lux's weapon with great interest. He was a dwarf weapon master, which was a rare class just like the paladin. It was normal for Maddie to have a great interest in swords, so he had always been familiar with them. He could naturally feel that Lux's swords were quite extraordinary. "Its name is Oathbreaker," Lux said with a smile. "It's a good sword." After finishing their short chat, everyone started to pull their focus back to their mission. Lux, Colette, and Maddie were the vanguards, while the mages Andy and Axel were at the rear. The only cleric in their party, Helen, was at the center of the formation, and she was protected by everyone. The skeleton warrior was used as a scout for detecting if there were any enemies ahead. It didn't take long before the skeleton warrior attacked the lone zombie that it had detected in front of it. The battle didn't last long. Naturally, the skeleton warrior came out victorious. Lux observed his summon and found out that it wasn't as smart as Diablo when it came to making decisions in battle. Although its performance was passable, he had long gotten used to Diablo's style. The skeleton warrior's movement and attack patterns were too stiff for his taste. Maybe things will change after its next upgrade, Lux thought as he continued to follow the skeleton from behind. On their way, their party encountered 2 skeletons and a zombie blocking the path they wanted to take. Colette, Maddie, and the skeleton warrior only took a short time to deal with them because they were merely small fries. After experiencing the monster outbreak, these low-level monsters were no longer a big deal to Colette's party. Just like Lux, their parents had given them beast cores to allow them to boost their stats and get their first job class. As a result, they had become stronger than they originally were during the attack on Leaf Village. Lux could somewhat understand what Colette and the others were doing. They were trying to prove that they were no longer the weak little children who had almost lost their lives in a battle that was way out of their league. People grow through adversity, Lux thought as he kept his stance to protect the mages and the cleric from any sudden attacks from their rear. Although everyone had a boost in their strength, none of them wanted to be too complacent during their very first dungeon expedition. An hour passed, and just as Lux expected, their party managed to reach the boss room without any hitch from the common undead. "This is the real thing," Colette gazed at the door with determination. "Everyone, please prepare to battle. Our opponent is a monster that is only a step away from becoming a rank 2 monster. It is more powerful than the draugrs we faced on the monster outbreak. Does everyone have their teleportation crystal?" Lux, Matt, and the rest of the party nodded their heads. If they really couldn't overcome their opponent, they would use the teleportation crystal to escape the battle. "Okay, let's go," Colette stated as she pushed open the door. After everyone had entered the room, the bronze gate behind them closed, sealing their path from behind. The dim light coming from the glowing crystals in the room allowed them to see a figure seated on what seemed to be a small hill made of bones. Blue orbs of light glowed at the monster's eye sockets as the dark draugr slowly stood up from where he sat. "It is about to attack," Lux said with a serious expression on his face. "Colette, your orders." Lux asked Colette, but the latter didn't reply to his question. "Colette, what's wrong?" Lux was about to pat her shoulder because she didn't give him any reply. However, before his hand could even reach her, the little girl collapsed on the floor, breathing heavily. "Colette." Lux immediately crouched down to check on the girl's condition, but all he could see was that Colette's body was trembling all over. Don't tell me this is some sort of trauma she developed from the monster outbreak." Lux shifted his attention to his other party members, and almost all of them were showing the same expressions as Colette. The dark draugr released a ferocious howl and charged towards them, holding a black sword in each hand. "Skeleton warrior, block him," Lux ordered. Skeleton warrior charged at the dark draugr in an attempt to stop its charge, but as soon as the 2 undead warriors collided, the skeleton warrior shattered into pieces. The dark draugr continued its charge towards the dwarves with no intention of showing any mercy. "SSHT," Lux cursed out loud as he grabbed Colette from the ground and carried her towards the bronze gate. "Maddie, Andy, Axel, Helen, use your teleportation crystals now." Maddie breathed heavily as sweat streamed down his forehead. His body shuddered uncontrollably as he forced himself to move, but the Draugur's intimidating presence froze him in place. Andy, Axel, and Helen weren't faring any better. Lux had forgotten that these dwarves were just 12-year-old children. Although they had already changed their professions and became stronger, deep down inside, the monster outbreak had left a scar in their minds. The half-elf even had a hunch that the reason why their party decided to challenge the bronze crypt was to overcome the fear that had buried itself deep into their hearts. Mama, Maddie's tears and snot poured out from his eyes and nose as the dark Draugr raised its weapons to cut him to pieces. Maddie, Colette shouted as she looked helplessly at her friend who was about to get killed in front of her eyes. It was at that moment that a black knight suddenly appeared and smashed its shield against the side of the Draugur's body, sending the latter flying a few meters away. The dark Draugr howled in anger as it stood back up, facing the enemy that had dared to get in its way. A black knight stood in front of the dwarves, carrying the sword, tranquility, and the shield, Dawn, in its hands. A pair of golden eyes glowed brightly inside the black knight's helmet as it stared at its opponent fearlessly. "Diablo, don't let that bastard near the children," Lux ordered. The Black Knight nodded its head before summoning a forest wolf to fight alongside it. Diablo, Lux's first-named creature and trusted companion, pointed its sword at the dark Draugur's face and moved it in a taunting manner. After being upgraded and getting its first job class, Diablo's intelligence had risen to a higher level. He knew that his opponent was stronger than him, but he didn't care. Right now, he only had one duty, and that was to protect everyone in the boss room and ensure that all of them would be able to leave this place alive. "Skeleton warrior, go," Lux ordered as he hastily carried Helen in a princess carry. The skeleton warrior, on the other hand, grabbed Andy and Axel, carrying them like sacks over its shoulders. Maddie had somehow recovered his wits and ran alongside them. Only when all the children were at the edge of the room, with their backs against the bronze gate, did Lux finally breathe a sigh of relief. He then watched as Diablo and the dark Draugr fought an intense one-on-one battle. The dark Draugur's twin blades glowed as it prepared to use its slash against the Black Knight in front of it. Diablo didn't back down as he, too, prepared to unleash his own slash skill as well. When the two attacks met, the dark Draugr took a step back, while Diablo skidded a few meters away. Even so, the golden embers that glowed brightly on the Black Knight's helmet never wavered. Diablo lunged towards the dark Draugr and thrust its sword forward. The latter deflected it to the side and counter-attacked with a stab of its own, but it was blocked by Diablo's round shield. The two undead exchanged several blows against each other, with Diablo being pushed back most of the time. Even so, Lux's named creature had successfully activated his parry skill several times, dealing damage to the enemy in front of him. After watching the battle, the children had somewhat recovered their composure and were able to think clearly. All of them were surprised that the skeleton that had fought alongside them during the monster outbreak had become so strong. They couldn't believe that in the short period of time that they hadn't seen Diablo, the latter was now able to stand up against a rank 1 monster by himself. "Amazing," Maddie stuttered. Despite the difference in strength, Diablo is able to fight back. "Do you think Diablo can win?" Helen asked. "No," Lux replied. "The dark Draugr is stronger than Diablo right now, so he can't win by himself. However, he is not alone. All of you stay here, I'll help Diablo. Skeleton warrior, protect the children." Lux didn't wait for any of their replies and charged at the battlefield, pointing his finger at their adversary. Dark arrow. An arrow of darkness shot out from Lux's finger and hit the dark Draugur's face. Unfortunately, it didn't trigger the blind effect that he was hoping for. The dark Draugr glanced at Lux's direction in annoyance, but before it could even attack the red-headed boy, a shield slammed into its body, sending it skidding several meters away. Just as the dark Draugr was about to counterattack, the forest wolf jumped and clawed the undead's face once before running away. Ever since the battle had started, the forest wolf was doing hit-and-run tactics following Diablo's will. It was weaker than the dark Draugr and would instantly die if the latter slashed it once. However, Diablo used it effectively and only ordered it to attack whenever the rank 1 monster couldn't retaliate. Dark arrow. Another arrow of darkness landed on the dark Draugur's head. This skill dealt no damage since its sole purpose was to blind its targets. Unfortunately, the blind effect didn't trigger, which made Lux wonder if their enemy was immune to blind spells. This time around, the dark Draugr was truly mad. 3 enemies were attacking it at the same time in quick succession, and it was having trouble deciding who among them it was going to attack first. Diablo had kept close proximity to the Draugr, ready to react to whatever kind of action it might take. The named creature's defenses and stats had been upgraded, so only a third of its health points had been shaved off by the enemy during their intense exchange earlier. Lux was also starting to familiarize himself with the boss monster's attack pattern. He was only waiting for an opportunity to strike and deal it a devastating blow. The dark Draugr howled as it once again activated its slash skill. Diablo received it with practiced defense, mitigating the damage he received. At the same time, the forest wolf and Lux charged at the Draugr from its left and right sides. Slash! Lux roared as Oathbreaker shone in a crimson glow. Its blade slashed the undead's body, shaving off 1/10 of its health points in a single blow. The forest wolf once again swiped its claws on the Draugr's head, dealing very little damage. The dark Draugr took a step back, due to the force behind Lux's blow, and raised both of its swords to a defensive position. Lux immediately backed away because he didn't want to continue attacking the Draugr that had opted to defend itself from further attacks. However, the half-elf didn't forget to fire a dark arrow on the immobile undead to try his luck. This time around, the blind effect triggered and a black mist oozed out of the dark Draugr's eyes. Andy, Axel, attack it now. Lux shouted, which brought the two dwarf mages back to their senses. That's right. We came here to fight, not to watch, Andy muttered as he raised his staff and aimed it at the undead that was suffering from blindness. After saying a short incantation, a ball of flames the size of a tennis ball appeared at the tip of his staff. Fire bullet. Just like Andy, Axel had also cast his own offensive spell and fired it at the same time his friend did. Water bullet. The two spells pushed the dark Draugr another 2 steps from where it stood, making the two mages regain their confidence. We can do this, Lux shouted. This is not a one-on-one battle. This is an 8 versus 1 battle. We got the upper hand. There's no need to be scared. Diablo and I will protect all of you. So fight. Colette, Maddie, and Helen gripped their weapons firmly. After hearing Lux's encouragement and seeing Andy's and Axel's attacks land on their enemy, their courage had once again been reignited. Charge, Colette ordered as she ran towards the dark Draugr with her mace ready to strike. Maddie ran alongside Colette because there was no way he would let her fight alone. Holding his sword in a firm grip, he rushed ahead of her and slashed at the Draugr that was wildly swinging its weapon around itself in an attempt to hit something. As soon as Maddie felt his sword hit the monster's body, his blood started to boil for battle. He no longer felt afraid and timed his attacks alongside his companions. Holy smite, Colette shouted as she smashed her mace against the dark Draugr's right leg, forcing it to lose its balance. Helen, the cleric of the group, chanted and an arrow of light shot out from the tip of her staff, flying towards the undead that had haunted her dreams for the past few days. Holy arrow. The arrow of light hit the undead's chest and made it shriek in pain. Holy and life magic were the bane of the undead, which made Colette's and Helen's attack deal significant damage to it. Suddenly, the dark Draugr roared and a red mist oozed out of its body. The blind effect had also lost its effect, which allowed the rank 1 monster to finally see the insects that were ganging up on it. Careful, it went berserk. Lux shouted. Colette, Maddie, back away. Let Diablo handle the aggro first. Andy, Axel, Helen, stop firing spells and wait for my signal. The children obeyed Lux's orders without any complaints and allowed Diablo to fight the Draugr head-on. They didn't realize that they had started to recognize Lux as the leader of the party instead of Colette. The dwarves listened to his orders as they reorganized their formation. Although he couldn't see their enemy's health bar, Lux was sure that the damage that they had dealt had surpassed half of the dark Draugr's health points, which forced it into a berserk state. Earlier, Diablo was forced in a passive position where it had no choice but to block, dodge, and parry the dark Draugr's strengthened attacks, which slowly depleted its health points. Summon Diablo. Lux shouted before his partner's life was reduced to 0. The first thing that Diablo did after being respawned was to use Shield Bash against its enemy in order to prevent it from targeting the children. After a short delay, 3 spells flew side by side and blasted the dark Draugr several meters away from where it stood. Dark Arrow. Lux shouted for the umpteenth time in the hope that it would once again trigger the blind effect. Unfortunately, nothing happened, which forced the half-elf to use his other skill, Mana Drain. After using spell after spell, the half-elf's mana had decreased a considerable amount. Lux used Mana Drain after the skill's cooldown was over in order to replenish his dwindling mana reserves. 10 minutes passed as this intense battle continued. Diablo had been killed 4 times during that time, but it had successfully fended off all attacks aimed at the children. Soon, the red mist surrounding the dark Draugr faded. Lux and Diablo immediately closed the distance to deliver devastating blows, while their enemy entered a weakened state. Slash. Diablo swung his sword on the Draugr's left arm, while Lux's slashed its right, successfully cutting them off their enemy's body. Now, do it, Lux shouted as he grabbed what remained of the Draugr's right arm, and Diablo did the same with their enemy's left arm. After doing so, Colette and Maddie unleashed devastating attacks on the undead's body as if they were injected with chicken blood. Andy, Axel, and Helen watched this scene with complicated expressions on their faces. From their perspective, Diablo and Lux were like 2 big brothers who were pinning down a bully that had bullied their younger brother and sister. The 2 dwarven children attacked without mercy, as if venting out all of their frustrations on the person that bullied them, while their big brothers ensured that the big bad bully couldn't fight back. The other 3 watched the one-sided beating and glanced at each other. Soon, they also ran towards the dark Draugr like little gremlins shouting war cries. Half a minute later, 5 little children were hacking, slashing, and bashing the pitiful undead who could only passively accept their beating. The 2 mages and clerics smashed their staffs on the Draugr's face, while Colette and Maddie bashed and hacked its body. Since the dark Draugr was already at a weakened state, Diablo and Lux were able to hold it in place due to their stats that hovered near the apostle rank. Lux could have ended the Draugr's life faster if he worked together with Diablo. However, he didn't do that for a simple reason. He wanted the children to overcome the trauma that had started to grow in their hearts. The only way for them to do that was to face their fears head-on and overcome it. This was a very common occurrence for those that suffered in driving accidents. Once those people sat behind the wheel again, they would have a distinct fear gripping their hearts. The best way to cure this feeling was to resume driving as soon as possible. If they delayed it, the trauma would just grow. It would make it harder for them to return to and regain their confidence in driving cars. Lux didn't want the children to suffer, so he decided to nip the problem in the bud while it still hadn't fully grown. After 5 excruciating minutes, the dark Draugr's body shattered into a pile of bones before turning into particles of light. It left behind a beast core as well as one of the dark swords it had wielded earlier. We did it. Colette raised her weapon in excitement. We won. Maddie clenched his fist in triumph before giving Colette a high five. The other children also cheered and hugged each other for a job well done. Lux watched the young dwarves with satisfied expressions plastered on their faces as they realized they had succeeded in defeating the boss monster. It was also at that moment that a series of notifications appeared in front of him, which made the smile on his face widen. Achievement unlocked, clearing bronze crypt normal mode. Rewards 5 free stats, points 5 body constitution, points 5 skill points. Lux didn't expect that he would get additional rewards for clearing the dungeon. Although the rewards weren't much, he was still happy to receive them. Big brother, we did it. Colette happily jumped up and down like a little kid that had won a competition. Yes, you did well. Lux gave Colette a high five, which made the adorable girl giggle. The half-elf raised his hand to also give the other children a high five, which they gave happily. Even Maddie returned Lux's gesture, which proved that the dwarf boy was in a good mood. Now it's time to divide the loot, Colette said after calming down. All the dwarves looked at the beast core and the sword lying on the ground and exchanged a glance with each other. I don't want it, Maddie said. Me either, Axel stated. Me either, Helen giggled. Colette smiled as she looked at Lux. Big brother, you can have the beast core and the black sword. I also don't want it. Lux nodded his head in understanding. All right, I will gratefully accept your wishes. All the dwarves looked up at him with smiles on their faces. They knew that if Lux wasn't there with them, all of them would have been killed by the dark Draugr. The seed of fear and doubt that had started to grow in their hearts could have also grown bigger and haunted them for the rest of their lives. Fortunately, they had already managed to break free from its hold and overcome their fears. Right now, all of them had the confidence that if they were to meet Draugrs in the future, their bodies would no longer freeze up like scared children that were waiting for themselves to be killed. Big brother, do you have a moment? Colette grabbed Lux's hand after their party had exited the dungeon. What's wrong? Lux replied with a smile. Nothing much. I just want to tell you that I have a beautiful older sister that is of the same age as you, Colette stated. I guarantee that she is a good person. Although you're not a dwarf, I can play matchmaker and let the two of you meet. What do you say? Lux blinked his eyes once then twice as he stared at the adorable girl that was looking back at him with the leave everything to me expression. I will think about it, Lux replied. Colette pouted. Big brother, my big sister is very popular, you know. If you don't act fast, you will miss the opportunity of a lifetime. My big sister is that good. Lux didn't know whether he should laugh or cry at Colette's attempt to play matchmaker. In the end, the little girl was able to make the half-elf promise that he would meet her sister, Aina, once he left Leaf Village. After accomplishing her goal, Colette and her friends walked towards the village, while chattering happily. Lux walked behind them with a helpless smile on his face. For some reason, he was looking forward to his adventures with this little band of merry dwarf children, while waiting for the day when he could leave Leaf Village without any regrets. After arriving in Leaf Village, Lux parted with Colette and her friends and went back to the inn to check his spoils of war. He felt that it wasn't appropriate to appraise the loot that the monster had dropped while they were still in the dungeon, so he decided that he would do it when he was alone. Lux summoned the sword that the dark Draugr had dropped and checked its information. The Black Blade, Foe of the Covenant. Rarity rares. One-handed sword. Attacks 30-50. When equipped, the user will gain the passive skill dual wielding. Able to wield 2 one-handed weapons in each hand without receiving any penalty. You will be able to use both weapons as if you are wielding them with your dominant hand. Its attack is stronger than Tranquility and allows its user to dual wield, Lux thought as he rubbed his chin. but Tranquility can summon a forest wolf. Also, having Dawn on Diablo allows him to use Shield Bash to stun enemies for a brief moment. The reason why the Dark Draugr wasn't able to deal any powerful blows is due to Shield Bash. After thinking things through, Lux decided not to swap the Black Blade with Tranquility. His only weapon right now was Oathbreaker. It was a unique weapon that could be considered a cheat item in his current level. I guess for now I can equip both Oathbreaker and the Black Blade, Lux muttered as he returned the sword inside his storage ring. Lux also didn't forget to allocate his rewards to his body, constitution, and Diablo to increase their progression level. As for the free stat points he didn't touch them for the time being because he had no intention of breaking through the Apostle grade anytime soon. Colette and the others invited him to come with them to the Figaro Garden located in the north zone of Leaf Village. This was a place where insectoid monsters roamed. According to the adorable little dwarf girl, there were rumors that there was a unique weapon hidden in this area. This was also the reason why they planned to investigate by themselves and check if the rumors were true. As the owner of the Elysium Compendium, Lux was aware of all the unique quests that could be found in Leaf Village. One of them was even a mythical quest that was exclusive only to beginner villages. The mythical quest would give out mythical ranked items as rewards. However, its difficulty was so high that no beginner in their right minds would dare and try to challenge it. Also, since mythical quests were extremely rare quests, the only way to acquire them was based on luck and fortuitous encounters. Currently, Lux had 2 mythical items in his possession. One was the Elysium Compendium, which had all the information about Elysium. The other one was the black coffin in Lux's possession that went by the name Blackfire. The Elysium Compendium alone was already considered a priceless treasure. If Lux could complete the mythical quest before he left Leaf Village, then he would gain another trump card on his journey through Elysium. Actually, the trigger of the quest was simpler than expected. All they needed to do was defeat all of the alpha monsters that were exclusive to each zone. However, even if the dwarves defeated them, they would not be aware that they had triggered a mythical quest by accident. Until now, no one had managed to complete the mythical quest in the beginner's village because of how random it was. Mythical quest. Birth of a Legend. Defeat the alpha monster of the Aspiration Plains, Carbuncle 01. Defeat the alpha monster of the Leaf Village Cemetery, Ghoul Beast 01. Defeat the alpha monster of Figaro Garden, Red-Eyed Terror Mantis 01. Defeat the field boss of Heartwood Forest, Forest Wolf King 01. Rewards 500 skill points, 50 body constitution points, 50 stats points. Leaf Village Equipment Set Mythical. 1 random mythical item, exclusive to the Leaf Village. Note, the mythical item reward will depend on your overall performance, so you better do your best. Lux was sure that even if the dwarves were able to defeat the 3 alpha monsters, the field boss, Forest Wolf King, was something that they wouldn't dare to fight. Lux estimated that only a 100-man team composed of grade D up to grade B apostles would be able to fight against this field boss, who is the apex creature within the boundaries of Leaf Village. Field bosses were different from normal rank 3 monsters because of their strength and rarity. Similar to how Diablo was different from normal skeletons, field bosses also had higher stats and powerful skills that surpassed monsters of the same rank. Clearing the mythical quest was only one of the 2 reasons why Lux was not in a hurry to leave Leaf Village. His other goal was more important than the mythical quest, and it was on a more personal level. As long as this goal wasn't achieved, Lux wouldn't leave the beginner's village even after he completed the mythical quest that no one had cleared in the past. Lux closed his eyes and the images of Colette and the other dwarves appeared in his head. They were the first companions that he had met in Elysium, and thought that it wouldn't be a bad idea to go on adventures with them while he was still in Leaf Village. "Grandma, I think I've made some new friends today," Lux said softly as he closed his eyes. "I hope that tomorrow will be another wonderful day." A minute later, Lux was already fast asleep. He dreamt a happy dream, a dream where he and the dwarf children went on epic adventures all around Elysium, adventures that would be remembered for a lifetime. "Big brother, over here," Colette called out to Lux as soon as he appeared at the northern gate of Leaf Village. "You guys are a bit early," Lux said with a smile. In order to prevent making the children wait, he had come half an hour earlier from their appointment. However, it seemed that he was not the only one who thought of this because everyone else had already gathered, with the addition of one more dwarf boy in the party. "Big brother, let me introduce you to our ranger, Robin," Colette said with a smile. "He wasn't able to accompany us yesterday because he was finishing a quest for his job class promotion." Lux eyed the young dwarf with short dark brown hair and hazel eyes, who was looking back at him with a frown. There was a hint of disapproval on Robin's face, but Lux had long been used to this kind of expression from the dwarves in Leaf Village. Only Colette and the other children that had explored the dungeon with Lux treated him like a friend. Nice to meet you. Just call me Lux, Lux commented. Robin gave the half-elf a brief nod before averting his gaze. Clearly, he wasn't interested in getting friendly with the new addition to their party. Now that we're all here, let's go to the Figaro Gardens, Colette stated. My acquaintance told me earlier that there are several red-striped predator mosquitoes wandering around in the middle areas of the garden. Although we can fight them, it is best that we avoid them if possible. If any of you see one, alert everyone in the group so we can withdraw as fast as possible. Everyone nodded their heads in understanding. Red-striped predator mosquitoes were one of the most annoying monsters in Figaro Garden. All of them were a foot tall and were known to always travel in groups. Their bite had a mild paralyzing effect, but it was not strong enough to completely render someone immobile. The problem was that since they traveled in groups, the effect of each bite would stack. If someone were bitten more than 6 times, the paralyzing venom would take 100% effect and render the victim completely paralyzed. After that, they would have no choice but to watch in horror as these blood-sucking monsters drink their fill until they slowly lose consciousness due to blood loss. There was a saying in the Figaro Gardens, if the mosquitoes didn't kill you, the other bugs will. Unconscious prey was a welcome meal to any insects that lived within the garden that had already claimed countless lives since the world of Elysium had opened to the world of Sale. After traveling for 15 minutes on foot, all of them finally arrived at their destination. Lux was mildly surprised when he found out that the Figaro Garden was actually a place where giant plants grow. For a brief moment, he even thought that he had shrunk because of the sheer size of the flowers around them. It's like a forest of flowers, Lux muttered as he followed behind Colette's group. Beautiful, isn't it? Colette asked with a smile. Yes, but I can also sense the danger in the surroundings, Lux replied. I feel as if we will be attacked at any moment. As if waiting for that cue, a meter-tall ant suddenly came out of the grass beside the half-elf, which made the latter jump back in fright. Colette, Maddie, and the rest of the group laughed after seeing this funny scene. Damn, that almost gave me a heart attack, Lux said as he pressed his hand over his chest. The ant that had crawled out of the bushes created a clicking sound with its mandibles, as if trying to communicate with them. Lux did his research and read the information about all the monsters in the Figaro Garden. The ants in the garden were considered pacifists and simply minded their own business as they scavenged for food. They would not actively attack anyone, and they were also known for carrying wounded dwarves back to Leaf Village if they stumbled upon them while they were foraging. Because of this, the people in Leaf Village would always warn the foreigners to never attack or, worse, kill the ants because no matter how docile they usually were, once they were attacked, they would retaliate. If someone killed one of their members, they would attack in swarms and hunt down the offender all the way to Leaf Village. Anyone who committed this taboo would not be protected by the town's guards. They would be left to their own fate. As the ant tried to communicate with Colette and her friends, more ants came out of the bushes carrying berries and other foodstuff. They walked past the dwarves as they headed back to their nest. Some of the ants were even kind enough to offer berries to the dwarves, which they politely declined. Lux watched this scene with great interest because this was the first time that he was interacting with the ants of Figaro Garden. The ant clicked its mandible a few more times before leaving the group of dwarves to go back to its nest. After the ants disappeared, everyone looked at Robin in askance. He was the only ranger in the group with the skill called Beast Empathy, which allowed him to understand the language of monsters on a basic level. They said that there are several dwarves fighting against the alpha monster, roughly a kilometer in that direction, Robin said as he pointed towards the east. The ant also warned that dozens of red-striped predator mosquitoes are loitering around the northern area. Colette frowned because, according to the rumors, the location of the unique weapon that they were searching for was said to be found in the northern area of the garden. However, the presence of over a dozen predator mosquitoes was extremely bad news for them. Although they weren't as strong as a rank 1 monster, their sheer numbers and potential threat was more than enough for the little girl to reconsider their options. For the time being, why don't we head to the east, Colette proposed. Since the ant said that several dwarves are fighting against an alpha beast, it must be the graduation ceremony of Leaf Village. Graduation ceremony, Lux asked. What graduation ceremony? Helen, the party's cleric, patted Lux's arm in order to get his attention. Big brother, the graduation ceremony is when the dwarves challenge any of the alpha monsters after reaching the apostle rank, Helen explained with a smile. For us dwarves who go to Elysium, this is our rite of passage to becoming full-fledged warriors. I see. Lux nodded in understanding. Since this is a special occasion, why don't we go and observe their fight against the alpha monster? This will allow us to prepare for our own graduation ceremony before we leave Leaf Village. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement and immediately walked towards the east. Lux didn't think that this so-called graduation ceremony was out of place. In fact, he even thought that it was a very sensible thing to do. After breaking through the apostle rank, they would formally be known as true warriors, and fighting an alpha beast was a good way to test their mettle before advancing onto their next journey in Elysium. Alpha beasts were peak rank 2 monsters. Although fighting them one-on-one was almost a suicide mission, fighting them as a party was doable. As they neared the territory of the alpha monster, they noticed that several dwarves were also headed into the same direction that they were. Graduation ceremonies were quite popular among the dwarf children, and they all thought that it was a good opportunity to see just how strong an alpha beast was from a distance. Soon, sounds of metals clashing against each other and shouting reached their ears. In a wide clearing, a group of 6 dwarves were fighting against the alpha monster of the Figaro Garden known as the red-eyed terror mantis. A single glance was enough to tell Lux that the dwarves had the upper hand in the battle. Amazing, Lux muttered. Their teamwork is amazing. Lux watched in awe as a shield warrior, a swordsman, and a spearman took turns in keeping the red-eyed terror mantis from attacking their rear fighters. At the back, 2 mages fired spell after spell, while the shaman erected a healing ward that passively regenerated the health of everyone in the party. Whenever the terror mantis changed target and attacked the mages, the shield warrior would use a taunt skill to force the monster to drag its attention to him. Once they had successfully shifted its attention, the swordsman and the spearman would unleash a barrage of attacks at the alpha monster, making it shriek in pain. After the health points of the terror mantis was halved, the color of its body immediately turned red. This signaled the start of its berserked phase, which was also the most dangerous moment for the dwarves who were currently facing it with their amazing teamwork. The dwarves watching from afar clenched their fist in excitement because this was the turning point in the battle. All of them could feel their blood boiling as they watched the amazing display of skills in front of them. While the battle between the berserked terror mantis and the dwarves were about to reach its climax, a buzzing sound reached everyone's ears. All the dwarves in the area unconsciously shuddered because this sound was very familiar to them. Anyone who had been exploring in the Figaro Gardens for a long time was very familiar with this sound, because it was the sign that a swarm of red-striped predator mosquitoes were headed in their direction. Everyone retreat to the south. The swordsmen of the dwarf party that were facing off against the terror mantis shouted. He was the leader of the group and knew more than anyone else how dire their current situation was. After issuing his order, his party immediately disengaged their battle with the red terror mantis and hurriedly retreated. However, the berserked alpha monster had no intention of letting them get away that easily. The other dwarves, who had been observing the battle, also ran as if their pants were on fire. Lux's and Colette's group were among them, and everyone's faces were grim. As they ran away in haste, Lux glanced behind him and saw a dark cloud headed in their direction. The sound of buzzing wings became stronger as the predator mosquitoes drew near. The half-elf had no doubt in his mind that if any creature were unfortunate enough to be overtaken by the swarm of mosquitoes, the only fate that awaited them was turning into a dried husk with all of their blood sucked out of their bodies. As everyone ran for their lives, the ground under their feet trembled and several monsters joined their exodus. Ants, ground beetles, bees, flies, ladybugs, wolf spiders, butterflies, and several other insects that Lux was seeing for the first time all fled in the opposite direction of the approaching swarm. A single red-striped predator mosquito was a monster that was far from being a threat. However, a swarm that numbered in the thousands was a different matter. It would only take 10 bites to paralyze a dwarf for an hour. In the face of thousands of mosquitoes, no creature in the Figaro Garden, no matter how strong and whether they were alone or in a group, would be able to resist their inevitable demise. For now, the dwarves and beasts ignored each other and focused on looking for a safe place to hide. "Follow the ants," Lux shouted. "Maybe we can hide in their nest or something." Colette and her party subconsciously followed Lux's orders, with the exception of Robin. Even so, after seeing that his friends were now following the half-elf's orders, he decided to not say anything and ran after them. Shrieks and screeches could be heard in the surroundings, mostly from the insects that had been overtaken by the mosquito swarm. Although the dwarves were small, they were one of the fastest runners in the world of Elysium. Sometimes they were even faster than beastkins at running away. As chaos ensued, the group of ants headed southeast to return to their nest. Lux's party and several other dwarves, who had realized what they were planning, followed behind them. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the ant nest where several ant guards were patrolling the area. "Diablo, skeleton warrior, come forth." Lux ordered, and his 2 undead warriors appeared beside him. The half-elf had thought of an idea while they were fleeing the mosquitoes and decided to give it a try. Colette and the others looked at Lux strangely, but the half-elf only told them to follow the ants inside the nest. Surprisingly, none of the ant guards stopped them and allowed the dwarves to enter their colony. After giving his 2 undead subordinates orders, Lux also entered the safe area, ant nest, alongside the other fleeing ants that were coming from other places of the garden. Only after the last ant had entered the nest did the guard ants close the entrance, which made the dwarves and a certain half-elf breathe a collective sigh of relief. Damn, I thought I was a goner. Andy pressed his palm over his chest to calm his wildly beating heart. Axel nodded his head in agreement. Still, it's a bit of a shame. If the mosquitoes didn't come, that graduating party would have been able to beat the red-eyed terror mantis without a problem. Colette, Maddie, Helen, and Robin nodded their heads in agreement. The dwarves that had followed their party inside the ant nest shared the same thoughts. Only the half-elf didn't because he was not paying attention to their discussion. On the side, he silently sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Right now, he was testing something that he had never done before. In his mind's eye, he looked at a gray world with no other colors in it. Suddenly, a group of mosquitoes appeared in his vision. Diablo stopped moving, and the mosquitoes flew past him without even bothering to give him a second glance. Clearly, a skeleton deprived of blood was something that they were not interested in. It was at that moment when a smile appeared on Lux's face. After testing to see that his theory was correct, he ordered Diablo and the skeleton warrior to look for traces of the red-eyed terror mantis. He shared a special connection with his named creature that allowed him to communicate with the other party on a deeper level. It allowed Lux to see and hear what Diablo could see and hear, which made his personal bodyguard the perfect chess piece to take advantage of the chaos that was currently happening inside the garden. Lux saw several dried-up corpses of insects littered in the surroundings, which made him realize just how devastating the sudden mosquito attack was. Fortunately, he still hadn't seen any dwarf corpses, which gave him some peace of mind. The half-elf wasn't fond of seeing dead children, whether they were dwarves or humans. Suddenly, a loud shriek reached Diablo's ears. Lux immediately ordered his named creature to run in the direction where the shriek came from and take a look at what was happening. As soon as Diablo arrived in the area, he heard an intense buzzing sound in the surroundings. Giant flowers were strewn across the ground, alongside countless mosquitoes that had been sliced in half. In the distance, he saw a weakened red-eyed terror mantis that was being swarmed by the mosquitoes. The terror mantis exoskeleton was very hard, so the mosquito bites couldn't make it past its defenses. However, that didn't stop the mosquitoes from trying to find an area they could penetrate with their bloodsuckers in order to incapacitate the strongest creature in the Figaro garden. After letting out a resounding shriek of frustration, the red-eyed terror mantis opened its wings and flew upwards. It then created powerful gusts of wind, which blew the mosquitoes away. Within the dense swarm of mosquitoes, a dozen black mosquitoes that were 2 times larger than the normal red-striped predator mosquitoes appeared. The half-elf had read all the monsters living in the Figaro garden from the Elysium Compendium and quickly recognized what they were. Obsidian spite mosquitoes, Lux thought as he observed the rank 1 monsters from afar. Their bloodsuckers were very sharp and strong enough to penetrate the red-eyed terror mantis exoskeleton. After seeing them, the red-eyed terror mantis immediately flew away. Its berserk state had already ended just a few minutes ago, and it was now in a weakened state. In addition to its poor condition, the red-eyed terror mantis also had a wound on its chest, which had been caused by the spearmen of the party that had fought against it earlier. When the mosquitoes were attacking its body, it made sure to cover its wound with its bladed claws to prevent any of the mosquitoes from targeting a part where they could penetrate with their bloodsuckers. Naturally, the mosquitoes didn't let their prize get away and chased after the terror mantis. On the ground, Diablo and the skeleton warrior followed them persistently. The chase lasted for 10 minutes, until the weakened mantis finally crashed into a giant flower to help it break its fall. Knowing that it was backed into a corner, the terror mantis screeched and raised its bladed claws to fight to the death. The obsidian mosquitoes didn't attack it right away. Instead, the red-striped predator mosquitoes swarmed towards the alpha beast who was about to fall on its last legs. "Big brother, what are you doing?" Colette asked. "Are you tired from running?" Lux opened his eyes and smiled. "A little bit. Let's stay here for now. The mosquito swarm is still active outside. I'm using Diablo to check the current situation. Once the coast is clear, we will leave immediately and return to the Leaf Village for the time being." Colette nodded her head in agreement. After reassuring his party members, Lux once again closed his eyes and strengthened his connection with Diablo. The fight was currently getting more intense. The obsidian mosquitoes encircled the terror mantis and applying hit-and-run tactics, using the ordinary mosquitoes as cannon fodder. Their goal was to leave a paralyzing venom inside their prey until it no longer had the ability to resist. After cutting over 100 mosquitoes, the terror mantis movements gradually turned sluggish due to exhaustion. The stack of mosquito venom was starting to spread inside its body. The obsidian mosquitoes didn't waste the opportunity and embedded their sharp suckers into any unprotected area of their prey. Several more minutes had passed when the red-eyed terror mantis screeched for the last time. Its screech was filled with unwillingness and frustration as its body collapsed to the ground, paralyzed. After sending a few more ordinary mosquitoes to probe the fallen mantis, the obsidian mosquitoes finally went in to claim their prize. Lux watched as a dozen obsidian mosquitoes impaled the alpha monster's body with their sharp suckers and began drinking its blood. Their bodies glowed as they absorbed the high-quality blood of their prey, similar to how the dwarves leveled up after reaching the limit of their experience bars. After who knows how long, the feasting of the obsidian mosquitoes finally ended. They then issued a series of buzzing sounds and flew northwards, followed by their underlings. Only after Lux was certain that all the mosquitoes had left did he order Diablo to move towards the corpse lying on the ground. Lux gazed at the once proud apex monster of the Figaro garden, which was now only left with a dried-up husk, bereft of blood. The half-elf didn't feel any pity for the alpha beast's demise. Instead, what he felt was excitement. He hurriedly ordered Diablo and the skeleton warrior to drag the corpse back to the ant nest where they were currently hiding. Since the mantis no longer had any blood on its body, it had become much lighter, and the two undead didn't have any problems dragging it back to the nest in accordance to Lux's wishes. When the two faithful undead arrived at their destination, the entrance of the nest opened and Lux hurriedly came out to claim his prize. Colette and the other dwarves, who had followed the half-elf outside, gasped in shock when they saw the alpha beast's body laying in front of them. Big brother, isn't this the red-eyed terror mantis? Colette wasn't able to contain her surprise as she poked the dead alpha monster with her finger. Yes, Lux replied. The mosquitoes killed it a while ago, and I asked my undead to drag it back here. Lux couldn't hide the smugness on his face as he approached one of the strongest monsters in the beginner's zone. As he gazed at the dead beast in front of him, he had a feeling that if the alpha monster wasn't injured and in a weakened state, the mosquitoes wouldn't have dared to fight it head-on. Fortunately, it was. Lux even got its corpse, which was filled with treasures for himself. The dwarves that had been with them weren't able to hide the envious looks on their faces as they stared at the terror mantis on the ground. The bladed claws of the terror mantis could be given to a blacksmith and crafted into a pseudo-unique weapon. Its exoskeleton could also be used to create an extremely rare armor that was durable enough to withstand most attacks from most of the existing beasts that could be found in the beginner's zone. The true prize, of course, was its beast core, which gave people additional stat points and a chance to acquire one of the red-eyed terror mantis skills. The alpha beast had 3 skills, which were Fury Slash, Gust, and Berserk. Any of those skills would prove useful even in the late apostle ranks. This was why most dwarves performed the graduation ceremony before leaving. It would be helpful for their future journeys to acquire the beast cores of the alpha monsters in their respective beginner zones. Seeing the envious and greedy looks coming from the dwarves around him, Lux decided to use the ring that his grandma Vera had given him before he left Wildguard's stronghold. The ring was called Enchanted Beast Ring, which allowed him to store the corpses of monsters of any size. The only downside was that it could only store 10 monsters at a time. Even so, it was still a wonderful item that allowed its owner to carry their quarry back home without worrying about hiring manpower for transport. Lux pressed his hand over the monster's corpse and activated the ring. Immediately, the terror mantis disappeared, leaving nothing behind. The half-elf was quite satisfied because he was able to take advantage of the current situation and even profited a lot from it. This reminded him of what his grandma Vera had told him about fishing in troubled waters. Although he felt a little bad for the party that had challenged the red-eyed terror mantis earlier, he didn't feel guilty about taking the alpha monster for himself. After all, he wasn't the one responsible for the mosquito swarm, nor was he the one that killed their prey. He was merely a bystander that happened to find the corpse, pick it up, and take it back home. No one could find fault in what he did because if other people were in the same shoes as him, they would have done the same. Unfortunately, things didn't go the way Lux had planned after returning to the Leaf Village. The dwarves that had seen his exploits had spread the news to their friends. Naturally, this reached the ears of the dwarf party that had fought tooth and nail with the alpha monster before the mosquito swarm invaded, which gave Lux a headache. After all, he now had to think about how to deal with the aftermath. In the plaza of the Leaf Village, Lux stood still as he faced the group of 6 that fought against the red-eyed terror mantis. Their leader, Frederick, had his arms crossed over his chest as he looked up at the half-elf who was taller than him. I heard that you brought back the corpse of the red-eyed terror mantis after it was killed by the red-striped predator mosquitoes. Is this true? Frederick asked. Yes, Lux answered. However, the ones that dealt the killing blows were the dozens of obsidian mosquitoes, which were all rank 1 monsters. Frederick nodded his head in acknowledgement. I know that you were not in the wrong and simply took advantage of the situation, but it still didn't sit well with us. We can only stay here in Leaf Village for a little more than 4 days, but the red-eyed terror mantis might not spawn again before we leave this place. You can keep the beast core if you like, but we need the terror mantis bladed claws and its exoskeleton. Can you give this to us as a sign of friendship? And if I refuse? Lux asked. He didn't mind giving them the terror mantis bladed claws and exoskeleton, because he was sure that he could farm these items before he left the Leaf Village. However, the hateful glares that Frederick's party members were giving him, which made it seem as if he was someone that had killed their family members, were ticking him off. "Ha, you dare refuse," the shield warrior of the group shouted. "We are being civilized with you even though you stole our prey. If you are really an upstanding individual, you should hand the beast corpse over to us along with an apology." "That's right. Augustus is right. The terror mantis is rightfully ours, you thief. Give us back what is rightfully ours." Although Frederick didn't say anything, he still didn't stop his party members from voicing their complaints. His gaze remained calm as he just stared at Lux, waiting for his answer. Because of the commotion that had happened in the Figaro Gardens, some of the dwarves who were in Leaf Village turned to look at the disturbance in the plaza. Soon a crowd formed and watched this scene with great interest. Dwarves were known to be a rowdy race, especially when it came to drinking. They were also not afraid of a brawl, so the other races had learned not to tick off the stubborn dwarves, who were known to raise their war hammers at the first sign of conflict. "How about you buy them from me?" Lux asked. "I'll give you a 50% discount on the market price. How about it?" Before Frederick could give his reply, the shield warrior Augustus immediately raised a ruckus. "You've got guts, I'll give you that," Augustus shouted with a sneer. "Selling something that originally belonged to us. Is this how half-elves operate?" The dwarves in the crowd that had encircled them were starting to murmur to each other. Colette's group had also arrived at the scene and looked at the half-elf and Frederick with frowns on their faces. "Frederick, are you bullying my big brother?" Colette immediately stepped forward and stood between Lux and the party leader of the Shadow Tempest with her arms crossed over her chest. "Although you were the ones that fought against the terror mantis, the ones that killed it were the mosquitoes, meaning it no longer belonged to any of you. How dare you gang up on big brother like this? Oi, little girl from the Golden Slayer family, it is best if you stay out of this." Augustus didn't back down as he glared at Colette. Both of them were children of ducal families in Sale. Although their territories were far from each other, the world of Elysium allowed the dwarves from Sale to appear in the dwarven lands ruled by the dwarven kings. This allowed these families to get to know each other and form strong connections even though their territories were far apart. "HMP, you think you can scare me, you pig?" Colette shot back. "Come, I'll smash your face with my mace." Lux hurriedly grabbed the little girl who had already taken out her weapon and was raring to fight against the shield warrior who was looking down at her in disdain. Clearly, Colette wasn't a match for the shield warrior, but she still made her stance known because she couldn't just sit and watch on the side as Lux got bullied by other dwarves. "Calm down, Colette," Lux said as he tried to pacify the adorable girl whose cheeks were puffed up like a hamster. Deep inside, he felt very touched because the other dwarves in the crowd were looking at him as if he was their common enemy. After spending some time with Colette and the others, Lux had almost forgotten that he was the only half-elf in this beginner village that was filled with dwarves. In a conflict between two races, it was only normal for every race to back their own. "How do you want to settle this?" Lux asked Frederick, who had kept his silence from the start of the conflict. Frederick gazed at him with a serious expression as he unsheathed his sword. "A duel. If we win, you will give us the terror mantis-bladed claws and exoskeleton." "And if I win?" Lux asked. Frederick didn't answer right away. Instead, he looked at his party members to see if they had other opinions. All of them nodded their heads at the same time. Actually, he had already told his party about his plan to duel Lux if the negotiations didn't turn out the way they wanted. Naturally, since this was a duel, they also needed to give something in return to make it fair in front of everyone. "A favor," Frederick replied. "We will owe you one favor that you can ask of us when you meet us again in the future." According to his grandma, dwarves were known to honor their promises. This was why, when dealing with other races, most people would use dwarves as intermediaries in negotiations. They knew that the dwarves would uphold their part of the bargain. A favor. "What if I ask you to explore a dungeon with me and I get all the loot? You're still willing to do that favor? We are dwarves. We will honor our word without fail." The dwarves who were watching from the side all nodded their heads in acknowledgement of Frederick's words. "Fine," Lux said as he patted Colette's head. "Since you want a duel, I will give you one." "What are the rules?" Frederick smiled. "All you need to do is defeat me." "And me?" Augustus interjected. "I also have a say in this, so you need to defeat me too." Frederick and Augustus were both apostles now, which meant that among the dwarf children in Leaf Village they were the strongest. They also did an investigation about Lux's history and background and found out that he had only recently arrived in the beginner's village. Since that was the case, there was no possible way for Lux to win against them in a one-on-one battle. After all, they were stronger than him. At least this was what they believed, so they decided to go with a duel to make it look fair to everyone. Also, they were technically on the moral high ground, so no one would bat an eye and call them bullies. "Big brother, you can't beat them." Colette grabbed Lux's hand and looked up at him. "They are already apostles. They're way stronger than you." Lux smiled as he crouched down and whispered something in her ear. "Don't worry. I fought the Dark Draugr, remember? I can handle them just fine." Colette's eyes widened in shock because she had almost forgotten about Lux's bodyguard, Diablo. Although the skeleton wasn't as strong as an apostle, a 2 versus 1 battle would still prove difficult for someone that had just become an apostle. Okay, Colette nodded as she returned to where her party members were. Don't lose to them, big brother. Lux gave her a thumbs up as he stood up. He knew that the majority of the dwarves didn't like him, but that was fine. Duels that were held in town were quite safe because there was a universal law that prevented deaths from happening. This was one of the safeguards that the god of games, Irial, had made to settle disputes over disagreements that might lead to brawl. Of course, both parties must accept the duel for this feature to work. Anyone who started a fight in any of the villages, towns, and cities without declaring a duel would be treated as a criminal and captured by the guards that patrolled these territories. Frederick declared a duel invitation directed to Lux, and almost immediately, a small orb of light appeared in front of him. The young swordsman pricked his fingertip with a dagger and dropped a drop of his blood on the floating orb to signal his intention to start the duel. After receiving his blood, the orb flew towards Lux. Summoning Oathbreaker, Lux did the same and dropped his blood on the orb, signaling his agreement to the duel. I recognize this duel, a voice filled with divinity said. The fight will begin in 30 seconds. Make your preparations. A countdown timer appeared on the surface of the orb, signaling that the duel was about to start. Lux equipped his relentless warrior armor, which made Frederick and Augustus arch their eyebrows. They had not seen this set of armor before. When the countdown reached 10 seconds, Lux pointed Oathbreaker towards Frederick and smiled. Don't get surprised when you lose, okay? Lux said with confidence. I won't be surprised, Frederick replied as he pointed his own weapon at Lux. That's because I won't lose. Duel start. As soon as the glowing white orb declared the start of the duel, both fighters swiftly clashed against each other. They exchanged exactly 3 strikes before backing away as they appraised the ability of their opponent. How can this be? Frederick was shocked after exchanging blows with Lux. He's almost as strong as me. Just like everyone else, the leader of the Shadow Tempest thought that since he had already stepped into the apostle rank, the battle would easily end in his favor. However, after gauging the strength of his enemy, he realized that although he was still stronger than Lux, the gap between them wasn't that big. As expected, I can fight him head-on. Lux smiled as he scanned the dwarf in front of him. This kid needs to be taught a lesson. The half-elf stomped his right foot on the ground, preparing to charge at his opponent. However, before he could even take another step, he felt a magical fluctuation coming from Frederick's left hand, seemingly aimed at him. Stone bullet, Frederick shouted as a fist-sized stone flew towards Lux, which forced the latter to dodge to the side at the last second. Having his attacking stance broken, the half-elf had no choice but to evade the barrage of stone bullets that Frederick fired in his direction. Crap, he is a magic swordsman. Lux cursed internally as he was left with no other option but to equip Dawn to block one of the stone bullets that he was unable to dodge. A resounding metallic sound spread across the plaza as Lux skidded a few meters away from where he stood. Sorry I underestimated you earlier, Frederick announced as more magic circles appeared around him. I will now fight you seriously, so be prepared. Just before Frederick could finish his words, Lux picked a random rock on the ground and threw it at Frederick to stop his chanting. Stone bullet, Lux shouted. Frederick tilted his body to the side to dodge Lux's unexpected attack. This also interrupted him from casting the spell Stone Bullet Barrage, which was the machine gun version of Stone Bullet, firing bullets continuously at a rapid pace. You're not the only one who can cast magic, Lux declared as he pointed his thumb at his chest. I can do it too. The lips of the dwarves watching the duel twitched as they looked at the half-elf who was feeling proud of himself. Bro, you just picked up a rock and threw it. That's not how magic works. Aren't you feeling embarrassed for yourself? That was the general summary of everyone's collective thoughts in the plaza. Colette and her party members, on the other hand, covered their faces in embarrassment except Robin. He only glanced at his party mates and purposefully took a few steps back, as if telling the other dwarves that he didn't know any of them. Frederick shrugged off Lux's words and decided to close the gap between them. He only used a ranged attack earlier to test and see if his enemy had any long-range spells that could be used against him. The only thing that confused Frederick was that the other party wasn't using any of his summons. Although he wasn't afraid of the other party's summoned monster, the lack of it made Frederick think that his opponent wasn't taking him seriously. The two fighters once again clashed against each other at close range. This time, each of their strikes sent sparks flying in the air. Tempest War Art First Form, Frederick shouted. Kaiser Sword Art Second Form, Lux declared. Whirlwind Slash, Crescent Slash. A powerful gust of wind erupted at the center of the plaza, creating a thick dust cloud which blocked everyone's views from the two combatants. However, Lux and Frederick didn't falter and unleashed several lethal sword strikes that could seriously injure their opponent. Within the dust cloud, the sound of weapons clashing could be heard. Several flashes of light could also be seen as both fighters fought toe-to-toe at point-blank range. Both combatants were losing their health points at a rapid pace every time their attacks grazed each other. With one powerful slash, Lux sent Frederick a few meters away from him after the dwarf had blocked his attack. What Lux didn't know was that the leader of the Shadow Tempest had planned this all along. He used the strike of Lux's slash to gain momentum in order to distance himself from his opponent. Switching his grip on his weapon, Frederick stabbed his sword to the ground and shouted, "Stone spikes." Lux's sixth sense kicked in, prompting the half-elf to summon his skeleton warrior in order to deal with the dwarf's unexpected move. Several 2-meter spikes jutted out of the ground around where Lux had initially been standing a moment ago, piercing their target from all directions. As the dust cloud settled, Frederick saw the skeleton warrior's body collapse in front of him, but the half-elf was nowhere to be found. Augustus, who used his detection skill, immediately located Lux and shouted to warn his leader where the enemy was. "Frederick, above you," Augustus hollered. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The skeleton warrior had propelled Lux high up in the air before the earth spikes hit it. This allowed the half-elf not only to escape the attack, but also initiate a counter-attack of his own. Kaiser's Sword Art Fourth Form. Lux pulled his sword back in order to prepare his family's special attack that he had practiced, while jumping off the tree on their property. He had practiced this move so many times when he was 12 years old, to the point that he fainted every 1 out of 3 attempts. Now that he was no longer worried about fainting, Lux unleashed the attack that had made his grandma Vera spank his bum numerous times for repeating this move over and over again until he fainted. A screeching sound that was similar to that of a phoenix spread across the plaza as Lux's sword shone brightly. The crowd watched as the half-elf brushed through the dwarf's body and skidded across the ground with his sword at his side. Phoenix's descent was the only attack that his grandma Vera had taught him that could be used while he was mid-air. It was also an attack that put great stress on the body due to the difficulty of its execution. But the current Lux was now strong enough to execute this move without fail. Frederick knelt on the ground, clutching his chest with his hand. He didn't expect that not only would someone survive his earth spikes, but also manage to counterattack against him. Although they didn't actually receive any injuries when dual mode was activated, they could still feel the pain of each attack. Lux's last strike made the dwarf feel as if his body was sliced in two. The orb of light announced the victor of the duel before fading away. Colette, who intently watched the battle, immediately ran towards Lux and jumped into his arms. The half-elf stored his weapon and caught the ever-lively little girl with both hands and swung her around and around, making Colette shout in joy. The dwarves stared at the half-elf in disbelief because they hadn't expected this outcome. As soon as the dust cloud settled, the battle had also come to an end. Augustus clenched his fist because he couldn't believe that Frederick had lost against the half-elf. Now that his leader had lost the battle, it was now his turn to fight. "You did well, half-elf," Augustus said as he stepped forward. "Now it's my turn. Don't worry, I'll give you a few minutes to rest." Lux put Colette down on the ground as he looked at the shield warrior who had a serious expression on his face. "There's no need to rest," Lux said. "I don't want to waste time. Let's just duel now." This time, Lux was the one that initiated the duel and summoned the Orb of Light. After giving it a drop of his blood, the orb flew towards Augustus. "Although I'm not as proficient as Frederick in fighting, I am confident in my defense," Augustus thought as he dropped a drop of his blood on the Orb of Light, signaling his acceptance to Lux's challenge. "No matter what kind of attack he makes, I can block them all. I recognize this duel," a voice filled with divinity said. "The fight will begin in 30 seconds. Make your preparations." Augustus smirked at Lux, and the latter smirked back at him. When the timer ended, Augustus raised his shield and held his ground. As a shield warrior who specialized in defense, he had decided to use the counter-attack strategy on Lux, believing that he would be the last one standing between the two of them. However, the smile on the dwarf's face stiffened when Lux raised his hand and summoned Diablo and his skeleton warrior to fight by his side. He had completely forgotten that his opponent was a necromancer who didn't need to fight one-on-one battles with him. Augustus had equipped his full plate armor that covered his entire body. He couldn't afford to lose, so he decided to go all out and prove to the half-elf that he was a tough cookie to crack. Diablo summoned the forest wolf, making it a 4 versus 1 battle. Even so, Augustus wasn't worried. In his eyes, the only threat was Lux. Once the other party fell, the others would follow, so he decided to focus all of his attention on the half-elf. Lux charged at the shield warrior as he brandished Oathbreaker to check how tough the little dwarf was. After executing Slash, a metallic ring reverberated in the surroundings after Augustus successfully blocked his attack. Diablo, the skeleton warrior, and the forest wolf also took this opportunity to attack the shield warrior from all sides. Aside from the shield in his right hand, the dwarf also had a peculiar-looking short sword in his left hand, which he used to block Diablo's strike. For some reason, Augustus' instinct told him that Diablo was a creature he couldn't afford to look down on. After successfully blocking Lux's and Diablo's attack, the forest wolf's jaws clamped down on the shield warrior's head. At the same time, the skeleton warrior slashed at the dwarf's body. The forest wolf's teeth weren't able to penetrate through the helmet it had bitten on. The skeleton warrior was no different, as its attack didn't even put a dent on Augustus' armor. One mighty roar suddenly sounded from the shield warrior, causing Lux and his subordinates to get blown a few meters away. Augustus unleashed his AoE skill, Shield Warrior's Roar, which had a knockback effect. Although it didn't deal great damage, it was effective when it came to pushing enemies away, especially when the user was getting mobbed. "No matter what you do, you can't pierce my defense," Augustus declared. Lux smiled as he took a fighting stance. "We'll see about that." This was the first time that the half-elf had seen a shield warrior in action, so he was quite curious about its abilities. From what he could tell, the forest wolf and the skeleton warrior practically did no damage to Augustus because of his full plate armor. Lux was sure that this armor was something that couldn't be obtained from Leaf Village, so there was only one explanation. It was an armor that was given to the dwarf before he entered Elysium. Seeing that Augustus focused on blocking his attacks, Lux knew that there was only one tactic he could use in order to breach the dwarf's solid defenses. Lux took a fighting stance, and the sword in his hand glowed as he prepared to unleash one of his family's sword arts. Kaiser Sword Art First Form, Lux shouted as he charged at the shield warrior who had already raised his shield up to meet him. Piercing the heavens, Augustus shifted his body in order to deflect Lux's attack and weaken its momentum. However, just before he could properly block the half-elf's attack, a moan of pain and pleasure escaped his lips. Diablo had positioned himself behind the dwarf and stabbed Augustus' bum. Although the dwarf was wearing a full plate armor that covered his entire body, Diablo's attack dealt ethereal damage. It was an elemental damage that was similar to a spiritual attack that ignored all defenses. Diablo's attack had penetrated Augustus' weak spot, which made the latter cry out in pain and pleasure. Lux didn't continue his attack because the dwarf had already collapsed on the ground, with his hands covering his backside. "I concede," Augustus said as he rolled on the ground towards his party members. "Duel over. Winner Lux." All the aspiring shield warriors who were watching the battle unconsciously covered their backside. For some reason, they could feel Augustus' pain. All of them shuddered as they looked at Diablo, who was looking at his sword in a weird manner. Augustus had already unequipped his plate armor and returned to his normal attire. Beads of sweat could be seen in his forehead as he endured the pain that persisted in his backside. It was at that moment when a black shadow covered his body. The shield warrior looked up only to see Diablo looking down on him. This made Augustus' body unconsciously shudder as he backed away while shielding his backside with both hands. "The battle is already over," Augustus stated in shame and embarrassment. "What do you want?" Diablo ignored him and simply walked toward the panicking dwarf who was frantically hiding behind Frederick. Without another word, Diablo reached out to touch Augustus' robe and did the unthinkable. To everyone's surprise, the skeleton who was wearing a black armor used the shield warrior's robes to wipe its sword. Although it was hard to tell the facial expression on the skeleton's face, everyone could vaguely feel the trace of disgust in Diablo's face as he wiped Tranquility's tip zealously. Lux didn't know if he should laugh or cry at his named creature's actions. Just like everyone else, he was also caught off guard by Diablo's act, which showed that it was a very intelligent creature. After making sure that his weapon was now clean, Diablo patted Augustus' head before walking towards its master, Lux. The half-elf knew that he had to defuse the situation, so he decided to settle things in a peaceful manner. "That was a good fight," Lux said with a smile. "Although we all started off on the wrong foot, everything can be settled if we all sit down and talk in a civilized manner. Since you want the bladed claw and the exoskeleton, I am willing to sell it to your party at a 90 discount of the market price. You can buy the bladed claws for 5 gold coins and the exoskeleton for 3 gold coins. How does that sound?" Frederick knew that Lux was trying to settle things peacefully, so he readily agreed to his condition. Although they still had to pay a total of 8 gold coins, it was already a very low price considering that these materials could be used to craft a high-quality weapon and set of armor. "You have a deal," Frederick said as he extended his hand for a handshake. Lux held the dwarf's hand and shook it firmly. For him, the terror mantis bladed claws and exoskeleton were not a big deal to give up. Anyway, he could simply hunt the terror mantises at his leisure when Diablo, and his other summons, achieved a higher rank. Making the dwarves his enemies for materials that he could hoard in the future was simply not worth it. This was why he decided to take a step back and give Frederick and the Shadow Tempest party a way to resolve the issue without escalating things. After the successful trade, Lux took Colette and her party members to the inn to eat. Robin politely declined, using the excuse that he still had things to do, and left without waiting for anyone's reply. Colette and the others watched him go with a sigh, because they were used to Robin always doing things at his own pace. Lux didn't think much about it, and herded the Golden Slayers off to eat and drink to their heart's content. In a house located inside Leaf Village. Find any information that you can about the half-elf, Robin ordered the dwarves who were kneeling in front of him. I want to know everything about him. Now go. Yes, sir. All the dwarves left the house and headed in different directions. Since their master had given them an order, they would fulfill it to the best of their abilities. Lux von Kaiser, Robin muttered. Just how did you arrive here in the kingdom of Gweliven? Just what is your goal? Robin was very wary of Lux because his father had warned him that associating with children from other races would just lead to trouble. Of course, he didn't believe this advice completely because he hadn't met any other races in the dwarven kingdom of Gweliven, but although he didn't know if other races could be trusted or not, he was still very curious about the half-elf who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. I'll find out your true colors soon, Robin said softly. If you are a threat to this kingdom, I will make sure that you will never be heard from again. 3 days had passed since the duel between Lux and Shadow Tempest Party. A commotion happened in the Figaro Gardens, which made all the dwarves leveling in the area abandon it completely. According to the report of those who managed to flee in time, the red-striped predator mosquitoes and the obsidian spite mosquitoes were regularly conducting swarm raids in the Figaro Gardens. Because of this, most of the dwarves decided to boycott the north zone of the beginner village in fear of getting themselves surrounded by thousands of blood-sucking mosquitoes. The Adventurers Guild had also issued a Class B extermination mission to clear the pests that were becoming a threat to the outer area of the beginner's village. The village chief, Sedwin, was also worried that if things continued to get out of hand, another monster outbreak would occur, and this time they would be fighting against swarms of mosquitoes that thirsted for blood. The elders of Leaf Village believed that the threat the mosquito swarm posed had even surpassed that of the undead army that had raided their village not long ago. Grandma Annie, the old woman that had fought alongside Lux during the monster outbreak, had a grim expression on her face as she voiced her opinion. I think we need to stock more food in our underground shelter, Grandma Annie proposed. Unlike the undead army, these mosquitoes can get past our defenses because they can fly. Also, the paralyzing effect of their bites can cause countless casualties on our side. It is best to not fight them and just wait until they leave the village. Sedwin and the elders of the village nodded their heads. Fortunately, all the houses and other establishments of our village have underground basements, Sedwin said. If going to the shelter is impossible, hiding in the underground basement is also an option. As long as the mosquitoes don't see any live targets, they will leave on their own. One of the elders rubbed his beard as he made his concern known. Has there been any news from the stronghold of Noria? We sent someone to inform them of the current threat we are facing a day ago. We should have gotten an answer from them by this time. Sedwin sighed. I'm afraid the stronghold is busy right now. Our neighboring village, Lindo, was attacked by a notorious bandit group. The warriors of Noria are scouring the nearby areas to find their main camp, but the bastards are like slippery eels that couldn't get caught. It will take a while before they can spare us some manpower to handle this threat. Grandma Annie shook her head in disappointment after hearing the news, but there was nothing that they could do about it. They were not the only villages that were under the protection of the stronghold of Noria. Other people needed help from them as well, so they needed to handle the situation on their own for the time being. Tell the Adventurers Guild to issue an announcement to the villagers, as well as the foreigners, that going to the Figaro Garden is forbidden, Grandma Annie stated. Although it is impossible to close off the entire area, giving a warning to everyone should at least have enough effect. Everyone in the room nodded their heads as they concluded their meeting. They set out to do their assigned tasks to ensure that their village would not suffer many casualties if another monster outbreak were to happen. East Zone, Aspiration Plains. It's too bad we can't go to the Figaro Gardens, Colette said. She was sitting on top of a carriage. I heard that there have already been 2 casualties due to the mosquitoes' mob strikes in the garden, Maddie commented from the side. It is better to stay away from that place for the time being. Helen, the cleric of the group, nodded. Let the adults handle this matter. This is something that is beyond our abilities. By the way, where is Big Brother? Helen had started to imitate Colette, calling Lux Big Brother as well. It didn't seem wrong either since he was the oldest and tallest in their party. Big Brother said that he still has other things to do, so he can't accompany us on this escort mission. Colette pouted. I wonder what he is up to. The Golden Slayer party had taken an escort mission to protect a merchant caravan from bandits and wild monsters. They were headed to a village called Lindo Village, which was one of the trade partners of Leaf Village within the territory of Noria. Robin, who was also seated in the carriage, had his arms crossed over his chest as he looked outside the window. The investigation about Lux's identity was not proceeding smoothly because they couldn't gather any information about how he appeared in Leaf Village. Although foreigners could visit the kingdom of Gweliven from their homeworld of Saleh, all of them were dwarves. There had not been a single instance where a different race had appeared in the dwarven lands, which was why Lux's case was being investigated critically. Even the stronghold of Noria had been keeping an eye on the half-elf's movements through the men that they had stationed in Leaf Village. As Colette's party continued their journey, the half-elf who didn't accompany them was busy getting chummy with the ants inside the Figaro garden. Using the Elysium Compendium as a translator, Lux communicated with the ants while he hid in their underground colony. He asked them of the latest news of what was happening inside the garden. According to the information he gathered, the number of obsidian spite mosquitoes was growing at a fast rate. This was due to them drinking the blood of stronger monsters as they terrorized the ecosystem that had lost their alpha beast. According to the Elysium Compendium, it would take a week for alpha monsters to spawn after they were killed. This prevented newly ranked apostle parties from hunting them indiscriminately. Also, the ants told him some information that made him frown. Dozen obsidian spite mosquitoes that had feasted on the red-eyed terror mantis had all evolved into iron-scaled torment mosquitoes, which were ranked 2 monsters. In the beginner's area, the strongest monster was the field boss Forest Wolf King, followed by the alpha monsters. The tiers below them were rank 1 and rank 2 monsters. For a party that had just arrived in the beginner's village, they could at most handle common monsters like horned rabbits, skeletons, ladybugs, and forest wolves. After they became stronger, they could then challenge rank 1 monsters. After they get used to fighting strong monsters, they could then challenge the rank 2 monsters, which would help them level up faster. This would also allow them to gain enough stat points in order to deal with the alpha monsters in each zone of the beginner's village. In the absence of the alpha monster, the current big boss of the Figaro garden were now the mosquitoes. No creature within it would dare to poke their noses out while these bloodsuckers were becoming more and more active in their territory. While Lux was chatting with the ants about mundane things, Diablo gave him a mental message which made the half-elf grin. I knew it, Lux thought as he gave an order to his named creature. This is the perfect opportunity to farm points. Lux was different from the Elysians and Salians. He didn't get experience points through killing monsters. He received points directly after absorbing beast cores and finishing quests. Right now, no dwarves were loitering in the Figaro gardens, which made this the perfect spot for him to loot the goods that the mosquitoes left behind. The mosquitoes only cared about blood. They would immediately leave the body of their prey once all of its blood had been sucked out of its body. What did this mean? It meant that Lux could get beast cores without having to do anything. Diablo and the skeleton warrior would scout the areas where the mosquito swarm had just passed through. He got the information about the monster raids from the ants, who shared information through their colony. With such a powerful information network, which covered the entirety of the Figaro garden, aiding him, Lux could collect beast cores without any problems, even if the mosquitoes were still active in the area. After all, Diablo and the skeleton warriors were just walking bones. As long as they didn't actively attack the mosquitoes, the swarm would just leave them alone. This created the perfect opportunity for Lux to collect beast cores and materials which he could sell back in Leaf Village to earn coins. Of course, the ants also got some benefits from cooperating with Lux. They had agreed into a 70-30 split. 70% goes to the ants, while 30% goes to him. The Figaro garden was a very big place, and Lux understood that he couldn't cover them all. This was why he had made the ants his business partners for a win-win scenario. His skeletons would scout the area to tell them if the coast was clear. After that, the ants would then send their scavenging parties to haul the dead bodies of the monsters back to their colonies. This partnership allowed the ants to safely stock up on their food sources, without worrying about being targeted by the troublesome mosquitoes that could poke them to death. Lux would then get 30% of the beast cores of rank 1 and 2 monsters, as well as their materials after the ants had collected their bodies. Although the number of rank 1 and 2 monsters only numbered about a dozen or so, having 2 to 5 beast cores a day was something that Lux wouldn't dare pass up. Once their combined stat points reached a certain threshold, they would be able to break through the rankings. A week had passed since Lux had holed himself up in the Figaro garden, and he was still conducting his business with the ants. Although the Adventurers Guild had announced that going to the Figaro gardens was forbidden, some stubborn dwarves would still secretly go there to kill monsters and collect herbs and other ingredients. Due to the decrease of people visiting the place, the dwarves didn't have much competition in herb collecting, monster killing, and foraging. This made them bolder, so most of them decided to go deeper inside the garden, which was a big mistake on their part. A party of dwarves had ventured too deep in their exploration and came in contact with one of the mosquito swarms that were active in the area. The buzzing sounds of the mosquitoes' wings became louder as they closed their gap between the dwarves who were rich in blood. While they were running away, the healer of the party suddenly tripped on one of the roots of the plants that was on his way. "Help!" the healer cried out, but his party members only gave him a sidelong glance before running away. "Nuo, stay away!" the healer screamed as the mosquitoes pierced his body with their bloodsuckers. His blood-curdling screams spread across the garden, which scared those who heard it increase the pace of their running. The ranger of the party, a girl with long brown hair, had been enduring the sudden pain in her ankle as she ran with all of her might, but she had finally reached her limit. She fell face first on the ground as tears streamed down her eyes. The dwarf girl knew what fate awaited her, but there was nothing else she could do. "No, I don't want to die," the girl shouted. "Mama, save me, Mama." It was at that moment when her body was grabbed by something, making her scream with all of her might. Her screaming only lasted for only a brief moment before it disappeared completely. "SHT, we shouldn't have come," the leader of the party cursed internally. "We should have only stayed on the outskirts. I have been too greedy." No matter how much he cursed himself, it was already too late. Another scream echoed in the garden, which made the leader subconsciously shudder. He had asked his teammates to spread out in order to increase their chances of survival. However, the screams he just heard sounded close to his location. It only meant one thing, and that was that the monster swarm was hot on his trail. Using everything he had, the dwarf ran as fast as he could like there was no tomorrow. Even though he could already feel a stinging pain in his chest, he ignored it and only ran as fast as he could. This allowed him to widen the gap between him and the mosquito swarm. A few hours later, he would come to discover that he was one of the only 3 survivors of his party of 6. The dwarf girl, who had sprained her ankle earlier, hung limply in Diablo's arm. He had discovered her crying when he was exploring the area where the mosquitoes were currently active. Naturally, Lux ordered Diablo to save her, as well as one of her companions that was nearby. After running for a few minutes, Diablo saw the skeleton warrior carrying an unconscious dwarf boy in his arms. The two immediately headed to one of the ant holes that were scattered around the Figaro Gardens to hide from the mosquito swarm that was still hunting the members of the dwarf party. Although they wanted to save more dwarves, there were only 2 of them, and the things they could do were limited. After running in the underground tunnel for half an hour, the 2 undead finally arrived at a wide cavern where Lux was waiting for them. Unlike the unconscious dwarf boy, the ranger was awake and saw everything that had transpired. After arriving at the cavern, Diablo handed the ranger to Lux, while the skeleton warrior laid the unconscious boy to the ground. "Are you all right?" Lux asked. "You're welcome," Lux replied as he gently laid her on the ground to tend to her injuries. The half-elf deftly removed the ranger's boots from her feet before taking out a healing potion from his storage ring. He poured half of the bottle's contents on the swelling ankle before checking the other dwarf's condition. The dwarf girl watched Lux tend to her companion and felt gratitude welling up in her heart. Deep inside, she felt relieved that she was able to survive this incident. If Diablo hadn't come to her rescue, she might have already turned into a dried husk right about now and would never see her mother ever again. After delivering the 2 dwarf children, Diablo and the skeleton warrior once again left the ant nest. They would look for the girl's other party members and bring them here to see if they could still be saved. Even if they were dead, Lux ordered them to bring their corpses back inside the ant nest so that he could return them to Leaf Village. Later, they could be taken back home to Sale to be given a proper burial. A few hours passed before Diablo and the skeleton warrior returned. The ranger girl turned pale after seeing the remains of her companions, who were bereft of blood. She covered her face with her hands and sobbed. Lux watched this scene with a sigh. The Figaro Gardens was currently an off-limit zone, and this dwarf party thought that they were strong and smart enough to survive it. Unfortunately, they thought too highly of themselves, which led to this tragic ending. Half an hour later, the unconscious boy awoke from his slumber. What followed next was a screaming fit after he saw what remained of his companions. It took a while for Lux to calm the panicking dwarf. Fortunately, in the end, he regained his composure. "Stay here for the time being," Lux said to the 2 surviving dwarves before placing the remains of their companions inside his black coffin. The coffin could store dead and dying humanoid creatures inside them, but Lux couldn't use its main ability because he hadn't met the necessary requirements. Also, he didn't want to do it as well. If he were to turn the dwarves into undead, he was sure that every dwarf in Leaf Village would hate him, even if his intentions were good. Since that was the case, the least he could do was bring their bodies back to the village and let their friends return them to Sale to get buried. "A swarm is currently active near the exit of the garden," Lux said to the 2 dwarves after receiving Diablo's report. "We will return to the village once they decide to return to their nest." The 2 dwarves could only nod their heads as they sat and hugged their legs while staring at the small fire that Lux had made to cook some barbecue skewers made from horned rabbit meat. The dwarf girl raised her head as she stared at Lux with an embarrassed expression on her face. She had completely forgotten to introduce herself to the half-elf after he had saved her. Lux said, "I don't need any repayment. I just did what needed to be done. I'm sure that if you were in my shoes, both of you would have done the same." Glenn and Megan lowered their heads. They felt ashamed because back then they only thought about saving themselves and didn't care if their comrades were going to die or not. After all, they were just a temporary party that was made out of necessity. Lux didn't know what the 2 dwarves were thinking as he took 2 skewers from the fire pit and gave them to the 2 of them to eat. "Eat first," Lux stated. "Both of you will need your strength when we leave this place." The two dwarves thanked Lux for his generosity and ate the barbecue in silence. The half-elf was about to give them more when his sensitive ears picked up a buzzing sound coming from one of the tunnels leading to their cavern. Seeing the look of concern on Lux's face, the two dwarves frowned. They couldn't hear what the red-headed teenager was hearing, so they were not aware that the mosquitoes had discovered one of the hidden entrances that led into the colony. "Both of you stay here," Lux said as he ran towards one of the tunnels to help the ants resist the invaders. Right now, he and the ants were allies, so it was only natural for him to extend his help during their time of need. Glenn and Megan glanced at each other before nodding their heads at the same time. They stood up and ran after their savior. Although they didn't know what had caused Lux to have that anxious look on his face, they were sure that it was not something good. As soon as Lux arrived near one of the entrances leading to the colony, he could see several ants and mosquitoes already fighting against each other. Dozens of mosquitoes led by an iron-scaled torment mosquito rank 2 monster, and 4 obsidian spite mosquitoes rank 1 monster started to clash against the defenders. Fortunately, the ants weren't pushovers. Although they were pacifists, when push came to shove, they were willing to fight back against any invaders. The guards of the ant nest, which were the horned army ant rank 1 spat formic acid at the mosquitoes that attempted to enter their domain. The red-striped predator mosquitoes shrieked in pain after their bodies were drenched in acid. The obsidian spite mosquitoes, on the other hand, received minor injuries, but they were still capable of battling. Only the iron-scaled torment mosquito was unaffected by the acid sprays that fell on its body. It boldly impaled one of the defender ants with its spear like bluesuckers and started to suck its blood. The ants screeched in anger as they called for backup within their colony. Soon, more horned army ants emerged and started to bombard their foes with formic acid. Due to the overwhelming difference in numbers, the numbers of mosquitoes decreased drastically. Even the obsidian spite mosquitoes couldn't escape the army's advance. The only problem was the iron-scaled torment mosquito, whose body was resilient to the acid sprays that the ants were shooting at it. After seeing that all of its bodyguards had died, the iron-scaled torment mosquito planned to make its escape, but the ants were adamant to prevent it from getting away. They had blocked the entrance leading outside of their nest, effectively trapping the last invading monster within. The ants had climbed the walls and the ceiling of their nest and lunged at the invader who was trying its best to remain in the air. However, after several ants had taken hold of its body, it lost its ability to fly and fell to the ground. It was at that moment when the ants showed their superiority, as they mobbed the scaled torment mosquito like a bunch of gangsters out for blood. Shrieks and screeches emerged from the cavern as the ants bit, pulled, and tore the mosquito apart. When the helpless mosquito had lost its ability to fly, 3 ants that were 2 meters tall emerged from the depths of the ant nest. Lux knew the name of this ant species because he had seen them while traversing the countless passages of the underground maze that had been built by the ants. Armored jaws, Lux muttered as he saw the rank 2 defenders of the ant colony. The bodies of these ants were as hard as steel. Using their powerful mandibles, they grabbed hold of the iron-scaled torment mosquito's body and tore it apart. Lux watched this scene unfold with a calm expression on his face. The reason why he was confident in having the ants become his business partners was due to the fact that they were the true overlords of the Figaro Garden. The mosquitoes were scary because they numbered in the tens of thousands, but it didn't mean that they could beat the ants which numbered in the hundreds of thousands. When talking about superiority between the two races, the ants were clearly the winner. If not for their pacifist attitude, they would have long become the true rulers of the Figaro Garden. After the battle, the ants carried the bodies of the mosquitoes back to their queen so she could feast upon them. They also carried off the bodies of their fallen comrades, which they would bury at a specialized location called the Graveyard of the Ants. Earlier, Lux wanted to help, but when he saw that the ants didn't need it, he held his hand and simply watched the battle unfold. Glenn and Megan looked at the dead mosquitoes with lingering fear because they knew that if it weren't for Lux's help, they would have died a very painful and horrific death. Lux approached one of the guard ants and took out his Elysium compendium to communicate. After getting the information he needed, he bid the ant goodbye and signaled for Glenn and Megan to follow him. This tunnel will lead us to the surface. It is also the entrance that the mosquitoes used to infiltrate the ant nest, Lux explained. You don't have to worry, the mosquitoes in this area have all been killed, so it is safe to use this passage to return to Leaf Village. The 2 dwarves nodded in understanding. Diablo, come forth, Lux ordered. Skeleton warrior, you come here as well. Immediately, a black knight and a skeleton warrior appeared in front of them. Check the entrance and the surrounding area for any mosquitoes, Lux commanded. Make sure to extend your search to ensure that the path towards Leaf Village doesn't have any danger. Diablo and the skeleton warrior nodded their heads as they ran towards the surface. Several horned army ants walked past Lux and the 2 dwarves to resume their duties in guarding their nest. The 3 followed behind the ants because it would be safer that way. After a quarter of an hour of scouting, Diablo informed the half-elf that the coast was clear and no threats were in sight. Hearing his trusted subordinates report, Lux led the two dwarves back to Leaf Village without encountering any monsters along their path. Me too, Megan said firmly. I will return this favor. Lux nodded. Please take care of the bodies of your comrades and return them to their families. Glenn and Megan sadly nodded their heads because this was the least that they could do for their party members that had fallen in battle. Glenn, Megan, thank goodness you are alive, a dwarf shouted as he ran in their direction. Glenn and Megan looked at their party leader, Oman, with sad expressions on their faces. When the latter had told all of them to separate, they knew that it was the only way to increase the number of survivors in their party. They simply couldn't fight against hundreds of mosquitoes at the same time. Doing so would only lead to a pointless death. As the dwarf neared their location, Lux unloaded the bodies of the three dwarves that he had placed inside sacks to be brought back home in Saleh. Oman, this is Lux, Glenn said after the three had their reunion. He is the one who saved us and brought the bodies of our friends back to us. Oman's face paled after seeing the three sacks on the ground. After having escaped the mosquito's pursuit, the dwarf had kept on blaming himself for what happened to his party members. He really thought that he was the only one that survived and was ridden with guilt. Before seeing Glenn and Megan, Oman had already resolved to go back to the Figaro garden to find the bodies of his party members and give them a proper burial. Oman tapped his chest 3 times with his closed fist. This was a gesture that dwarves did when they made an absolute pledge to someone with their life on the line. Lux looked at the dwarf who had blonde hair and brown eyes who was looking at him with a serious expression on his face. Understood, Lux replied. If there will really come a time when I will need your help, I will not hesitate to call you. After spending time with the dwarves, the half-elf already understood how serious they were when it came to pledges. Because of this, he accepted Oman's promise because it was the right thing to do. Just return the bodies of your friends to their loved ones, and do not step into the Figaro gardens again for the time being, Lux stated. The environment there is too dangerous for you kids. Also, do not throw your lives away because of greed. We only have one life. Treasure it and live it to the fullest. Lux bid the dwarves goodbye and returned to the inn. He had stayed in the Figaro gardens for a week, and he hadn't had a good sleep for the past few days. Also, he needed to take a bath badly, so he decided to take the rest of the day off. As he walked towards his inn, he thought about his own party mates that had accepted an escort mission. He kinda missed the rowdy bunch of dwarves, especially Colette, who was always brimming with positivity. If I'm not mistaken, they will be back in another 2 weeks, Lux muttered as he made his way towards his room. When they return, I think I'll ask them to help me hunt the carbuncle in the Aspiration Plains. It was the weakest among the 3 alpha beasts in the beginner's village. Lux was confident that if they all worked together, they would be able to hunt it down without any problems. All of you please be safe, Lux said softly as he looked to the east where Lindo village was located. I can't wait to go adventuring with you guys again. 26 beast cores. That was the total number of beast cores that were currently in Lux's possession. One of these cores belonged to the alpha beast, red-eyed terror mantis. The half-elf looked at these cores, not with happiness, but with a serious expression on his face. He was torn whether he should use these cores to upgrade himself or to upgrade his summons. If Lux chose to use these beast cores for himself, he wouldn't be able to add any points to his existing stats anymore because it would kick him out of the beginner's zone. The half-elf knew this, but there was one more thing that was making him hesitate, and that was not knowing what skills could be learned from the beast cores. If he used the cores for his summons, he would no longer have the chance to learn the skills from them. Although the chances of learning a skill from a beast core was small, the possibility still existed. This was why he was hesitant to not use them to strengthen himself. Soul book, Lux muttered as he raised his hand. Immediately his soul book appeared. The half-elf then checked his stats to see what he could do about his current predicament. Immortal Conqueror's Legacy. Rating F+. Progress 56/100. Conquest is not all about claiming lands and expanding your domain. True conquest is conquering the hearts of people. Once you gain their loyalty, the path to dominion will open its doors for you. Upgrade rewards +5 to all stats +200 health points, mana drain X. Lux gazed at the status page as he held the rank 3 beast core of the red-eyed terror mantis in his hand. I need 44 points to upgrade my body constitution to its next stage, Lux thought. With a rank 3 beast core, I can get 15 free status points and 15 body constitution points. The half-elf had long decided that he would be using the alpha beast core on himself, because the terror mantis had 3 skills and they were Fury Slash, Gust, and Berserk. Right now, his Slash skill was on its way to evolving into Fury Slash. Among the 3 skills that could be learned from the beast core, Fury Slash was not something he wanted to acquire. Gust was a wind elemental skill that created powerful gusts of wind that dealt damage and blew away one's enemies. Berserk, on the other hand, was a very useful ability that doubles one's stat points for a brief period of time. However, it had a downside. When the berserk state faded away, the user would have their stats halved as they fell into a weakened state for a period of time. This was also why the red-eyed terror mantis fell to the mosquito swarm. After losing half its health points, the backlash of the weakened state made it unable to resist the mosquitoes and died under their suppression. Okay, I will upgrade my body constitution, then focus the remaining upgrades on Diablo and the skeleton warrior. Lux clenched his fist as he made up his mind to upgrade his body constitution. When he upgraded his body constitution for the first time, the overall upgrade to his body was fantastic. Also, the half-elf was hoping that the free options that would be available to him after his upgrade would include the War Cry skill. Last time, he was forced to choose Mana Drain in order to last longer during battles, which had been a great boon. Now that another upgrade was on the way, Lux wanted to choose the skill War Cry so that his subordinates would have increased bonus damage that would make their attacks stronger. Okay, let's do this. Lux held the beast core with both of his hands and willed his thoughts to consume it. Lux naturally chose yes and picked the upgrade stat points option. Obtained 15 free stats points. Obtained 15 body constitution points. You have acquired the Fury Slash. The corner of Lux's lips twitched when he saw that the skill that he acquired was the skill that he didn't want to learn. The half-elf was about to curse out loud when a series of notifications appeared in his soul book. Skill Evolution X detected that the skill Slash was on its way to evolving into Fury Slash, forcefully upgrading Slash to Fury Slash. Upgrade successful. Skill Evolution X has detected that the skill Fury Slash can be upgraded one more time. New skill unlocked. Double Fury Slash. Active skill requires 10 mana to use. Slash the enemy twice, forming an X, dealing heavy physical damage with a very high chance of dealing critical damage. Deals plus 100 damage with high chance of dealing critical damage. If your target has less than half of its health remaining, it deals an additional plus 100 damage to your attack with a high chance of dealing critical damage. Requirements to upgrade: use Fury Slash 10x. Progress 0-10. You can use Fury Slash and double Fury Slash anytime, once the requirement has been met. Lux blinked at the information in front of him before his initial annoyance turned into happiness. Not bad. Lux grinned after seeing the new skill that was added in his collection. The half-elf then used 3 more rank 1 beast cores and successfully upgraded his body constitution to the next level. Ding, congratulations. Your body constitution has been upgraded. Choose one from among these 3 options as your bonus reward. Option 1 plus 50 permanent points to vitality. Options 2 Warcry, plus 30 physical and magical damage to you and your allies. Duration 5 minutes. Cooldown 10 minutes. Options 3 Item Transmutation. Transfer a skill from one item to another. Once the skill has been successfully transferred, the item will be immediately destroyed. As expected, the skill Warcry was available after Lux had upgraded his body constitution. However, a new skill had caught his interest, and it was none other than Item Transmutation. After using the Elysium Compendium, Lux found out that the skill Item Transmutation was a pseudo-mythical tier skill that could only be learned by Grandmaster Alchemists, Grandmaster Blacksmiths, Grandmaster Jewelers, and other Grandmaster Artisans that specialized in creating items. In a nutshell, if Lux were to sacrifice Tranquility and transfer its ability to summon a forest wolf to Oathbreaker, the unique sword would gain a bonus skill, but it wouldn't end there. If Lux could acquire other items with special abilities, then he could transfer all of them to his equipment, making them more powerful. Damn, why must you make things difficult for me? Lux was both happy and frustrated at the third choice that appeared after he had upgraded his body constitution. His initial choice was to get Warcry, but now that the skill Item Transmutation has appeared, he was having a hard time deciding between the two. Right now, Lux was in a dilemma. Just like last time, he wasn't sure if the skill Item Transmutation would still be there after he upgraded his body constitution again. For him, a pseudo-mythical skill like Item Transmutation would allow him to have overpowered equipment if he played his cards right. Lux could see the skill's potential. He even thought of buying cheap equipment with special skills so he could attach them to his own equipment. Simply put, this was a money-burning skill with great payoff. Fine, Lux muttered after an intense internal struggle. So be it. I choose you, Item Transmutation. Skill Evolution X detected a new skill. Since the skill is learned from your body constitution upgrade and not from a beast core, evolution requirements will be waived. Item Transmutation X. Transfer up to 2 skills or weapon attributes from one item to another. Once the skills or attributes have been successfully transferred, the sacrificed item will immediately be destroyed. Immortal Conqueror's Legacy. Writing Eyes. Progress 0 200. Conquest is not all about claiming lands and expanding your domain. True conquest is conquering the hearts of people. Once you gain their loyalty, the path to dominion will open its doors for you. Upgrade rewards plus 1,000 health points, item transmutation X. Bonus reward plus 1 summon skeleton skill. You will be able to summon 2 more skeletons to fight for you. Yes, Lux raised his hand in excitement after seeing the bonuses that he got after upgrading his body constitution. This is so freaking awesome. He already expected that the item transmutation skill could evolve to its next form, but the thing that he didn't expect was that he would get a bonus reward for his summoning skill. Before, he could only summon 1 skeleton warrior, but now he could summon 3. Counting Diablo and his other skeleton warriors, he now had a total of 4 summons he could use to fight along his side. This greatly increased his manpower in one fell swoop. 24 beast core remaining. Lux eyed the beast cores in his possession. 20 of those beast cores were from rank 1 monsters, while 4 were from rank 2 monsters. Lux opened up Diablo's page in the soul book to check the points he needed to upgrade his trusted partner. Diablo had the title Firstborn. As Lux's first-named creature Diablo had gained the special ability to increase the number of skill points he would get when upgraded by a beast core. Normally, a rank 1 beast core would give 10 skill points. A rank 2 beast core would give 20 skill points. But if Lux were to use a rank 1 beast core on Diablo, the latter would gain 15 points. With a rank 2 core, the latter would gain 30 points. Without batting an eye, Lux used 2 rank 2 beast cores to upgrade his named creature, raising Diablo's overall performance. Diablo. Finally, a worthy opponent. Our battle will be legendary, named Skeleton. Skeleton Fighter. Rating D+. Mana 10. Progress 0 300. Health 1,275, 1,275. Mana 840, 840. Attack 7095 plus 20 damage from Tranquility. Attack type Ethereal damage. Strength 43 plus 1. Intelligence 42. Vitality 41 plus 2. Agility 42 plus 2. Dexterity 42 plus 2. Defense 75 plus 100 defense new. Title Firstborn Squad Captain new. Active skills /heavy new. Bone spear new. Passive skills Parry Tactician improved dodge. Lux nodded his head in satisfaction. With the upgrade, Diablo's strength had officially broken through the Apostle grade, which was equivalent to a rank 1 monster. Not only that, Lux's named creature also acquired several bonuses like increased defense, a new title, 2 active skills, and 1 passive skill. Squad Captain. Increases the attack and defense of any unit under the named creature's command by 20. Bone Spear. Mana 10. Throws a spear made of bones at a target. Deals plus 100 damage to target. Has a medium chance to deal critical damage. Skill cooldown 30 seconds. Improved Dodge. Enhances the chance to dodge any attack during battle. The title Squad Captain came at the right time, Lux said as he rubbed his chin. Without Warcry, I have no way of increasing the damage of my undead summons. This skill will have to do for the time being. Now it's time to upgrade my skeleton warriors. Lux preferred quality over quantity, but since his body cultivation had given him additional manpower free of charge, he would use it to his full advantage. Lux consumed 10 rank 1 beast cores, bringing his stash of cores to 12. Choose which path of evolution you wish to take. Option 1, summon 4 skeleton warriors to fight for you instead of 3. Option 2, upgrade summon skeleton skill to summon skeleton fighter. Skeleton fighters. Isn't this Diablo's current class? Lux muttered as he looked at the 2 options available to him. I need to make them stronger, so skeleton fighter it is. Summon skeleton fighter. Rating E+. Mana 5. Max summons 0-3. Summons 1 skeleton fighter to fight for you. Summon duration 1 hour. Progress 0-100. After upgrading the skeleton warrior to skeleton fighter, it had also gained the passive skill parry, which allowed it to deflect attacks then follow up with a counter-attack. Lux used 10 more beast cores to upgrade his skeleton fighters one more time, bringing his stockpile of beast cores down to 2. Choose which path of evolution you wish to take. Option 1, summon 4 skeleton fighters to fight for you instead of 3. Option 2, allow skeleton fighters to use basic tactical formations in battle, allowing them to effectively fight as a team. Option 2 it is. Lux chose the second option without batting an eye. Teamwork was important in any battle. The half-elf understood this concept. With Diablo as the squad captain of the group, they would be able to launch effective attacks against their enemies and use their numbers as an advantage. Lux sighed after looking at his soul book. He already knew that being a necromancer would require him to use many resources. Unlike most of the other job classes, which only required others to strengthen themselves, Lux needed to constantly upgrade his skills, which allowed his minions to become stronger separately. He knew that this path would be a difficult road to travel, but he had already made up his mind to go through with it until the end. Perhaps a month or two from now, I will have enough skeleton warriors to challenge the hell mode of the Bronze Crypt even if I am alone, Lux pondered. When that happens, I will be able to constantly farm rank 2 beast cores without needing to share them with anyone. Lux chuckled as an ingenious idea appeared in his mind. I wonder how Colette will react if I manage to break her big sister's record in the Bronze Crypt. That will be a fun thing to see. The half-elf grinned while thinking of the not-so-distant future. Now that he and his summons had undergone an upgrade, he would be able to farm more beast cores in the Figaro Gardens, while waiting for his dwarf friends to return from their escort mission. He was sure that the next time they saw him, they would be surprised at how much he improved while they were away. A day after Lux finished upgrading his soul book, he went to visit the blacksmith in Leaf Village. His goal was to purchase cheap weapons that had skills imbued in them, so he could transfer the skills to make his own equipment stronger. Sir Randolph, good morning. Lux greeted the blacksmith, who was taking a break from his smithing. Oh, it's you, Lux. Randolph greeted the half-elf who had become his regular supplier of beast parts that hailed from the Figaro Garden. Are you going to sell me some materials today? Lux shook his head. No, this time I am here to buy weapons and armor. Randolph chuckled as he gestured to the weapons and armors that were on display in his shop. Lux held the Elysium Compendium in his hand, and the detailed information of the items in front of him materialized in his sight. The Elysium Compendium could also work as an appraising tool. After all, its main feature was access to detailed information about almost anything in Elysium. The half-elf looked at the war axe in front of him and immediately saw the information he was looking for. Lux scratched his head as he looked at the price of the Axe of Onslaught and the coins he had in his possession. Elysium copper coins, 200. Elysium silver coins, 50. Elysium gold coins, 12. Even after selling all of those valuable monster parts to Randolph, his current funds still weren't enough to buy the axe in front of him. With a heavy heart, Lux could only force himself to look at the other weapons beside the axe and wondered if they would fit his budget. Sting. Weapon type one-handed sword. Rarity rare. Damage 2032. Durability 200-200. Required strength 15. Required dexterity 15. Skill in venom. Mana 10. Has a low chance to poison your target. Price 10 gold. Fanged crease. Weapon type dagger. Rarity rare. Damage 15-25. Strength requirement 10. Dexterity requirement 20. Durability 200-200. Skill, Thorn has a 5 chance to apply the bleeding effect to your target with every strike. Bleeding effect reduces your target's health points by one of its maximum health points every 2 seconds. Bleed effect duration 10 seconds. Price 15 gold. Lux checked all the items in Randolph's shop. In conclusion, all of them were pretty expensive. Some of them had skills imbued to them, while others didn't have any. But the thing that made him depressed the most was how pretty darn expensive they all were. The normal weapons were obviously cheaper, but since they didn't possess any skills whatsoever, it was useless to buy them. Only superior weapons and sets of armor in Randolph's shop had skills, but aside from being expensive, there was only a limited number of them. It was at that moment when Lux understood how much of a money-burning skill the item Transmutation X was. Without any item in hand, he wouldn't be able to maximize the skill that he had gained after his upgrade. While Lux was having a dilemma, a sudden idea popped inside his head. Sir Randolph, do you have any defective products for sale? Lux asked. Even scrapped weapons will do. Randolph frowned as he looked at the half-elf who had just asked him something unreasonable. Boy, I don't sell defective products in my shop, Raymond replied with a snort. No dwarf blacksmith that cares about their name and reputation would do such a thing. If you ask me something like this again in the future, I'll hit you with my smithing hammer to knock some senses into you. Lux hurriedly apologized to the fuming dwarf and explained that it wasn't his intention to belittle him or anything. He made an excuse that he was very interested in blacksmithing and he wanted to see what defective products looked like, so when he forged his own weapons and sets of armor, he would have an idea on what was defective or not. You want to learn blacksmithing? Randolph sized up the half-elf half and down. Well, I guess anyone can learn it as long as they are passionate about the craft. Do you want to become my apprentice then? Beads of sweat formed in Lux's forehead because he couldn't believe that Randolph had taken his excuse seriously. He didn't plan to learn blacksmithing at the moment because he was still planning to monopolize the loots in the Figaro Gardens and collect as many monster parts and beast cores as possible while the mosquitoes were still at large. However, before he could politely reject Randolph's offer, a notification materialized in front of him. Special Quest: The Art of Blacksmithing. Randolph is currently looking for an apprentice to pass his craft on to. If you decide to accept this quest, you will gain the blacksmith subclass as a reward. This is an optional quest. You can choose to decline his offer if you don't want it. Rewards. Blacksmith subclass. Title: Apprentice Blacksmith. Would you like to accept this subclass quest? Yes, no. Lux's body stiffened because he didn't expect that he would gain a special quest out of the blue. He was not new to the subclass option in games because most games had this feature. According to his understanding, his main class was Necromancer, allowing him to summon the undead, use curses, and other abilities connected to his profession. A subclass, however, would allow him to use the abilities of other job classes without any conflict with his main class. Meaning, Lux could become a Necromancer and an apprentice blacksmith at the same time. Lux weighed the pros and cons of accepting Randolph's offer inside his head. If I became an apprentice blacksmith, I will be able to learn how to create weapons and armor, Lux thought. If in the process of blacksmithing, I happen to make an exceptional weapon with an attached skill, I can transfer it to my weapon without any problem. The only downside is that I will need to constantly craft weapons in order to raise the rank of my blacksmithing skills. The Elysium Compendium in Lux's hand had supplied him with information about the artisan classes in the world of Elysium. These craftsmen who pursued different fields couldn't raise their skill proficiencies by using beast cores. They needed to pursue their passion devotedly in order to gain a higher understanding of their craft. In Elysium, people could have up to a maximum of 3 subclasses. If they were to exceed that number, they would have to acquire special tokens from the Adventurers Guild to increase the number of subclasses up to 5. However, earning these tokens would require them to achieve an unbelievable feat that would be recognized by the ruler of the territory that they were staying in. There are no coincidences in the world, Lux thought. Maybe this is a blessing in disguise. All I need to do is take a leap of faith and see where this road will take me. After finalizing his decision, Lux faced the dwarf who was looking at him with a serious expression. If you're really fine with me, then I gladly accept your offer to become your apprentice, Lux replied. However, I can't always be with you, Sir Randolph, because I am an adventurer. That's fine, Randolph replied. I was also an adventurer like you in the past, but I took an arrow to the knee and decided to retire and become a blacksmith. We can focus on your training on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. I don't care what you do on the other days, but you have to be here on the days I mentioned. Lux nodded his head in agreement. Understood, Master. Master Randolph played with his beard as he looked at the half-elf with a satisfied expression. I liked the sound of that. The dwarf then extended his hand for a handshake, and Lux accepted it with a smile. When their 2 hands clasped each other, Lux immediately felt the hidden strength in Randolph's grip. The calluses on the dwarf's hand made the half-elf realize that he couldn't take this apprenticeship half-heartedly. Doing so would be the same as ridiculing Randolph's passion for his profession, and this was something that was against Lux's principles. After the 2 shook hands, Randolph happily closed his shop and took Lux to the tavern to celebrate his apprenticeship. Although he didn't know if he would become a successful apprentice blacksmith in the future, he was sure that he would definitely do his best, not only for Randolph's sake, but for his own sake as well. After accepting Randolph's proposal, Lux spent his days practicing blacksmithing, as well as going to the Figaro Gardens to help the ants retrieve the bodies of insects slain by the mosquitoes. The half-elf's blacksmithing apprenticeship wasn't going smoothly. Until now, he still hadn't managed to forge anything decent. All of his attempts ended up in failure, but Randolph said it was all normal. 7 days later, Lux returned to Leaf Village carrying some monster parts that he had obtained through the partnership he had with the ants. All in all, he earned 16 new beast cores, bringing his total number to 18. Just as soon as he arrived at the plaza, he noticed a crowd of dwarves, making him curious about what was happening. Since he was taller than them, he effortlessly saw through the crowd and noticed a wounded dwarf who was begging and clinging to Aaron, the guard captain of Leaf Village, to help save her comrades. At first, Lux didn't recognize her, but after hearing her constant pleading, her voice finally registered in his head. Helen, Lux shouted, please let me through. That is my friend. The dwarves made a path for him and the half-elf hurried over to the dwarf girl who had turned her head to look in his direction. Big brother, Helen cried out, please help us. Colette and the others had been captured by the bandits. The little dwarf tried to stand in order to run to Lux's direction, but she was seriously injured, so she was only able to take a few steps before her legs lost their strength, causing her to fall down on the ground. However, just before Helen could completely fall, a pair of strong hands grabbed her and supported her body. Big brother, woo-woo-woo. Helen cried out with snot and tears streaming on her face. Save Colette and the others. Please, I beg you. Lux hurriedly took out a healing potion and poured it over Helen's body. The little dwarf ignored her injuries because the only thing on her mind was to go and seek help from Leaf Village in order to save her companions. Calm down, Lux said as he poured another health potion on the wounds on her body. Tell me everything right from the start. Helen gradually regained her clarity of mind as her injuries started to recover. She immediately told Lux about what had happened to the members of the Golden Slayer party. According to Helen, after their group left Lindo Village, the caravan traveled to the next village called Millwood Village. Everything was going smoothly, but they were suddenly ambushed by dozens of kobolds while they were camping to rest for the night. The bandit group was led by a kobold chieftain with draconic blood. The leader's strength was the reason why the bandits managed to overwhelm the defenders. The chieftain's strength was on par with an alpha beast's. The kobolds heavily injured the defenders and killed a few of them. Colette and her party mates were mostly injured, but their lives weren't in danger. Since Helen had been given a special teleport scroll by her family, she immediately used it to return to Leaf Village to ask for help. After hearing the details of the incident, Aaron frowned because this was not within the scope of his duties. First and foremost, he was the guard captain of Leaf Village. His duty was to ensure the village's safety, not travel several miles to aid the foreigners completing their rescue mission. Suddenly, several dwarves appeared and surrounded Lux and Helen. Was Master Robin also taken by those bandits? A middle-aged dwarf with blonde hair asked. Helen nodded her head. Robin was knocked unconscious by the kobolds, but he wasn't killed by them. I used the teleport scroll when I was about to be captured by the kobolds, so I don't know what happened after that. The middle-aged dwarf's expression became grim as he continued pressing Helen for more details. You were attacked between Lindo Village and Millwood Village, right? The middle-aged dwarf asked. Yes, Helen answered. Please, help save them. I beg of you. The middle-aged dwarf nodded his head. Don't worry. You will save Master Robin without fail. The dwarf then turned to one of his comrades and whispered something in his ear. The middle-aged dwarf's subordinate nodded his head and ran towards the north where the goat riders were stationed. After getting all the details from Helen, the dwarf and his subordinates left the scene, leaving Lux and the crying Helen behind. Big brother, please help us. Helen sobbed in Lux's chest as the half-elf held her tight. I will, Lux replied. I need some time to prepare. For the time being, come with me and rest at Grandma Annie's place. We will leave at sunset to rescue Colette and the others. Helen nodded. Even though the healing potion had allowed her body to heal, her mental and emotional injury from what she had just experienced made her exhausted. For this reason, she completely lost all of the strength in her body and Lux had to carry her all the way to Grandma Annie's shop. 15 minutes later, Lux laid the sleeping girl on the bed and sighed. I'm sure that Aaron will not send any help for the little ones, Grandma Annie said as she sat on a chair. This is outside of his duties. I'm sorry, Lux, but don't expect any help from the village. I understand, Grandma Annie, Lux answered. Please look after Helen for me. I will go and speak with Master Randolph for the time being. Okay, Grandma Annie nodded. Leave her to me. This is just a small matter, but are you really going to go and save those kids? A draconian kobold chieftain is no easy opponent. Besides, he would definitely have strong lackeys that are all rank 1 and rank 2 monsters. Lux already knew about this, but he didn't care. Colette, Maddie, Andy, Axel, and Helen were his friends. He would be damned if he left them under the mercy of the kobold group. Seeing his determined gaze, Grandma Annie only shook her head because she already knew the answer to her question. Actually, she had already expected this to happen, but still felt sad because in her eyes, Lux was merely going to throw his life away if he faced the bandit group alone. You're going to save your friends from a kobold bandit group. Randolph rubbed his chin. That is not an easy task, my boy. Are you sure of this? Lux nodded. Yes, Master. This is also why I would like to ask a favor from you. Favor, very well. What do you want from me? Please let me borrow the sword in your basement. Randolph's casual expression immediately turned serious upon hearing Lux's request. After accepting Lux as his apprentice, he had shown the latter his greatest creation, which was the mythical sword that he had kept hidden from everyone's eyes. In fact, this was the only mythical weapon in Leaf Village. No one knew about its existence except Lux, who had become Randolph's apprentice. You want to borrow Blood Moon? Randolph asked with his arms crossed over his chest. Yes, Master, Lux bowed. Please let me borrow your named weapon. A minute of silence descended inside the smithy as Randolph gazed at his apprentice whose head had remained bowed. Even if I let you borrow it, your stats are not enough to wield it, Randolph replied. Blood Moon requires all of your stats to be at least 50, which is impossible for anyone who is still here in Leaf Village. It is simply out of the question for you to use it with your current strength. Lux raised his head. Master, I may not be able to wield it, but Diablo can. Please let me borrow it to save my friends. I swear upon my name and honor that I will return it to you without fail. Randolph sighed as he leaned on the wall of his smithy. Without fail. I've heard that the leader of the kobolds is a rank 3 monster at its peak, Randolph stated. Even if Diablo can wield Blood Moon, he will still fall short against that monster. Aside from that, the kobold chieftain has plenty of subordinates to back him up. My weapon alone will not be enough to turn the tide of battle. Master, don't worry about that. I have a plan. Oh, let me hear it then. Lux told Randolph that he had a way to locate the location of the bandit group. He added that the riders of Noria were also riding for the bandit group. If he were to give them the information about where their headquarters were located, he would have many strong helpers to fight alongside him. This will certainly work, but there is just one problem, Lux, Randolph stated. You said that you have a way of finding their location, but will the riders of Noria believe you? To be honest, I don't know. Then how about this? Once you convince Boreas, the rider captain, to take you with them, I will lend Blood Moon to you. This is the only way that I will allow you to take Blood Moon from my treasury. Lux nodded his head in understanding. Understood. I will go and talk to Sir Boreas now. The half-elf didn't even wait for Randolph's reply and hurriedly left the smithy to look for the guard captain. When he arrived at the riders' temporary barracks, the riders were already mounted on their goat mounts and were about to depart. Lux saw the middle-aged man who had come to interrogate Helen earlier. He was already sitting on a goat mount beside Boreas. Clearly, if the middle-aged man managed to mobilize the riders of Noria to help save Robin from the bandits, he was no ordinary dwarf. Sir Boreas, please wait. Lux ran towards the rider captain. Several of the mounted riders blocked Lux's path and drew their weapons towards him. Boy, we are on an important mission, an annoyed-looking dwarf said. We don't have time to listen to your nonsense. That's right, another dwarf commented. We have more pressing issues to address, and we obviously have no time to play with a half-elf. Lux ignored the two dwarves as he shouted towards Boreas, who was also looking in his direction. I know the location of the bandit group, Lux shouted. Take me with you and I'll lead you to them. You brat, stop spouting nonsense, that's right. If you keep on interfering with our mission, don't blame us for not being merciful. The two mounted dwarfs that had stopped Lux from approaching their captain raised their weapons in anger. They had always disliked everyone from other races and had long thought of Lux as an eyesore in Leaf Village. If not for the fact that their captain had ordered them to not harm the boy, they would have already taught him a lesson or two. Halt! A dignified shout stopped the two from hitting the half-elf who didn't even make any effort to defend himself. The two dwarfs immediately ceased their hostilities and reluctantly lowered their weapons. It was at that moment when Boreas, one of the captains of Noria, urged his mount to walk towards Lux and eyed him from head to foot. Are you telling the truth? Boreas asked. This mission is of the utmost importance to us. Failure is not an option. If you're lying to us, I will make sure that you suffer a fate worse than death. Instead of answering them, Lux summoned his Elysium compendium and opened its pages. Immediately, a projection appeared in front of everyone showing them a map of Noria. In a place between the village of Lindo and village of Millwood Village, a golden dot blinked on the map. Before my friends left to do their escort mission, I put a special tracking spell on them that allows me to know their location, Lux answered. I am not familiar with the topography of this land, but as you can see, I can pinpoint their location using my ability. If you don't take me with you, the chances of you finding Robin are very slim. However, that will be solved if I come along. So what do you think, Sir Boreas? Can you take me with you? I also want to save my friends. All the dwarven riders looked at their captain and waited for his decision. Boreas was the strongest warrior in Leaf Village. He was a grade B apostle, which was equivalent to a rank 3 monster. With him around, their chances of winning against the draconic kobold would be higher. Understood, you can come with us, Boreas answered. However, if you're lying to us, I will make you regret it. Lux breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Boreas' answer. With this, he would be able to borrow his master's mythical weapon to make Diablo more formidable. Sir Boreas, I have a favor to ask, Lux said with a serious expression on his face. Can you come with me to the smithy and tell my master, Randolph, that you will be taking me with you on your expedition? He said that he won't allow me to go unless I get your permission to let me go with you. You are Randolph's apprentice. Boreas widened his eyes in shock as he looked at the half-elf in disbelief. That old coot actually accepted you as his apprentice. Is the world going to end? Who are you calling old coot, you UFC cur? Randolph barged inside the barracks with a flushed face as he glared at the rider captain Boreas. Bastard, since you are taking my apprentice with you, I expect you to bring him back safely. Randolph shouted at Boreas, making the other dwarf riders look at the blacksmith in disbelief. Boreas was a very stern dwarf, and not even their commander dared to shout at him like the blacksmith of Leaf Village was doing. I am not his nanny, Boreas replied in an indifferent tone. We're not going on an excursion. If he can't even protect himself, then he should just stay here and play house with you. HMPH, fine. Since you want my apprentice to play house with me, then so be it. Come, Lux. Let these eggheads handle this mission without you. Let's see if they find that Robin brat on their own. Randolph didn't even wait for Lux's reply and dragged the half-elf away from the barracks. Master, I want to go and save my fry. Hush, let's talk when we're back in the smithy. Don't worry. Knowing Boreas, he will come knocking on my door sooner or later. Little did the half-elf know that Randolph was doing this for his sake. The blacksmith wanted the riders of Noria to officially ask his apprentice to be their guide, so that he would receive compensation from them. Also, he didn't have any plan to let the dwarves see the mythical weapon in his possession. He needed to pass it to Lux secretly in order to avoid any future problems. After the two arrived at the smithy, Randolph hurriedly locked the doors and made a gesture for Lux to follow him into the basement. I originally planned to bestow Blood Moon to a person that had the bearings of a hero, Randolph grumbled. Who would have thought that the first one who will wield it is not even a dwarf, but a skeleton? Fate sure knows how to play with my heart. Lux endured Randolph's ramblings until they arrived at his hidden treasure house, which was buried deep under the smithy. A few minutes later, the master and apprentice pair arrived at a small altar where a sheathed sword was held on a silver pedestal. It was Randolph's greatest creation, the mythical sword, Blood Moon. Blood Moon. Weapon type one-handed sword. Rarity mythical. Damage 225, 350. Requirement all stats must be 50 or above. Additional requirement, only those recognized by Randolph could wield this weapon. Passive skills, Sharp Blade, Swift Blade, Life Steal, Thorn, Indestructible. Sharp Blade. The blade of this sword will always be sharp and will never dull. Swift Blade. The sword feels very light, which helps its wielder brandish it with ease, able to strike very fast in quick successions. Life Steal. Each attack heals the user with 3 of their max health points. Bleed has a 5 chance to apply the bleeding effect to your target with every strike. Bleeding effect reduces your target's health points by 1 of its maximum health points every 2 seconds. Bleed effect duration, 10 seconds. Indestructible. This weapon is indestructible. It cannot be destroyed. The reason why Randolph decided to show Lux the mythical weapon in the first place was to encourage his apprentice to do better. He believed that once Lux realized how amazing being a blacksmith was, the more serious the latter would be in his studies. Although this was already Lux's second time seeing Blood Moon, his admiration for the weapon never waned. On the contrary, the more he looked at it, the more determined he became to increase the proficiency of his smithing skill, so that he would be able to create his own mythical weapon. Randolph took the weapon from the pedestal with both hands before presenting it to Lux. "Take it," Randolph said. "Remember, I'm only loaning it to you for a short while. Go and save your friends and make sure that you return in one piece." As he held the mythical weapon in his hand, Lux believed that once Diablo equipped this weapon, his named creature would be able to easily handle rank 1 and 2 monster with ease. "Wait for me, Colette," Lux thought as he gripped the sword firmly in his hands. "I am coming to save you guys." The adorable little dwarf was Lux's first friend in Leaf Village. Even without the help of the riders of Noria, he would still do his best to go and save her, as well as the other members of the Golden Slayer party. Right now, Diablo was still unable to wield Blood Moon, as he still needed to be upgraded one more time before he could do so. Fortunately, Lux had acquired more than enough beast cores to upgrade his named creature. As the half-elf was about to return to the room in his inn to make preparations, Boreas appeared in Randolph's smithy to formally invite the half-elf to join them on their rescue mission. An hour later, Lux, Helen, and the riders of Noria left Leaf Village together in haste. Their destination was the bandit hideout, which was located somewhere in the mountainous region between Lindo Village and Millwood Village. Lux and Helen were seated in a carriage pulled by 2 horses. They were procured by the middle-aged man who had asked Helen about Robin's whereabouts. They all traveled non-stop, and according to Lux's estimate, with this speed, they would arrive at their destination within 2 days. Although he was very worried about Colette and the others, there's nothing he could do but pray to the gods that they were safe. For the time being, Lux shifted all his attention to his soul book. He had 18 beast cores in hand, and half of them were ranked 2 beast cores. The ants had been very generous in giving him these beast cores, because his scouting massively helped them to forage safely in the areas where the mosquitoes had just finished feeding. Now that he was dealing with an emergency situation, he immediately used the rank 2 beast cores to upgrade Diablo's progression to the next stage. After using 9 rank 2 beast cores, Lux managed to upgrade Diablo's progression bar, but it still fell short of his target. Progress 270-300. Left with no other alternative, Lux used 2 rank 1 beast cores, which gave him exactly 30 additional skill points, bringing his stockpile of beast cores to 7. Ding, your named creature, Diablo has reached a milestone. Please choose 2 options from the bonus upgrades available for him. Option 1, increase health points by 3,000. Option 2, learn active skill, whirlwind slash. Option 3, learn active skill, dual X. Option 4, learn passive skill, guts. Option 5, upgrade skeleton warrior to skeleton knight. Option 6, upgrade skeleton warrior to skeleton rider. Lux ignored option 1 because a mere 3,000 health points, since it wouldn't change anything at this point. After checking the Elysium compendium, he found the information he was looking for about the skills that appeared in the list of Diablo's bonus upgrade options. Whirlwind Slash is an AoE skill that hits multiple targets. This is good if Diablo is surrounded by enemies, Lux thought as he rubbed his chin. Dual X is similar to Taunt skill, but this skill would force your opponent to exchange one blow with you no matter what. It has a 1-minute cooldown, which is a good option, since I don't have any taunting skill at the moment. Guts will allow Diablo to survive 1-hit attacks that could instantly kill him. This skill is useful, but only at the higher levels. The half-elf then eyed the 2 job upgrades that became available for Diablo. His named creature had only become a skeleton fighter recently, but due to the milestone, Diablo could once again upgrade his profession to a higher class free of charge. Skeleton Knight is a balanced job class similar to Skeleton Fighter, but stronger, Lux mused. As for Skeleton Rider, it is a mounted unit that specializes in mobility and has many other advantages. The only problem is that it's not very useful when raiding dungeons because of the cramped space. However, it is good for open-world exploration because it allows Diablo to tame monsters as his mount. Lux scratched his head when he realized that his named creature was more of a protagonist than him. Diablo kept on getting more powerful with each upgrade he got, even faster than the master. After a long internal struggle, the half-elf chose the 3rd and 5th option. You have chosen the skill, Dual X, and upgrade Skeleton Warrior to Skeleton Rider. Is this your final answer? Yes, no. Lux chose yes, and immediately several more notifications appeared on Diablo's sole page. Job change bonus. All stats plus 20. Skill union of skeleton and beast has been acquired. Skill tame mount has been acquired. Title Relentless Charger has been acquired. Union of skeleton and beast allowed Diablo to effectively fight while riding on a mount. This passive skill allowed him to remain seated even if he received attacks that should have been able to dismount him. Tame mount, as the name suggested, allowed Diablo to tame a mount that he could ride in battle. The chances of taming a mount would depend on how strong it was. If the creature was weaker than Diablo, the latter would be able to tame it without a problem. However, if the creature was stronger, the chances of taming it would be lower, which made it extremely difficult. Also, Diablo couldn't tame creatures that were 2 ranks higher than it. These limitations were to prevent the named creature from obtaining strong mounts that exceeded its current strength. Relentless Charger, on the other hand, gave Diablo an additional 30 damage and increased chances of dealing critical strikes while mounted. Diablo has 317 combined stat points. He is now in the middle stages of Grade D Apostles. Lux thought as he started to feel slightly envious of his partner in crime, but he couldn't do anything about it. Diablo didn't have to follow the laws of the beginner village because he was a summoned creature, but Lux couldn't. After sighing internally, he equipped Blood Moon in Diablo's equipment page. The Blood Red Sword, which was Randolph's greatest creation, shone with an eerie glow. With the mythical sword in hand, Diablo was a menace and had more than enough leeway to fight against rank 2 monsters without problem. It was also possible to fight rank 3 monsters because of the mythical weapon's attributes. As long as Diablo could hit the target, his health points would be replenished without problem. Now that his preparations were complete, Lux checked Colette's condition in the Elysium compendium. According to the information he could access, Colette had received minor injuries, but there was no danger to her life. Maddie, Robin, Andy, and Axel had more serious injuries, but their current status told Lux that they were far from kicking the bucket. With the safety of the children confirmed, Lux was able to gain some peace of mind as he coordinated with Boreas to lead the group in the general direction of where his friends were. If all goes well, we will arrive at our destination faster than we expected, Boreas said as he looked at the place Lux had pointed out on his map. Now I understand why the patrollers can never seem to find the bandits. They are hiding inside the mountain. This will be a bit tricky. At the moment, their current forces were composed of 30 goat riders, 12 warriors including the middle-aged dwarf, Lux, and Helen. Their combined forces were only 45 in headcount, and they didn't know how many enemies they would be facing. Even so, they had no choice but to deal with the current situation as quickly as possible. Boreas had also sent a messenger bird to the stronghold of Noria asking for backup. The dwarf captain had shared the information that Lux had given to him to his superior, and he hoped that reinforcements would arrive by the time they reached their destination. Lux could only see the location of his friends. He didn't know how many enemies there were, but he was confident that if they all worked together, they would be able to save everyone without any casualties on their side. "So this is why we can't find them," Boreas said with a serious expression on his face. These kobolds chose this place to build their nest. They were all looking at the entrance of a cave that was guarded by 3 kobold warriors. They were just rank 1 monsters and didn't pose a threat to their team. However, the problem now was that they didn't know how many kobolds they were going to deal with. Kobolds' nests usually consisted of thousands of individuals. Among the humanoid creatures, these demonic-looking dogs reproduce at a very alarming rate. Legend has it that they also had draconian blood flowing through their bloodlines, which sometimes led to birth of a draconic kobold whom they treated with reverence. The middle-aged dwarf, who went by the name Nevriel, was the assigned leader of this expedition, which caught Lux by surprise. Lux already had a feeling that the Nevriel was someone important, but he never expected that the rider-captain of Noria would give the middle-aged man full authority over this rescue mission. Nevriel played with his beard as he weighed their options. Right now, the reinforcements of Noria were on their way. According to his estimates, they would arrive after a day. He was only concerned about Robin's safety. Although waiting was the best option right now, he didn't know Robin's current condition. He was afraid that if they waited another day, the kobolds might do something to the boy. If Robin died on this mission, the consequences were something that Nevriel and the stronghold of Noria couldn't afford to shoulder. No matter what, they had to save Robin at all costs. "Using our mounts inside is not possible," Nevriel said after careful consideration. "We have no choice but to engage them on foot. The only problem is that the kobold's nest is very big. It will take us some time to find Robin's location." The dwarves nodded their heads in unison. Lux, on the other hand, frowned. He understood that their priority was to rescue Robin, but they seemed to forget that he was not the only one that needed saving. For him, his priority was to rescue Colette, Maddie, Andy, and Axel. He would prioritize the lives of those little dwarves over Robin any day. Lux opened his Elysium compendium and used it to scan the location of the children in the kobold's nest. Colette, Maddie, and Axel seemed to be in the same place, while Robin and Andy were in another location. Colette's group was in the northeastern part of the nest, while Robin's was on the northwestern side. Lux knew that if he told the rescue party that he knew where Robin was located, they would not hesitate to prioritize him over the other dwarf children. While he was thinking about what to do next, he noticed that Robin's status had changed. Right now, the information about Robin stated that he was seriously injured. A few seconds later, Andy's condition had also changed to seriously injured. It meant that they were currently being harmed by the kobold, which left Lux no choice but to come up with a crucial decision on the spot. While the dwarves were arguing on what to do next, Lux cleared his throat and made his presence known. "I know where Robin is inside the nest," Lux said. Immediately, everyone stopped talking and looked in his direction. "Right now, he is seriously injured," Lux continued his explanation. "If we don't hurry, we might not be able to arrive in time." "Then what are we waiting for?" Nevriel replied with urgency. "Boy, if Robin is rescued, you will be able to gain great merits, so let's hurry up and save him." However, Lux shook his head as he stared back at Nevriel with a serious expression on his face. "I will help you on this mission on one condition. All of you will swear to the Earth Goddess that you will also save Colette and the others." Nevriel narrowed his eyes. He was a veteran, and looking at Lux's expression, something was telling him that this wasn't as simple as it seemed. "Are they not in the same location?" Nevriel asked. This was the only conclusion that he could come to as to why Lux was asking them to make an oath to their goddess. Lux nodded. "Colette and my friends are located at the deepest part of the nest. Robin and Andy are in the middle area. However, I will not tell you their location if you don't make an oath to the Earth Goddess to save my friends." "Oi boy, do you think we are your hired goons or something?" one of the dwarves asked in an intimidating tone. "Do you really think we don't have ways to make you talk?" Another dwarf glared at Lux. "If you refuse to cooperate, I don't mind skinning you alive." Lux remained unfazed as he stared at Nevriel. Although he didn't know what Robin's real identity was, he could tell that the person in front of him and the riders of Noria seemed to place Robin's safety above all else. This meant that he was a very important person to them. Using this as leverage, the half-elf faced them head-on with a devilish smile. "Since you're threatening me, don't think that I can't threaten you back," Lux thought. "You're not the only one who knows how to play dirty." The half-elf suffered in both of his lifetimes, so he was already used to pain. Right now, he was the one who had the upper hand, which he could use to his advantage no matter what. If the riders of Noria refused to help Colette and the others, then he wouldn't help them either. "Sure, you want to skin me alive. Go ahead," Lux replied. "However, I already told you that Robin is seriously injured. Who knows, by the time you finish skinning me properly, he might be taking his journey to the afterlife." Lux sneered at the dwarf whose face had turned beet red from anger. In a battle of wits, the first one to back down was the loser. The half-elf had no intention of losing. He had promised Helen that he would save Colette and the others, and he would be damned if he allowed himself to be intimidated by dwarves who thought they could bully him into submission. Oh no, Robin's condition is now fatally injured. I don't think he will survive more than 5 minutes, Lux said with a serious expression. Just as he expected, all the dwarves surrounding him all had grim expressions on their faces. In truth, Lux was lying. Robin's and Andy's status told him that they were still seriously injured. He was merely testing them to see how important Robin was to the dwarves. Back on Earth, this whole scenario could be described in one word: blackmail. Yes, Lux was using blackmail to force the dwarves to make an oath, so that they wouldn't abandon his friends after they saved their precious Robin from the kobolds. Boy, you're lying, Nevriel said through gritted teeth. Lux shrugged as he gazed at the dwarf who was looking at him with a deadly stare. You'll know whether I'm lying or not in 5 minutes. By then, it will be too late for all of you. I don't know who Robin is, but judging from your expressions, he must be a very important person. Are you all prepared to suffer the consequences if he died in this place? Let me tell you, his life and death does not mean anything to me. Now choose. Swear that you will save my friends to the best of your abilities. You will also swear that you will not harm us in any way and lead us safely back to Leaf Village. If you fail to abide by this oath, not only will all of your souls be damned by the Earth Goddess, the entire stronghold of Noria, as well as those in your 7 generations will also be damned for eternity. Bastard, one of the dwarves growled. He was about to smash Lux's head with his hammer when the other dwarves stopped him from taking a single step from his place. This is why I hate other races. Another dwarf spat on the ground. Bastards, the lot of them. Lux remained indifferent to the words in the glares of the dwarves. However, Helen couldn't do the same. She was still young and inexperienced, so the glares of the adults made her little body shudder. Lux noticed this and moved to stand in front of her so that she wouldn't have to see the hateful stares that were being thrown in their direction. Aren't all of you ashamed? Lux said with disdain. Bullying a child of your own race just because she wants to save her friends. If you don't want to go, then we will go on our own. You can stay here until tomorrow if you want, but I will assure you that it will be too late by then. Let's go, Helen. Lux held the little girl's hand and turned to take her away from the dwarf's camp. He was serious when he said that he would go alone if he had to. Fortunately, a hand grabbed his arm and held him in place. The half-elf breathed a sigh internally because he knew that he had won the gamble he made. Fine, I will make an oath, Nevriel said through gritted teeth. It was quite obvious that he didn't like being forced to do something against his will, but the current circumstance left him with no other alternative. Robin was very precious to the stronghold of Noria, and one wrong move could send them all to the execution grounds if they failed to bring him back safely. The half-elf turned around and stared back at Nevriel, whose eyes screamed of murder. Make the oath and let's start saving people. Lux replied, unfazed by the fact that Nevriel's gaze was filled with killing intent. Time waits for no man nor dwarf. All the dwarves that were part of the expedition swore an oath to the Earth Goddess, who they worshipped. This was the greatest oath a dwarf could make. Even the dwarfs in Saleh shared the same mentality. Once they made an oath, they had to do it no matter what. Failure to do so would weigh terribly in their conscience because it would mean that once they died, their souls would be cast away, forever banished from the Earth Mother's embrace. Keep your word, half-elf, or I swear by the Earth Goddess that you will not keep your life, Nevriel said in a threatening tone. We'll see whose oath will be broken first, Lux replied with a calm expression on his face. Now, listen to me. Our first goal is to eliminate the guards as fast as we can and prevent alarming the kobolds inside the nest. Of course, this will only work at the early stages of our rescue mission. The moment we encounter a single kobold in the nest, we will be in for a tough battle. Our plan is simple: strike fast and run fast. The sooner we rescue the hostages, the sooner we leave. I will not interfere with the commands of the dwarves. I also know that it is unrealistic to think that we will be able to rescue our targets all at once with the current manpower we have. Since your priority is to save Robin, then you can go ahead and save him. However, once he is safe and sound, you will then coordinate with the reinforcements coming from the stronghold of Noria to raid the nest and rescue my friends. Do we all have an understanding? Nevriel and Boreas nodded. Deep inside, they felt relieved that Lux was still thinking logically. It was simply impossible for their current manpower to fight an entire kobold nest on their own. If you are all ready, we can begin the operation, Lux stated. Helen, stay close to me. No matter what happens, stay by my side. The little dwarf nodded her head in understanding. Even if Lux didn't remind her, she would still stick to him because the adult dwarves scared her. The kobold warriors stood in their position in a carefree manner. For them, doing this was a boring job. Although there were wandering beasts in the mountains that were stronger than them, none of the kobolds were afraid of being attacked. They always had the mentality that nothing couldn't be overcome by sheer numbers. As one of the humanoid races that specialized in reproduction, the kobolds were one of the most annoying monsters to fight due to their quantity versus quality mindset. While the 3 guards were casually chatting with each other, several throwing axes flew in their direction. All three guards died almost at the same time as the axes embedded themselves on the kobolds' heads, back, necks, and chests. As soon as the kobolds collapsed on the ground, several dwarves sprang up from their hiding places and dragged the slain kobolds away to hide them. Just for good measure, Boreas stabbed the chests of all three kobolds to make sure that all of them were really dead. Once the deed was done, the dwarf rescue party entered the nest to find Robin as soon as possible. On the other hand, Lux summoned Diablo and his 4 skeletal fighters to guard the rear of the group to inform them if there were any kobolds returning to the nest. Nevriel and Boreas nodded their heads in appreciation because they couldn't spare any of their men to do this job. Fortunately, Lux had enough manpower to do this important job, making the dwarves' anger from being blackmailed earlier to simmer down a bit. Unknown to them, Lux had other reasons for letting Diablo and his skeletal fighters stay at the rear, aside from keeping a lookout for possible backstabbers that the half-elf had kept to himself. 3 minutes later, the rescue party encountered a group of kobolds patrolling the nest. Immediately, a scuffle broke out. Fortunately, the vanguard of the dwarves, led by Nevriel and Boreas, were all grade D and C apostles, which were equivalent in stats to rank 1 and 2 monsters respectively. Normal kobold warriors were not a match to them. The true problem happened when they neared the first spacious cavern in the underground pathways. After checking the surroundings, Nevriel and Boreas knew that it would be impossible to proceed without the kobolds raising the alarms. Over 100 kobolds stayed in the cavern. Some of them were cooking, some were loafing around, while others were sharpening their weapons. It was a communal area where some of the kobold warriors stayed, while waiting for their chief to give them orders. Near the back of the cavern were 3 black kobolds that were larger than the others. These were the kobold leaders, who were tasked to lead their own troops to hunt or participate in banditry, depending on the orders of the kobold chieftain. Every kobold nest had these communal caverns near the entrance of the nest that served as the main line of defense in case they got invaded. Its main role was to alert the entire nest if there was a need for everyone to move into action, so they could repel the invaders together. Lux frowned because just like Nevriel and Boreas, he knew that an all-out battle was inevitable. Boreas raised his hand and made a gesture, signaling all the other dwarves to get ready. Half a minute later, the group charged inside and started to massacre the kobolds that were in their way. The 2 kobold leaders immediately sprang up in action in order to face them in battle. The other kobolds then started to make noise, with some of them running deeper inside the nest to raise a ruckus and alarming their brethren that their home was being invaded. The dwarves worked quickly and efficiently, killing all of their enemies in less than 5 minutes. Nevriel and Boreas didn't hold back, using their rank 3 prowess to overwhelm the kobolds who were caught by surprise. Where next? Nevriel asked Lux, who had just killed 2 kobolds that had tried to attack Helen beside him. We go straight and turn left at the 3rd intersection on the way. From there, we just continue heading west until we arrive at the place where Robin and Andy are being held captive. Nevriel nodded and led the charge alongside Boreas. Lux, Helen, and the other dwarves followed, leaving the scene of carnage behind them. A minute later, Diablo, as well as 3 skeletal fighters, arrived at the cavern. Lux had tasked them with an important mission, a mission that they would follow without fail. Screams and shrieks resounded inside the nest as the kobolds and the dwarf party clashed. Although the kobolds were not a match for the dwarves, the riders of Noria still suffered several injuries to their bodies. Some of them were unlucky and received serious injuries during the intense battle being fought at close range. Fortunately, Helen was a cleric. The little dwarf healed everyone to the best of her ability, while munching on the honey-flavored candies that were being provided to her by Lux. The half-elf made sure to visit his grandma Annie back in Leaf Village to buy all the candies she had in stock for this mission. Naturally, the old lady was more than happy to sell all the candies she had to her regular customer, which helped both of them greatly. Because of this, the dwarves' attitude towards Helen changed. Boreas even assigned 2 of his subordinates to guard the little girl and ensure that no kobold would put her life in danger. Lux was quite happy with this arrangement because it gave an added layer to Helen's security. The pathway that led to the place where Robin and Andy were being held was drenched with blood. This was the first time that Lux had witnessed such a bloody battle. His heightened senses, especially his sense of smell, made him feel very uncomfortable because of the heavy smell of blood in the surroundings. He was also in awe of how the kobolds fearlessly engaged them without care for their lives. They were like kamikaze fighters whose only intention was to deal as much damage to their enemies as they could before they died. When one kobold died, another took its place. They came with 45 members, and in that short amount of time, 5 dwarves had already died in battle, which showed that even if the warriors of Noria were stronger, they were still not a match against the overwhelming disparity in numbers. Their only saving grace was that the kobold nest was large. Even if the kobolds swarmed in droves, it would still take the rest of their brethren some time before they could reach their location. Robin and Andy are over there. Lux shouted as he pointed at several cages in the distance that were made from wood. Nevriel broke out of the scuffle, followed by 4 of his men, and ran towards the cages. Boreas and his men held their ground and continued to fight against the kobolds, whose numbers kept on increasing. Lux gritted his teeth as he stood in front of Helen and fought off any kobolds that had managed to break through the vanguard's defenses. His arm was already aching from constantly swinging his sword without rest. It was at that moment when he knew that everyone in the rescue team was nearing their limits. Even Helen, who was constantly healing, the dwarves were starting to breathe heavily. Sweat streamed down her face as she chanted without stopping to prevent anyone from dying. "Retreat," Nevriel shouted as he carried an unconscious Robin on his shoulder like a sack of rice. Andy was also safe and being carried by another one of Nevriel's subordinates. The group hurriedly made their way back to the entrance with Boreas and the stronger warriors of Noria guarding the rear. Unfortunately, they encountered a group of kobolds in the intersection leading to the entrance, and another bloody battle took place. This time, the big shots of the kobold race were present, which made the battle more difficult. 4 rank 3 kobold mages cast fireball spells, which severely injured 4 of the dwarves. Seeing that they were in a difficult situation, Nevriel no longer hesitated and ordered everyone to break through the encirclement. Suddenly, one of the kobold mages unleashed the skill Earth Tremor, which made the ground under everyone's feet tremble. Lux sensed that the ground under his and Helen's feet was about to give way, so he decisively lifted the little girl and threw her towards Boreas with all of his might. "Sir Boreas, catch her," Lux shouted as the ground under his feet collapsed. Boreas heard Lux's shout and hurriedly caught the little girl who was screaming her lungs out. That was the last thing the half-elf saw before he fell into the deepest part of the kobold's nest. The dwarves knew that Lux was a goner, and there was nothing they could do to save him. Right now, even their own lives were in danger. The dwarves hurriedly retreated with everything they had, while an angry mob of kobolds ran after them with only one thought in mind, and that was to hunt them down before they managed to escape their nest completely. Lux felt his entire body aching and almost couldn't move a muscle due to the injuries he received from the fall. Fortunately, he had no broken bones, only a badly bruised body that made him want to scream in pain. "Diablo, come," Lux ordered, and his trusted partner appeared beside him. The half-elf willed the storage ring in his hand to take out a few potions, which Diablo took to spray over his injured body. The rest he helped Lux drink, which allowed the half-elf to recover from his injured state. Although he fell deeper inside the kobold's nest, there were no kobolds in the vicinity. All of them were busy chasing after the dwarves, who were running towards the exit with their lives on the line. Lux summoned his soul book to check where he was currently at. He could see Helen's marker going further and further away from him, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. "Let's go save Colette and the others first," Lux said as he checked the pathways he needed to take in order to reach his friends. Diablo nodded his head and soon followed the red-headed teenager as they ran within the underground maze that the kobolds had built. Their journey wasn't that smooth since Lux and Diablo had to prioritize their safety. Right now, the half-elf was behind enemy lines, and one small slip could end his life in a matter of minutes. After almost an hour of traversing the nearly abandoned lower levels of the kobold's nest, they finally arrived at their destination. Just like Robin and Andy, Lux found his friends trapped in cages. However, they were not alone. Several other dwarves were also imprisoned there, which caught the half-elf by surprise. "Well, since I'm already here, might as well free them all," Lux thought as he ordered Diablo to hack apart the wooden planks that kept the other dwarves imprisoned. The half-elf prioritized freeing his friends because they were the main reason why he had braved the dangers of the kobold's nest in the first place. "Be big brother," Colette asked in surprise and confusion. "What are you doing here?" "I came to rescue you guys," Lux replied. "Shhh, don't raise your voice. We might get discovered if you do." Colette nodded her head in understanding and kept her mouth shut. After she was freed, she went to the wooden crates in the corner of the room to retrieve her equipment and storage rings. Maddie and Axel did the same, as well as the other dwarves whom Lux and Diablo had freed. After distributing health potions to everyone, most of their injuries had been treated, making them capable of fighting against the kobolds that had taken them captive. The dwarf who had blonde hair and blue eyes walked towards Lux while carrying an axe. He thanked Lux for rescuing them and introduced himself as Hans. He was one of the prominent merchants in the kingdom of Gweliven, and his base of operations were the villages and towns near the stronghold of Noria. The blonde-haired dwarf was also the leader of the merchant group that had hired Colette's and several other adventure parties as escorts for his trade expedition. Unfortunately, they got captured by the kobolds, and all of their wares were seized. Lux shook hands with the dwarf before addressing everyone at the cavern. "Before anything else, let me explain the current situation first," Lux said. "Right now, a group of riders from Noria have come here for a rescue operation. I was their guide and led them to this location. Unfortunately, we were forced to retreat after saving only a few individuals because of the sheer numbers of the kobolds. After a great battle, I fell down to this lair, due to the spells of the kobold mages. As for the main force, they are headed towards the exit of this nest as we speak. However, none of you have to worry. Once the reinforcements from the stronghold of Noria arrives, they will conduct another rescue operation and deal with the kobolds inside this nest. Lux made sure to emphasize that he was the one that led the riders of Noria to the nest in order to show his importance to the dwarves in front of him. After hearing his report, the majority of the dwarves sighed in relief because there was still a chance for them to leave the place alive. You said that you can navigate through this terrain, Hans said with a determined look on his face. Can you also lead us to the exit? Lux nodded. However, his next words dampened the mood of everyone inside the cavern. Although I can lead you all to the exit, I cannot do that at this point in time, Lux answered. The only reason why I managed to reach this place unharmed is because the majority of the kobolds have climbed to the upper level to pursue the trespassers to their domain. If we go up right now, we will just be hacked to pieces. Our best course of action is to wait for reinforcements to arrive. Colette, who had been listening to the side, voiced her concern about their current situation. Big brother, what do we do now? Colette asked. Are we just going to stay here? Lux shook his head. This place is too big, and it's hard to defend ourselves here. We need to find a good hiding place while we wait for the rescuers to arrive. Lux summoned the Elysium Compendium to look for possible hiding spots small enough for them to effectively defend against a horde of kobolds that were out for blood. And why should we follow you? A grumpy dwarf asked back. I ain't following a damn half-elf. Lux didn't even bother to glance at the grumpy dwarf as he herded Colette and the others to follow him. He had already done what he could for the captives. Whether they wanted to follow him or not was none of his business. Seeing his indifferent attitude, the grumpy dwarf cursed under his breath. Hans, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes as he followed behind the half-elf who obviously didn't give a damn about them. The blonde dwarf was a merchant. When it came to making transactions and forming connections with potential business partners, he always trusted his instincts. Right now, his instinct was telling him to follow Lux, so that was what he planned to do. Seeing Hans' action, a couple of the dwarves, which were his subordinates, followed behind him as well. The rest of the dwarves, who were not part of the merchant group, who had been kidnapped from other places, merely glanced at each other in dismay. Wandering around the kobold nest without an accurate map was useless. Also, the dwarves knew that the half-elf was right. If they tried to go to the exit at this point in time, what awaited them was an untimely death at the hands of the kobold horde that had been rubbed off the wrong way. After navigating through the underground tunnels, Lux led his friends to a smaller cavern that seemed to be used as a garbage dump by the kobolds. The rotten smell permeated the air, and it made the dwarves wrinkle their noses, but they currently had no choice in the matter. Even Hans thought that this was a good place to hide, because no kobolds would go actively looking for them in this area. The pathway leading to the garbage dump was also very narrow. It was only big enough for a single adult dwarf to walk down, and the ceiling was a head shorter than the half-elf who was forced to crouch down a little when he walked down the tunnel. After arriving at their destination, Lux used the empty storage rings that he had acquired in the prisoner's cell to store as much garbage as he could. The dwarves like Colette, who had special skills like the cleansing spell, did their best to reduce the abominable smell that permeated the cavern. Several minutes passed before the annoying smell disappeared, which made the dwarves quite thankful. Even though the cavern was smaller than the place where they had been held as prisoners, it was more than enough to house all of them. Listen, I will just like to make some rules while we are here, Lux said with a serious expression on his face. First of all, talking is not allowed. On the off chance that a kobold or a group of kobolds were to come to this place, our priority should be to kill them as fast as possible before they can raise an alarm. All the dwarves nodded their heads in agreement. They had no complaint whatsoever with the rule that Lux had stated. The second rule is that we should make as little noise as possible. Everyone should just rest for the time being. We will need every bit of strength we have in order to leave this place. The dwarves once again nodded their heads in approval. Lastly, if the worst-case scenario happens and we are discovered, everyone should stay as calm as possible, Lux stated. I am confident that we will be able to stand our ground if we work together as a cohesive unit. My skeletons will serve as the first line of defense and block the entrance of this cavern should the kobolds launch an all-out attack. If they fall, all able-bodied men will help block the entrance alongside me to ensure that they won't be able to break through our defenses. The dwarves nodded their heads for the last time and rested to conserve their strength. Lux sat beside the entrance of the cavern to use his sensitive hearing to detect anyone who was headed in their direction. Colette, Maddie, and Axel were very tired, so all of them slept, leaving the defenses to Lux. The little dwarves had developed an unwavering faith in the half-elf, especially after seeing that he had braved the danger to rescue all of them. Lux watched the children sleep with a smile on his face. Now that they had finally settled down, it was now time to make his preparations for the upcoming battle. Diablo walked towards him and handed the half-elf a black storage ring. Lux gratefully accepted it and peered at its contents. Hundreds of beast cores could be seen inside the ring, which made Lux quite happy. The main reason he had left Diablo and the skeletal fighters behind was to loot the beast cores from the kobolds' corpses. The half-elf knew that the riders of Noria weren't in the mood to pick up the cores as they bulldozed their way through the nest to save Robin. Since that was the case, Lux was more than happy to receive the free loot that was presented to him. He knew that if things went south, he could only rely on himself to save his friends. The red-headed teenager took a beast core out of the storage ring and started converting it into skill points. He would use as many cores as possible to upgrade himself, Diablo, and his skeletal fighters. That way, even if they were faced with rank 3 monsters, they would be able to hold their ground and show the kobolds that it was a futile endeavor to kill what was already dead. After looking at his stockpile, Lux decided to upgrade his partner and make him more formidable. After all, the latter would be the main fighting force in this rescue operation. Since Diablo had a special title, Firstborn, the amount of skill points he received every time Lux used a beast core to upgrade him was increased. Lux decided to upgrade Diablo one more time, turning his first-named creature into a rank 2 monster. With the mythical sword Blood Moon in his possession, Diablo could now fight rank 3 monsters on even ground. Diablo had managed to collect 268 beast cores from the corpses that the dwarves had left behind. 10 of them were rank 2 cores, while the rest were rank 1 beast cores. Since Lux had used a total of 74 rank 1 beast cores to upgrade Diablo twice, his stockpile was brought down to 194. Now that he had upgraded Diablo twice, it was now time for him to upgrade himself. Lux was quite happy when Diablo learned the AoE skill, Whirlwind Slash, which would ensure that even if the latter got surrounded on all sides, Diablo would still be able to take out his enemies as long as he wanted to. The second skill Diablo obtained was Leap. This skill allowed him to jump several meters in the air before landing in his desired location, causing a small tremor that would deal AoE physical damage in a 4-meter radius that was similar to Whirlwind Slash. Aside from that, the massive boost in Diablo's health points and defense made Lux feel more secure because this meant that his partner could take more hits. This would allow Diablo extensive survivability on the battlefield. After admiring Diablo's stats for a full minute, Lux decided to upgrade his own body constitution so he wouldn't lag behind his partner in crime. Checking his progression, Lux used 20 rank 1 beast cores to upgrade his body constitution to the next stage. Immortal Conqueror's Legacy. Rating E+. Progress 0400. Ding, congratulations. Your body constitution has been upgraded. Choose one from among these 3 options as your bonus reward. Option 1 plus 50 permanent points to vitality. Options 2 Warcry, plus 30 physical and magical damage to you and your allies. Duration 5 minutes. Cooldown 10 minutes. Options 3 Guts, a skill that will allow you to withstand a lethal blow without dying. No matter how powerful the attack is, it will always leave you with 1 health point after the damage has been dealt. This time around, Lux firmly chose the skill Warcry. This was the skill he needed the most, and he would be a fool if he didn't choose the skill at this critical moment. Just as the half-elf expected, his handy-dandy Special Evolution X skill kicked in and upgraded the skill that he had chosen. Skill Evolution X detected the skill Warcry. Warcry will be upgraded into Battlecry once the requirements have been made. Since the skill is learned from your body constitution upgrade and not from a beast core, evolution requirements will be waived. Battle Cry plus 100 physical and magical damage to you and your allies. Duration 5 minutes. Cooldown 10 minutes. Immortal Conqueror's Legacy. Rating Dice. Progress 0600. Bonus rewards plus 5,000 health points. Battle Cry, additional reward, plus 2 summon skeleton skill. You will be able to summon 4 more skeletons to fight for you. Hell yeah. Lux wanted to scream so badly, but he held his excitement in. The only skill that the rank 1 kobold monsters could use was the Slash skill. Since Lux already had it and its upgrade, he didn't learn any other skills from it. Even so, he was quite happy with the overall improvement in his strength after his upgrade. Before, he could only summon 4 skeletal warriors to fight for him. With the additional +2 in his summon skeleton skill, he could now summon 7 skeletal fighters, which made him a one-man party. Not only that, he also gained an additional 100 stat points that he could distribute freely. However, since Lux had no intention of leaving the Leaf Village for the time being, he merely hoarded his stat points and didn't add any of them to his current stats. One more time, Lux resolved himself to upgrade himself one more time, in order to cope with any variable that might arise during their escape from the kobold's nest. After spending 60 rank 1 beast cores from his stockpile, Lux was once again given a choice between 3 options to choose as a reward for his body constitution upgrade. Ding, congratulations, your body constitution has been upgraded. Choose one from among these 3 options as your bonus reward. Option 1 plus 50 permanent points to vitality. Options 2 Guts, a skill that will allow you to withstand a lethal blow without dying. No matter how powerful the attack is, it will always leave you with 1 health point after the damage has been dealt. Option 3 Parry, a passive skill that gives you a high chance to deflect a physical melee or ranged attack using your weapon. By breaking your opponent's stance, you will be able to unleash a counter-attack. Lux chose the passive skill Parry because this was what he currently needed the most. This skill would be very helpful in the upcoming battle with the kobolds. Besides, being able to successfully parry against a multitude of attacks would be really handy, regardless who the enemy he was fighting against. Skill Evolution X detected the skill Parry. Parry will be upgraded into Expert Parry once the requirements have been made. Since the skill is learned from your body constitution upgrade and not from a beast core, evolution requirements will be waived. Expert Parry. A passive skill that gives you a higher chance to deflect a physical melee or ranged attack using your weapon. By breaking your opponent's stance, you will be able to unleash a counterattack that has a very high chance to deal critical damage to your enemy. Immortal Conqueror's Legacy. Rating D+. Progress 0800. Bonus rewards plus 5,000 health points. Expert Parry, additional reward, plus 1 summon skeleton archer skill. You will be able to summon 2 more skeleton archers to fight for you. This additional reward cannot be used at this time because the requirement to unlock summon skeleton archer has not been met. Once the skeleton archer skill becomes available, the effect of this reward will automatically activate. Conquest is not all about claiming lands and expanding your domain. True conquest is conquering the hearts of people. Once you gain their loyalty, the path to dominion will open its doors for you. Note, you're starting to look like a real novel protagonist. Lux smirked as he looked at his current stats with a satisfied look on his face. He had now surpassed Diablo's health points, which made him more confident in the upcoming battle. Not only that, his free stat points were almost 500, which was more than enough for him to step into the ranks of a grade B apostle. The half-elf was not willing yet to take that step because he still had many things to do in Leaf Village. There were still plenty of unique quests that he hadn't taken because he was still too weak. However, right now, even without a party to help him, Lux was confident that he could bulldoze his way through the different areas to fight against the alpha beasts, which were the apex creatures in the beginner's zone. Passive skills, enhanced fortitude, expert parry. There was a famous saying back on Earth that in the midst of every crisis lies great opportunity. If not for the fact that Colette and the others were kidnapped by kobolds, Lux would never have the opportunity to upgrade his skills to his current level. Lux also knew this, but since it had already come to this point, all he could do was to take advantage of his current situation. They were still trapped inside the kobold's nest and waiting for rescue. Unless he, his friends, and the other dwarves could escape this deadly prison, he wouldn't be able to celebrate the rewards that he had already received from this rescue mission. I still have 114 beast cores with me, Lux thought with a smile. I think this is more than enough to upgrade the skeletal fighters to rank C, which will unlock the summon skeleton archer skill. The half-elf then started to absorb the remaining beast cores in his possession to upgrade his skeletal fighters twice. More than anything else, he was curious about the options he would be given after he unlocked the summon skeletal archer skill. If things went according to the script, then there was a high chance that Lux would have another named creature fighting on his side. Nevriel, Boreas Helen, and the rest of the dwarves had successfully escaped the kobold's nest. Their numbers had greatly fallen after some dwarf warriors sacrificed their lives in order to buy time for everyone else to escape. Aside from Helen, Robin, and Andy, only 18 other dwarves remained, which included Nevriel and Boreas. Boreas had a pained expression on his face as he carried Helen on his shoulders. Many of his subordinates had died in this rescue mission, but he knew that if those men didn't take the initiative to hold the monster horde back by sacrificing themselves, more dwarf warriors would have died. Right now, he only had one thought in his mind. It was none other than to wait for the reinforcements from the stronghold of Noria, and then to wipe the entire kobold nest from the face of the Gwelivan kingdom. After finding a safe place to hide, the dwarves tended to their injuries and sharpened their weapons. Helen looked after the unconscious Robin and Andy and thought of her big brother Lux, as well as Colette and her other friends. Please be safe, everyone, Helen silently prayed in her heart. I hope that when the reinforcements arrive, I will once again be reunited with my friends. After the summoned skeletal fighter was upgraded twice, the requirements to upgrade to summon skeleton archer had been reached and the option is now unlocked. Lux only had 44 rank 1 beast cores and 10 rank 2 beast cores left in his stockpile. However, he didn't regret using them one bit. What was the point of having a stockpile of beast cores if you do not live long enough to use them? Now time to activate this new summoning skill, Lux thought as he used 10 rank 1 beast cores and put his new skill to the test. Skill Evolution X detected a new skill. Since the skill is learned from a skill book and not from a beast core, evolution requirements will be waived. Choose which path of evolution you wish to take. Option 1, summon 2 skeleton archers to fight for you instead of 1. Option 2, upgrade summon skeleton archer skill to summon skeleton hunter. Option 3, give your first skeleton archer a name. Named creatures will be stronger and more intelligent than normal ones. Also, you can upgrade your named creature individually if you wish it. Lux decisively chose the third option, and a row of text materialized in front of him. You have chosen to give your first skeleton archer a name. Know that your first skeleton archer is a female. Although it is already a skeleton, giving it an appropriate name will raise its loyalty towards you. Please choose a name. Lux blinked once then twice as he read the part which said that his first skeleton archer was a female. He had already thought of a cool name for his skeleton archer, which was Gilgamesh, but after seeing its gender, he had to scrap his plans entirely. After thinking for a few minutes, he finally settled for a name and made sure to spell it properly. You have chosen the name Ishtar as the name for your first skeleton archer. Is this your final answer? Yes, no. As soon as Lux clicked yes, another page appeared in his soul book. This time it was a page dedicated to his new named creature, Ishtar. However, he wasn't satisfied yet, so he used another 13 rank 1 beast cores to further boost Ishtar's stats, which raised her rating to D after seeing her stats. Lux consumed the 10 rank 2 beast cores in his possession, and an additional 7 rank 1 beast cores to upgrade Ishtar's rating to D+. Ishtar has reached the requirement needed to change a job class. Please choose your named creature's job class wisely. Compatible job classes. Skeleton Hunter. A hunter doesn't only hunt animals. Anything living or dead can be hunted. If you are foolish enough to hunt a hunter, then be prepared to become hunted as well. This skill specializes in long-range combat, as well as setting traps to ensnare their prey. They are one of the deadliest range professions around, and anyone should be wary of being marked by one of them. Job class bonus plus 30 dexterity. Active skill Hunter's Mark. Place a tracker on your target. Ishtar will be able to know her target's location as long as they are within a 3-mile radius around her. Up to 3 markers can be active at any given time. Set traps. Place traps anywhere to bind, injure, or even cripple those who are unlucky enough to set foot upon them. Up to 5 traps can be active at any given time. More traps will be available on the next upgrade. Passive skill, Fast Reload. Skeleton Ranger. Rangers are natural protectors and have a strong empathy with wild beasts. They can wield bows, daggers, or short swords with great proficiency and are masters in both ranged and close combat fighting. They are also proficient beast tamers, which allows them to have beast companions to fight for their side. Job class bonus plus 15 dexterity plus 15 agility. Active skill Beast Taming. Tames a beast to become the Skeleton Ranger's beast companion. A maximum of 4 beasts can be tamed, but only 1 can be present at any given time. When the number of tamed beasts exceeds 4, the Skeleton Ranger will be given an option to release the beasts that they have already tamed in order to make room for another. Stealth. Blend in with the surroundings to decrease the chance of getting detected by the enemy. After a brief internal struggle, Lux decided to choose the Skeleton Hunter job class for Ishtar. No matter how good the Skeleton Ranger was, what he needed right now was a dedicated damage dealer. He already had the Diablo and the skeletal fighters to swarm the enemy with numbers. Adding a few more beast companions may bolster their troops and even increase their survivability, but the hunter's skills like set traps and Hunter's Mark were nothing to sneeze at. Setting traps was a no-brainer. Properly set trap could make an enemy feel a world of pain, and it would also weaken them greatly. Hunter's Mark, on the other hand, would allow Ishtar to trace any target that she had set her sights on. Lux was only able to track Colette and the others because they were part of his party. If they weren't, the half-elf wouldn't have any idea that his friends had been taken by the kobolds, nor where the kobolds hid them. This was why a tracking skill was necessary. This was especially true for enemies. As long as Lux knew of their location, he could hunt them down anytime, as long as they were within Ishtar's range. After the binge upgrading, Lux was only left with 20 rank 1 beast cores, but he regretted nothing. The red-headed teenager looked at Ishtar's stats and nodded his head in satisfaction. Not bad, Lux thought as he gazed at Ishtar's stats. She now gets 15 free stat points every time she is upgraded. This is good. She will be able to catch up to Diablo easily. The half-elf knew that he had already done everything in his power to prepare himself for the tough fight ahead. His second-named creature, Ishtar, had the strength of a rank 1 monster. Aside from Ishtar, he could also summon an additional 2 skeleton archers to fight for his side, but these extra summons were just cannon fodders that would die from a single attack from kobold warriors. Even so, Lux still had uses for them. He immediately put their uses into action while waiting for their rescuers to arrive. After the dwarves escaped the kobold's nest, the majority of the kobolds returned to tend to their duties. However, when the guards of the prison returned to their posts, they noticed that all of their captives had escaped. This immediately brought a new round of alarms that could be heard through the entirety of the nest. The expressions of Lux and the other dwarves turned serious. They didn't know why the kobolds raised the alarms. However, they all knew that this was a dangerous time for all of them. Just as the half-elf had expected, the kobolds performed a thorough search for the prisoners that had escaped from their cages. They looked in every nook and cranny of their nest, with the exception of the dump site where they threw their trash. For them, going there was a waste of time, and they didn't believe that the dwarves would go to that place to hide. An hour passed, then 2, followed by the third. The tension in Lux and the dwarves was at an all-time high as the hours passed by. In the end, Lux told the non-combatants to just rest, and the combatants to alternate between guarding and sleeping. The red-headed teenager had become the temporary leader of the dwarf survivors, and everyone listened to him. The grumpy dwarf who had made things difficult for him earlier was no exception. All of them wanted to live, and Lux saved their lives. Since they all owe him and they had seen his capabilities, the least they could do was trust his judgment until they managed to leave the kobold's nest. Lux positioned himself near the entrance of the cavern they were staying in. He was resting, but he would wake up at a moment's notice. This was one of the techniques that his grandma Vera had taught him a year ago, to allow himself to rest but still be able to react to any situation at any given time. Hans, the head of the dwarf merchant group, was paying close attention to the half-elf who had saved them. For some reason, he had a feeling that if he followed Lux's orders, he would be able to leave this place alive. Merchants usually followed their gut instinct, and his instincts were telling him that he had to stick with the half-elf no matter what. Because he was paying close attention to Lux, he immediately noticed when the latter opened his eyes and made a gesture to everyone, signaling them to stop whatever they were doing. This was a signal that Lux had established with them beforehand to let them know that kobolds were approaching the dump site. Earlier, he had summoned the 2 skeletal archers and placed their heads outside of the cavern. He placed them on the path facing the tunnels and ordered them to keep a lookout for any enemies that were headed their way. Since his connection with the skeleton archers wasn't as strong as his named creatures, he gave them an additional order to mention the number of the approaching enemy if they saw any. Right now, the skulls of his skeleton archers had just told him that 3 kobolds warriors were approaching the dump site. Since the path was narrow, the kobolds didn't have any other choice but to walk single file down the tunnel. This was the main reason why Lux chose this place. The topography would render any advantage in numbers completely useless. Lux had summoned his sword in preparation to kill the kobolds before they could alert anyone of their position. Hans also gripped his axe in order to help the red-headed teenager quickly deal with their enemies the moment they showed up. The leader of the merchant group was a grade C apostle rank 2 monster. The only reason why he allowed himself to get captured was because he knew that he didn't stand a chance against the numbers of kobolds that had ambushed them. However, when backed to a corner, he would be willing to fight to the death if needed. He was standing near the entrance of the cavern as well, facing Lux. The 2 nodded their heads in unison as they held the weapons in their hands firmly. When the first kobold entered the cavern, Lux immediately summoned Diablo behind the 3 kobold warriors so they would have nowhere to run. Diablo stabbed the back of the kobold that was right in front of him, piercing through its chest, killing it in one hit. Hans hacked his axe at the neck of the kobold that had just entered the cavern and decapitated it in one strike. Lux, on the other hand, activated his skill Double Fury Slash, dealing critical damage and killing the second kobold before it could even shout for help. Lux, Diablo, and Hans hurriedly dragged the dead monsters inside the cavern so that they wouldn't be easily discovered. The half-elf didn't rule out the fact that they might have been sent here by their superiors to check if their prisoners were hiding inside the dump site. Diablo took out the 3 beast cores from the kobolds' chests and presented them to his master, who took them without another word. Hans didn't have any complaints because, for him, rank 1 beast cores were useless. He would not fight Lux over them and ruin the bigger picture. If these are scouts, then we can expect that their superior will send some other kobolds to look for their whereabouts, Hans said. Lux nodded because he was also thinking of the same thing. If we get lucky, they will completely forget about this matter and only remember it in a few hours. Hans smiled. He knew that what the red-headed teenager was saying was only wishful thinking, but he also hoped that it was the case. Unfortunately, an hour later, the skeleton archers once again issued a warning, and this time around, they said that there were a dozen kobold warriors headed in their direction, with one of them being a kobold leader, which was a rank 2 monster. When Lux relayed this information to Hans and his subordinates, all of their expressions became serious. They knew that they would have to kill these kobolds as fast as they could and prevent them from leaving the place alive. Aside from Diablo, Hans was the strongest warrior in their group. The dwarf also had 6 subordinates under his command, who were all grade D apostles rank 1 monster. All of them were willing to fight for their survival, but Lux told them that they didn't have to fight. This perplexed the dwarves, which made them think that the half-elf had given up all hope. However, when they saw Lux summon Diablo and 7 skeleton warriors, they immediately understood why he asked them to stand down. Right now, every dwarf was indispensable. If they died fighting against the kobolds, it would be one less fighter on their side. However, the skeletons were different. As long as Lux had mana, he could summon them over and over again, and they were not afraid of dying. All the other dwarves had backed away to the very corner of the cavern, so that they wouldn't be involved in the fighting. Colette had asked Lux to let them join the fight, but the half-elf rejected their proposal. Lux only told the adorable little dwarf to protect the non-combatants and ensure that no kobolds would harm them. Everyone became tense when the sounds of footsteps reached their ears. The plan was relatively simple and had no room for error. The moment the first kobold entered the cavern, Hans immediately decapitated it, while Diablo charged and stabbed the kobold behind it. The kobold leader was in the middle of the formation, so all it could do was bark orders for those behind it to retreat. However, who was Lux? Naturally, he already expected that this was going to happen, so he had placed a key figure at the back of the tunnel, which was none other than Ishtar. Lux's second-named creature had a peculiar ability. She was able to disassemble her body and scatter her body parts to where she wanted them to be. Ishtar was also the one that warned Lux that there was a rank 2 monster amidst the group of kobolds. As soon as the fight began, the skeleton hunter assembled her body parts once again and placed traps in front of her. After doing that, she immediately began shooting her arrows into the rear of the kobold formation, trapping them in a pincer attack. Diablo had a strength equivalent to a rank 3 monster because of the mythical weapon, Blood Moon. With this powerful weapon in hand, Diablo made short work of the kobolds and killed the kobold leader without mercy. By the time the battle was over, Diablo had killed 6, Ishtar killed 7, and Hans killed 1. Just like last time, they dragged the dead bodies inside the cave, took their beast cores, and incinerated them with fire magic. The smell of burning flesh permeated the room, but with the cleansing magic, the smell disappeared completely. Now that they had killed the scouting party, Lux, Hans, and the dwarves knew that they were now only on borrowed time. They couldn't leave their hiding spot because it was the only place they could defend themselves with the numbers they currently had. Lux gazed at everyone with a serious expression. The next time the kobolds appear here, we will all be fighting for our lives. I hope that when that time comes, all of you will do your best to remain calm and listen to my orders. Don't worry. No matter how many of them come, I am confident that we will be able to hold them back. The tunnel only allows one person at a time to pass through it. Even if there were thousands of them, they will have no choice but to go down this one path. As long as we block this one entrance, they will not be able to overwhelm us with numbers. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. After hearing Lux's strategy, all of them felt a little better. They had seen how strong the skeletons were, so they believed that they would be able to hold the kobolds at bay no matter what. Technically, they weren't wrong. However, they had forgotten one thing. Kobolds may not be the smartest monsters around, but they were not stupid. Because of this, Lux and the other dwarves didn't remember that even a well-thought-out plan could go terribly wrong if they did not understand the true nature of their enemies. This was a lesson that the red-headed teenager would learn the hard way. Half a day after Robin and Andy were rescued, the riders of Noria arrived at the place where Nevriel had asked them to meet. Due to the importance of this endeavor, the stronghold had dispatched almost half of its manpower, which numbered a little over 500 dwarf warriors, 400 grade D apostles, 95 grade C apostles, 8 grade B apostles. This level of manpower was strong enough to wipe out any hostile forces within the territory of Noria. However, even Nevriel still doubted whether it was enough to raid the kobold nest. Usually a kobold's nest housed thousands of kobolds. The kobold warriors were the weakest, followed by the kobold leaders. The kobold mages were stronger than the rest, and some of the older ones could reach rank 3. As for the draconic kobolds, their ranks were at rank 3 minimum. These special kobolds were known to break through to rank 5 once they got older. If there were a handful of rank 4 draconic kobolds, or even one rank 5 kobold, the riders of Noria would be in for a tough battle. Usually, rank 5 creatures wouldn't be found in any beginner areas. Simply put, they could be considered world bosses, because no one in the beginner's territory would be able to fight them one-on-one. At most, a group of 100 people that was composed of grade B rank 3 and apostles rank 4 could fight it in a boss raid. Since Robin is already safe then, there's no need for us to risk our lives trying to raid the kobold's nest. One of the rider captains of Noria, who was a grade B apostle, said, "We should just return to the stronghold and call it a day." The other riders nodded their heads in agreement. If Robin was still inside the kobold's nest, then they would surely charge in and do everything in their power to rescue him. However, since he was already rescued, the warriors of Noria didn't feel the need to rescue the dwarves who had been captured by the kobolds. For riders of Noria, they were not that important. "Normally, I would agree with you," Boreas said, "but this time it's different. We made an oath to the person that served as our guide to find this place that we would rescue his friends no matter what happens. We made this vow to the earth goddess, so our hands are tied." Nevriel nodded his head, which made the dwarf captains groan. The commander of the stronghold had come to personally supervise the rescue operation. He was the only grade A apostle rank 4 in the territory of Noria, which made him the absolute decision-maker at all times. His name was Thoram, the commander of the stronghold of Noria. Thoram wore a serious expression on his face. He knew that he had to make a difficult choice. If he chose to ignore the oath made by Boreas and Nevriel, it was tantamount to abandoning them to their fate. If he did this, then his subordinates would no doubt be safe, but they would always have reservations when it came to following his orders. Nobody wanted to follow a leader who readily abandoned his men with only a moment's notice. This was not the way of the dwarves, and doing so would tarnish his reputation. On the other hand, if he chose to honor the oath, he would be gambling the life of his men to fight against an unknown number of kobolds. It was impossible not to have any casualties when raiding a monster den, especially a kobold's den. Thoram didn't want to see his men die in droves if they were to encounter a draconic kobold, whose rank surpassed theirs. Just as he was hesitating to decide what to do, a voice spoke out from behind him. "We will go and rescue Colette and the others." All the dwarf warriors turned around to look at Robin, who stood before them with a serious expression on his face. "I owe that half-elf a life," Robin stated. "I will not be able to sleep at night knowing that I abandoned the one that saved me when he needed me the most. I am a dwarf, not a goblin. I will not turn my back on those that had made their oath to the earth goddess." Robin scanned the faces of all the dwarf warriors who were looking at him with complicated expressions on their faces. "So tell me," Robin sneered, "are you dwarves, or are you goblins who abandon their kin at the first signs of trouble? The kingdom of Gweliven has no need for goblins. I am a dwarf, so I will do what dwarves do best. All of you can return to the stronghold if you want. I'm going to go and save my friends even if I have to do it alone." Andy and Helen stood beside Robin with determined expressions on their faces. Clearly, they also wanted to enter the cavern and save their friends to the best of their abilities. Thoram sighed as he knelt in front of Robin. "I, Thoram, son of Malram of Thordram, hereby swear that I will wield my axe to pave the path to victory. I swear this upon the honor of the earth goddess." All the warriors of Noria knelt toward Robin and thumped their weapons on the ground to voice out their approval. Robin nodded his head in acknowledgement as he patted Thoram's shoulder. "Fight for victory," Robin stated. "Fight for Gweliven, for Gweliven." It was at that moment that the 500-strong dwarf battalion of Noria marched towards the kobold nest with one goal in mind: to rescue Robin's friends and fulfill their oaths to the half-elf who was now currently fighting for his life. Kobold nest. Sht Lux cursed as he and the dwarves held their weapons firmly in their hands. All of them were staring at the walls of their hiding place as the sound of digging became stronger. Just as he expected, the kobolds had discovered that the men that they had sent to scout the dump site hadn't returned after an hour. The kobold chieftain and the kobold sorcerer dispatched 100 kobolds led by a kobold mage and 4 kobold leaders to the dump site and made them check what was going on. A great battle ensued when they arrived at their destination. Out of the 100 kobolds, 70 were able to retreat and report their findings to their kobold chieftain. After discovering that the escaped prisoners had holed themselves up in the dump site, the kobold chieftain sent the kobold sorcerer, who was the leader of the kobold mages, to take command of the kobold army. Instead of forcing their way into the narrow tunnel which led to their destination, the kobold sorcerer ordered the kobolds to do what they did best. Naturally, that was mining. Thousands of kobolds started to chip away at the walls that led to the dump site, while they positioned some of their troops to observe the tunnel that led to where the dwarves were hiding. This development had far surpassed Lux's understanding, which made him grit his teeth in frustration. After 3 hours of nerve-wracking tension, the sounds of the mining stopped, which made Lux frown. "The sound of mining has stopped," Lux informed everyone. "I don't know what they're planning, but everyone, brace yourselves." Diablo and the skeletal fighters raised their shields as they faced the wall. Ishtar was standing in front of the main entrance of the tunnel, ready to snipe the kobolds who would use that route to pincer attack them. Just as everyone was wondering what was going on, a loud explosion broke the wall in front of them. Dirt and rubble flew in different directions as the wall collapsed. It was hit by a fireball made by the kobold sorcerer. When the dust had settled down, a 2-meter-wide hole appeared in front of everyone. Soon, the blood-curdling war cries of the kobolds were heard as they charged down the path made by their brethren. Diablo and the skeletal fighters immediately formed a defensive wall using their bodies, continuously hacking the kobolds who were trying to overpower them with sheer numbers. If Lux hadn't upgraded his minions, the kobold might have stood a chance, but with Diablo's strength, which was now at the peak of a rank 3 monster, the rank 1 kobold warriors quickly died under his mythical blade. Lux and the dwarves could feel their hearts rising towards their throats as the battle turned more intense. Soon, even Ishtar, who was standing far away from them, had started to fire arrows at the main tunnel leading to their hiding place. Just like Lux had anticipated, the kobolds planned to do a pincer attack. Everyone, get ready. Go to your positions. Lux ordered this as a do-or-die moment, so do everything in your power to resist. Once the kobold breaks past our defenses, it's all over. So fight with everything you've got, yes. As the battle in the dump site area intensified, the warriors of Noria had just killed the guards that were manning the entrance of the kobold nest. Over 500 strong warriors, with Thorim at the lead, ran through the passageway that led to the depths of the nest. A battle that had never before seen in the territory of Noria was about to begin. Fight, Lux roared as he activated his skill, Battle Cry. This was the skill that added plus 100 to both physical and magical attacks for all of his allies. With this boost of strength, his ordinary skeletal fighters' physical damage had reached rank 2, making them more formidable as they held back the charging kobolds. Diablo and 5 skeleton fighters blocked the newly created passage made by the kobolds, while Ishtar and other 2 of the skeletal fighters blocked the original narrow tunnel that the kobolds were using to form a pincer attack. The non-combatants hurriedly retreated to the very back of the cavern, leaving all those who could fight standing behind the skeletal fighters, who were ready to replace the latter the moment they died. Colette held her weapon firmly, but on the contrary, she couldn't stop her body from shaking. As someone who had already been defeated by the kobolds once in battle, she was well aware of how tenacious they were. They were one of the races that could use the strategy of overwhelming their enemies through sheer numbers with kamikaze attacks. It was at that moment when she felt a hand rest on her shoulder, gripping it firmly. "Are you scared?" Lux asked with a smile. Colette bit her lip. Her father had told her that she mustn't show any weakness, especially during a battle. She was a member of the Golden Slayer clan, a family of paladins. It was their duty to stand at the forefront of battle and lead their people to victory. And yet, right now, she was truly scared. Although she was doing her best to fight the growing fear in her heart, she was still unable to stop her body from shaking. Seeing that she couldn't bring herself to answer, Lux raised the hand he had placed on her shoulder and rested it over the little girl's head. "I'm scared too," Lux said as he shifted his attention to his subordinates who were keeping their enemies at bay using everything in their arsenal. "But I have a goal in life. For the sake of that goal, I must make a stand, even if my heart trembles inside my chest." One of the skeletons fighting alongside Diablo shattered into pieces, and the half-elf raised his hand to summon another one to take its place. "For that goal, I must wield my weapons to fight," Lux added. "Also, there is someone waiting for me back home, someone that raised me with love and care. If I fall here, she will be heartbroken, so no matter what happens, I must return alive." Lux smiled as he summoned another skeleton fighter after another died. Colette looked up at the half-elf who was like a strong pillar, who gave her and everyone in that cavern hope. "What is your goal, big brother?" Colette asked. She wanted to know what the half-elf, who came from a distant land, wanted to accomplish by coming to Elysium. "To save a dying world from destruction," Lux answered as he lightly patted her head, "and prevent it from being destroyed a second time." The red-headed teenager took a step forward as he summoned another skeletal fighter to block the narrow tunnel where the kobolds were advancing slowly. "That's why I asked all of you to trust me and fight with me until the end," Lux declared. "We will not lose. I promise that I will lead all of you to the surface. So, children of the Earth Goddess, I bid all of you to stand and carve a path to victory." The half-elf then charged forward as one of his skeletal fighters shattered. He took its place and engaged against kobolds in close combat, preventing them from breaking past their defenses. Colette and the other dwarves felt their blood boiling inside their chest. Although they were still feeling fearful, a small blaze of courage was rekindled in their hearts. The little blonde girl raised her mace and charged forward the moment another skeletal fighter got destroyed. She activated her paladin aura to strengthen her allies, and then continued fighting side by side with Lux and Diablo. "Diablo, push them back," Lux ordered. "Show these lizards who's boss." The glowing embers in Diablo's eyes burned brightly as he rammed the kobold in front of him with his shield. Lux's firstborn then pulled back his arm as he activated his AoE skill Whirlwind Slash. Lux's first-named creature annihilated all the kobolds in front of him as he assumed a protective stance to defend Lux and Colette from the kobolds, who had momentarily stopped their advance due to the pressure that he was releasing. Kekek. Diablo laughed as if he was finding his enemy's reaction very funny. Truth be told, he wasn't too worried about the monsters that he was facing. As a monster that had reached rank 3, very few monsters in the Kobold's Nest could beat him. Not to mention that Blood Moon was a cheat-like mythical weapon that broke the laws of the beginner's area. Blood Moon. Weapon type one-handed sword. Rarity mythical. Damage 225, 350. Requirement all stats must be 50 or above. Additional requirement, only those recognized by Randolph can wield this weapon. Passive skills, Sharp Blade, Swift Blade, Lifesteal, Thorn, Indestructible. Sharp Blade. The blade of this sword will always be sharp and will never dull. Swift Blade. The sword feels very light, which helps its wielder brandish it with ease, able to strike very fast in quick succession. Lifesteal. Each attack heals the user with 10 of the damage they deal to their enemies. Blade. Has a 5 chance to apply the bleeding effect to your target with every strike. Bleeding effect reduces your target's health points by one of its maximum health points every 2 seconds. Bleed effect duration, 10 seconds. Indestructible. This weapon is indestructible. It cannot be destroyed. Diablo's defense was quite high, so he only received minimal damage from the Kobold's attacks. With the help of the life-steal ability that was imbued in his weapon, his health points were almost always full. Simply put, even if Diablo fought against 100 rank 1 monsters, a single whirlwind slash was enough to fully restore his health points. Seeing that things were not going their way, the Kobold sorcerer decided to intervene and shot a fireball towards the defenders. Just like Diablo, it was a rank 3 monster who was very close to breaking through rank 4. The moment the Kobold sorcerer cast its fireball, Diablo threw its bone spear which met the attack head-on. When the two spells collided, a powerful explosion took place, negating each other's attack. Kekek. Diablo raised his sword and made a taunting gesture to the Kobold sorcerer who was at the back of the Kobold formation. The Kobold sorcerer snorted as it unleashed fireball after fireball, with the intention of obliterating the arrogant undead that dared to provoke it. Diablo continued to unleash his bone spears to meet the fireballs head-on. The loud explosions made the walls of the cavern tremble, causing Lux to frown due to the possibility of the cave crumbling. He had already dragged Colette back to the safety of the cavern, while Diablo stood in front and continued his barrage of bone spears. Just as the half-elf expected, the impromptu tunnel that the kobolds had made wasn't stable enough to handle the powerful explosion, which resulted in a cave-in. This sent dust clouds billowing in Lux's direction, forcing everyone to cover their faces to prevent themselves from getting dirt in their eyes. When the dust cloud receded, Lux glanced in the direction of his named creature and sighed internally. The cavern's entrance had been completely blocked by rubble, preventing the kobolds from continuing their assault on 2 fronts. It was at that moment when Diablo turned his head to look at Lux and gave him a thumbs up. Although it couldn't talk, its confident pose gave everyone the impression that it was saying the words just as planned. Lux smirked because the feeling of smugness coming from his named creature was being transmitted back to him. It was at that moment when he wondered if it was possible for Diablo to talk after a few more upgrades. The half-elf reluctantly put this matter aside as he summoned more of his skeletal fighters. Their fight was far from over, and he had no intention of letting his guard down until reinforcements arrived. Due to the battle happening at the lower layers of the kobold's nest, Lux had no idea that the reinforcements he had been waiting for had already arrived. Led by Thoram, the commander of Noria, the dwarf warriors used brute force to blast their way through the kobolds, which had detected their advance. After the incident of the others' escape, the nest was on high alert, so the kobolds immediately noticed the arrival of the uninvited guests in their domain. The kobold chieftain frowned after hearing his subordinates' report. Right now, their strongest warrior, the kobold champion, was currently leading their main force to subdue the goblins that had built a large settlement near their territory. It would take their reinforcements a full day before they could return to the nest, so the chieftain was contemplating his choices about what they could do for the time being. Just like the kobold sorcerer, the kobold chieftain was at the peak of a rank 3 monster. Their champion, the draconic kobold, was at the peak of rank 4 and was only a step away from breaking through to rank 5. The other draconic kobolds, which ranged from rank 3 and rank 4, had accompanied him to battle, leaving only the kobold chieftain and the kobold sorcerer to look after the nest. Because of this, only 7,000 kobolds remained inside the nest. Although kobolds weren't afraid to fight to the death, they still didn't like meaningless deaths. After knowing the strength of their opponents, the kobold chieftain estimated that they wouldn't be able to beat the dwarf warriors who had come to raid them. Since that was the case, he decided to personally handle the issue and came out to have a dialogue with the invaders. Thorum and his men brute forced their way against a horde of kobolds. Although the majority of them were rank 1, there were dozens of rank 2 kobolds mixed within their group. The battle was bloody as both sides fought tooth and nail against each other. After 2 hours of non-stop battle, blood dyed the ground, making Helen's expression very pale. Although the dwarves were stronger, they still lost over 100 men, as over 1,000 kobolds fought them with a ferocity that made even the most arrogant of dwarves feel respect towards their enemies. After the battle ended, Thorum and the dwarves took a short rest as they tended to their injured. They knew that there would be more battles up ahead, so they decided to recuperate for a short period of time before continuing their rescue mission. An hour later, they once again formed their ranks and braced themselves for another hard battle. Thorum and his men noticed that the kobold nest was surprisingly empty after they explored the middle levels of the nest. They didn't know that the kobold chieftain had issued a command for all the kobolds to retreat to the lower levels in order to prevent them from dying needlessly. Word had also been sent to the kobold sorcerer about the new threat, so they decided to pull their forces, which were currently raiding the dump site, to regroup with their secondary force. Just as the warriors of Noria arrived near the end of the kobold nest's middle level, they noticed 7 kobolds standing in a spacious cavern, as if waiting for their arrival. None of the kobolds were carrying any weapons, but they did hold wooden sticks with a white cloth tied to them. Thorum frowned, but he made a gesture for his men to not do anything reckless. After seeing their reaction, the kobold chieftain briefly nodded its head and spoke using the universal language of the realm. "What is your reason for coming here, dwarves?" the kobold chieftain asked. Thorum took a step forward as he faced the kobold's chieftain's indifferent expression. "You terrorize our lands and capture our people, yet you still dare to ask why we've come." The kobold chieftain's expression remained calm as he eyed the dwarf who seemed to be the leader of the raiding party. "Dwarves kill us kobolds and steal the treasures we mine underground," the kobold chieftain stated. "Naturally, we kill them back. It has always been like this and will always be in the future." This time, it was Thorum's turn to frown. To the dwarves, the kobolds were a race that liked to mine. Although dwarves liked to mine themselves, their passion didn't come close to what the kobolds felt about mining. There were times when these two races met underground while they were creating mazes in the depths of the earth. Wars between them were very common, and Thorum would not lower his dignity to refute the kobold chieftain's words. Since that was the case, he decided to get to the point and see whether both he and the kobold chieftain could reach a compromise. "We've only come here to rescue our people," Thorum declared. "If you give them to us and promise to not attack any more dwarves in the territory of Noria, we can have a non-aggression pact between our parties. Do you have the qualifications to make this pact hold true?" the kobold chieftain asked. Right now, their priority was to wage war on the other monsters in the area in order to secure the safety of their nest. Also, they were patiently waiting for their draconic champion to evolve into a rank 5 monster. Once that happened, there would be very few creatures that could threaten their existence in the territory of Noria. "I am Thorum, the commander of the stronghold of Noria," Thorum replied. "This territory is under my jurisdiction, so yes, I have the authority to make this pact binding." Thorum didn't want to lose any more of their men in a fight against the kobolds because they had more pressing issues at hand. The beast tide season was nearing, and they would need every dwarf fighter to protect the walls of Noria from the beast invasion. They simply didn't have time to deal with the kobolds at this point. If the stronghold of Noria could form a non-aggression pact with them, that meant that they could focus all of their attention in other areas that required their assistance. "Very well," the kobold chieftain nodded. Since both sides didn't want to wage a full-blown war against each other, a compromise was a welcome topic between the two forces. "Make an oath to your earth goddess," the kobold chieftain stated. "And you make an oath to the dragon king," Thorum countered. To the dwarves, the oath to the earth goddess was a sacred oath. Although the dragon king was not a god, for kobolds it was the ultimate existence they would offer everything to, even their lives. After the two sides made their oaths, the kobold chieftain asked one of his elite warriors to escort Thorum and his subordinates to the lower layers, where Lux and the other dwarves had holed themselves in. Lux and the other dwarves were in a state of tension as they waited for the kobolds to continue their attacks. The half-elf didn't know why the kobolds' relentless assault had suddenly stopped, so he merely advised everyone to be on their guard. 2 hours later, the half-elf heard some noises that seemed to be heading towards their direction. When the half-elf stood up and went towards the exit, all the dwarves prepared themselves to fight once again. However, before they could even raise their fighting spirit, Helen's voice echoed down the tunnel. "Big brother, Colette, Maddie, Axel, are you guys all right?" Helen shouted as soon as she appeared in the narrow tunnel leading to the dump site. Lux couldn't believe that the little dwarf girl would appear on the lower floors of the kobold nest looking practically unharmed. "What are you doing here? We've come to rescue everyone." Helen shouted as she ran towards the opening of the cavern and hugged Colette. The red-headed teenager glanced down the tunnel and saw several dwarves wearing armor. Clearly, these were the reinforcements they had been waiting for. However, he felt that something was off. Helen, did you meet any kobolds along the way? Lux asked. The kobold chieftain came to negotiate with the commander, Helen answered. We now have a non-aggression pact with the kobolds. We can all leave this place safely. When Lux and the dwarves heard Helen's words, most of them didn't believe it at the start, but after seeing that no kobolds were attacking the dwarves, they finally understood why the attack on their location had stopped. Lux breathed in a sigh of relief after confirming that Helen's words were true, although he kept on showing a confident expression on his face to prevent Colette and the other dwarves from panicking. Deep inside, he was standing on pins and needles. Big brother, what's this? Getting soft all of a sudden, Colette teased. Now that they had been saved, the little girl's cheekiness had returned. The half-elf only chuckled and ruffled Colette's hair in order to get back at her. Let's go back to Leaf Village, Lux said softly. I want to take a long, nice rest and a few days off from adventures. Colette and the other dwarves felt the same way. With the protection of the warriors of Noria, all of them left the kobold's nest safely. Thorum had sent 50 of his men to accompany Lux, Colette, and the rest of her party to escort them back to Leaf Village. Along the way, Nevriel and Lux had a private talk. The middle-aged dwarf had directly asked the half-elf what kind of reward he wanted for his help in guiding them to the kobold's nest, where Robin was held captive. Lux didn't plan to play the goody-two-shoes and reject the free rewards that were being offered to him. I want weapons and armor, Lux stated. The higher the quality, the better. Of course, if you plan to give me a mythical weapon, I will gladly accept it with open arms. Nevriel stared at Lux with a hawk-like gaze before leaving the half-elf's side. The red-headed teenager watched him go with a smile on his face. He was just teasing the middle-aged dwarf about the mythical weapon, but he wasn't lying when he said that he wanted weapons and armor. His summoned minions had gained the equip item skill, which meant that they could equip weapons, armor, accessories, and other miscellaneous items. If Lux could arm all of them to the teeth, then the forces he could wield would not lose to a dwarf party who had broken through the apostle rank. The swishing sound of a broom could be faintly heard in the surrounding area as Vera gathered the leaves that had fallen in front of their house. She had been doing this almost every single day ever since Lux left because she had nothing else to do. After gathering the leaves into a pile, she took them to a part of the garden where she used them as mulch for other plants. After finishing her task, she went back inside the house and headed to Lux's room. Upon entering, she scanned the surroundings to see if there was anything amiss. Seeing nothing out of place, she waved her hand and used cleaning magic to clean it. A gentle breeze swept across the room, leaving a refreshing fragrance behind. Vera made sure to clean her grandson's room every day using magic to ensure that Lux's stay would be a comfortable one if ever he came back home to rest. She nodded her head in satisfaction once the cleaning spell ended. Just as she was about to leave, her gaze landed on a rainbow ball that sat on top of Lux's desk. It was something that she had bought from a passing merchant when Lux was only 2 years old. After picking up the ball, a nostalgic smile appeared on Vera's face as she remembered her adopted grandson's hardship when he was only 2 years old. 2 years after Vera saved Lux from the giant crocodiles. Good morning, Grandma Vera. Good morning, Lux. Are the two of you going out for a walk? Lux is growing up fast. It was just like yesterday when you adopted him as your grandson. After a few more years, he will definitely be a handsome boy. Vera smiled as she chatted with the residents of Wildguard's stronghold. Lux was a special existence within the stronghold, not because he was a half-elf, but because he was Vera's adopted grandson. The stronghold had 9 protectors, which ensured that it remained the overlord of the territory. There had been many occasions when the local and foreign warlords tried to invade the fortress in order to expand their domains. However, all of their ambitions were turned to ashes after these 9 protectors made their move. Vera was one of those protectors, so her status in Wildguard's stronghold was very high. As someone who their protector had adopted, Lux became a hot topic among the residents. Lux, who was being carried by Vera in her arms, sucked his thumb as he curiously eyed his surroundings. Whenever someone tried to lightly rub his cheeks, he would cry. Even if a beautiful girl kissed him, he would still cry. If someone attempted to talk to him, he would cry as well. This made Vera feel very helpless. Her grandson didn't like to be touched, kissed, or talked to by other people at all. As Vera neared the vast playground, where most of the children in the stronghold gathered, the thumb-sucking baby in her arms raised his head and looked at the children with great interest. His grandma would often bring him here to watch the other children play, but today was different. Vera took him to the playground so that he could interact with children of his age. As the old lady walked towards the left side of the playground, where a group of toddlers could be found, several of the ladies who had gathered there to look after their children stood up and gave her a brief bow. Vera waved her hand to put them at ease before placing Lux down on the ground. As a 2-year-old, Lux was able to stand up on his own, but most of the time, he still preferred to crawl on all fours to get to where he wanted. Lux, play with the other kids, Vera said as she coaxed her grandson to go to where the other children were playing. The toddler's area had a special protection magic around it that ensured that nothing dangerous would happen to any of the children. Vera had only taken a few steps away when she saw Lux following behind her. When she stopped, Lux grabbed hold of her leg and laughed. This made the ladies who had been watching over their children giggle. They had seen Lux several times in the past, but he was mostly carried along by Vera whenever she walked around the stronghold for her regular patrol. Seeing the little half-elf follow his grandma around like a little duckling made the hearts of the ladies melt. They couldn't help but think about how endearing he was. "Lux, don't you want to play with the other kids?" Vera asked. "Look, they are having fun over there." Vera pointed at a bunch of 2 to 4-year-old kids playing with colorful balls and small boxes that littered the playing area. Lux glanced at the place where Vera was pointing at and started to suck on his thumb once again. Seeing that an opportunity had arrived, the old lady lightly pried Lux's left hand, which was still clinging at her leg off, and jumped to the top of a tree where Lux wouldn't be able to see her. Since Lux was still a baby, he didn't notice right away that his grandma had disappeared from beside him. The moment he turned his head to look back, Vera was no longer in sight. The little half-elf turned his head in every way, searching his surroundings, trying to find his grandma. A minute later, when Lux still couldn't find Vera, he started crying, calling out to his grandma. "Manma, wah, manma," and manma is mama and grandma combined. The little half-elf was bawling his eyes out, making the ladies who were watching him earlier get a strong urge to hug and coax him until he no longer cried. However, they didn't dare move from their location because they knew that Vera was just up in the tree beside her grandson, observing his every move. "Manma, manma," Lux cried and called out repeatedly until his face became flushed. Anyone who saw him right now would feel heartbroken because of how pitiful he looked. Vera sighed because she realized that Lux might not be ready yet to play with the other children. Just as she was about to jump off the tree, Lux suddenly collapsed and laid on the ground without moving. The ladies who saw what happened cried out in alarm and stood from their seats. They were about to go and help Lux when Vera appeared by his side. The old lady picked up her grandson and immediately checked his condition with a spell. The result baffled Vera because according to her medical knowledge, Lux was perfectly fine. The old lady then wiped the tears and snot on her grandson's face before leaving the scene to visit her friend, who was Wildguard Stronghold's healer. She was not a medical expert, so she decided to let her friend do a full diagnostic check on her grandson to find out what had happened to him. "He's not in any serious danger, at least for now," the strongest cleric in Wildguard's stronghold, Natasha, said with a frown. "There's nothing wrong with his body, but do you remember what I told you when you brought him to me after you returned to the stronghold with him?" Vera nodded. "You said that he might have been exposed to a soul-damaging spell, which may leave him with some problems growing up." "Yes," Natasha stated. "Back then, he was still too young, so these problems weren't obviously showing. Now it's different. This is a side effect of his soul being damaged. Although it is too early to tell, I have a feeling that he will lose consciousness anytime he is faced with very strenuous situations. Worst-case scenario, it might be triggered when he experiences any kind of strong emotions like happiness, anger, sadness, or depression." Vera looked at her grandson with an anxious expression before looking back at her friend, who was still in the middle of casting a diagnostic spell. "Is there any way to cure him?" Vera asked. "Just tell me what things you need, I'll get them for you." Natasha sighed and shook her head. "This is beyond my capabilities. I've already tried to use my powers and even gave him a very strong elixir a year ago. I thought that it would help his soul heal over time, but it didn't work. Then what should I do? Don't let him feel any stress or encounter stressful situations. Bring him to me for regular checkups so I can observe his condition all the time. Maybe, just maybe, we will be able to figure out a way to rid him of this sickness before he becomes old enough to enter Elysium." After leaving her friend's house, Vera carried her grandson back to their residence. When she was halfway through their journey, Lux opened his eyes and looked drowsily at Vera, after seeing that his grandma was in front of him. He hurriedly wrapped his arms around her neck and once again started to cry. Clearly, the little half-elf had been scared silly earlier and still hadn't gotten over the fact that Vera had disappeared without him noticing. There, don't cry," Vera coaxed as she lightly patted Lux's back. "Don't worry, Grandma will not leave you again, okay? So stop crying." It took Vera a full 5 minutes to coax Lux enough to get him to stop crying. It was at this moment when she passed by a merchant stall in which several items were laid out for sale. In order to apologize to her grandson, Vera bought the rainbow-colored ball from the merchant and gave it to Lux to play with. Surprisingly, the little half-elf loved Vera's gift and played with it a lot. There were even times when he would faint while playing with the ball due to how excited he was, which had made Vera panic several times because of how sudden it was. Time flies so fast, Vera muttered as she lovingly placed the ball back on top of the desk. She missed the days when Lux was still young, but she also understood that he couldn't remain a child forever. This was why when Lux decided to go to Elysium, she had given him her silent consent and passed her family's special techniques to him. Vera hoped that it would be enough to keep Lux safe when he faced dangerous situations. Just as she was wondering what to cook for lunch, she felt a fluctuation inside the house. Vera didn't hesitate and ran towards the training room. The moment she opened the door, a handsome half-elf with red hair and eyes as green as emeralds turned his head to look at her. "I'm back, Grandma," Lux said with a smile. "I missed you." The old lady walked towards her grandson and hugged him tightly. It had been more than a month since Lux had come to Elysium, so she had also missed him terribly. "Welcome back, Lux," Vera replied as she lightly ruffled her grandson's head like usual. "Your hair has grown a bit long. Do you want me to cut it for you?" "Is it that long already?" Lux asked as he scratched his head. "Yes," Vera answered with a smile, "but we can do that later. Have you eaten? What do you want to eat for lunch?" That day, Vera cooked all of Lux's favorite dishes. The half-elf ate a lot because it was tasty and he had missed his grandma's cooking. After the meal, Lux told Vera about his adventures in Elysium. Vera smiled as she listened to her grandson's bragging. She found it funny when Lux told her that he single-handedly fought a kobold's nest. As someone that had fought these monsters in the past, how could she possibly believe her grandson's exaggerated tale? Well, as long as he is safe, that is all that matters, Vera thought as she praised Lux for his amazing performance. They had been finally reunited after more than a month of parting, so Vera had no intention of ruining Lux's good mood and allowed him to brag as much as he wanted. While the grandma and grandson pair were spending some quality time together, news of what happened in the kobold's nest had reached the ears of the high-ranking personages in the kingdom of Gweliven. By the time that the half-elf returned to Leaf Village to continue his adventures, he would understand that the dwarf race was not a race that should be taken lightly. "I'm going now, Grandma," Lux said as he hugged Vera. "I'll come and visit as often as I can." Vera hummed as she lightly patted her adopted grandson's head. "I'll always be here waiting. Be safe, Lux." The red-headed teenager reluctantly took a step back as he looked at his grandma's gaze filled with affection. It was the face that had watched over him all these years and showered him with love and tenderness. In his past lifetime, Lux had no goals in life. This time around, he had two goals in mind. The first one was to help save the world from destruction, and the second goal was to make his grandma proud of him. He wanted her to know that all the sacrifices she had made for him all these years were worth it. More than anything else, he wanted the world to give Vera the recognition she deserved. And for that to happen, he must return to Elysium, back to the world that held the secrets on how Saleh could be saved from its predetermined destruction. "Take care, Grandma. I love you," Lux said as he pressed his fist over his chest. "Open Heaven's Gate." Lux turned into particles of light and disappeared. Vera smiled as she placed a hand over her chest. She was very happy that her grandson was doing well in Elysium. She knew that this parting wouldn't last forever, for in time, the little half-elf who she had raised since he was a baby would return to her side once more after he grew tired from his adventures. Leaf Village. After returning to Leaf Village, the first thing that Lux did was to visit his blacksmith master, Randolph. He had already returned Blood Moon to his master's custody because the mission had ended. However, Lux was thinking if he could borrow it again for a short period of time to accomplish a great undertaking for the village. Although he didn't want to rely on the mythical weapon for help, the mission he planned to accomplish was impossible to complete without it. However, just as Lux entered the business district of the village, several familiar faces ran towards him with smiles on their faces. "Big brother," Colette called out as she happily jumped at him with her arms opened wide. The half-elf had no choice but to catch the adorable little girl who seemed to have become more lively after spending a few days back home. After the battle in the kobold's nest, Colette and her friends returned to Saleh in order to see their families. This was a very natural custom for dwarves, especially after managing to survive a near-death experience. After swinging the little dwarf round and round a few times, Lux placed her back on the ground and lightly patted her head. Colette, on the other hand, grabbed hold of Lux's hands and held it firmly in her two little hands. Lux gulped because Colette was looking at him with a flushed expression on her face. The half-elf waited with bated breath as the little dwarf finished what she wanted to say. Maddie, who was watching this scene, immediately became alarmed. He then gave Lux the "I'm going to kill you if you marry Colette" glare, which made the red-headed teenager have the strong urge to slap him. "Will you please marry my big sister?" Colette pleaded. "That way you will be part of our family." Maddie, who was about to draw his sword, ready to hack Lux into pieces, stopped midway. He then looked at Colette and patted his chest in relief before glaring back at Lux, who had a dumbfounded expression on his face. "Marry your big sister." Lux blinked once then twice in confusion. Yes, Colette nodded her head. My big sister is very beautiful. She has many suitors, but if I help you, your chances of marrying her will be very high. Don't worry, even if you are not a dwarf, I will vouch for you. Lux wanted to scratch his head using his left hand, since his right was firmly held by the excited little dwarf who was looking up at him with sparkling eyes. I'll think about it, Lux replied in helplessness. He felt that if he rejected Colette's offer right away, the little girl would throw a tantrum and pester him until he said yes. Good, Colette smiled. For now, she was satisfied with Lux's answer. After going back home, she had told her parents and her sister about how Lux had saved them inside the kobold's nest. Colette's parents and older sister were quite surprised because they understood how difficult it was to fight against a horde of kobolds inside their nest. Because of this, the little girl's father even prepared several gifts to repay Lux for saving his daughter's life. Lux didn't stand on ceremony and accepted the silver ring from Colette's hands. Right now, he wouldn't reject any goodwill that would help him become stronger in Elysium. When the half-elf glanced at the contents of the ring, he found 20 rank 2 beast cores and a blue bow with intricate designs. Out of curiosity, Lux took out the bow from the storage ring to give it a closer look. It's a good bow, Lux said as he held it in his hands. Right now, he didn't have the ability to appraise things because he still hadn't learned the skill yet, but it was not a problem because he had the Elysium Compendium. Any item that could be found in Elysium was recorded inside the mythical item that Lux had acquired through Gacha. After summoning the compendium in his hand, the information for the bow appeared, and Lux wasn't able to stop himself from whistling after reading its contents. Heartstriker Bow of the Forest. Weapon type longbow. Rarity unique. Requirement dexterity 80. Damage 125, 160. Increase range attack damage by 20. Passive skill shot to the heart. Shot to the heart. Deals double damage if your attack hits the heart area of your target. This ability works with normal and skill-based attacks. I'm glad you liked it, big brother, Colette smiled back. She was quite happy that Lux liked the gift that her father had prepared for him. Although she hadn't seen Lux use a bow before, she believed that since her big brother was a half-elf, he was blessed with the ability to use a bow perfectly. What the cute little dwarf didn't know was that the reason why Lux was happy was because he was looking for a weapon to give to his skeleton hunter, Ishtar. With Heartstriker in her possession, her long-range attacks would be even more deadly. Maddie, Helen, Axel, and Andy also gave Lux various gifts that came from their family. Although they didn't present Lux with any weapons, all of them gave him 10 rank 2 beast cores, which made the half-elf very happy. Are you angels? Lux asked as he accepted the beast cores with gratitude. The last time I checked, today is not my birthday. Colette, Helen, Axel, and Andy all nodded their heads in agreement. Their experience inside the kobold's nest wasn't a good one. Because of this experience, they wanted to become stronger. The next time a similar situation happened, they wouldn't be as helpless as they had been previously. Lux could understand what they were feeling because he also thought the same. As long as he could become stronger than his enemies, then he wouldn't have to worry about being placed into a dangerous position. Big brother, what are your plans for today? Colette asked. We plan to look for the carbuncle in the Aspiration Plains. Would you like to join us, carbuncle? Lux frowned as he returned the bow to his storage ring. It was also very fast, which made it a difficult adversary for a party whose members still hadn't stepped into the apostle rank. The reason why Colette proposed to attack the carbuncle was due to Lux's performance in the kobold's nest. After seeing Diablo's strength, as well as the other skeletons under the half-elf's command, she was very confident that they would be able to beat the weakest of the alpha beasts of Leaf Village. Colette's offer was very tempting, and Lux also knew that they were indeed capable of challenging the carbuncle. However, the plan he had in mind must take precedence. Now that the riders of Noria had a non-aggression pact with the kobolds, who had resorted to banditry in the past, their hands were now more free to handle some tasks that they had set aside beforehand. One of these tasks was dealing with the mosquito infestation that was still happening in the Figaro Gardens. Lux wanted to deal with this menace before the riders of Noria were dispatched to the scene. As long as he could borrow Blood Moon from his master, Randolph, again Lux was confident that his skeleton party would be able to decimate the mosquitoes that had forced the Adventurers Guild to prevent everyone from entering the Figaro Gardens. There is something that I need to do first, but I'll probably be back within 3 days, Lux replied after organizing his thoughts. If you can wait till then, I will be more than happy to challenge the carbuncle with all of you. Okay. Colette readily agreed to Lux's proposal. Let's fight the carbuncle in 3 days. This is a promise. Right, big brother? Lux nodded. I promise. I will return in 3 days and fight the carbuncle with all of you. Also, I won't fight with any of you for the monster drops. All of you can have it. Big brother, you are the best. Colette grinned as she gave Lux a thumbs up. After talking about a few more things, the group parted and went to deal with their own business. Lux resumed his journey to his master's workshop while time was still on his side. He hoped that before the riders of Noria arrived, he would be able to finish the task that he had set out to do. Your purpose is good, but can't you just wait until the riders of Noria handle this mission? Randolph, the blacksmith of Leaf Village, asked. Now that the kobolds are no longer a problem, it is only a matter of time before they resume handling the problems that they have set aside due to the kobolds' wanton banditry. It is exactly because of this reason that we should strike now, Master, Lux countered. Right now there are so many monster materials that can be looted from the Figaro Gardens. Are we going to let the riders of Noria take them all? Randolph's expression eased up a bit, and Lux knew that he was faltering. All he needed to do was give his master one more push before the latter agreed to lend him Blood Moon for a few days. Well, I'm going to be honest. It does tempt me, but the answer is still no, Randolph replied as he crossed his arms over his chest. Listen, Lux, I don't want you to rely on the mythical weapon to boost your progress. Since you are my disciple, I want you to resume your studies of blacksmithing. I'm sure that after a few years, you will be able to craft mythical weapons. No, Master, Lux corrected. I won't settle for mythical weapons. I will go for legendary weapons. Randolph looked at Lux with a dumbfounded expression before roaring in laughter. Ha ha ha. Yes, you're right. Randolph patted Lux's shoulder in a good mood. As my disciple, you are bound to create legendary weapons. This is something I expect from the person I have chosen. Lux grinned because he was only just a step away from achieving his plan. Now that he had stroked Randolph's ego, it was now time to strike while the iron was hot. Master, I will be honest with you. I have a feeling that the mosquito's growth is suspicious, Lux said. There has been no record that such a thing has happened in the past. Something must be causing it, and the secret lies in the north end of the Figaro Garden. Randolph rubbed his chin because he couldn't refute Lux's hypothesis. Just as he said, there had been no incidences in the past where a mosquito swarm of such magnitude had appeared in the place where insectoid monsters roamed. Although the elders of the village looked calm on the surface, deep inside they must be very worried. A mosquito monster outbreak wasn't a joke, and compared to the undead outbreak they had experienced not long ago, this one was potentially more dangerous. It was so dangerous that the houses which still didn't have basements that the residents could hide in had no choice but to cooperate with the earth mages of the village. These earth mages used their magic to dig an underground shelter to be used for an emergency, in the off chance that they didn't have time to go to the main shelter. Lux, I know that your main purpose in asking for Blood Moon is to take advantage of the situation, Randolph stated. However, as one of the elders of the village, I still have to consider the well-being of everyone that lives here. If I lend you Blood Moon for a few days, are you confident that you will be able to deal with the mosquito swarm? Lux smiled as he held up 2 fingers from his hand. Without Blood Moon, my chances to accomplish my goal is only 20%, Lux admitted. However, if I have Blood Moon, my chances will rise to 60%. Master, I think it is worth it to take a gamble. I know you have skeleton summons to handle the dangerous stuff for you, but can you assure your safety in this mission? I can. Lux patted his chest with confidence. He had no intention of dying in Elysium because he knew that his grandma would be sad, so more than anything else, he had always prioritized his safety above all others. This was why he wanted Randolph to lend him Blood Moon. It was to ensure that his mission would become a huge success. Very well, Randolph relented. I will lend you Blood Moon, but only for a few days. After you finish this expedition, you will not ask me to lend it to you ever again. Do I make myself clear? Lux nodded. Yes, Master. The two talked about the details of how Lux would safely accomplish his mission. Hearing his plan made Randolph scratch his head in disbelief. He had thought that Lux had only planned a simple means to keep himself safe, so he was surprised to hear that his disciple also planned to hide in the underground tunnels of the ant nest to ensure that no mosquito would find him. After knowing that his sole disciple was truly going to play it safe, Randolph lent Blood Moon to Lux with peace of mind. As long as the half-elf wouldn't risk his life to fight against thousands of mosquitoes, the blacksmith of Leaf Village was willing to entrust him with the greatest creation that he had made in his lifetime. Ah, Master, I need another favor from you, Lux said after receiving Blood Moon and re-equipping it in Diablo's equipment slot. There was one more important thing that he needed to do in order to maximize the rewards of his expedition. Well, as long as it's not unreasonable, I will think about it, Randolph replied. Since he had already agreed to lend the half-elf his weapon, a little favor wouldn't hurt. Lux smiled as he told his master the contents of his favor. After hearing his request, Randolph nodded his head in agreement. Now that his goal has been achieved, Lux made preparations to enter the Figaro Garden under the cover of darkness. The mosquitoes were more active around this time, and Lux was sure to find them instantly. Looking at the beast cores that had been gifted to him by the parents of his friends, Lux planned to upgrade his skeleton party and have them attack the mosquitoes and collect as many monster parts as possible during his expedition in the Figaro Gardens. Lux locked himself up inside his room in the inn and looked at the beast cores he had in his possession. From fighting with his life on the line in the kobold's nest, as well as the rewards that were given to him by the parents of Colette, Maddie, Helen, Axel, and Andy, the half-elf had acquired a good number of beast cores, which would make his team a lot stronger. 151 rank 1 beast cores and 80 rank 2 beast cores. That was the total number of beast cores that Lux currently possessed, which made him feel giddy whenever he thought of it. "I'll upgrade Ishtar and the skeleton archers for now," Lux muttered as he held a rank 2 beast core in his hand. "Our opponents are flying creatures, so range attacks will be more effective than melee attacks." Lux then checked Ishtar's current rank as he applied one beast core after another. After using 20 rank 2 beast cores, Ishtar's rating went up from D+ to C, which upgraded her overall stats. She also learned the passive skill Hunter's Eye, which allowed Ishtar's to lock on a single target and attack it with greater accuracy from great distances. Lux spent an additional 27 rank 2 beast cores to raise her rating to C+, which allowed her to learn 2 active skills, namely Arrow Shower and Piercing Arrow. Arrow Shower, as the name suggested, allowed Ishtar to shoot a magical arrow where it would split into multiple arrows that would rain down on her enemies. This was a very effective AoE attack, especially when dealing with enemies that were grouped together. Piercing Arrow, on the other hand, was a skill that allowed Ishtar to fire a charged arrow that could pierce through armored units, or monsters that had very tough skin like dragon scales, exoskeletons, etc. Of course, when certain arrows were paired up with the Piercing Arrow skill, their effectiveness would increase, turning them deadlier. For example, an adamantium arrow was an arrow that was strong enough to pierce through dragon scales. If Ishtar were to use the Piercing Arrow skill alongside the adamantium arrow, the arrow would embed itself deeper inside the monster's body, causing greater damage. Lux smiled after seeing Ishtar's character information in his soul book. After admiring her stats and skills for a minute, he then shifted his attention to his skeleton archers, whom he intended to upgrade until they matched the strength of his skeleton fighters. "Let's go big time on this one." Lux smirked as he consumed all 151 rank 1 beast cores and turned them into 1510 skill points. Lux used 1,300 skill points and upgraded his skeleton archers 4 times, which made them evolve into skeleton grand archers. These upgraded skeleton archers had also acquired powerful skills like the crippling volley and vulture's eye, which gave Lux the confidence that he would be able to accomplish his goal without fail. Crippling volley. When 4 or more skeleton grand archers are together, they will be able to activate this unique ability that allows them to fire a volley of magical arrows that have a high chance to paralyze their enemies. Vulture's allows the skeleton grand archer to see further by 200 meters. Summon skeleton grand archer. Rating base. Mana 10. Progress 0800. Summons 4 skeleton grand archer to fight for you. Summon duration 4 hour. Skill cooldown 1 minute. Health points 2000. Attack 100-150. Attack type physical range damage. Active skills triple shot crippling volley. Passive skills fast reload vulture's eye. Just to be on the safe side, Lux used 17 rank 2 beast cores to upgrade Diablo once, making his vanguard even stronger. The skeleton rider was already his party's strongest melee unit. However, since Diablo was also the wielder of Blood Moon, Lux decided to strengthen him to make him more formidable in battle. Lux still had 220 skill points remaining, which he set aside for the time being so they could be used for future upgrades. Diablo had also learned the skill Intimidate, which struck fear in monsters that were equal or weaker than it in rank. Monsters affected by the Intimidate skill would have their attack speed and movement speed decreased by 30. Diablo and Ishtar are now rank 2 monsters, while my other summons are at the middle stage of rank 1 monsters, Lux thought as he glanced at the information of all the creatures under his command. Back then, he thought that it would take him a long while to gather resources in order to fully upgrade his minions. Gathering beast cores was not an easy task, especially at the start when one was going solo. If not for the fact that he had been generously rewarded by Colette's parents at the beginning, as well as having the chance to take advantage of the Figaro Garden and Kobold Nest incidents, Lux would not have reached the stage he was in right now. Now that his minions had all evolved and became stronger, Lux was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief as he finally overcame the insecurity he'd felt over the past few years. For 4 years, he was barred entry to Elysium because of his weak body. Now, even though he had been left behind by his friends in Wildguard's stronghold, who had gone to the higher areas of Elysium, Lux no longer felt envious of them. For he knew that after just a year he could catch up to them, and a year after that he would surpass all of them. "Grandma, just wait for me," Lux said as she stood up to leave his room. "A few months from now, I will surprise everyone in Wildguard's stronghold. I will show them how awesome your grandson is." The half-elf left the inn with a serious expression on his face. His destination was the Figaro Garden, and he would not return until his storage bags, storage rings, and his enchanted beast ring were filled to the brim with resources that would make his master Randolph laugh until all of his teeth fell out of their sockets. The buzzing of mosquitoes could be heard in the darkness of the night. Ever since Lux had left to save Colette and the others, the numbers of mosquitoes had increased significantly. In fact, there were now so many of them that the ecosystem of the Figaro Garden was in danger of being overturned. The first thing that the half-elf did when he entered the garden was to look for the nearest ant nest where he could hide. The ants recognized Lux right away because he was the only half-elf that visited the garden, not to mention that he had become their business partner as well. After chatting with the ants for a bit in order to get a general situation of the garden, Lux immediately summoned his skeletons and put them to work. Diablo, along with 7 skeletal fighters, stood at the ready. Ishtar as well as 4 skeleton grand archers were waiting for Lux to give them orders. Lux admired his team of skeletons and grinned evilly as he gave them the order to move out. Their first destination was the lair of the red-eyed terror mantis, according to the ant shed already spawned after it was killed a few weeks ago. After his nice long chat with the ants, he had come to the understanding that all the other insects were now rallying behind the red-eyed terror mantis in order to resist the red-striped predator mosquito's common monster, obsidian spite mosquitoes rank 1 monster, and scaled torment mosquitoes rank 2 monster. Truth be told, Lux had a feeling that there might be mosquitoes whose tiers might have reached rank 3, or worse, rank 4. This was something that the half-elf didn't want to see. He was afraid that if a mosquito had really reached rank 4, there would be a new boss in the Figaro Gardens, and it wouldn't be the red-eyed terror mantis. A mosquito boss would be much harder to deal with. As they drew closer to their designated location, the buzzing sound also intensified. The red-headed teenager was monitoring the situation using Diablo's eyes and ears, while hiding inside the ant's nest. There was simply no way that he would take the risk and accompany his summons to fight against thousands of mosquitoes that could suck his blood dry and turn him into a dried husk. His team of skeletons slowed their movements as they observed the ongoing battle from afar. A never-seen-before team battle between hundreds of the insects that resided in the Figaro Garden against the mosquito swarm that outnumbered them 5-1. The half-elf was delighted as he watched such a scene because, for him, all of the monsters were simply free skill and stats points that were waiting to be claimed by him. As body parts of monsters piled up on the ground, Lux noticed that the majority of those that had died were simply common monsters. In the monster world, common monsters were merely cannon fodder that could be used to exhaust the enemies. The true combatants were the rank 1 and rank 2 monsters who were engaged in mortal combat. While everyone was fighting, Lux was looking for the red-eyed terror mantis, who was nowhere to be found. Suddenly, several giant flowers were sliced apart as the alpha beast of the Figaro Gardens entered the scene. However, the half-elf noticed that the red-eyed terror mantis didn't enter the fray right away. Instead, it looked in the distance, eyeing a dozen-meter-long mosquitoes whose exoskeleton had taken a greenish hue. After using his Elysium compendium to identify the new monsters, the red-headed teenager found that his fears became a reality. Ruthless venom mosquitoes, Lux muttered, rank 3 monsters. Although these dozen rank 3 monsters were weaker than the alpha beast, their numbers still posed a problem. Just like the name implied, these mosquitoes carried a powerful venom in their bites, which had a high chance of poisoning their target. Aside from that, there was also a medium chance that their victims would become paralyzed in just one bite as well. With this deadly combination, the rank 3 mosquitoes were something that the red-eyed terror mantis wouldn't dare attack recklessly. Since the big shots were simply eyeing each other and not making any moves, the battle of the lower ranks raged on. The fight was so intense that the half-elf thought that their skirmish would end in less than 15 minutes. What should I do? Lux thought. Should I help the insects, or should I help the mosquitoes? The red-headed teenager pondered this question for a bit as he eyed the battlefield with a serious expression on his face. After weighing the pros and cons on who to help, the half-elf ordered his skeletons to help the mosquitoes vanquish their enemies. Although he knew that this was the wrong thing to do, Lux simply went ahead with his plan due to one simple reason. Mosquitoes only drink blood, they don't eat beast cores, Lux muttered. Since that is the case, I'll just help them kill the other insects faster. Don't think badly of me, this is just pure business. After receiving Lux's orders, the skeletons sprang into action. They immediately attacked the insects and targeted their wings and legs, crippling them and allowing the mosquitoes to go in for the kill. Diablo's, Ishtar's, and the skeleton's appearance had a profound effect on the battle. They were high-ranking monsters, so their battle prowess was enough to tilt the advantage in favor of the mosquitoes. The red-eyed terror mantis screeched in anger as it opened its wings to fly towards Diablo and the others. However, Ishtar's ranged attacks that were imbued with the ice element slowed its movement by a good margin. Seeing that an opportunity arrived, the ruthless venom mosquitoes joined in and attacked the alpha beast from all sides. This was the effect that Lux had wanted to achieve, and he couldn't help but laugh madly while he was inside the ant nest. "That's it, die and give your beast cores to me," Lux laughed. No matter what happened, he would get the red-eyed terror mantis body parts this time without fail. Back then, he was forced to compromise and sell the parts of the alpha monster to Frederick and his party. Now, it was different. He was hunting the alpha beast solo, while using the mosquitoes as a way to weaken it. The monster parts of the red-eyed terror mantis were very valuable. Its exoskeleton could be used as armor, while its claws could be used to forge a unique sword. However, Lux didn't plan to forge the weapon right away. The reason? Because the Elysium Compendium had reminded him that a better weapon could be crafted using 10 claws from the red-eyed terror mantis. If crafted properly, the weapon had a high chance of becoming a pseudo-mythical weapon that had a sharpness that could cut through steel. In order to achieve this, the red-headed teenager needed to fight the alpha monster 5 times in order to collect 5 sets of claws. This was something that beginners knew nothing about. In fact, there were only a handful of individuals in the entirety of the Guelivan kingdom who knew about this, and all of them were master and grandmaster blacksmiths. Randolph was a master blacksmith, so he also knew the recipe of this pseudo-mythical weapon. However, he kept his lips shut tight and would only buy these monster parts from the dwarves at a very high price, silently. In fact, Blood Moon was made with 5 sets of claws from the red-eyed terror mantis, teeth from the forest wolf king, and the beast cores of 3 high-ranking noble vampires, whose rank was no lower than Viscount. Creating this weapon was no easy feat because the chances of failure were high. Fortunately, against all odds, Randolph had succeeded, and the mythical weapon Blood Moon was born. As Randolph's disciple, he had learned the recipe from his master, which made him want to craft a Blood Moon of his own. Because of this, he decided to just collect the parts he needed while he was still in Leaf Village. That way, he would be able to craft the weapon that made Diablo a killing machine. After the mosquitoes gained the advantage in battle, Lux ordered his skeletons to slowly back away to the outskirts of the battlefield. He was quite far from the location of the battle, and he didn't want to lose any more of his forces. Among the 7 skeleton fighters, 3 had died in battle. The skeleton grand archers suffered no losses because they were attacking from a safe distance and were protected by Ishtar. The half-elf had also ordered Diablo to not use any of his flashy moves, so that Blood Moon's ability would be hidden from the high-ranking monsters. He planned to deliver the coup de grace when they least expect it, giving them no time to evade the deadly blow that would end their lives. Just like the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole from behind, Lux manipulated his forces to attack the insects that were a safe distance from the battle being waged between the rank 3 mosquitoes and the alpha monster that ruled the Figaro Garden. The red-headed teenager knew that the alpha monster was not an easy opponent to beat, but he would be damned if he allowed the rascal to get away after he had decided to claim its monster parts as his own. "Diablo, pay extra close attention to the red-eyed terror mantis," Lux ordered. "Once it enters its berserk state, pull out as fast as you can. Stop all hostilities against the insects and get as far from the battlefield as possible." The half-elf knew that in that brief period of time when the red-eyed terror mantis entered berserk mode, its stats would double, and it would become unstoppable. He planned to wait patiently until the berserk effect wore off before going in for the kill. In the meantime, Lux had summoned the skeletal fighters that died and ordered them to regroup with everyone in battle. Although the journey from Lux's location to Diablo's was several minutes away, he figured that it was enough time for his forces to regroup and take advantage of the weakened alpha monster so they could end its life once and for all. Due to Ishtar's and the skeleton grand archer's harassment of the red-eyed terror mantis, the mosquitoes were able to take advantage of the situation and collectively bombarded the mantis with venomous sprays that whittled its health away. The other insects who realized that their leaders were losing the battle decided to shift their attention to the skeletons that had appeared out of nowhere. However, Diablo stood in front of his subordinates and fought with Blood Moon in hand. Although 2 more skeleton fighters died during the collision, Diablo was more than enough to hold off several enemies at once. After all, he was a rank 2 monster, and he had a mythical weapon on hand. The mosquitoes had figured out that the skeletons were on their side, so they used this opportunity to deal significant losses to their enemies. In the end, Diablo and only 2 other skeletal fighters remained as the vanguard, while Ishtar and the skeleton Grand Archers fired volley after volley of attacks aimed at the red-eyed terror mantis in the distance. 5 minutes later, the eyes of the red-eyed terror mantis glowed brightly. This was a sign that it was about to use its berserk skill, which Lux and Diablo had been waiting for. As soon as the alpha monster showed signs of going berserk, the skeletons immediately stopped attacking and ran away like there was no tomorrow. A few seconds after they left the battlefield, an angry screech that was similar to nails scratching a steel resounded in the surroundings. The red-eyed terror mantis berserk state doesn't happen right away. It was a gradual strengthening that increased all of its stats by 50 after several minutes had passed. The best way to fight against it was to let it activate berserk, then run away until its duration ended. All alpha beasts and field bosses had berserk skills. This was why they were the hardest to fight, and also why they were more dangerous than normal monsters. The red-eyed terror mantis was a high-tiered rank 2 beast. Although it was only rank 2, it was stronger than most rank 3 monsters. Once it entered its berserk state, its strength would reach the middle stages of rank 3, which would put it on par with a rank 4 monster at its peak. Since it was a high-tiered monster, its health and defenses were stronger than most, so it was impossible to fight it alone, even if the opponent was also a rank 4 monster. Lux had looked for all of the information related to the red-eyed terror mantis, because it was one of the most dangerous alpha beast in the beginner's zone, only second to the field boss, the forest wolf king. Those who had reached the rank of apostles would usually challenge this alpha monster as proof of their strength before leaving the Leaf Village, just like Frederick's party did when their party had reached the apostle rank. Powerful gusts of wind blew in every direction as the red-eyed terror mantis unleashed a devastating attack against the mosquitoes that had encircled it. Its sharp claws sliced anything in its path, including the rank 2 monsters, the scaled torment mosquitoes. The ruthless venom mosquitoes, who were rank 3 monsters, stayed outside of its attack zone and only hurled venomous sprays from afar. The alpha beasts knew that it was fighting on borrowed time, so it jumped towards one of the rank 3 mosquitoes like a cannonball. It then opened its wings for an extra burst of speed, closing the distance in 2 heartbeats. The mantis claws sliced the ruthless venom mosquito's wings cleanly off its body, which made the rank 3 monster fall to the ground. Surprisingly, the mantis didn't go for the kill. In fact, the moment it landed on the ground, it leapt towards another mosquito and sliced its wings in half. Mosquitoes can walk and crawl, but their speed was nothing compared to how fast they could fly in the air. The moment they landed on the ground, several angry insects who were weaker than the mosquitoes mobbed them, despite the latter being stronger. One by one, the rank 3 mosquitoes fell on the ground until only 4 were left. These mosquitoes had already flown to a height that couldn't be reached by the mantis, which prevented the alpha monster from continuing its rampage. Since that was the case, the mantis focused its attention on the rank 3 monsters that it had crippled earlier and were now being attacked by the angry insects that they had terrorized for days. Even so, these mosquitoes were still rank 3 monsters, so they overpowered their enemies and killed them one by one. The red-eyed mantis was really the only one that could cut through their defenses, and that was what it did. It slashed at them repeatedly until green blood oozed out of their bodies. After killing the last ruthless venom mosquito, the glow on the alpha monster's eye waned, signaling that its berserk state had passed. This was the moment that Lux and the mosquitoes were waiting for. After seeing that their nemesis had stopped moving, the remaining ruthless venom mosquitoes swooped in for the kill. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance to suck the alpha monster's blood dry and gain the chance to evolve into a higher species. This was the ultimate goal of all creatures. Even common monsters had the ability to evolve, but only if they consumed enough beast cores or if the requirements for their evolution was met. The skeletons, who had now returned to the outskirts of the battlefield, observed this from afar. Although they were all made up of bones, a look of anticipation could be seen in the flickering lights within their hollow eye sockets. Lux, who was safely hidden inside the ant nest, smiled evilly as he waited for the battle to end. The alpha beast was on its last legs, and it was only a matter of time before it fell. Right now, it was a race against time for both the mosquitoes and the insects that were putting up a strong resistance until the red-eyed terror mantis recovered from its weakened state. The 4 remaining ruthless venom mosquitoes swooped down from the sky and then sprayed venomous sprays at the mantis, which had just transitioned into its weakened state after using its berserk skill. The alpha beast was helpless against the ranged attacks that rained down on its body. The most it could do was raise its claws, taking on a defensive stance, covering as much of its body as it could. Its strong and sturdy exoskeleton was covered in venomous sprays in no time, but the terror mantis was mostly unaffected by the mosquito's attack. Feeling impatient at their lack of progress, the ruthless venomous mosquitoes decided to try some hit-and-run tactics and used their sharp and powerful needles to pierce the mantis' protective armor in an attempt to inject their venom directly inside the latter's body. Out of the 4 mosquitoes, the mantis was able to seriously injure one of them after it came close to its strike range. The other 2, the mosquitoes, were able to pierce its armor and inject their venom, but the 4th barely evaded a ferocious swipe that was aimed at its head. Seeing this scene, Lux knew that he needed to do something, or the alpha beast would recover from its lethargic state. He no longer cared about being the one to deal the finishing blow to the mantis. All he cared about was that it died. Ishtar and the skeleton archers fired volley after volley of arrows, while Diablo and the 2 remaining skeleton fighters stood in front of them, serving as shields and protecting them from insects whose attention had shifted to them. Ishtar's attack was incredibly deadly, especially when it was up against an unmoving target. The skeleton hunter used her bow's exclusive passive skill, Shot to the Heart, which dealt double damage if it successfully hit the spot where the target's heart was located. Although the alpha beast was using its claws to shield that part of its body, Ishtar didn't care. For her, it didn't matter whether the mantis was blocking her attack or not. If the alpha beast chose to block her attack, then the mosquitoes would be able to attack its blind spot, using their sharp needle-like mouths to pierce its body. Ishtar activated her skill-piercing arrow, which pushed the alpha beast from where it stood with its powerful impact. Just as Lux expected, the mosquitoes used this opportunity to attack the mantis in its blind spots, making it shriek in pain. Ishtar didn't relent in her attacks, and fired one piercing shot after the other. Soon, the red-eyed terror mantis decided that it had had enough and decided to go all out and kill as many as it could before it died. Unfortunately for him, Ishtar's passive ability to shoot ice arrows had greatly slowed its movement and attack speed, which made its last attempts futile. It was also at that moment that Ishtar's arrow pierced its chest, making it shriek in frustration. The passive skill Shot to the Heart activated, dealing great damage to the mantis, pushing it one step closer to its death. 2 minutes later, the alpha beast of the Figaro Garden uttered a blood-curdling shriek before collapsing on the ground. It had breathed its last, which signaled the end of the battle. The surviving insects hurriedly escaped because they knew that, without their leader, they no longer stood a chance against the mosquitoes. The ruthless venom mosquitoes greedily pounced on the dead mantis and sucked its blood. It was the reason why they had attacked its domain, and they wouldn't leave until they had drained all of its blood. The lower-ranking mosquitoes, on the other hand, flew after the insects that ran away. Because they knew that there was no way that they would get a share of the alpha beast, they chose to settle for the other insects who were running away in every direction. While the ruthless venom mosquitoes focused their attention on the mantis, they didn't notice that a small team of skeletons had already made their way to their location. Without any warning, Diablo leapt through the air and stabbed Blood Moon on the back of the head of one of the mosquitoes that had received a serious injury during the battle against the red-eyed terror mantis. The ruthless venom mosquito instantly lost its life, not knowing how it died. Its companions were a bit slow to react, so Diablo was able to thrust its sword to another mosquito, aiming at its left eye. At that exact moment, a whistling sound was simultaneously heard, and a magic arrow pierced the mosquito's right eye, embedding itself directly into its brain, dealing critical damage. Diablo's sword also pierced the mosquito's left eye at that exact moment, which dealt critical damage as well. The combined attack between Lux's 2 named creatures was executed with perfection that their target had no time to react, which led to its death. Suddenly, a shower of arrows poured like rain on the location where the 2 other mosquitoes were about to take flight. The grand skeleton archers had activated their team attack, Crippling Volley, which had a high chance to paralyze their enemies. The 2 mosquitoes' bodies stiffened as the paralyzing effects of the attack activated. Diablo kicked one of the ruthless venom mosquitoes, sending its body flying into the air before targeting the other mosquito, which was struggling to move on the ground. A magical arrow flew straight and true, piercing a spot on the back of the mosquito's body where its heart was located. Ishtar and the grand skeletal archers focused fire on the fallen mosquito, while Diablo and the 2 remaining skeletal fighters gangbanged the other one. The mosquitoes looked at the skeletons in anger because they thought that they were on the same side. What they didn't know was Lux and his team weren't on anyone's side. Their goal was to take advantage of the situation and collect as many beast cores and monster parts as possible. After a few minutes of one-sided beating, the 2 rank 3 mosquitoes finally died. Diablo hurriedly activated the enchanted beast ring and stored the body of the red-eyed terror mantis, as well as the bodies of the 4 mosquitoes had just been slain. Ishtar and the other grand archer skeletons regrouped with Diablo and began the tedious process of beast core collection. Lux's skeletons had acquired an inventory after they got upgraded. Although it wasn't big, it was more than enough to store 100 beast cores per skeleton monster. The fun part about this item inventory skill was that Lux could directly transfer those items from the skeleton's inventory into his through the soul book. This was something that was never heard before in Elysium, and the half-elf felt that Irial had tweaked his soul book to allow such things to happen. It was the only explanation Lux could think of, and he was more than happy to abuse this feature. It's too bad that the monster storage ring has a limit, Lux muttered. If possible, I'd like a few more of those. The half-elf knew that storage items that could store the monster's entire bodies cost a lot. However, he understood well that buying those would be worth it. If he happened to kill a rare monster in the future, bringing it back, instead of dismantling its body and only taking the most important part of its body, would be more profitable. While Lux's skeletons were busy prying the beast cores from the dead insects on the ground, the sound of buzzing once again permeated the air. The red-headed teenager knew that their time was up. Although he wanted to get as many cores as possible at this time, he couldn't allow his cover to be blown at this point in time. The mosquitoes thought of Diablo and the others as allies, so it would be a shame to not take advantage of it. In the end, Lux unsummoned his skeletons to make sure that no traces would be left behind. This was a safer option than letting the mosquitoes discover what they had been doing while they were going after the fleeting insects that had escaped the battlefield. 5 of my skeletal fighters are already on their way to that location, Lux thought. It will be more than enough time to let the mosquitoes drink their fill before I order them to resume the collection of beast cores. Lux grinned evilly as he summoned Diablo, Ishtar, and the rest of his skeletons one by one. They would return to the Leaf Village and dispose of the monster parts in his master's smithy so that they could free up some space for the second round of looting. He was sure that Randolph wouldn't mind if he left those monster bodies behind. In fact, he believed Thay the dwarf would be more than happy to take the monsters' bodies off his hands, especially the body of the red-eyed terror mantis. They made a deal earlier that Randolph would take the mantis parts, except for the claws, as compensation for letting Lux use Blood Moon. Lux didn't mind sharing those things with his master, because this would not be the first and last time that he would be fighting the red-eyed terror mantis. He was planning on collecting enough mantis claws until he had enough to forge his own Blood Moon. This way, he would no longer need to borrow his master's mythical weapon. Lux believed that with hard work, he would be able to craft a mythical weapon of his own. All he needed to do was patiently collect the items that were needed before leaving the beginner's area, the dwarven kingdom of Gweliven.